Chapter 1. Where? Where am I? Jishio awakened from a state of hazy oblivion. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed upon an environment that was utterly unfamiliar. It seemed as though he was enveloped in a chaotic void, unable to see even his own hand. Yet, he could distinctly feel himself immersed in a warm ocean. The soothing warmth of the water enveloped him, filling his entire being with an exquisite sensation of softness and comfort. Wait, why are my hands so small? My goodness, why is there a strap around my navel? Jishio's mind raced. Ultimately, he arrived at a startling conclusion. He had traversed realms. Moreover, he had inexplicably transformed into an unborn infant still nestled within the womb. Huff! Jishio took a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions. He began to piece together the circumstances surrounding this bewildering situation. In his memory, he recalled that he had been reading a fantastical novel titled Immortal Emperor Unmatched when a blinding white light suddenly appeared before him. And then, he found himself here. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a luminous interface materialized before him. Name, Jishio. Age, 0 years. Identity, heir of the foremost military aristocracy of the Beixia dynasty. Life status, unborn. Cultivation level, none. Techniques, none. Fate essence, 0 points. Destiny level, black soul, on the verge of annihilation. As he scrutinized his character interface, Jishio quickly comprehended the gravity of his predicament. It turned out that he had crossed into the world of the novel Immortal Emperor Unmatched. Moreover, his identity was that of the future greatest antagonist, a formidable villain sharing his name, the demon god Jishio. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. If Jishio recalled correctly, the real focus was that this villain's fate was tragically grim. He was even referred to as a quintessential representation of the tragedy aesthetic within the realm of web literature. Indeed, he was the most sorrowful antagonist of them all. The characterization of the villainous boss in the novel is a deranged, obsessive romantic, a substitute jumping off buildings, a masochist. Before becoming the villainous boss, Jishio was a young nobleman, dashing and flamboyant. Alas, his family was annihilated, his parents met a dreadful end, his powers were stripped away, and he was ultimately cast into the continent's most terrifying abyss of chaos. For an entire millennium, he endured the excruciating torment of countless demons before rising from the abyss to become the most formidable villainous boss. Seated among the demon lords, with gods standing on either side, ruling the heavens for countless eons, with myriad races bowing in reverence, and celestial emperors submitting as vassals. And a narrative unfolds as the male protagonist, a scion of the immortal sect who awakens a powerful golden finger, and the female protagonist, a celestial empress who reincarnates from the peak of the demon god Jishio's reign a millennium into the past. Their alliance aims to extinguish the nascent demon god Jishio in his cradle, thereby saving the future world. On the wedding night, a divine nail is driven in, heart ripped out, bones excavated, blood staining the heavens. Yin and Yang severed, the demon god's demise, the light of righteousness illuminating all beings. As Jishio pondered over the plot, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at the thought of these events transpiring in his own life. So, he had crossed over, yet why did he have to inhabit the body of such a tragic and ultimately deranged villainous boss? Once he was born, although he would be the most affluent and influential young heir of the Beixia dynasty's military aristocracy, the harrowing truth remained that shortly thereafter, he would not only have his powers nullified, but also experience the destruction of his family. Moreover, he would be cast into the abyss, enduring a millennium of torment, not to mention a chosen male protagonist with a golden finger, along with a female protagonist resurrected from a future world, both targeting his demise. Future, family destroyed, heart ripped out, blood staining the heavens. This is simply too tragic. As Jishio contemplated this, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. The harbinger of doom. His future was destined to be shrouded in darkness. There was not a glimmer of hope in sight. It was perhaps for this very reason that his destiny level was marked as pure black, on the brink of annihilation. This was, without a doubt, a catastrophic beginning. Just as he felt utterly helpless, a melodious voice echoed within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the sign-in system. May I ask if the host wishes to sign in at this location? Upon hearing this, Jishio was jolted. A system, the sign-in system. He had read countless novels before crossing over, so he was well aware of what such a system entailed. A golden finger, a means to defy fate. Huff! Jishio took a deep breath and, without hesitation, responded. System. Sign in. As soon as he uttered the words, a melodious prompt resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in from the womb. Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully and receiving a 9-star reward. Heart of the Demon God. Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully and receiving an 8-star reward. Devouring Immortal Demon Technique. Boom! At the moment the system's voice concluded, Jishio felt an unparalleled and peculiar power converge at his heart. Then, it erupted like a magnificent firework. Chaotic energy surged, and celestial rivers roared. Brilliant light cascaded through his limbs and bones. A heart, radiant as the stars, beat fervently, emanating supreme celestial flames. Suddenly, Jishio felt as though he stood atop the path of heaven, gazing down upon all living beings across the ages. Gods, demons, celestial beings? All were but fleeting illusions. At the end of time, only an invincible being remained. Heart of the Demon God, an unparalleled understanding of the divine, cultivation potential unmatched, with the 3 great realms of killing power standing supreme throughout the ages. Rating, 9-star Supreme Bloodline. The 3 great realms of the heart of the Demon God. Demon Descent, Divine Sealing, Celestial Ashes. Demon Descent. Demon Flames Ignite, Blood-red Eyes of the Other Shore. Demon God Descends. Combat power exponentially increases, capable of crossing 8 minor realms to vanquish foes. Awakening Condition, 10,000 points of Fate Essence. Divine Sealing, the taboo of the divine, body and soul breaking free from the shackles of heaven, achieving a transformative quality, a battlefield realm only ancient emperors could enter. Awakening Condition, 100,000 points of Fate Essence. Celestial Ashes, a heaven-defying realm of killing power. The strength remains unknown. Awakening Condition, 1,000,000 points of Fate Essence. Devouring Immortal Demon Technique, the foremost method of body refinement in the demonic path. Also an extraordinary technique capable of devouring others' essence to enhance one's own cultivation. Rating, extraordinaire demonique technique. As Jishio carefully reviewed the descriptions of the heart of the demon god and the devouring immortal demon technique, he was momentarily taken aback. If he recalled correctly, the heart of the demon god was the pinnacle of physical constitutions within the novel. It was the ultimate form of the bloodline evolution of the villainous demon god Jishio. The 3 realms of killing power, possessing unrivaled capabilities, were terrifying weapons that transcended the comprehension of even the gods and celestial beings. As for the devouring immortal demon technique, if Jishio remembered accurately, this demonic technique was the ultimate skill that the villainous boss comprehended after enduring a millennium of torment in the abyss. It was precisely through this technique that Jishio had gradually evolved into the slaughtering demon god that made even the gods and celestial beings tremble. To put simply, even before I am born, I have acquired the 2 supreme configurations that belong solely to the ultimate villain. A complete reversal, a catastrophic beginning transformed into a perfect start. Jishio felt a surge of joy, his heart finally easing significantly. Now that the rewards have been granted, it is imperative that I make the most of this exceptional environment within the womb to cultivate the devouring immortal demon technique. This will allow my body and meridians to be tempered and strengthened. I must ensure that no unforeseen events hinder my birth in a few months. Once I am born, I shall consider how to awaken the realms of killing power. Jishio contemplated quietly, quickly devising his subsequent survival strategy. He distinctly remembers that in the original novel, he is the sole heir of the Ji family, the only scion destined to inherit the military estate of the Ji clan. Therefore, many prominent figures within the Northern Xia dynasty wished fervently for his non-existence, including the formidable emperor who currently occupies the imperial palace in the capital. Ji Xiu cleared his thoughts, silently calculating his course of action. I shall commence my cultivation from within the womb. In the future, I shall not become cannon fodder, nor shall I be a tragic figure. I must ensure that the woeful fate depicted in the original narrative does not befall me, regardless of present or future adversaries. All shall be vanquished. From this moment forth, I shall embody the ruthless antagonist. With these thoughts, Ji Xiu rubbed his little hands together and excitedly stretched his tiny feet. The Devouring Immortal Demon technique. He was prepared to begin his cultivation. The predetermined fate of being a tragic character in the novel would be rewritten from this moment onward. In the Northern Xia dynasty, under the resplendent moonlight, autumn had deepened and the red leaves fluttered in the capital. The Ji military estate was heavily fortified, with armored and well-trained guards ensuring its security. Magnificent pavilions and towers emerged amidst the thin autumn mist. The gentle sound of flowing water echoed through the air. In a spring pool, exquisite fish stirred the emerald waves. Within a small stone pavilion, a graceful lady clad in a simple palace gown sat upon a stone bench, delicately scattering fish feed into the water. Bathed in moonlight, her dignified and beautiful visage radiated warmth. Beside her stood a tall and imposing man, brimming with vigor. He stared intently with wide eyes at his wife and her slightly protruding abdomen, anxious that any sudden movement might jeopardize their unborn child. This man was Ji Xiu, the current head of the Ji family in the capital, as well as the iron-willed general commanding an army of 800,000 in the Northern Xia dynasty. The beautiful lady was Lin Ru, Ji Xiu's wife and the daughter of the esteemed head of the Northern Xia Royal Academy of Cultivation. My lady, please, take care. Be cautious, Ji Xiu urged with deep concern. Rest assured, my husband, our child and I are not so fragile. Lin Ru replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, however, her brow suddenly furrowed. A fleeting expression of pain crossed her exquisite face as her delicate hand instinctively covered her abdomen. My lady, what ails you? Seeing this, Ji Xiu was jolted with alarm and rushed to support her, his anxious gaze scanning her for any signs of distress. I'm fine. The little one just kicked me. Lin Ru gently caressed her belly, smiling wryly. Ah, so that is it. Ji Xiu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words. By the way, my husband, have you decided on a name for our little one? Lin Ru tilted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with warmth as she gazed at Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied. My dear, I have already thought of it. If it is a girl, she shall be named Ji Xiu. If it is a boy, he shall be named Ji Xiu. Within the womb, Ji Xiu listened to the voices from the outside world and couldn't help but smile. In the original novel, his father, Ji Xiu, and mother, Lin Ru, doted upon him, the little scion of the Ji family, to the extent that they would have gladly given him the world itself. Even later, when the entire family was exterminated, they unhesitatingly chose to sacrifice their lives to give him a glimmer of hope for survival. It can be said that they were the most exemplary parents in the world. They truly loved him with all their hearts. This thought, a gentle ripple stirred in Ji Xiu's heart. Before he traversed into this world, he had never received the care and affection of parents. Thus, at this moment, his heart was filled with an extraordinary warmth. Meanwhile, a sense of urgency welled up within him. He would never allow the future tragedies that befell himself and his family to happen. Since he had arrived in this world, he was determined to safeguard both himself and his family's well-being throughout their lifetimes. Ji Xiu secretly made up his mind. Subsequently, he began to prepare for cultivation. In the early and middle stages of the novel, the cultivation realms were divided into Foundation Establishment, Qi Refining, Earth of Life, Star Gathering, Lord Level, Saint Level, Legendary, Divine Concealment, and Emperor Level. And now was the perfect environment and the optimal timing for Foundation Establishment. Inside his mother's womb, there was the purest innate Qi in the world. Once he was born, there would never be such pure innate Qi for him to absorb again. Therefore, establishing his foundation here was undoubtedly the best choice. Without delay, Ji Xiu raised his tiny hand and gently tapped his forehead. clang, tiny starlights glistened brightly. Strange demonic inscriptions were drawn out one by one. Then, the starlights and demonic inscriptions formed a peculiar light formation. Immediately afterwards, the light formation merged into Ji Xiu's newly formed tiny body. The first layer of the Devouring Immortal Demon technique was to temper the meridians and forge them into divine, grade meridians. How much potential a cultivator had, how powerful their combat ability was, and how far they could go on the path of cultivation were all determined by the strength and resilience of their meridians. Ji Xiu mused silently. If he could complete the cultivation of the first layer of the Devouring Immortal Demon technique, the amount of true essence his meridians could accommodate and the speed at which it could circulate would be dozens of times that of an ordinary cultivator. Without exaggeration, if he could successfully forge divine, grade meridians, he would be able to effortlessly defeat dozens of cultivators of the same level in the future. Let's begin, Ji Xiu murmured to himself. Then, following the operation route of the first layer of the Devouring Immortal Demon technique in his mind, he started to guide the purest innate qi here to temper his meridians. Clang, clang, Ji Xiu clasped his two tiny hands together, and a blazing starlights burst forth. Mysterious demonic inscriptions circulated within his delicate veins. From then on, his meridians began their most powerful transformation ever. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The innate qi had completed a large cycle circulation in Ji Xiu's meridians. Although it was only one cycle, Ji Xiu already felt exhausted both physically and mentally. However, to his delight, his meridians seemed to have become much stronger and wider. And most importantly, after a day of cultivation, he now had the ability to internally observe his own meridians. Looking inside, Ji Xiu could see that there were tiny divine starlights twinkling in his weak and slender meridians. Moreover, mysterious demonic inscriptions and an increasing number of starlights were merging with his meridians, just like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea. Excellent. This was exactly the effect he wanted, Ji Xiu exclaimed excitedly. Immediately, he composed himself and continued to use the innate qi and the Devouring Immortal Demon technique to temper his meridians. He was well aware that this was just the beginning. Only when the quantitative change transformed into a qualitative change would the first layer of the Devouring Immortal Demon technique reach its great perfection. And it would also be the day when his divine, grade meridians were forged. Before I'm born, forged divine, grade meridians, reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. Ji Xiu secretly set a small goal for himself. It was well known that on the Tianxian continent, even a peerless genius with a once-in 10,000-year extraordinary cultivation talent who started cultivating at the age of 3 would take at least 3 years to reach the great perfection of foundation establishment. However, for Ji Xiu, the short few months in his mother's womb were more than enough, because he possessed the heavenly heart and divine bones, a bloodline constitution at the top level, and was also blessed with the 8-star extraordinary Devouring Immortal Demon technique. Coupled with the unique and excellent cultivation environment in his mother's womb, having the right time, the right place, and the right people all in his favor, Ji Xiu was fully confident that he could reach the great perfection of foundation establishment before his birth. And this would not be an ordinary great perfection of foundation establishment. It would be the truly most perfect great perfection of foundation establishment in history, without a doubt. Time passed unnoticed in his mother's womb. Ji Xiu didn't know how much time had elapsed. Every day, he worked hard to absorb the innate qi to forge his divine, grade meridians. One day, the absorption of the innate qi stopped automatically. Ji Xiu suddenly opened his eyes as if awakened by fate. Internally observing his meridians, he saw that every single one of his meridians shone brightly, containing starlights within, like a divine miracle. Moreover, they were arranged perfectly, in perfect alignment with the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. Not only that, the demonic inscriptions on the meridians had completely disappeared, having perfectly merged with his own meridians. At this moment, Ji Xiu let out a long breath and whispered with a smile. Great perfection of foundation establishment. The most perfect foundation establishment in history has been achieved. Moreover, my most terrifying divine, grade meridians have also been successfully forged. Comfortable. Indeed, at this moment, Ji Xiu's meridians were truly of the supreme divine grade. His cultivation base had also reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. That it was well known that many cultivators on the Tianxian continent might not even reach the great perfection of foundation establishment in their entire lifetimes. However, Jishio had already achieved this before he was born and had also forged the most powerful divine grade meridians in history if this news were to spread, not only on the Tianxian continent, but even the descendants of gods, the orphans of great emperors, the sons of divine dynasties, and the young masters of long, living families in the upper realm would probably burst into tears. However, Jishio didn't get overly complacent. After all, this was within his plan. With the right time, the right place, and the right people all on his side, it would be unreasonable if he couldn't achieve a perfect foundation establishment. Just then, Jishio suddenly felt a violent tremor. The amniotic fluid surrounding his body was slowly draining away. A cold current shot up his spine and straight to his head. Meanwhile, sounds of surprise rang out from the outside world. Hurry up, the madam is going to give birth. The young heir of the G family is about to be born. Everyone in the G family mansion, get busy. Oh my goodness, we've finally waited for this day. The young heir of our G family is finally coming. Hearing this, Jishio took a deep breath and murmured in his heart, the time has come. I'm finally going to be born. That night, in the G family military mansion, in the falling maple palace, madam, push harder, the young heir is almost out. All right, I'll push harder. Hurry, madam, try a little more. I can already see the young heir's head. Ah, he's out. The young heir is out. At the moment of Jishio's birth, a sacred starlit glow shot up into the sky from the falling maple palace. In an instant, the starlights exploded, filling the sky with a magnificent display of starlit glory. The entire night sky was instantly illuminated with infinite starlights, as if immortals had descended to the mortal world. The stardust in the sky floated down like falling snow, dyeing the entire capital city into a world as beautiful as a celestial realm. The demonic beasts in the 10,000-mile mountain range outside the capital city all cowered in fear, lying prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. And this was just the prelude. What truly shocked everyone was that in the depths of the star-filled night sky, there were reflections of terrifying and miraculous celestial scenes, amazing the whole world. A single lotus in the eternal blue sky. A golden sea of bitterness shining in the world. A bright moon rising above the sea. An immortal king descending from the ninth heaven. The appearance of these four celestial scenes instantly stunned countless people in the capital city and even the entire Tianxian continent. The simultaneous appearance of four celestial scenes was unprecedented even in the annals of history. This night, the three top imperial dynasties on the Tianxian continent were all deeply shaken. On this night, the 7 major cultivation sects on the Tianxian continent were in complete disarray. On this night, countless powerful figures on the Tianxian continent began to stir restlessly. Investigate. Hurry up and find out if a great emperor has descended upon the Tianxian continent tonight. Investigate. Has an old senior on the continent achieved the status of a great emperor? Investigate. Has a celestial treasure emerged in the world? Investigate. Has the heavenly gate, sealed for 10,000 years, reopened? Has the path to immortality been reconnected? When the 4 celestial phenomena appeared, the top-level figures in the Beixia imperial dynasty, and even the powerful figures from various cultivation sects across the entire Tianxian continent, were all alerted. These shrewd and calculating figures were truly afraid that a crisis might befall them or that they might miss out on some great opportunity. Therefore, they must know what exactly happened tonight. Soon, the Tianji Pavilion, the number 1 intelligence organization in the world, stepped forward and announced, nothing unusual happened tonight. It's just that the young heir of the Ji family in the Beixia imperial dynasty was born. As soon as this brief message spread, countless powerful figures looked in shock towards the military mansion of the Ji family, which was enveloped in wisps of celestial light. Meanwhile, they remained silent for a long time. Since the Tianji Pavilion had spoken, the news could not be false. After all, the Tianji Pavilion had been passed down for tens of thousands of years on the Tianxian continent and was the most trustworthy intelligence organization. At this moment, countless powerful figures on the Tianxian continent sighed. At the moment of birth, celestial phenomena descended. It's the posture of an ancient great emperor. A miracle, truly a miracle. The birth of an imperial son. It seems that a great era is approaching. The Tianxian continent was in turmoil, and especially in the capital city tonight, there were both joys and sorrows for different forces. The forces hostile to the Ji family were all on tenterhooks. If the Ji family produced an imperial-level powerhouse in the future, it would spell big trouble. the forces on good terms with the Ji family were secretly overjoyed. If the Ji family produced a great emperor in the future, wouldn't they rise to prominence along with it? In any case, the wise could sense one thing. After tonight, the entire capital city and even the Baixiao imperial dynasty were likely to change. In the military mansion of the Ji family. Outside the Luofeng Palace, Ji Xiao looked up at the divine vision in the dazzling starry sky with his mouth wide open. It took him along while to stutter out, My son actually has the posture of a great emperor. Not only Ji Xiao, but also all the elders in the military mansion of the Ji family were stunned. Even Ji Nu, the previous head of the Ji family and the marshal protecting the country, who was also Ji Xiao's grandfather, was shocked. Although Ji Xiao's father and mother both had good cultivation talents and had reached the monarch-level cultivation at the age of 30-something. No matter what, they shouldn't have given birth to a grandson with the posture of an ancient great emperor for the Ji family. It could only be said that the heavens were blessing the Ji family. Ha ha ha. Ji Nu laughed heartily towards the sky, with tears in his eyes from laughing. Old man, take it easy. Seeing her husband laughing so heartily, Mu Hua, Ji Xiao's grandmother, stepped forward, scolding her husband with a smile. Then she raised her hand and slapped Ji Xiao, who was standing there in a daze, on the head and urged, Silly boy, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take us to see our precious grandson of the Ji family. Hearing this, Ji Xiao suddenly came to his senses. Then he quickly led the two elders and pushed open the door into the Luofeng Palace. In the Luofeng Palace, Ji Xiao was lying quietly in his mother Lin Ru's arms. Lin Ru kissed the chubby little guy who was as delicate as a porcelain doll again and again, as if Ji Xiao was her most precious treasure and she loved him dearly. Ji Xiao grinned at his mother, who was full of him and looked exhausted and haggard, thinking that his mother had really suffered a lot, and Lin Ru exclaimed, Other children cry loudly as soon as they are born. But this little guy came into the world smiling. My son is truly a little genius. With a bang, the palace door opened. Ji Xiao rushed to the bedside in a hurry, grabbed Lin Ru's hand, and asked tremulously, My lady, are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Ru gave a gentle smile, then gently handed Ji Xiao to Ji Xiao. My husband. Hurry up and hold your son. Okay. Ji Xiao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Before taking Ji Xiao, he subconsciously rubbed his hands on his clothes, for fear that his hands would dirty his son. After taking Ji Xiao, he, the great general leading 800,000 troops of the imperial court, grinned like a fool. My son really has the posture of a great emperor. Ha ha ha. Ji Xiao proudly held Ji Xiao above his head, with stars in his tiger-like eyes. All right, don't scare my precious grandson. Seeing this, Mu Hua quickly took Ji Xiao from Ji Zhao's hands and carefully held him in her arms. That's right. Don't scare my grandson. Ji Nu also glared at Ji Xiao with a fierce look in his eyes. But when his gaze fell on Ji Xiao's chubby little face, it instantly became extremely kind and doting. This rapid change of expression really left Ji Xiao stunned. The little guy is so handsome. Just this face alone will make countless young girls on the continent fall head over heels for him in the future. You're so unserious. Mu Hua scolded with a smile when she heard this. But she also agreed that her grandson's face was the most handsome in the world. Of course, compared to his face, she still thought that her grandson's talent was what made her the most proud. It was worth mentioning that she was the one with the highest cultivation and talent in the entire Ji family. Without a doubt, Ji Xiao also knew this. In the novel, his grandmother Mu Hua had extremely high cultivation and a terrifying background. Before marrying his grandfather, grandmother Mu Hua was the junior sister of the previous head of the Ice God Palace, the number one cultivation sect on the Tianshan continent, in terms of seniority. Even the current head of the Ice God Palace had to call his grandmother Shirbois. Moreover, if it weren't for the incurable hidden illness on his grandmother, which made her cultivation stagnate at the peak of the monarch level, she might have been a legendary saint-level powerhouse by now. It was no exaggeration to say that his martial grandfather was actually marrying up when he married his grandmother. Xiaoer, be good. Grandma will teach you cultivation personally in the future. Okay. Mu Hua lovingly reached out and pinched Ji Xiao's little nose, held him in her arms and played with him for a long time before reluctantly handing him back to Lin Ru. Then she turned around. With a very serious expression and a solemn tone, she said to Ji Xiao and Ji Nu, After tonight, everyone with a bit of power in the capital city and even on the continent should know that our little treasure has the talent and aptitude of an ancient great emperor. So, there won't be few people with ulterior motives. From now on, we should put Xiaoer's safety first. If anyone dares to lay a finger on our little treasure, no matter who it is, wipe out their entire family. Understood? Understood. Ji Xiao and Ji Nu, father and son, nodded like chickens pecking at rice. They of course also knew the importance of the matter, and Ji Xiao, lying in Lin Ru's arms, murmured in his heart, "Grandma is so awesome." Actually, in his plan, he didn't want to make such a big fuss that it would be best if he could develop in a low, key, and quiet way, and then swallow up all his enemies in one go. But unfortunately, his divine, hearted and Taoist, boned constitution was too terrifying, coupled with the fact that he had forged divine, level meridians and achieved a perfect foundation, building before his birth. The infinite starlight and the terrifying four celestial phenomena that resulted were really impossible for him to suppress. Now that things have come to this, then stop vacillating, since the low, key prodigy path is no longer viable. The invincible path of overwhelming all enemies seems quite appealing. Ji Xiao seriously changed his mind that in fact, he was the kind of person who disliked being looked down upon. He simply couldn't play the game of feigning weakness to deceive the strong. So, it would be more gratifying to overwhelm all enemies, with a powerful background, 2 max, level starting configurations, and the support of the system, if he still couldn't overwhelm all enemies in the shortest possible time. Then he truly deserved to perish. Ji Xiao thought thus in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed in a hurry. Under the full-fledged protection of the Ji family, Ji Xiao had safely celebrated 3 birthdays. This year, he had turned 3. The cold wind howled, and the snow fell in great flakes. The world was cloaked in a blanket of silver, and the harsh winter had descended. The 100-li long street in the capital city was deep and quiet, with snowflakes falling ceaselessly and slowly in the Ji mansion. The maple, falling palace was brightly lit and warmed. Ji Xiao sat alone on the couch, his small body bare, cross-legged, with his eyes tightly shut. Name, Ji Xiao. Age, 3 years old. Identity, Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Cultivation level, 8th stage of Qi refining bloodline and physique, divine demon heart and bone. 3 crucial stages have not been unlocked yet. Awakening conditions for the 3 stages. Demon's arrival, 10,000 heavenly destiny essences. Divine forbidden, 100,000 heavenly destiny essences. Immortal ashes, 1,000,000 heavenly destiny essences. Cultivation technique, the technique of swallowing immortals and demons, already cultivated to the 2nd stage. Weapon, none heavenly destiny essences. 2. 700 points. Fate level, black, on the verge of soul, extinction system mall. Unopened, automatically opens with 3,000 heavenly destiny essences. Quest system, unopened, automatically opens at the earthly life realm. Check. In location, Ji Mansion. Maple, Falling Palace, Northern Xia Dynasty. System prompt. There are still 0-10 until the next check. In time. Glancing at the system panel, as soon as the time hit 0, Ji Xiao immediately opened his eyes and silently murmured in his heart. System, check. In at the Maple Falling Palace. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and obtained a top-grade Qi refining pill as a 1-star reward. A clear system voice rang out. Immediately, a Qi refining pill the size of a longan, containing a divine radiance, appeared in Ji Xiao's system warehouse. Without hesitation, Ji Xiao casually took out the Qi refining pill and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it. Then he took a deep breath and made up his mind. Tonight, he must break through to the 9th stage of Qi refining. After saying that, he clasped his hands together and began to cultivate. Clang! At that moment, a brilliant starlit radiance bloomed around his body, and wisps of cyclones like swimming dragons coiled around him. Through his divine sense, he could see that the true essence in his body was boiling like the water in a steamer under the effect of the Qi refining pill. The true essence circulated again and again, passing through his meridians, emitting a brilliant starlit radiance. Finally, a small tornado formed in his dantian. One could even hear the whooshing sound of the true essence flowing rapidly in his meridians. An hour later, boom! With a loud noise in his body, the starlit radiance around Ji Xiao exploded and spread in an instant. A warm and incredibly numbing strange feeling surged through his whole body. At that moment, it was as if his soul had been sublimated, and he felt extremely gratified. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Ji Xiao in the past 3 years. He had experienced it many times. And whenever this feeling emerged, Ji Xiao knew he had successfully broken through. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached the 9th stage of Qi refining. Reward, 300 heavenly destiny points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your accumulated heavenly destiny essences have reached 3. 000. The system mall has been opened. Listening to the system's prompt, Jishio let out a long sigh. It had been 3 years since his birth, and his check-in location had always been the Maple Falling Palace without any change. So, Jishio simply regarded this place as his long-term cultivation base. Fortunately, on the first day of each month, Jishio could check in at the Maple Falling Palace and obtain a 1-star rated cultivation pill from the system. That was why he had reached the 9th stage of chi refining in just 3 years. Moreover, what satisfied him most was that he had developed his potential to the extreme at the chi refining realm. Below the earthly life realm, he was a god. Now, he was only 1 step away from breaking into the earthly life realm. It was well known that 99% of the cultivators on this continent were not even qualified to start cultivating at the age of 3. Those who could start cultivating at 3 were usually the prodigies of the top cultivation families on the Tianshan continent, and only with the help of their sects or families could they barely achieve it. In contrast, Jishio, only 3 years old, had already reached the 9th stage of chi refining. He was already 2 whole large realms ahead of the most top-notch prodigies on the continent who had just started cultivating. How terrifying was that? Moreover, Jishio was confident that the gap between him and these top prodigies would not narrow but would widen further. Furthermore, it was worth mentioning that in the past 3 years, Jishio had also discovered that every time he broke through a small stage in the chi refining realm, he would receive a system reward of between 300 and 400 heavenly destiny essences. After 3 years of accumulation, he had obtained 3,000 heavenly destiny essences. This was no small foundation. You know, heavenly destiny essences could not only be used to purchase items in the system mall, but also to unlock the stages of his bloodline. This was the most important capital for Jishio on his journey to becoming a great villain. Whoosh! Jishio took a deep breath and murmured to himself, "Finally, I've saved up 3,000 heavenly destiny essences and can open the system mall. Although there is still a long way to go before I can unlock the first stage, Demon's Arrival, with 10,000 heavenly destiny essences, at least there is a glimmer of hope." After saying that, Jishio opened the newly opened system mall with full anticipation. He was eager to see what good things were waiting for him in the system mall. Ding! The system mall has been loaded. Ding! May I ask, host, if you want to activate the system mall? Upon hearing this, Jishio nodded without hesitation. Ding! The mall has been activated. Jishio felt a jolt in his head, and a transparent system mall suddenly appeared before his eyes. When he carefully examined the system products, his heart began to pound, and his blood boiled with excitement. Jishio carefully browsed through the system mall. In the weapons section, Yuchong Sword, 300 Heavenly Destiny Essences Kanong Sword, 300 Heavenly Destiny Essences Chi Shao Sword, 300 Heavenly Destiny Essences Teia's Sword, 600 Heavenly Destiny Essences 4, Dharma Azure Clouds, 5. 000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Spiritual Rhino Divine Sword, 5,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Demon Sword Apophis, 5,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Frostmourne, 5,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Pango Axe, 20,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Holy Sword Xianyuan, 20. 000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Hoi's Divine Bow, 20,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences. Jishio looked closely at the weapons in this section. To be honest, it was impossible not to be tempted. Unfortunately, he was short on funds. He couldn't afford the good weapons, and there was little point in buying ordinary ones. Moreover, to be honest, he didn't really need a weapon at the moment. After all, he was the apple of the Ji family's eye. The whole family protected him, and no one could threaten him at this stage. So, weapons were not a necessity for now. Shaking his head, Jishio then turned his attention to the cultivation techniques section. 8. Extreme Collapse, 500 Heavenly Destiny Essences Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Finger, 1,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Flying Dragon Cloud, Probing Hand, 1,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Great Desolation Scripture, 2. 000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Burning Art, 3,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Buddha's Fury Lotus, 3,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences 6, Pad's Reincarnation Fist, 10,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Supreme Forgetfulness Record, 10. 000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Demon, Summoning Scripture, 10,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Heavenly Emperor Fist, 100,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences 9 Secrets, 100,000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Chaotic 8, Style, 100. 000 Heavenly Destiny Essences Divine Elephant Prison, Shaking Force, not for sale. The Self, Transforming Dharma, not for sale. Looking at the cultivation techniques on the system shelves, Jishio couldn't help but swallow his saliva. There were truly all kinds of powerful cultivation techniques from all over the world. Moreover, Jishio couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the more expensive the item, the more tempting it was. Nonetheless, Jishio was well aware of his own capabilities. After much deliberation, he chose to purchase the thieving divine skill Flying Dragon's Cloud, Probing Hand with 1000 Destiny Essences. Flying Dragon's Cloud, Probing Hand, a divine thieving skill that can steal anything. It can silently pilfer hidden items from the target and has a certain probability of stealing the target's Destiny Essences. Well, exclaimed Jishio, this thieving divine skill is truly remarkable. Stealing anything, including Destiny Essences. He murmured. Although spending 1000 Destiny Essences pained him, he found solace in the thought that he would surely retrieve far more than 1000 points of Destiny Essences in the future. After all, it was a lucrative deal with a small investment for a large return. It would be a great pity not to make such a purchase. Once he became wealthy in the future, he would only buy the most expensive items. Jishio waved his small fist, desperately curbing his urge to splurge. Present. What he urgently needed was not weapons or powerful cultivation techniques, but cultivation base and Destiny Essences. Moreover, he was well aware that as long as he improved his cultivation base, he would earn Destiny Essences. Therefore, at this moment, improving his cultivation base was of utmost importance. It was time to strive to earn Destiny Essences. Not to squander recklessly. One should spend money where it truly matters. Investing in oneself was the most significant thing. Jishio murmured to himself and then shifted his gaze to the pill section. After a careful perusal, he finally spent 500 Destiny points to buy a 2-star rated Destiny pill from the system. This pill could enable him to quickly break through the Chi refining realm and reach the Earth of Destiny realm. Once he entered the Earth of Destiny realm, the mission system would be unlocked. This was a major breakthrough. After the purchase, Jishio casually closed the system all. Just as he was about to enjoy a good rest with a contented heart, he suddenly heard footsteps and conversations outside the palace gate. Mother, Shioer is only 3 years old. Is it really necessary to find a fiancé for him so early? Lin Ru stood in front of Luofeng Palace, looking at Jishio's grandmother, Muhua, with a helpless expression. Why not? If Shioer gets engaged to her, it will bring endless benefits to our Ji family, Muhua explained with a gentle smile. But mother, I can't bear it. Shioer is only 3. He's still a child. Lin Ru bit her lip, her face filled with complexity and reluctance. Present. Jishio was her life force. The thought of her son getting engaged to another family's daughter the next day made her feel sad and annoyed. All right, we must prioritize the overall situation. Muhua patted Lin Ru's shoulder. As a mother herself, she fully understood Lin Ru's feelings. No mother in the world could readily let her precious son be engaged to another woman, especially when the son was only 3 years old. Even if that girl, well, she couldn't really be called a woman yet, should be referred to as a girl, even if she had an extremely powerful background and talent. It was still unacceptable. However, as the one in charge of the Ji family, she had to consider the family's interests. In her view, this marriage was a great blessing with only advantages and no disadvantages. Alas, I'll go and tell Shioer now. Make preparations for tomorrow. Lin Ru sighed helplessly and then walked towards Luofeng Palace. Watching Lin Ru's somewhat dejected back, Muhua shook her head and smiled gently. Sure enough, they're all just children. Engagement? With whom? Jishio lay on the couch, scratching his head. He thought that there seemed to be no fiancé for himself in the novel. For a moment, he was completely puzzled. Creak. The palace door opened gently. Lin Ru was wrapped in a thick mink coat. Her beautiful face exuded the tenderness and dignity of a mother. After entering, she gently closed the door, fearing that the cold air would seep in and freeze her precious son. She tiptoed to the palace bed and couldn't help but smile tenderly at her son's sweetly sleeping face. She bent down, kissed Jishio on the forehead, and then whispered in his ear, Shioer, wake up. She didn't want to wake Jishio from his dream, but she also knew the urgency of the matter, so she had no choice but to rouse him. Huh? Mother, what's going on? Jishio lazily opened his eyes and asked in a soft voice. Dear son, mother has something to tell you. Lin Ru lovingly ruffled Jishio's soft hair and spoke seriously. Jishio nodded at this moment. He was also quite curious about who his unknown fiancée was. Shioer, mother and your grandmother have found a marriage for you. Lin Ru forced a helpless smile. Well, who is she? Jishio asked straightforwardly. Her name is Mubing. She is the last disciple of your great aunt and will be the future of the Ice God Palace. Lin Ru pinched Jixio's little cheek, her tone full of complexity. Although she was reluctant to let her son get married, she had to admit that Mu Bing was a perfect match for her son. Moreover, once Mu Bing became the of the Ice God Palace in the future, it would bring endless benefits to the Ji family. Therefore, this marriage was both an established fact and an imperative. Mu Bing. Hearing this name, Jixio frowned sharply. In the original novel, Mu Bing was the female protagonist and the fairy clan's empress. She was reborn 10,000 years ago at the peak of the demon god Jixio, that is, his future self, ruling all races. In the future, it would be her who would pursue him, pretend to marry him, drive a soul, killing nail into him on their wedding night, and pierce his heart with a sword in the final battle. In short, the female protagonist Mu Bing was heart-wrenching and would be one of the most important culprits of his future tragic fate. So it's her. The female protagonist has arrived. Jixio nodded thoughtfully. Thinking playfully. In the novel, Jixio first met Mu Bing when he was 18, and Mu Bing appeared as an elder of Jixio. In terms of seniority, Mu Bing was like his aunt. That was why Jixio never expected that she would appear at this time and get engaged to him. This was quite interesting. Jixio thought secretly and began to contemplate countermeasures. The female protagonist was approaching. One had to be on guard. Just then, Lin Ru suddenly asked earnestly, "Son, do you know what marriage means?" In her opinion, her 3-year-old son had no idea what marriage was. It would be inappropriate if he treated it like a game and offended the other party. So, she needed to explain this to her son clearly. Of course I know. Marriage means a relationship where people can kiss and sleep together, just like mother and father, always together and never apart. Jixio replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Ru blushed. She glared at Jixio in a half-angry way and was about to retort, but for a moment, she didn't know how to. Finally, she could only pinch Jixio's little cheek and mutter helplessly. The words are crude, but the truth is valid. Well, as long as you understand, from now on, you'll be together with her for a lifetime. In her view, it was more than sufficient for her son to know as much as he did. As long as he took things seriously and didn't cause any trouble tomorrow, that would be fine. Having said that, Lin Ru thoughtfully tucked Jixio in and finally admonished, "Son, you're great. Aunt and Mu Bing will come to the Ji mansion tomorrow. You must behave yourself well. No nonsense." "All right," Jixio nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ru finally left contentedly. This moment, Jixio lay on the palace bed, with his hands behind his head, gazing at the bright moon outside the window. The moonlight spilled into Jixio's clear eyes, in which a cold glimmer sparkled. Mu Bing, right? Just in time. It was truly a fortuitous occasion. A faint smile played on Jixio's lips. He had just bought a profound martial art called the Flying Dragon Cloud, probing hand. Unexpectedly, he could put it to use right away. He was highly anticipatory of what surprises Mu Bing could bring him. Having said that, he directly took out the Flying Dragon Cloud, probing hand from the storage, and started practicing. With my comprehension and talent, it would only take a day to get started with this profound martial art. Jixio took a deep breath, and then slowly closed his eyes. Mu Bing. The female protagonist of the novel, the female emperor of the immortal clan. Well, she was simply a super gold mine waiting to be exploited. He was extremely eager. Ding. Congratulations for your extraordinary comprehension. The Flying Dragon Cloud, probing hand has successfully reached the beginner level. Hearing the clear system prompt in his ear, Jixio slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the gradually darkening sky outside the window, he couldn't help but heave a long sigh. Practice successful. All set. Having said that, he put on his clothes and then quietly lay in bed, waiting for his mother to summon him. Before long, Lin Ru came to the falling maple palace, without saying a word. She stripped Jixio and threw him into the bathtub, giving him a thorough scrub. Then she simply grabbed Jixio and headed out of the falling maple palace. "Mother, where are we going to meet them?" Jixio asked curiously. "The martial arts arena. They should be arriving soon." Lin Ru responded crossly, glaring at Jixio. She thought her son was too dilatory. At the same time, she wondered what would happen to her son after marriage. If that girl was more assertive, wouldn't her son be bullied to death? As her voice fell, a clear system prompt rang in Jixio's ear. Ding, the sign and location has been refreshed. It's the Ji family's martial arts arena. Hearing this, Jixio's eyes instantly brightened. 3 years. Finally, a new sign and location has been refreshed. Since Jixio was born, his sign and location had always been the falling maple palace. It hadn't changed for a full 3 years. Now that the sign and location was finally refreshed. How could he not be excited? Soon, Lin Ru brought Ji Xiu to the martial arts arena. Grandmother Mu Hua had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as Ji Xiu stepped in, the system prompt suddenly rang in his ear. Ding, sign. In at the martial arts arena. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly fragment as a reward. Ding. The reward has been sent to the system storage. May I ask if the host wants to activate the heavenly fragment? Hearing this, Ji Xiu responded without hesitation. Activate. As his voice fell, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the heavenly fragment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-star weapon, the Great Luo Sword Embryo. Hearing this, Ji Xiu was stunned for a second and then overjoyed. Immediately afterwards, he quickly opened the system storage. At this moment, a plain sword embryo was quietly lying in the storage. The sword embryo was not very long, not sharp either, simple and unadorned, dull and lacking luster. But upon closer inspection, one could discover mist-like patterns and human-shaped beings on it, as if it were a scene of flying immortals. The Great Luo Sword Embryo, the first killing sword of all ages, bringing ill omen. Even that heavenly emperor who dominated the ages was once cut into billions of drops of blood rain under this sword. It was truly a valuable find. From this blind box opening, Ji Xiu suppressed his excitement and sighed, although he was eager to take out the Great Luo Sword Embryo to have a look. This was really not the right time. Just as Ji Xiu was secretly rejoicing, his mother Lin Ru and grandmother Mu Hua both looked towards the distant sky. Mother, haven't they arrived yet? Lin Ru asked nervously. Just as her voice fell, a crane's cry resounded through the sky. At the end of the sky, a white crane tore through the night and flew towards the capital. They're here. Grandmother Mu Hua smiled slightly. With intense emotions surging in her eyes, Ji Xiu looked up. On top of the white crane, there were two figures, one big and one small. Great Aunt Mu Xiu, in an ice-colored dress fluttering like a celestial being exiled from the other world, had an ethereal and otherworldly temperament, as if she were a fairy in a painting. The female protagonist of the novel, Mu Bing, with silver hair flowing over her shoulders, had a peerlessly beautiful face and a cold temperament. As her beautiful eyes sparkled, they were brighter than the shining moon. Although she was young, she already had a world-shaking dignity and an astonishingly beautiful appearance. It was hard to imagine what a peerless beauty she would become when she grew up. When the white crane landed on the martial arts arena, grandmother Mu Hua's eyes were already wet with tears. Her voice trembling, she shouted to Mu Qiu, senior sister. Hearing this, Mu Qiu gave a beaming smile and nodded gently at grandmother Mu Hua. Junior sister, I'm here. The moonlight spilled between them, filling the moment of their long-awaited reunion with beauty. Grandmother Mu Hua and Mu Qiu, these two sisters in martial arts, they had parted ways in their youth and reunited in their old age. As time passed, their friendship not only remained intact but became even more profound and mellow. On the other side, Ji Xiu saw Mu Bing, the real female protagonist in the novel, for the first time. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. After all, this woman was a reborn female emperor of the immortal clan, and she was extremely ruthless. In the novel, he would end up in her hands in the future. However, compared to this, Ji Xiu was more nervous about what he was about to do next. Well, it might be a bit exciting. Show her. Go and get to know your fiancée. Grandmother Mu Hua stroked Ji Xiu's hair and said softly. And Mother Lin Ru also nudged Ji Xiu's back and whispered, Son, go quickly. A man should be bold at this time. Be confident. Don't be intimidated just because your future wife is too beautiful. Hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but take a small deep breath and nodded heavily at his mother Lin Ru. Then he strode towards Mu Bing with an air of self-assurance. The plan was about to start. Ji Xiu, the demon god. In this life, I've finally caught you. There was a spark of fire in Mu Bing's beautiful eyes as she looked at Ji Xiu. Perhaps due to her over-excitement, her clenched fists trembled slightly, but soon she forcefully suppressed her emotions and then coolly announced her name, Mu Bing. Hello, the female protagonist of the novel, Ji Xiu muttered to himself. Then, as per the first step of the plan, he took Mu Bing's hand that felt cool to the touch, like cherry wine, but Ji Xiu didn't linger. Having said that, he took 2 steps forward under everyone's confused gazes and then, right in front of everyone, gently hugged Mu Bing. Since 3-year-old Ji Xiu was a head shorter than 7-year-old Mu Bing, the scene looked rather comical. It also stunned the elders present. Hello, I'm Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu introduced himself to Mu Bing in a childish yet enthusiastic way. At that very moment, he clearly sensed Mu Bing's cultivation level. At 7 years old. She had reached the 7th realm of qi refining. Ji Xiu murmured to himself in his heart that what's going on? Was this demon so enthusiastic when he was a child? Mu Bing's beautiful eyes widened. Her body went rigid, and her mind went completely blank. Before coming here, she had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting Ji Xiu. However, she never anticipated this at all. At their first encounter, this damned demon lord hugged her without saying a single word and without any warning. Of course, not only Mu Bing was shocked, even her master, Mu Qiu, didn't expect it either. Grandma Mu Hua found this scene rather amusing. Mother Lin Ru was quite satisfied, thinking that her son had really made progress. As soon as he saw his fiancée, he managed to hold hands and give a hug, and he just wouldn't let go. Throughout the whole place, only Ji Xiu had an extremely clear head. Flying Dragon Cloud, grabbing hand, activate, ding. Congratulations to the host for stealing a relic of reincarnation, a soul, slaying nail, ding. Congratulations to the host for stealing 3,000 points of heavenly mandate essence. Listening to the system prompts in his ear, Ji Xiu felt an extreme sense of pleasure at that moment and couldn't help exclaiming, so satisfying. After successfully stealing, Ji Xiu suddenly noticed that the atmosphere had gone silent. So he pretended as if nothing had happened, quietly withdrew his hands, and let go of Mu Bing. Then, in a childish voice, he asked Mu Bing, "Mother said, after we come of age, we'll get married. You're my fiancée. Is that true?" Hearing this, Mu Bing frowned and with a cold face, retorted coldly, "So what if it is?" Having received an affirmative answer, Ji Xiu nodded and then spoke on his own, "If that's the case, then it's settled." Having said that, in the shocked gazes of everyone, Ji Xiu raised his little hand, cupped Mu Bing's face. Then he tiptoed and planted a firm kiss on Mu Bing's extremely charming face. Mua. At the sight of this, the entire martial arts arena was stunned. Whether it was Mu Qiu, Grandma Mu Hua, or Mother Lin Ru, their eyes were slightly glazed, and their mouths were wide open, almost wide enough to hold an egg. "Junior sister." This, Mu Qiu's eyes widened, and she pointed at Ji Xiu, as if asking how this little fellow in your family could be so reckless. "Senior sister. Our Xiu'er is just very enthusiastic. They're just kids." Grandma Mu Hua responded with a bit of amusement. However, it had to be said that her precious grandson's actions tonight really caught her off guard. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Ru coughed 3 times awkwardly and chimed in. Yes, my son has always been enthusiastic since he was a child. Excuse his rudeness." Having said that, she thought to herself, "Ji Xiu, you little rascal, that I told you to be bold and have some charisma, but I didn't tell you to act like a hooligan." Thinking of this, Lin Ru just couldn't stand it anymore. She suddenly shouted, "Let go of that girl." Having said that, Lin Ru quickly stepped forward and pulled Ji Xiu to her side. Then, without saying a word, she slapped Ji Xiu twice on the buttocks. "You little rascal. Aren't you ashamed? From now on, you might as well not be called Ji Xiu. Just change your name to Ji Bunoxiu, Ji the Shameless." After being beaten, Ji Xiu started his act. His eyes were red and filled with mist. He asked aggrievedly, "Mother, isn't marriage supposed to be a relationship where people can kiss and sleep together? Am I wrong?" Lin Ru, Grandma Mu Hua, Mu Qiu, Mu Bing. The atmosphere fell silent for 3 seconds. Lin Ru was a bit dazed by the question. She suddenly remembered the conversation with Ji Xiu last night and felt her cheeks flush. However, as a mother, she thought she should show her authority and give this little rascal a good lesson. "You little rascal, you've even learned to talk back. Ji Bunoxiu. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you later. Come on, go back to the palace with me." Having said that, she grabbed Ji Xiu's ear tightly and walked towards Luophone Palace. Just before leaving, Ji Xiu waved to Mu Bing and said, "Mu Bing, let's sleep together sometime." Hearing this and seeing this scene, Grandma Mu Hua couldn't help but shake her head with a smile as she watched Lin Ru, who seemed to be making a bit of an escape with Ji Xiu. She thought that her precious grandsons but was going to suffer tonight, and Mu Qiu on the side exclaimed, "This kid has quite an unusual way of thinking." Having said that, in fact, she didn't think too much about it. After all, what bad intentions could a 3-year-old child have? Having said that, she turned to look at her precious disciple, who was still standing there in a daze, with a red, kissed face, and gently asked, "Binger, are you okay?" Mu Bing shook her head. "Master, Binger is fine." However, even though she said so, No one knew how fast her heart was beating at that moment, nor did anyone know what kind of complex mental journey she had just gone through. She wiped the wetness on her face, bit her lips, and muttered angrily, "Damn it. I, the Empress, have actually been kissed by this great demon lord. In the future, this guy even wants to sleep with me? How audacious. What a presumptuous fellow." At Ji Mansion, Luophone Palace, Ji Xiu was lying on the palace bed. Although his butt was stinging from the beating by his mother Lin Ru, and he was under a 7-day house arrest order. Not allowed to leave the palace gate. The smile on his face never faded, and he was extremely happy inside. He casually opened the system's character panel. Name: Ji Xiu. Age: 3 years old. Identity: Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Cultivation: the 9th stage of Qi refining. Bloodline constitution: Divine Demon Heart and Bone. 3 major realm barriers have not been opened yet. Conditions for opening the 3 major realm barriers: Demon's Arrival, 10,000 points of Heavenly Mandate Essence. Divine Forbidden, 100,000 points of Heavenly Mandate Essence. Immortal Ashes, 1,000,000 points of Heavenly Mandate Essence. Cultivation techniques: Swallowing Immortal Demon Technique has been cultivated to the 2nd stage. Flying Dragon Cloud, Grabbing Hand, Beginner Level. Weapon: the Great Luo Sword Embryo. Heavenly Mandate Essence, 4,500 points. Fate Level: Black Soul Fading and Dying. System Mall, opened. Quest System, not opened. Automatically opens at the Earth of Fate realm. Warehouse: 1 Heavenly Mandate Pill, 1 Soul, Slaying Nail. System Prompt: more information can be expanded. After carefully scanning his character panel, Ji Xiu felt extremely comfortable all over. This time, during the check-in, he not only obtained the Great Luo Sword Embryo, the #1 killing sword through the ages, moreover, he used the Flying Dragon Cloud, Grabbing Hand to steal 3,000 points of Heavenly Mandate Essence from the female protagonist Mu Bing in the novel, as well as a Soul, Slaying Nail. Most importantly, he gave Mu Bing a big warning. Without exaggeration, he really felt great. If he remembered correctly, in the novel, Mu Bing would drive 10 Soul, Slaying Nails into his body on their wedding night in the future. These 10 Soul, Slaying Nails could almost cripple half of his cultivation. So, this was really a good thing. Ji Xiu stroked his chin and let out a sigh. Then he immediately checked the information about the Soul, Slaying Nail. Soul, Slaying Nail, an Imperial, level hidden weapon, a relic of reincarnation, forged by the immortal Empress Mu Bing. It has extremely powerful killing power and can slay gods and emperors. A total of 10 pieces. System rating: 7, star level. System evaluation: Gods Shed Tears. Usage condition: can be used at the Star Gathering realm. Predicted power: can kill randomly below the Saint level. System prompt: 1 Soul, Slaying Nail can only be used once. It can be used by those at the Star Gathering cultivation level, and it has extremely strong lethality and can kill randomly below the Saint level. This was indeed an extremely reliable life-saving card. Ji Xiu nodded and murmured he knew that Mu Bing's Soul, Slaying Nails had extremely strong killing power. Even Imperial level powerhouses could be killed. Of course, this also depended on the user's cultivation and strength. However, it must be said, if a cultivator at the Gathering Star realm could run amok among those below the Saint level by using the Soul-Eating Nail, then its power had indeed far exceeded his expectations. Although it could only be used once and could only kill 1 person at a time, it was truly a very precious life-saving trump card. Ji Xiu carefully put it away. Then he looked at the Great Luo Sword Embryo he had obtained through sign. Great Luo Sword Embryo, a relic of the heavens, the most inauspicious killing sword throughout the ages. System rating: 8 star. System evaluation: indestructible through all calamities, eternal and immortal. System prompt: this sword is inauspicious. It is recommended that the host attempt to use it only after reaching the monarch rank cultivation. Sure enough, it was the very sword he was familiar with. Ji Xiu smacked his lips. Of course, he knew this sword was inauspicious. After all, the once almighty heavenly emperor who dominated the ages had also been slashed into a shower of blood by it. However, one had to admit that this sword was extremely powerful and terrifying. The killing power contained within it was unparalleled. Ji Xiu took out the Great Luo Sword Embryo. When he grasped the hilt, glimmers of celestial light fluttered down. The terrifying killing power filled his entire body. His heartbeat and the flow of his blood accelerated instantly. In an instant, he knew that this sword would be one of his most powerful assistants in the future. He put away the great Luo sword embryo and calmed down. Looking at the bright moon outside the window, he began to analyze the current situation. The royal family of the Northern Xia dynasty was eyeing him covetously. But as long as his great Aunt Mu Qiu was still alive, they wouldn't dare to openly take action against him. However, he needed to be wary of Ji Wuji, the undercover agent planted by the Northern Xia dynasty in the Ji family military mansion. He was no small problem. As for the female protagonist of the novel, Mu Bing, she was full of tricks and constantly wanted to kill him. However, after being reborn, she was now only 7 years old. At the 7th level of Qi, refining at the age of 7, she might be regarded as a once-in-a millennium top prodigy by others, but in front of him, she couldn't stir up much trouble. Moreover, she couldn't even activate the only soul-eating nail that posed a threat to him for the time being, that is for the male protagonist of the novel, who was the illegitimate son of the Celestial clan. He was not in the same area as Ji Xiu at present, so there was no need to give him special consideration. To sum it up, there was temporarily no trouble, and he still had quite a bit of time. However, he really had to seize the time. His thoughts paused here. Whoosh, Ji Xiu let out a long sigh. Next, he would just follow the normal routine. He was only one step away from reaching the life soil realm. Now, he was exactly under house arrest by his mother for 7 days. Then, he would break through to the life soil realm during these 7 days. A glimmer shone in Ji Xiu's clear eyes. Immediately afterwards, he took out the Heavenly Destiny pill he had bought with 500 Heavenly Destiny essences from the warehouse and swallowed it in one gulp. He activated the Devouring Immortal and Demon technique and began to practice. Time flew by. When the setting sun of the 7th day arrived, whoosh, Ji Xiu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, it was seen that the light of the bright moon twinkled in his eyes. Inside his body, all his bones and meridians were flowing with the light of stars that in just 7 days. He had broken through the 9th level of Qi, refining and successfully opened up the life soil for cultivation in his Dantian. At this moment, the level of his true essence had undergone a qualitative leap. Life, soil realm. I've reached it, Ji Xiu murmured softly. When he casually moved his muscles and bones, he could hear crackling sounds, and an extremely comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. The unprecedented powerful force surging in his body gave him more confidence. Just then, the system prompt suddenly rang in Ji Xiu's ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the life soil realm. You have received a system reward of 500 Heavenly Destiny points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the life soil realm. The task system has been activated. Ding! System prompt. The sign in location has been refreshed. It is the Dark Colosseum in the capital. Hearing this, Ji Xiu stretched his body and, with a surprised and slightly raised eyebrow, murmured to himself, the sign in location has been refreshed again. How timely. Meanwhile, in the falling moon palace of the Ji mansion, Mu Bing held an ice sword and stabbed fiercely in the direction of the falling maple palace. The slightly red setting sun was sliced 2 inches apart, and the ice-cold light fell into her eyes, making her look extremely cold. She gritted her silver teeth and angrily shouted, Ji Buxiu, you shameless little thief. How dare you steal my soul? Eating nail. Yes, she finally found that one of her hidden powerful weapons was missing. But since she was in the Ji family military mansion, she could do nothing at all. All of this was exactly as Ji Xiu had planned. He just stole it from her. So what if she found out? In the falling maple palace, Ji Xiu decided to open the long-awaited task system. After all, he still needed 5,000 Heavenly Destiny points to activate the demon's arrival. Completing tasks to earn Heavenly Destiny essences was a good choice. Ding! The task system has finished loading. May I ask if the host wants to activate the system at this moment? Hearing this, Ji Xiu nodded without the slightest hesitation. Ding! The task system has been activated. Ji Xiu only felt a jolt in his head, and a virtual task screen immediately appeared in front of his eyes. This time, he found that the newly opened task system was divided into 2 task lists, bounty tasks and active tasks. Bounty tasks, simply put, were tasks issued by the system. Active tasks were tasks that one could take on voluntarily. At this moment, Ji Xiu noticed that the bounty task list was empty. This meant that the system had not actively issued any bounty tasks for now. Fortunately, there was a task listed in the active task list. Active task: the Spirit Race Maiden. Task description: rescue Gu Yao, a spirit race maiden imprisoned in the Colosseum and forced to be a gladiator. Task location: the Dark Colosseum in the capital of the Northern Xia dynasty. Task reward: 6,300 Heavenly Destiny essences. Task deadline: none the spirit race maiden, Gu Yao. Seeing this familiar name, a playful smile curled up on Ji Xiu's lips. In the novel, Gu Yao was the future empress of the spirit race and a peerless prodigy who cultivated both magic and martial arts. She propped up the tottering spirit race, saved it from the depths of distress, and single-handedly built the spirit race into the first royal family in the Tianshan continent. With one strike of her sword, she shocked the world and wiped out an ancient demon dynasty. On the battlefield of gods and demons, she softly chanted a forbidden spell, causing all the stars to fall, and millions of demon generals vanished into thin air in an instant. She was the most talented woman in 10,000 years in the white moonlight of countless righteous prodigies on the continent. Extremely stunning and peerlessly brilliant. Most importantly, she was the only close friend of the female protagonist Mu Bing in the novel. Ji Xiu stroked his chin. Memories of Gu Yao, the spirit race maiden, welled up in his mind, and his heart became more and more excited. Ji Yao, the future empress of the spirit race, the only close friend of Mu Bing, one of the most powerful future enemies. If he could win her over, his future path would be much easier. Ji Xiu murmured to himself, his mind calculating vigorously, and his smile became even more radiant. At this thought, Ji Xiu didn't hesitate to accept this task. Ding. System prompt. The task has been successfully received. Ding. System prompt. The task, the spirit race maiden, has officially started. Hearing the clear system prompt in his ear, Ji Xiu let out a long sigh. Regarding Gu Yao, her past in the novel was a mystery. Even her close friend Mu Bing didn't know much about it, so Mu Bing should be unaware of Gu Yao's situation in the Dark Colosseum during her teenage years. He should seize every second now, try his best to raise money and go to the Dark Colosseum, but where could he get the money? Just as Ji Xiu's thoughts were swirling, familiar footsteps came from outside the palace. Ji Xiu's heart skipped a beat with joy that he thought his benefactor had come, so he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Bang! The palace gate opened. Grandmother Muhua, with her hands behind her back, walked up to the palace bed. Looking at Ji Xiu, who was lying on the bed at the moment, she said crossly, "Little fellow, grandmother is here. Are you still going to pretend to be asleep?" Hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled helplessly. Then he had no choice but to open his eyes and reached out his hands towards Muhua, saying in a childish voice, "Grandmother, carry me." Seeing Ji Xiu acting so coquettishly, Muhua couldn't hold back her laughter. "Oh, you." Then, she picked up Ji Xiu and asked jokingly, "Little fellow, does your butt still hurt?" "Yes." Ji Xiu nodded vigorously and complained to his grandmother, looking wronged. "It hurts. Mother beat me so hard." He wasn't lying about this. If it were other children, after such a severe spanking from their mother, their buttocks would have been in a sorry state. "Come off it. You're already a powerful cultivator at the Mingtu realm. This spanking is nothing." Muhua mercilessly exposed Ji Xiu. Nevertheless, her eyes were full of pride. After observing for these years, she increasingly felt that her grandson's talent was far more terrifying than she had expected. Ji Xiu scratched his head sheepishly. He had never hidden his cultivation base from his family. So, it was quite normal for Grandmother Muhua to sense his cultivation. "Grandmother, I haven't seen you for 7 days. Xiu misses you so much." Ji Xiu cuddled up to Muhua, acting coquettishly, with a pair of big, shrewd eyes. He was laying the groundwork for his next plan to ask for money. "Speak up. What do you want?" "You brat," Muhua asked with a smile. She knew Ji Xiu too well. Naturally, she knew that Ji Xiu had a request for her, gold coins. "Lots and lots of gold coins," Ji Xiu said with a beaming face. "What do you need gold coins for?" Muhua was a bit surprised. Well, Ji Xiu was silent for a moment and finally decided to tell the truth. "Grandmother, Xiu wants to go to the Dark Colosseum." "So that's it," Muhua nodded. This was not strange. Many noble children in the capital would go to the Dark Colosseum to buy some promising gladiators and train them into their personal bodyguards. She didn't think it was a big deal. The only thing she was worried about was her grandson's safety. After all, the Dark Colosseum in the capital was a chaotic place where it was extremely difficult to control the situation. However, after much deliberation, Muhua had already come up with a countermeasure. Then, she took out a black card and put it into Ji Xiu's hand. "Xiu, there are 100 million gold coins in here. This time, when you buy gladiators, buy the best, quality ones. Let grandmother see your taste. It's also a chance for you to gain some experience." Muhua gently tapped Ji Xiu's nose, full of affection. 100 million. Ji Xiu was shocked. He had thought it would be great if his grandmother could give a 3-year-old him a 7-figure amount of gold coins. But who would have thought that his grandmother would offer 100 million at once? At this moment, Ji Xiu couldn't help but privately sigh in a rather cliché way. "My grandmother is so rich." You know, in the Baixia dynasty, There were quite a few noble families that could come up with 100 million gold coins, but the Ji family was the only one that would give 100 million to a 3-year-old child for practice. Grandmother is amazing. Ji Xiu excitedly gave Muhua a kiss on the cheek, which made Muhua burst out laughing. Show her. Grandmother allows you to go to the Dark Colosseum, but you can't go alone. Grandmother has to find someone to accompany you. After Muhua said this, an old man in black walked into Luofeng Palace from the deep night. The old man had an ordinary face, the kind that would be completely unnoticeable in a crowd. However, the icy aura and the indescribable sense of oppression he exuded were real. Moreover, Ji Xiu, with his extraordinary perception, seemed to smell the thick stench of blood on him. This smell of blood was as if he had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, making one shudder. A Lord-level powerhouse, definitely a Lord-level powerhouse, and a killer at that. Ji Xiu was shocked. This old man's cultivation was extremely high. In fact, he was even more powerful than Ji Xiu's parents. Moreover, he guessed that the old man specialized in killing and had once been a killer. Who is he? Ji Xiu asked curiously. Let me introduce him. He will be the steward of Luofeng Palace from now on. You can just call him Old Wei, Muhua said with a smile. After that, the old man in black bowed to Ji Xiu and said respectfully, Your humble servant, Wei Qin, pays homage to the young heir. Hearing this, Ji Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought to himself, a Lord-level killer as a bodyguard, quite interesting. A Lord-level powerhouse, specializing in killing. He was once a killer. Could he be from the #1 killer organization on the Tianxin continent? Ji Xiu looked at the old man in black with interest and speculated secretly. You know, on the Tianxin continent, Lord-level powerhouses were extremely rare. A Lord-level powerhouse was fully qualified to establish a sect. Even in the 3 top-tier dynasties on the Tianxin continent, they were considered big shots and would be vied for by various noble families. They would never be as obscure as Old Wei. So, there was only one possibility. That is, the Old Wei in front of him could only be from the #1 killer organization on the Tianxin continent, Renjin. Thinking of this, Ji Xiu's eyes lit up. In fact, only the powerhouses from this mysterious killer organization would be so low key. Moreover, Ji Xiu guessed that even in the #1 killer organization full of killers, Old Wei's status might not be low. At this moment, Ji Xiu was sizing up Wei Qin, and Wei Qin was also sizing up Ji Xiu. Wei Qin was even more shocked, a 3-year-old Ming-Tu realm powerhouse. Our young heir truly has the aura of an ancient great emperor. No, far beyond the aura of a great emperor. He had lived most of his life and had seen many prodigies. But compared with Ji Xiu, these prodigies were really nothing. They were simply not in the same league. He took a deep breath and then said to Ji Xiu, Young heir, your humble servant is willing to serve you wholeheartedly. I'm also willing to be the sword in your hand. In the future, your humble servant will surely clear all the obstacles in front of you. Hearing this, Ji Xiu's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he got straight to the point and asked the question in his mind. May I ask if Old Wei is from Renjin? Huh. Hearing this, Old Wei was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Muhua, and grandmother Muhua looked at Ji Xiu in surprise. She never expected that her grandson would know about Renjin, the #1 killer organization on the Tianxin continent. Hee. Muhua smiled and nodded at Old Wei, indicating that there was no need to hide. Reporting to the young heir, your humble servant does come from Renjin, and I once served as the chief instructor of Renjin. Old Wei revealed his origin, just as I thought. Ji Xiu smiled contentedly. He thought that if Old Wei was going to work by his side in the future, it was best to be frank with each other and not keep any secrets from him. It was great that Old Wei was a Lord-level powerhouse. It was even better that he was a killer from Renjin. In this way, he would have an extra sharp sword by his side in the future. However, what surprised him even more was, Old Wei was not only a killer from Renjin. He had once been the chief instructor of Renjin. That is to say, he was the third in command of Renjin. Within the continent's premier assassin organization, only the 2 founding members hold a marginally higher status than him. Under his tutelage, countless top-notch assassins have emerged. Undoubtedly, he is a true titan in the assassin world of the Tianxin continent. Whoosh! Ji Xiu took a deep breath, then solemnly extended his hand towards Elder Wei and declared, Elder Wei, in the future, kindly offer your guidance. Seeing this, Elder Wei also earnestly grasped Ji Xiu's hand. Under the moonlight, maple leaves fluttered. Inside the Luofeng Palace, the scene of this old man and young man shaking hands solemnly might have seemed somewhat peculiar. However, for Ji Xiu and Wei Qin, it was a historic moment. Meanwhile, Grandma Muhua watched this scene with a satisfied smile. She had a premonition that in the future, with Wei Qin's assistance, her precious grandson would overturn the entire continent. The next day, as night fell, Ji Xiu donned a sumptuous black robe and stepped out of the Luofeng Palace. Elder Wei had been waiting outside the palace for a long time. Let's go. Elder Wei, let's set off for the Dark Colosseum in the capital, Ji Xiu said with a smile to Wei Qin. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei nodded seriously and then escorted Ji Xiu by his side. The two of them headed towards the Dark Colosseum together, in the southern part of the capital. The Dark Colosseum came into Ji Xiu's view. There were thousands of bright lights, and it was extremely bustling. Tens of thousands of people from the capital were sitting in the Colosseum, roaring and shouting frantically. Above the Colosseum, two gladiators were engaged in a bloody fight. Every clash of weapons, every spatter of blood, and every sound of a blade piercing the skin and tearing flesh made the cheers in the Colosseum even louder and more insane. Among the high-ups of the dark arena, a group of the capital's bigwigs were looking down on the battle in the Colosseum from above. They held crystal glasses, sipping the rarest wines while enjoying this blood-filled feast. Among them were high-ranking officials and nobles from the capital, young masters from wealthy and influential families, and bosses of the capital's underground forces, the heir of the first warlord family of Beixia. Ji Xiu was assigned to the Tianxian Pavilion among the 4 pavilions of Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang in the Dark Colosseum. Apparently, Grandma Mu Hua had made the best arrangements before Ji Xiu's arrival. Clang! When the crystal lamp at the entrance of the Tian character private box lit up, it immediately caught the attention of the group of nobles. Hiss! The big shot in the Tian character private box has arrived. Could it be a bigwig from the palace? Or perhaps the sacred sons and daughters of the 7 cultivation sects have come. Today, the crystal lamps of all 4 pavilions of Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang are lit. Could it be that all the big shots have come? Shill. Talk less. These top-notch big shots are not something we can discuss and speculate about. True. In the Dishan Pavilion, there were 2 extremely beautiful women. One looked around 20 years old, wearing an extremely luxurious phoenix, patterned long dress. Her willow-shaped eyebrows were exquisitely beautiful, full of valiance and nobility. Her pair of beautiful eyes resembled a secluded lake, seemingly calm but actually containing the coldness of a harsh winter. Her delicate nose was extremely charming, making her look noble and elegant, coupled with her slightly moist lips like a rose after the rain. Her whole face had a dreamy and stunning beauty. She was as beautiful as a divine maiden, astonishingly gorgeous. This was the most intuitive impression she gave. The other was a 13-year-old girl. She wore a white feathered dress, pure and spotless. Her eyes were like cold stars, and her lips were like cherry petals. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, though a bit childish, but anyone who had seen her would not doubt that when she grew up, she would surely be a peerless beauty who could captivate a nation. Master, who do you think the person in the Tianxian Pavilion is? The girl asked curiously. He. The woman smiled casually and said, the young heir of the Ji family? Ji Xiu. Ah, the girl exclaimed in surprise. It's him. This will surely be a lively day. In the Xian character pavilion, 2 men in sacred red robes remained silent. One middle-aged man asked a handsome young man with a slight look of concern, young master, the person in the Tianxian Pavilion, could that person have the same target as ours today? Humph, the young man snorted. So what if it is? The siblings of the spirit clan belong to our red-robed cult. It's no use whoever comes, with the sacred fire as the order. The red-robed cult is supreme. They were from the red-robed cult, one of the 7 cultivation sects in the Tianxian continent. In the Huang character pavilion, a delicate and handsome man in a python-patterned robe was silently sipping tea. As the scene zoomed in, it turned out that he was the current favorite of the capital's royal family, the superintendent of the Western factory. Yu Huatian, superintendent, why have we come here today? Yu Huatian smiled and looked in the direction of the Tianxian Pavilion and said, by the Emperor's oral order, I've come here personally to take a look at this young heir of the Ji family. Ding. You have arrived at the Dark Colosseum in the capital. Ding. Does the host want to sign in? Hearing the system prompt in his ear, sign in, Ji Xiu nodded firmly. Ding. Sign. Unsuccessful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 6-star reward, the Ghost Flute Chinching. Ding. Sign. Unsuccessful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 6-star reward, the Soul Capturing Trilogy. After the system's voice faded, Ji Xiu quickly opened the system warehouse. At this moment, a long and slender black flute lay in the warehouse, the Ghost Flute Chinching. a relic of the Demon Path Grandmaster. With no cultivation restrictions that if used in conjunction with the soul, capturing trilogy, its power is incredibly strange. The soul, capturing trilogy, the Requiem, can control deceased cultivators to fight for the user. Can be practiced at the Constellation, Gathering Realm. The soul, robbing melody, can intercept the souls of cultivators and turn them into puppets, can be practiced at the Monarch, Rank Realm. The spirit, summoning melody, has a certain probability of resurrecting newly deceased cultivators, can be practiced at the Saint Realm. 2 rewards in one go, 2 gains from one action, 2 prizes from one sign. Ji Xiu was in high spirits. This time, he had directly obtained 2 6-star rewards. Although the Ghost Flute Qingqing and the Soul, capturing trilogy were 2 stars weaker than the Great Luo Sword Fetus he had obtained from a previous sign. With Qingqing and the Soul, capturing trilogy, he would be able to control more things in the future, controlling corpses, robbing souls, and summoning spirits. It couldn't be more exhilarating. Whoosh, Ji Xiu let out a long breath, suppressing his inner excitement, and then shifted his attention to the Dark Colosseum. Now was not the time to be complacent, but to do his best to complete the system task. After all, he was determined to obtain the 6,300 heavenly essence. Elder Wei, explain, what are the rules of the Dark Colosseum? Ji Xiu asked, reporting to the young heir. The rules are simple. After each life and death battle in the Colosseum ends, the surviving winner will be auctioned off in public. The highest bidder gets. It's worth mentioning that all the gladiators here have never practiced cultivation. 1 could say they are like blank slates. In the life and death battles, they can only rely on their combat skills and physical strength to kill their opponents. Elder Wei explained to Ji Xiu earnestly. Very good. Ji Xiu nodded and smiled slightly. Seeing this, Elder Wei nodded and thought to himself, the young heir must have a target in mind. Time flew by. 9 battles had concluded, and the 9 victorious gladiators were snapped up at exorbitant prices by the nobles in the capital city. One of them was even auctioned off for a staggering 5 million gold coins, astonishing the tens of thousands of people in the Colosseum, while the crowd was still immersed in the exhilarating blood bath just now. A tall and stunning woman stepped forward. She was dressed in a black cheongsam, with high-heeled shoes on her feet, and her long, shapely legs were clad in black stockings. Her voluptuous figure was perfectly accentuated. Her appearance instantly set the atmosphere ablaze. In the Colosseum, countless men blushed, swallowed hard, and felt a searing heat surging through them at the sight of this woman. She was Luo Yuzhu, the chief auctioneer of the Dark Colosseum. She was the goddess in the hearts of numerous men in the capital city. Once, a prince attempted to court her favor. However, the next day, that prince was found dead in his mansion, with his meridians severed, bones reduced to ashes, and only his skin remaining. Even the all-powerful Western factory in the capital city couldn't find a single clue about the murderer, or rather, they dared not continue the investigation. Since then, Luo Yuzhu had become one of the most untouchable figures in the capital city. Elder Wei whispered an introduction to Ji Xiu. Hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. He cast a glance at the voluptuous, alluring and extremely amiable woman standing in the center of the Colosseum. Poison goddess, Luo Yuzhu, Ji Xiu murmured absent-mindedly, in the original novel. In 10,000 years later, Luo Yuzhu would become the renowned poison goddess. Her master was the great villainous Shinji, of the same level as himself. So it turns out, 10,000 years ago, Luo Yuzhu was the chief auctioneer of the Dark Colosseum. Ji Xiu nodded. Just as his thoughts were swirling, Luo Yuzhu, standing in the center of the Colosseum, spoke up. Next, it's the highlight battle of tonight. The orphan of the Spirit Clan versus the berserker of the Beast Clan. As her voice faded, the entire Colosseum erupted in a frenzy. Even the bigwigs in the capital city perked up. Here it comes. Ji Xiu snapped back to reality and stared intently at the Colosseum. In the Colosseum, Luo Yuzhu extended her slender hand and snapped her fingers gently. Boom. The fences on the east and west sides of the Colosseum swung open with a thunderous noise. Thump. Thump. A series of heavy footsteps echoed from the darkness. Instantly, the Colosseum fell silent. When an orc over 9 meters tall emerged from the fence, hiss, a chorus of gasps filled the air. This orc was tall and muscular, with his body brimming with powerful muscles. His face was hideous, and his scarlet eyes were filled with a blood-thirsty glint. His 2 sharp fangs protruded from his mouth like crescent moons, exposed to the air. He wielded a huge battle axe, looking exactly like a terrifying blood-thirsty beast god. On the other side, a young girl stepped out. She was wearing a tattered hempen dress that barely covered her budding figure. Her feet were bare, and her face and hair were smudged with dirt. However, even so, her peerless beauty still shone through. She held an iron sword in her hand, and her beautiful eyes, as clear as autumn waters, were filled with determination and unyielding spirit. Female Emperor of the Spirit Clan, Gu Yao. A glimmer of light sparked in Ji Xiu's eyes. Today he had come for this young girl. Just then, he suddenly noticed that there was a small and timid boy standing behind Gu Yao. This was Gu Yao's younger brother, Ji Jian, the future sword god of the Spirit Clan, Gu Jian, who would be revered as the Ling Jian Zun by billions of cultivators from all races. He was born with a supreme bone and had extremely powerful natural talent. In the novel, he would die at my hands in the future, right? He's actually here too. It seems I've really struck it lucky today. Ji Xiu stroked his chin and began to get excited. In the Earth Mystic Pavilion, the mysterious woman sipped her tea, and her beautiful eyes occasionally glanced in the direction of the Sky Mystic Pavilion. Finally, she slightly parted her red lips and murmured to herself. It seems that the young heir of the Ji family has come for this final battle today, in the mysterious character pavilion, at the site of Gu Yao and Gu Jian. The orphans of the Spirit Clan, Shen Feng, the young master of the red-robed cult, was brimming with greed and desire in his eyes. Here they are. I must win this pair of siblings in this auction. The elder sister will serve as a cultivation cauldron. The younger brother's supreme bone will be dug out. In the future, when I achieve great success, I'll be the sole young master of the red-robed cult. Shen Nodfin's laughter was extremely chilling. He had come to the Dark Colosseum in the capital city today because he had received a secret report from his sect. He had lusted after the legendary Supreme Bone for a long time and naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. In the yellow character pavilion, Yu Huatian, the eunuch in charge of the Western factory, gently tapped the table with his hand. The siblings of the Spirit Clan. Is the young heir of the Ji family here for them? Having said that, he cast a glance at Gu Yao and Gu Jian from afar. Then, he shook his head. Just one glance was enough for him to see that although Gu Yao, the elder sister, had a decent bone structure, her meridians were severely damaged, and her bloodline was over. Exhausted, in the future, she would most likely reach no higher than the Lord Realm. Ji Jian, the younger brother, had an even inferior bone structure compared to Gu Yao. Even with the Spirit Clan bloodline, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. If it wasn't for this pair of siblings. Ji Xiu, are you here for this stinky orc? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Huatian frowned, and a growing sense of unease welled up in his heart. Of course, it wasn't strange for him to be so confused. After all, you didn't know that Gu Yao would become the unparalleled female emperor of the Spirit Clan in the future. Even less did he know that Gu Jian's supreme bone would only manifest after he truly started his cultivation. In the Colosseum, every smile and frown of Luo Yuzhu made the men present tingle with anticipation. Ignoring the scorching gazes from the entire audience, she amiably said, "The orc, Gudanhe, possesses a small amount of the bloodline of the beast god. He is endowed with boundless strength and blood. Thirsty and frenzied, he once killed over 100 gladiators in the training ground. He is one of the most outstanding warriors in our Colosseum, known as the Berserker." As her voice faded, tens of thousands of people in the Colosseum were startled. They knew that gladiators had to undergo strict and brutal training before entering the Colosseum. Only those who had survived the cruel battles in the training ground were qualified to step onto the Colosseum. And this orc had killed over 100 gladiators before even entering the Colosseum. One could only imagine how powerful this orc was. After introducing the Berserker of the Beast Clan, Luo Yuzhu shifted her beautiful eyes and looked towards Gu Yao and Gu Jian. Then she said, "The orphans of the Spirit Clan. As is well known, the Spirit Clan was once the first royal family on the Tianshan continent. The elder sister, Gu Yao, is a battle genius. She wiped out all those who challenged her in the training ground. Under her protection, the younger brother, Gu Jian, has never killed anyone and has never stained his hands with a single drop of blood. Known as the Angel of Slaughter." After these words, the whole audience was in an uproar. The Spirit Clan was the first royal family on the Tianshan continent 1,000 years ago. Their natural talent and bloodline were extremely powerful. Even their blood could cure all ailments and was the most superior medicinal herb. However, later on, the Spirit Clan declined. Those with the Spirit Clan bloodline had become the most prized prey in the eyes of the major cultivation sects and noble families on the continent. Next, it's still the old rule. The minimum bet is 1 gold coin, and the maximum bet is 10 million gold coins. The odds are 1 to 2. Please place your bets carefully. After Luo Yuzhu finished speaking, she strode off the Colosseum on her long legs. The audience in the Colosseum was in a heated discussion. The Dark Colosseum truly lived up to its reputation as the #1 on the Tianshan continent. Surprisingly, Even the fierce orcs and the orphans with elven bloodlines can be trained into gladiators. Who would deny it? Now, tell me, who do you think will win this battle? I believe the orc named Gudon will emerge victorious. I share the same opinion. However, the so-called killing angel Gu Yao of the elven race is also quite remarkable. The fact that she managed to bring her younger brother to this arena without a single drop of his blood being shed shows that her combat power is formidable. If Gu Yao wins, we can double our earnings. Makes sense. Just as the crowd in the arena was bustling with excitement, in Tianxin Pavilion, Elder Wei looked at Ji Xiu with great interest and asked, "Your Highness, the heir, who do you think will win this round?" Hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled and said, "Wager all 10 million gold coins on Gu Yao." Yes. Elder Wei nodded. He would never question Ji Xiu's decision. Even though Ji Xiu was only 3 years old in Dishuan Pavilion, the young girl in a white feathered garment asked again, "Master, who do you think will win? Is it the orc Gudon or the killing angel Gu Yao?" The mysterious woman let out a soft laugh and said, "How can a lowly orc defeat a noble elf?" Really, the girl frowned. She thought the orc would win Xuanzi Pavilion. Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the red-robed sect, opened his mouth greedily and said, 10 million, all on Gu Yao. In Huangzi Pavilion, Yu Huatian, the chief eunuch of the Western Factory, didn't place a bet. He waited for the battle to start with a gloomy face. In his view, both the orc Gudon and the elf Gu Yao had a chance of winning. That he never made decisions without certainty. Moreover, his main purpose of coming here was to see what Ji Xiu was up to. 10 minutes later, the betting was over, and the battle began. The orc Gudon held a huge axe in his hand, and his pair of scarlet pupils stared at Gu Yao. The elven race has truly declined. Their descendants are getting weaker and weaker. He. His hoarse and low-pitched laughter echoed through the arena. Hearing this, Gu Yao ignored Gudon. Instead, she turned to her younger brother Gu Jian and whispered softly, "Just like before, when the battle starts, hide behind your sister." "Okay, sister," Gu Jian called out, then gritted his teeth and whispered, "This guy is very powerful, stronger than all the opponents we've ever faced. I want to fight with you." "No need." Gu Yao smiled and patted Gu Jian on the head, then said, "He is powerful, but your sister is even more so. As long as your sister is here, he won't be able to hurt a single hair on you." After saying that, she pushed Gu Jian behind her. Then, holding an iron sword, she walked step by step towards the orc Gudon. "Kill." Seeing this, the orc Gudon roared. He swung his huge axe and chopped down at Gu Yao with all his might. Slash. The immense force tore through the air. Ji Yao's beautiful eyes were cold and focused. She slightly dodged to the side. Boom. The huge axe passed by her. That moment, Gudon showed a gap in his defense. Vio seized the opportunity, spun her wrist, and stabbed directly at him. This sword strike was fast and accurate, aiming at Gudon's left eye. Humph. Gudon sneered, took a step back, and waved his huge axe to defend. Clang. A clear sound rang out. The iron sword collided with the huge axe. A blinding spark flashed. The tremendous force sent Gu Yao flying. Dang, 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 dang. Gu Yao took several steps back before barely managing to relieve the great force on the iron sword. Sure enough, in the face of absolute strength, all combat skills are useless. Indeed, if the orc didn't have an absolute advantage, the odds wouldn't be 2-1. After this simple exchange, many spectators in the arena had already noticed the situation. The orc's strength was obviously greater than Gu Yao's, and by no small margin. If this continued, Gu Yao would lose her life within 10 moves, and then her younger brother Gu Jian would also meet a tragic end. Huff. Gu Yao took a deep breath. Obviously, she was aware of this. So, there was only one way left to survive. Bloodline combustion. Gu Yao's beautiful eyes glowed with a bloody light. At this moment, raging flames blazed around her. Kill. Gu Yao stomped her foot hard, and her whole body turned into a streak of fire and charged straight at Gu Jian. In an instant, her speed increased by at least 10 times, in the blink of an eye. She was in front of Gudon. The sharp sword descended like a phantom. Clang, clang. In the arena, the sword light flashed everywhere, and the fire splashed. There were afterimages of Gu Yao everywhere. There was even a scorched smell in the air. The orc Gudon was steadily retreating and was completely suppressed. Seeing this scene, tens of thousands of people in the arena stood up. Everyone's pupils were trembling. What on earth was going on? The battle had reversed in an instant. In Tianxin Pavilion, Elder Wei said in surprise, "The elven secret skill, bloodline combustion. This girl's talent is extraordinary. No wonder her meridians are severely damaged. It turns out she has always relied on this life overdrafting method to reach this stage." Yes, Ji Xiao nodded. Gu Yao was only 13 years old. If she hadn't used this method, how could she have protected herself and her younger brother as they were speaking? Gu Yao in the arena had already struck the orc with over 100 sword strikes. When the last sword fell, crack. The iron sword could no longer bear such a great force and shattered into more than a dozen pieces, scattered on the arena. Puff. Gu Yao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards like a blood-stained kite. Her fair and delicate face was as pale as paper, and she was on the verge of collapse. In contrast, the orc Gudon was in an even worse state. He gasped for breath, and his entire body was covered with terrifying sword wounds that reached the bone. He looked as if he had just emerged from a pool of blood, covered in gore and extremely miserable. Damn it, that damned elven woman. Gudon gritted his teeth and glared at Gu Yao. The blood-thirsty and cruel red in his pair of scarlet eyes became even more intense. It was his turn to unleash his full power. Kill. Gudon roared. He swung his huge axe, blocking out the moonlight, and was about to chop Gu Yao into a shower of blood. However, the next second, something astonishing happened. Gu Yao looked at Gudon coldly. Then, she slowly raised her palm, pointed her finger, and locked onto the target. Zhang. Zhang. The broken sword blades floated up from the ground, turned into blinding streaks of fire, and pierced through Gudon's body in reverse. Puff. Puff. The sound of spurting blood rang out. There were more than a dozen blood holes in Gudon's body. When the last piece of the sword blade cut through the air, Gudon's head was sent flying high. His blood spurted like a fountain for more than 10 meters. His head hit the ground, and the orc blood scattered. This moment, the entire arena fell silent. Gu Yao had actually won. With her last move, she had defied the odds and directly beheaded the orc Gudon. What a powerful combat talent. She truly deserved to have the extraordinary elven bloodline. It was hard to imagine how terrifying she would be if she started her cultivation, considering that she could have such combat power even before cultivating. Unthinkable? Unthinkable. The orc Gul'dan has fallen. Gu Yao survived. Those who bet on Gu Yao were overjoyed, while those who bet on the orc Gul'dan were beating their chests and thighs in despair. Inside the Tianxin Pavilion, the people from the Dark Colosseum brought Ji Xiao the 20 million gold coins he won by betting on Gu Yao. Congratulations, Your Highness the Crown Prince. You've made a huge profit, Elder Wei said with a smile. The Real show is yet to come, Ji Xiao said indifferently. It was quite normal for Gu Yao to win. However, the issue was that it was highly likely that everyone would want to buy Gu Yao now. So, it could be predicted that the bidding today would be extremely fierce. Having said that, Ji Xiao looked at Elder Wei and asked, how many gold coins do you think Gu Yao can be auctioned for today? Well, Elder Wei pondered for a moment and then replied, at least it will start with an 8-digit figure. Makes sense. Ji Xiao nodded. He also thought that at least an 8-digit amount of gold coins would be needed to buy Gu Yao today. However, not to mention tens of millions, even if he spent all the gold coins he had on him, it would be completely worthwhile. At the Colosseum, Gu Jian supported his elder sister, looking at Gu Yao, who was covered in blood and pale-faced. He was filled with. He hated himself for being so useless. He always needed his elder sister to protect him at the cost of her life. He also hated himself for being unable to burn his bloodline to help his elder sister fight the enemy. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He simply couldn't. Not every person with the bloodline of the Spirit Clan could burn their bloodline to enhance their strength. Only 1 in 10,000 Spirit Clan cultivators could do so. All right, we've won. We can survive. Gu Yao, looking pale and haggard, gently patted Gu Jian's head and said in a weak voice. She knew exactly what was on Gu Jian's mind. However, as an elder sister, she was naturally obligated to protect her younger brother. For this, even if it meant burning her bloodline and overdraining her life, she had no regrets. Just then, the clicking sound of high-heeled shoes echoed. Luo Yuzhu returned to the Colosseum again. Without even glancing at the beheaded orc Gul'dan, she smiled and said, the orphan siblings of the Spirit Clan, Gu Yao and Gu Jian. The starting bid is 500,000 gold coins. The minimum increment for each bid is 500,000 gold coins. Now, the auction begins. As soon as she finished speaking, a big shot from the underground forces in the capital bid 1 million gold coins. A young master from a wealthy family sneered and said, 5 million gold coins. Is that all? A noble from the capital disdainfully said, 8 million gold coins, 9 million gold coins. 9.5 million gold coins. The price soared all the way up to 20 million gold coins. By this time, there were fewer and fewer bidders. After all, this price was already extremely high. 20 million gold coins were enough to buy a powerful mercenary army. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, in the Xian character pavilion, Shen Feng, the young master of the Red Robe cult, made a bid 30 million gold coins. In an instant, the entire Colosseum was in an uproar. Hearing this price, even Luo Yuzhu on the Colosseum couldn't help but look over 30 million gold coins. Is there any other noble who wants to bid? After her words, the entire Colosseum fell silent. 30 million gold coins. This had broken the highest transaction record of this dark Colosseum. It should be unlikely that anyone would bid again. 40 million. A young and innocent voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the Tianjin pavilion. That great figure had made a move. 40 million. Oh my goodness. 40 million. That's too much. Although Gu Yao had good combat power and talent, she wasn't worth 40 million gold coins. Indeed, currently, a person with the bloodline of the Spirit Clan could be bought on the market for around 500,000 gold coins. 40 million was simply too exaggerated. Damn it. Sure enough, there was someone competing with them. Shen Nanfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, should we continue to bid?" A protector of the Red Robe cult whispered. Bid? Of course we should bid. Shen Nanfeng's face darkened, and he continued to bid. 50 million gold coins. Heh. Hearing this, Ji Shu remained calm and continued to raise the bid. 55 million. Bastard. Shen Nanfeng cursed and roared. 60 million. 70 million. Ji Shu casually added 10 million. Hearing this figure, Shen Nanfeng's face turned extremely ugly. This time, he had only brought 60 million gold coins with him, plus the 20 million he won from the bet just now. He had at most 80 million in total. If the price went above 80 million, he couldn't afford it. To be honest, no one was more panicked than him at this moment. 80 million. Shen Nanfeng went all in. After saying that, his face darkened, and he coldly said in the direction of the Tianjin pavilion, "The price of 80 million is already quite high. I hope you'll think it over carefully. Our Red Robe cult will be extremely grateful." After his words, all the cultivators in the Dark Colosseum trembled. It turned out that the great figure in the Xian character pavilion was from the Red Robe cult. This was one of the 7 major cultivation sects on the Tianjin continent. A super giant. Although his words sounded polite, they clearly carried a threatening tone. It meant that the bid of his Red Robe cult was already high enough today. So, they didn't want to bid more. So, it was the Red Robe cult. No wonder they were so wealthy. However, they were so overbearing. They were trying to use their power to suppress others. The big shots from the capital at the Colosseum frowned and were quite displeased. Just then, Ji Shu in the Tianjin pavilion gently tapped the table with his finger and said indifferently, 90 million. When Ji Shu's voice faded, the cultivators in the Dark Colosseum felt a shiver down their spines. The big shots all looked towards the Tianjin pavilion, speculating about which great figure was sitting inside. For a Spirit Clan girl, he actually bid 90 million, and he didn't even mind offending the Red Robe cult. One of the 7 major cultivation sects on the Tianjin continent. Damn it. Hearing this price, Shen Nanfeng was instantly filled with rage. With a snap, the teacup in his hand shattered instantly. He knew that he had completely lost the chance. On the Colosseum, Luo Yuzhu smiled and looked in the direction of the Tianjin pavilion, then said, "Sold for 90 million. Hearing this news, Gu Jian's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and he said in a trembling voice to his elder sister, "Sister, we are actually worth so much." Hearing this, Gu Yao stared blankly in the direction of the Tianjin pavilion and murmured absent-mindedly, "Yes, why are we worth so much?" She wanted to know who the great figure who bought her and her younger brother at such an exorbitant price was. In her opinion, no great figure was a fool. Buying them at such a high price must have an ulterior motive. Just then, with a clang, the door of the Tianjin pavilion opened and a slender figure walked out. He was wearing a black brocade robe. His delicate and handsome face was quite eye-catching. A pair of clear eyes, like the autumn mountain spring, carried a cold and noble air that could cut through the darkness of the night. Even though he was young, he had an extremely detached and otherworldly temperament. This lowly one, Luo Yuzhu, pays respects to your highness the young crown prince. Luo Yuzhu offered a gentle smile to Ji Shu. As her words echoed, the entire dark arena fell briefly silent. Then, like a tsunami, the atmosphere erupted in an instant. The eminent figure from Tianjin pavilion. It was none other than he, Ji Shu, the young heir of the first warlord family in the Beixia dynasty. Young heir Ji Shu of the Ji family. 3 years ago when he was born, the splendor of the 4 immortals descended. The Tianjin pavilion proclaimed him to possess a peerless and extraordinary talent. Comparable to that of ancient emperors, a talent rare in 10,000 years. From the moment of his birth, he was cherished in the palm of the entire Ji family. He was the acknowledged untouchable and taboo figure in the Beixia dynasty. Today, they finally beheld the heir himself. Ji Xiu's appearance stirred up a tempestuous wave in the dark arena. All eyes were fixed intently upon him, especially those of the nobles in the capital. However, this was not surprising. Since his birth, he had been the focus of the entire continent. Moreover, the Ji family's protection of him was so meticulous that no one in the capital had ever seen his true face. Adding an even more mysterious veil to him, in Dishuan Pavilion, the young girl in a feather, like robe stared at Ji Xiu with shining eyes. After a long while, she exclaimed in shock, "Master, this young heir of the Ji family. His cultivation base seems to be Mingtu." The mysterious woman murmured 2 words softly. Upon hearing her master's confirmation, hiss, the young girl couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A 3-year-old at the Mingtu realm, she had neither seen nor even heard of such a thing. In fact, there was no such record in all the ancient history she had perused. It was well known that her talent was among the very best in the eyes of numerous cultivators and bigwigs, even compared to the sons and daughters of the 7 top cultivation sects and families on the continent. She was not inferior. Yet, at 13, her cultivation had only just reached the Mingtu realm. Compared with Ji Xiu, she was simply not in the same league. "Master, how is this possible? This cultivation talent is simply monstrous." "No, it's even more terrifying than a monster." The young girl bit her rosy lips and exclaimed in great frustration. At the age of 3, she had just started the process of refining her essence and marrow to attempt cultivation. But Ji Xiu had already reached the Mingtu realm. This created a huge psychological gap for her. "Shinin, there is nothing impossible in this world." The mysterious woman shook her head and fixed her gaze on Ji Xiu for a while. Then, narrowing her phoenix-like eyes, she stuck out her pink tongue and licked her moist lips, which were like a rose after rain, and murmured, "Well, not bad. What an astonishingly talented lad." If the mysterious woman didn't finish her sentence, only curling her lips into a mischievous smile. "If what?" the young girl asked curiously, looking at the mysterious woman. "If only I could have the chance to hold him in my arms and pamper him to my heart's content." The mysterious woman crossed her arms over her chest, her words astonishing and her bosom heaving. She was extremely visually impactful. Hearing her master's words, the young girl blushed and thought to herself, her master always had such a peculiar way of thinking. In Huangzi Pavilion, Yu Huatian, the chief eunuch of the Western factory, stared at Ji Xiu with a violently trembling gaze. A 3-year-old at the Mingtu realm. This lad was 100 times more terrifying than he had anticipated. At this moment, numerous thoughts welled up in his mind, and one of them was the most intense. However, when he considered that this was the dark arena, the territory of that woman, and when he saw the old man in black standing behind Ji Xiu, he had to abandon that crazy idea in his heart. "Forget it. I'll wait for another chance." Yu Huatian heaved a long sigh. "In Xuanzi Pavilion, my lord. The one from Tianxian Pavilion turns out to be the young heir of the Ji family. No wonder he wasn't afraid of our Red Robe Cult's threats. Alas, we didn't lose unjustly this time." The protector of the Red Robe Cult heaved a long sigh. "Lose? I haven't lost yet. So what if it's the Ji family? They may swagger in Beixia, but on the Tianxian continent, the Ji family is not a top-tier cultivation family," Shen Nefeng said gloomily. Then, he got up and walked straight towards the door. "My lord, where are you going?" The protector of the Red Robe Cult frowned and exclaimed in surprise. "Hee, of course, I'm going to retrieve what belongs to me. I'd like to see if this young heir of the Ji family really dares to oppose our Red Robe Cult." Shen Nanfeng sneered and pushed the door open without looking back. "It's over. Something bad is going to happen." A sense of foreboding welled up in the protector of the Red Robe Cult's heart. In the arena, Luo Yuzhu was also sizing up Ji Xiu. A 3-year-old at the Mingtu realm. What a terrifying lad. At this thought, she suddenly noticed that Ji Xiu was also sizing her up. "I have to say, my lord Poison God really has a pair of beautiful legs." Ji Xiu's eyes fell on Luo Yuzhu's long, shapely legs and black stockings, and he silently sighed in his heart. This little fellow, at such a young age, he doesn't learn well. What will he be like when he grows up? Luo Yuzhu playfully glared at GXIU.AS, the chief of the dark arena. Observing people's expressions and gauging the situation was her basic skill. How could she not notice the incurious look in Ji Xiu's eyes fixed on her legs? Huff. Luo Yuzhu took a deep breath and said, "Someone, send the siblings of the spirit race to His Highness the young heir." As her words fell, 2 black-clothed men brought Gu Yao and Gu Jian before Ji Xiu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of the spirit race girl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6,300 destiny essences as a mission reward. Spirit race girl, Gu Yao. Jisho looked at the delicate and charming girl in front of him and smiled gently. Gu Yao pays respects to His Highness the young heir. Gu Yao clenched her fists. Although her tone was respectful, her beautiful eyes were full of vigilance, and Gu Jian was shivering, holding tightly to his sister's clothes. As if this could give him a sense of security, he was not as brave as Gu Yao in his eyes. Jisho was too noble and lofty. He didn't even have the courage to look Jisho in the eye. Seeing this, Jisho didn't say anything. He just noticed that Gu Yao, who was almost half naked after the battle, inconsiderately took out a black robe from his storage ring and draped it over her. And Jisho noticed that when he was draping the robe over Gu Yao took a small step back subconsciously. Obviously, this was a sign that Gu Yao lacked a sense of security and didn't trust him. However, he didn't mind. After all, a girl who had been on the run and fought in the cruel arena. Who could she trust at this moment? Let's go. I'll take you home. Jisho smiled gently at Gu Yao. Go. Home. Gu Jian was stunned. For him, home was a very unfamiliar word. I have no home. Gu Yao's beautiful eyes dimmed as she looked at Jisho coldly. Since she could remember, she and her family had been on the run. Later, her family died tragically. She and her younger brother were sold into the dark arena and trained as gladiators. The concept of home no longer existed for her. She only had her younger brother. Hearing this, Jisho looked quietly into Gu Yao's beautiful eyes. That he was silent for a moment, and then said seriously, "From now on, the place where this heir is, it is your home." Hearing this, Gu Yao's pretty face stiffened, and she stood rooted to the spot. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Moreover, she had no idea how much truth there was in Jisho's words. Just then, a cold voice rang out. "Shenefeng of the Red Robed Sect. I've come to pay my respects to the young heir." The Red Robed Sect, one of the 7 great cultivation sects on the Tianshan continent. Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Robed Sect. At 17, he had reached the first stage of the Mingtu realm. One of the heirs of the Red Robed Sect. There was a probability that he would become the holy son of the Red Robed Sect. Elder Wei secretly transmitted his voice to GXIU.it. Seemed that he was not reconciled to losing the bid and wanted to resort to force. However, is this all? Jisho looked disdainfully at Shen Nanfeng and a protector of the Red Robed Sect approaching them. Today, not to mention a mere young master of the Red Robed Sect, even if a real big shot from the Red Robed Sect came. So what? The young heir. At only 3 years old. He had already reached the Mingtu realm. Moreover, he was so generous as to take out 90 million gold coins to buy gladiators. Truly, his future was promising. Shen Nanfeng stood with his hands behind his back and said with a smile. And then, Jisho looked at Shen Nanfeng with interest. Hearing this, Shen Nanfeng looked at Jisho playfully and then confirmed, "It's already this time. Young heir, you should have heard of my Red Robed Sect. Right?" "Yes," Jisho responded with a calm grunt. "Good. Since that's the case, I wonder if the young heir could give some face to my Red Robed Sect." The corner of Shen Nanfeng's mouth twitched slightly. Confident. In his eyes, Jisho was just a 3-year-old child. Even if he was extremely talented. So what? After all, his experience was limited. It was excusable for him to oppose them before without knowing the reputation of the Red Robed Sect. Now that he knew, he should think twice. Specifically, Jisho was concise. "Very well, since the young heir is so straightforward, I might as well be frank. Our Red Robed Sect has taken a fancy to this elven siblings. I wonder if the young heir could do us a favor and give this elven siblings to us. Of course, our Red Robed Sect won't take them for free. Within 3 days, I'll gather 100 million gold coins and return them to you. In this way, the young heir will earn an extra 10 million, plus a favor from our Red Robed Sect, which will be repaid in the future. What do you think of this deal?" Shen Nanfeng said with a forced smile. In his opinion, the deal was a sure thing once he mentioned the name of the Red Robed Sect. After all, the Red Robed Sect was one of the 7 top cultivation sects on the Tianshan continent. Not to mention the first military family of the Beixia dynasty. Even the Beixia royal family would have to give him face. As soon as he finished speaking, the nobles in the capital on the dark arena frowned and began to whisper to each other. This Shen Nanfeng is really overbearing. He keeps mentioning the Red Robed Sect. This is not a negotiation at all. It's clearly a threat. Alas, even if it's a threat, what can be done? The G family is powerful, but its foundation can't compare with those 7 top cultivation sects that have been passed down for thousands of years. They'll have to back down in the end. That's right. Although the young heir of the G family has unparalleled talent, it will still take time for him to grow. The best result tonight is for the young heir to take the favor of the Red Robed Sect and leave with a profit. This deal is good. The G family won't suffer a loss. On the arena, Luo Yuju saw this scene and said nothing, because there was no rule in the dark arena that private transactions were not allowed. As long as both parties agreed. It was worth mentioning that her eyes occasionally glanced in the direction of the Dishuan Pavilion. That look carried an unbelievable amount of respect and piety. In the Dishuan Pavilion, the young girl in a feather-like dress propped her chin and said seriously, Master. I think this deal is not a bad one. Ji Xiu should agree to it. Earning an extra 10 million and getting a favor from the red-robed sect. Where can you find such a good deal? Hee. The mysterious woman chuckled that a look of disdain appeared on her extremely cold and beautiful face. She parted her red lips and said playfully, Xianin. Do you really think that Kid Ji Xiu is short of that 10 million gold coins? And a favor from the red-robed sect? It's worthless, young heir. Have you made up your mind? Shen Nanfeng asked Ji Xiu with a smile, as if Ji Xiu was thinking. Moreover, he occasionally sized up the elven siblings, his prey. His greedy and fiery gaze made Gu Yao feel extremely uncomfortable. She didn't know if the young heir of the Ji family was a good person, but she knew for sure that this Shen Nanfeng was not. If they followed Ji Xiu, she didn't know what the future would hold. But if Ji Xiu sold them to Shen Nanfeng, she felt that the future of her and Gu Jian would definitely be extremely dark. At this moment, her heart tightened. Just then, Ji Xiu seemed to have made a decision. He looked at Shen Nanfeng seriously and said, I've made up my mind, but this heir has a few questions for you. Please go ahead. Shen Nanfeng smiled slightly. At the same time, the nobles in the dark arena all pricked up their ears. Well, Ji Xiu nodded and then asked with interest. First, who do you, Shen Nanfeng, think you are? Second, what is your red-robed sect? Third, a useless person like you who only reached the Mingtu realm at 17. What right do you have to bark in front of this heir? Finally, do you think you deserve this heir to do you a favor? His soft voice was neither too loud nor too soft. But it was clear enough for everyone with an ear on the arena to hear that moment. It could be seen that everyone on the arena had the same expression, the officials from the capital's palace, the young masters and ladies of the capital's noble families, and the bosses of the capital's underground forces all widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly, almost wide enough to fit an egg. To publicly belittle the red-robed sect and its young master to such an extent, is the young heir of the Ji family crazy? Pfft. Even Luo Yuju couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This kid Ji Xiu has a lot of nerve. The chief eunuch of the Shichong, Yu Huatian, also held a teacup and watched this interesting scene playfully. Master, you were so right. The young girl Xianin with beautiful eyes looked at Ji Xiu, her eyes shining. Kiki, the mysterious woman chuckled, and her beautiful eyes found Ji Xiu even more interesting. Ji Xiu. Shen Nanfeng stared at Ji Xiu with a gloomy face, his voice full of venom. As soon as he finished speaking, the plain looking old man in black who had been standing behind Ji Xiu with his eyes slightly lowered looked up at him. Just one look made him feel as if he was in an ice cave. An extreme cold chill instantly shot from his feet to the top of his head. He was completely frozen and couldn't move. Not only him, but even the protector of the red-robed sect beside him was trembling all over. Only then did Shen Nanfeng suddenly realize that the old man behind Ji Xiu was someone not to be trifled with. Ji Xiu, you mark my words, offending my red-robed sect today. You'll surely regret it in the future. Although extremely terrified, Shen Nanfeng still clenched his fist and stubbornly refused to yield. After all, as the young master of the red-robed sect, he must never bring disgrace to the sect's reputation. Is this what you call provoking? Ji Xiu's face was filled with confusion. Then, he shook his head and said, Gu Yao, go and fetch a stool for this young prince. Hearing this, Gu Yao was momentarily stunned. Yet she obediently fetched a stool from the Tianxin pavilion. While everyone was wondering what Ji Xiu was up to, he had already stepped onto the stool to take a tea this moment. The 3-year-old Ji Xiu was as tall as the 17-year-old Shen Nanfeng. What do you want? Shen Nanfeng gritted his teeth and coldly asked. Remember this. This is what real provocation looks like. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Ji Xiu's mouth. Then he spread his palm with his arm like a bow. Immediately afterwards, right under the stunned gazes of everyone in the arena, he slapped Shen Nanfeng hard across the face. Pa. The crisp sound of the slap echoed. Shen Nanfeng was sent flying like a cannonball, landing 5 zhang away. He even rolled on the ground for 7 or 8 times before barely coming to a stop. In the air, teeth mixed with blood foam were floating, and the gasps of countless people could be heard. When Shen Nanfeng staggered to his feet, his left cheek was swollen high like a pig's head, and 3 of his teeth were knocked out. He was dizzy and on the verge of collapse. Young master, the protector of the red-robed sect roared and quickly stepped forward to support Shen Nanfeng. glaring angrily at Jishio. He wanted to utter a harsh word, but when he saw the cold and murderous look in the old man in black's eyes, he swallowed his words forcefully. Finally, only 2 fleeing figures were left for the cultivators in the arena. Boring, Jishio shook his head and said to Gu Yao and Gu Jian, I don't know what you think. But anyway, this young prince had a great time tonight. Gu Yao, Gu Jian. After saying that, Jishio turned around and left with Gu Yao and Gu Jian. Farewell, young prince. Luo Yuzhu smiled and saw him off. Hearing this, Jishio suddenly turned around and scanned her slender jade legs fiercely again, but he nodded thoughtfully and then left, thinking, as the novel described, her legs are truly the paragon of beauty. Seeing this, a blush flashed across Luo Yuzhu's extremely beautiful face. She lightly spat and said, You little hooligan. After Jishio left, in the Dishuan pavilion, Luo Yuzhu stood respectfully in front of the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman sized up Luo Yuzhu carefully. After a long while, she playfully said, Our Yuzhu is truly a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Even if 3-year-old young prince is infatuated with you. How interesting. It seems the important task of winning over the young prince of the Ji family will be entrusted to you in the future. After saying that, the mysterious woman reached out and gently stroked Luo Yuzhu's thigh. My lady is joking. The young prince of the Ji family is only 3 years old. He's just a child. What do you mean by winning him over? Luo Yuzhu forced an awkward smile. Master, stop teasing Sister Yuzhu. The young girl in feather clothes, Xianin, said helplessly. Fine. The mysterious woman chuckled and retracted her slender hand. My lady. Now that the young prince of the Ji family has snatched the siblings of the spirit clan, do you think the red-robed sect will let it go? Luo Yuzhu asked seriously. Of course not. If it were me, I'd forcefully take them back. The mysterious woman replied casually. Forcefully take them back? In the capital, this is the territory of the Northern Xia royal family. How dare they? The young girl Xianin was incredulous. Humph, the mysterious woman snorted and said, If there are powerful figures in the capital giving their tacit approval, why wouldn't they dare? Here, she seemed to think of something. Her tone changed, and a teasing arc appeared on her red lips. However, they're going to meet their match this time, the Western factory in the capital as well. Known as the Hell on Earth in the Northern Xia dynasty, where once you enter, you never leave. Both the royal nobles and the noble families are filled with fear of this place. Factory superintendent, what do you mean by this? Shania Feng, the young master of the red-robed sect, stood pale-faced in the main hall of the Western factory. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood, and the ear-piercing screams echoed in his ears. Nothing else. I just heard that the young master wants to break into the military mansion of the Ji family. I wonder if this is true or false. Yu Huadian was sitting on a chair, leisurely sipping a cup of tea. Hearing this, Shen Nanfeng's eyelids twitched, and he replied bravely, It is rumored that the Western factory in the capital is the most powerful intelligence organization in the Northern Xia. Seeing it today, I must say the rumor is well deserved. Yes, this young master wants to break into the military mansion of the Ji family and retrieve what belongs to the red-robed sect. What? Is the factory superintendent going to stop me? No, no, no. Yu Huadian shook his head and then said, If you want to break into the military mansion of the Ji family, I can offer some minor assistance. Oh, Shania Feng looked at Yu Huadian in surprise and asked, Can the factory superintendent provide us with powerful warriors? Hee. Yu Huadian smiled and replied, That's not possible. However, I can guarantee that during the young master's action, at least the Northern Xia Imperial Palace won't interfere. What do you think? That's enough. Shania Feng nodded coldly. He wasn't a fool and naturally knew what the Northern Xia royal family was up to. They were just using him to test the strength of the military mansion of the Ji family. To be honest, he didn't care about being used. What he cared about was whether he could snatch the siblings of the spirit clan. As long as he could achieve this, he could accept anyone's help. Moreover, since Yu Huatian could guarantee that the Northern Xia royal family wouldn't interfere, this was the best help he could get. Since that's the case, I'll wish the young master good luck in advance, Yu Huatian said with a smile. Hearing this, Shen Nanfeng nodded and turned around to leave the Western factory. After returning to the luxurious courtyard where he lived, he took out a red token engraved with a sacred fire with a gloomy face and handed it to the protector of the red-robed sect. Give the sacred fire token to the bishop. This young master hopes he can come to the capital to help me. Also, contact the secular world for me. This young master will raise 100 million in 3 days. The humiliation Jishio has brought to me, I'll make him pay with his life. Yes, the protector of the red-robed sect took the sacred fire token and disappeared into the night. The news that Ji Xiu had spent 90 million gold coins to buy the siblings of the Spirit Clan had spread throughout the city overnight. Naturally, the military mansion of the Ji family learned of this news immediately. When Ji Xiu's father, Ji Xiao, heard the news, his first reaction was to feel hard. 8.90 million gold coins, such a huge sum of money. This was the annual military expenditure of the Ji family's million-strong Iron Pagoda army. You brat, I'll spank your butt tonight, Ji Xiao said angrily. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to go find Ji Xiu and give him a good beating. How dare you? Mu Hua glared at Ji Xiao and protectively said, Your mother has plenty of money. My grandson can spend as much as he wants. Do you have any objections if you dare to beat my grandson? Hey, punk, do you believe I'll cripple you right away, mother? Seeing Mu Hua's fierce look, Ji Xiu couldn't help shrinking his neck and was rendered speechless for a moment. All right, it's already spent. That 90 million. Our Ji family can afford such an expense. If word got out, people would think Ji Nu can't even support his precious grandson. Grandpa Ji Nu also interjected, clearly siding with Ji Xiu. Spending money is a minor matter. However, this time Shou'er has offended the Red Robe sect, one of the 7 top sects in the Tianshan continent. What on earth can be done? Mother Lin Ru wore a worried expression on her face. She didn't care about the 90 million that was spent. Her only concern was her son's safety. Hey, Grandmother Mu Hua sneered. The Red Robe sect, what are they? If they dare to lay a finger on Shou'er, they'll face utter chaos in the Luowei Palace of the Ji Mansion. Mu Bing sat uneasily in the small courtyard. Just now, she learned that Ji Xiu had spent 90 million to buy a pair of siblings from the spirit race at an astronomical price. The siblings named Lingzhu. Could it be them? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Mu Bing suddenly stood up. This moment, a cold voice rang out. Binger, what are you thinking about? Hearing this, Mu Bing quickly stepped forward and grabbed the sleeve of her master. Asking nervously, Master, what are the names of the spirit race siblings that Ji Xiu spent 90 million on and even offended the Red Robe sect for? Well, Mu Qiu thought for a moment and then said, Gu Yao.Gujian. Hearing these 2 familiar names, Mu Bing's pretty face suddenly changed. Ji Yao was her best friend and the future empress of the spirit race. Gu Jian was also the future sword master. If they fell into Ji Xiu's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. How could this happen? Mu Bing murmured absent-mindedly. The thing she was most worried about had finally happened. Heh. Mu Qiu looked at the worried Mu Bing and gave a gentle smile, saying, Binger, actually, it's not a big deal. Ji Xiu has just offended the Red Robe sect. Binger, don't worry. Your master will protect him. Mu Bing came back to her senses and exclaimed, Master, are you really going to protect that boy? Silly girl. Mu Qiu looked at Mu Bing with amusement, reached out and gently patted her head, saying, If I don't protect him, who will? He's going to be your future husband. Mu Bing was rendered speechless. She tightly bit her red lips with her delicate teeth and whispered in a voice so soft that only she could hear. It'd be better if that presumptuous bastard died. She never expected that just because she didn't keep an eye on Ji Xiu for one night, when she woke up, her best friend had fallen into Ji Xiu's clutches. Damn it, Ji Xiu, you dared to set your sights on Yaoer. I won't forgive you. Thinking of this, Mu Bing had decided to find an opportunity to meet Gu Yao tonight. And no matter what, she couldn't let her dear friend fall into Ji Xiu's evil hands. As the moonlit night descended and the bright moon hung high in the sky, the cold moonlight shone through the window of the Luofeng Palace. Ji Xiu sat on the couch and opened the character panel. Name, Ji Xiu. Age, 3 years old. Status, Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Cultivation, First Realm of the Earth of Fate. Bloodline Constitution, God, Demon Heart and Bone. 3 major realm barriers are not yet unlocked. Awakening conditions for the 3 major realm barriers. Demons Approach, 10,000 Heavenly Fate Essences. Gods Forbidden, 100,000 Heavenly Fate Essences. Immortals Ashes, 1 million Heavenly Fate Essences. Cultivation Techniques, Devouring Immortal and Demon Technique, already cultivated to the 2nd realm. Flying Dragon's Cloud, Probing Hand, Beginner Level. Weapons, Great Luo Sword Embryo, Ghost Flute Qinqing. Heavenly Fate Essences, 10,800 points. Fate Level, Black Soul on the verge of extinction. System Mall, opened. Task System, opened. Warehouse, Soul, Killing Nail, One Piece, 3. Part Soul, Capturing Technique. System Prompt. More information can be expanded. Finally, the Heavenly Fate Essences exceeded 10,000. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and then called out in his mind. Activate Demon's Approach. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's prompt echoed in his ear. Ding. System Prompt. Activating the First Realm Barrier. Demon's approach requires consuming 10,000 heavenly fate essences. Please confirm again. Activate. Jisho didn't hesitate at all. Come on. With just 10,000 heavenly fate essences, he could activate the first bloodline realm barrier. Was there any need for consideration at this thought? Jisho felt his body being hit by a wave of heat. His whole body's blood began to boil. Moreover, every inch of his meridians was ablaze with crimson demonic flames. Deep in his eyes, 2 blazing demonic flames of the other shore slowly bloomed and floated out of his eye sockets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the first bloodline realm barrier. Demon's approach. Demon's approach. Demonic flames burn. Blood. Red eyes of the other shore. The arrival of the demon god. And combat power increases exponentially. One can even cross 8 small realms to kill the enemy. System prompt. High consumption. Please use it with caution. Success. Jisho exhaled a puff of hot air. He was in an extremely good mood. It had taken him 3 years to gather 10,000 heavenly fate points to activate the first killing-oriented bloodline realm barrier. It was definitely worth it. The activation of Demon's approach would be his super trump card and the source of his confidence. Although he only had 800 heavenly fate essences left on his body, spending 10,000 heavenly fate essences was absolutely worthwhile. Just then, the voice of Elder Wei sounded outside the palace gate. Young Crown Prince. The dinner is ready. Hearing this, Jisho slowly opened his eyes, gave a soft hum, and then walked out of the palace gate. This time, the stone table in the small courtyard was filled with a sumptuous dinner. The siblings Gu Yao and Gu Jian stood beside Elder Wei, not daring to move. Sit down. Jisho sat down first with a smile and then waved to the Gu siblings. Hearing this, Gu Yao and Gu Jian obediently sat across from Jisho. Eat, Jisho said casually. Hearing this, Gu Yao and Gu Jian glanced at each other but didn't say anything. They picked up their chopsticks and started eating. It's worth mentioning that neither Gu Yao nor Gu Jian picked up any of the sumptuous dishes. Instead, they just kept eating the white rice in their bowls. Don't just eat the rice. Pick up some dishes, Jisho said helplessly. Young Crown Prince, when our mother was alive, she said that rice was the best thing in the world. With rice, one wouldn't starve to death. It's enough for us to eat rice. Gu Jian said timidly. Well, Jisho scratched his head, thinking that what he said seemed to make sense. However, it was really a struggle for these 2 siblings to have survived until now. What do you want to do in the future? Jisho put down his chopsticks and looked at Gu Jian. In the future, I want to protect my sister. I don't want her to get hurt again. I also want to find those who killed our mother and father. I'll make them pay in blood. Gu Jian lowered his eyelids slightly and replied to Jisho in a low voice. Hearing this, Gu Yao's eyes immediately turned red. Yes. Jisho nodded, then thought seriously for a moment and said, regarding this matter, I can assist you. However, there is a prerequisite. Hearing this, Gu Jian suddenly raised his eyes, and without saying a word, he directly knelt in front of Jisho, his eyes glistening with tears. Young Prince, as long as you can make me powerful, I can fulfill any request. Very well. Jisho nodded and smiled, then spoke. You have good talent, and if you are truly determined, I can endow you with power. Nevertheless, in the future, I'll be in need of a sword. Hearing this, Gu Yao's pretty face changed slightly and she was just about to speak, but Gu Jian said without hesitation, I'm willing to become a sword in the hands of the young prince. The corners of Jisho's mouth twitched slightly, then he turned to look at Elder Wei. Since that's the case, Elder Wei, are you willing to be Gu Jian's teacher? Hearing this, Elder Wei was taken aback. He didn't expect that after all the talk, Jisho would finally turn to him. Cough, cough. Elder Wei coughed twice and said, Young Prince, this subordinate is not sure if this lad is up to it. You spent a great deal of money to buy him. It wouldn't be good if he died in my hands. Hearing this, Jisho shook his head and said, Rest assured, he won't die. His potential and talent are far greater than you can imagine. What a joke. Elder Wei was once the chief instructor of the #1 killer organization on the continent. It would be a great pity not to make use of him. Although the mortality rate among his disciples is quite high, Gu Jian is a genius with a supreme bone and will be the future sword master. His potential is absolutely extraordinary. Therefore, he should be well cultivated. In the future, he will surely become a sharp blade in my hand. After a long silence, Elder Wei finally nodded and said, Since that's the case, then this subordinate will do his best, since Jisho had said so. He naturally couldn't refuse. Paying respects to the teacher, I'll strive to survive under the teacher's tutelage. Gu Jian kowtowed 3 times to Elder Wei. Hopefully. Elder Wei nodded, then bent down to help Gu Jian up. Come along. This one will personally train you. From today on, you'll eat and live with this one. After saying that, Elder Wei bowed to Jisho, then led Gu Jian out of the small courtyard. He knew that Ji Xiu had something to say to Gu Yao, so he took Gu Jian away first. After Elder Wei and Gu Jian had left, only Ji Xiu and Gu Yao were left in Lufeng courtyard. Gu Yao stared far off in the direction where Gu Jian had left, with unease written all over her face. However, she didn't stop him, nor could she, because this was the path Gu Jian had chosen for himself. Stop looking. Your younger brother has chosen the path he wants to take. It's time for you to let go, Ji Xiu said quite casually. The path he wants to take? Gu Yao sneered, with red and tear-filled beautiful eyes. She looked at Ji Xiu accusingly and said, he is my only younger brother. But you want to turn him into a killing sword in your hand. So what? Do you expect me to be grateful to you? Hearing this, the smile on Ji Xiu's face disappeared. He looked at Gu Yao calmly and said, all the misfortunes in the world are caused by the incompetence of the parties involved. Your younger brother has understood this truth. Therefore, he is willing to entrust his future to me. If you're not willing, I can let you go. If you wish, you can leave right now. What? Gu Yao's pretty face changed. She couldn't say a word for a long time. Could Ji Xiu really let her go? But even if she left, where could she go? Now she only had her younger brother. It seems you're not willing to leave. Ji Xiu sneered as he looked at Gu Yao, who was standing there in a daze. Gu Yao was at a loss for words, her chest heaving violently. Undoubtedly, Ji Xiu had her firmly in his grasp. Since you're not leaving, then I hope you won't defy my words in the future. Do as I say. Ji Xiu stared at Gu Yao coldly. I can't be your sword. Most of my meridians are already damaged, Gu Yao said sorrowfully, during the 3 years in the training ground. She had used the spiritual clan's secret skill, bloodline combustion, quite a few times. Therefore, her cultivation potential had been severely overdrawn. In the future, if she could reach the life-earth realm, it would be a blessing from heaven. Ji Xiu shook his head and chuckled. Looking at Gu Yao with a teasing look on his face, he said, who said I want you to be my sword? This young prince is in need of a maidservant now. Will you do it? A maidservant? Gu Yao drooped her eyelids slightly. After biting her red lips and remaining silent for a long time, she suddenly raised her beautiful eyes and looked directly at Ji Xiu. Responding stubbornly, yes, why not? Good, very good. Ji Xiu nodded, then sized Gu Yao up and down, and said casually, since that's the case, then come with me. Where to? Gu Yao frowned and asked. Enter the palace. Ji Xiu glanced at Gu Yao and replied with 2 words. Sigh. Gu Yao took a deep breath and followed Ji Xiu expressionlessly into Luofeng Palace. Since she had promised to be Ji Xiu's maidservant, she was naturally mentally prepared for everything that might happen. Inside Luofeng Palace, the candlelight was warm. A large and luxurious palace bed was placed in the center. Behind the screen engraved with the image of a dragon and phoenix in harmony was a huge and magnificent bath. What do you want? Gu Yao asked in a low voice. Go and sit on it. Ji Xiu pointed to his palace bed. Hearing this, Gu Yao gave Ji Xiu a fierce glare, but still sat in the corner of the palace bed. At this moment, although she had been mentally prepared, her heart was still extremely nervous. Then what? Gu Yao stared at Ji Xiu intently, with a stubborn look on her extremely beautiful and delicate face. Stop talking. Ji Xiu was getting impatient. He thought to himself that this woman was really so fussy. Gu Yao was at a loss for words, looking at Ji Xiu with a wronged expression. Get ready. It's starting, Ji Xiu said slowly. After saying that, he activated the Devouring Immortal Demon skill. Before Gu Yao could react, he condensed his fingers and directly pointed at Gu Yao's back, which was covered with many sword and knife scars. Clang! A starlight bloomed and then instantly disappeared into Gu Yao's body. At this moment, Gu Yao felt that the once dead meridians in her body started to regain vitality after a long time. So, he was going to help me repair my meridians, Gu Yao suddenly realized. Just then, Ji Xiu suddenly reminded her, it might be very painful next. You have to endure it. Huh? Gu Yao was stunned, before she could say a word. A piercing pain from all over her body instantly made her delicate body tremble violently. Gu Yao frowned tightly in pain. She had suffered many injuries before, but none of the pain caused by those wounds could compare to 1/10 of the current pain. The meridians in her body seemed to be cut by a knife. Every inch of her bones seemed to be shattered, and then forged by a strange force. Ugh! Gu Yao tightly bit her red lips. Her pretty and delicate face was full of pain, and her smooth forehead was covered with fine sweat. Endure it. Ji Xiu responded to her coldly with just 2 words. The swallowing immortals and demon skill is the most powerful body refining technique. At present, Gu Yao's meridians are severely damaged, and there are hidden injuries all over her body. If they are not repaired in time, her future upper limit of cultivation might truly be extremely low. However, the cost of repairing her meridians and treating her hidden injuries is exorbitant, and it may not even be effective. Therefore, Jishio decided to use the Swallowing Immortals and Demon skill to reshape her meridians and recreate her skeletal body. Nevertheless, although this method is excellent, it will be excruciatingly painful. It is a pain that an ordinary person cannot bear. It hurts so badly. Guyao tightly bit her red lips, yet the moans of pain still resounded loudly. The sounds could be clearly heard throughout the Falling Maple Palace. Outside the Falling Maple Palace, the bright moon hung high, and maple leaves drifted down slowly. A beautiful figure stood under the moonlight. Her silver hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her demeanor was cold and aloof. Her extremely beautiful and stunning celestial face was filled with rage. With blazing eyes, she stared intently at the Falling Maple Palace. Her hands clenched tightly into fists, trembling with anger. Jishio, what on earth have you done to my heir? I will never forgive you. Mu Bing gritted her silver teeth, and the air around her was filled with a chilling killing intent. The moans of pain from Guyao coming from the Falling Maple Palace almost drove her insane to this moment. She finally understood why Guyao hated Jishio so much in her previous life. Thinking of this, without hesitation, Mu Bing stepped forward and kicked open the palace door with one swift kick. The scene that greeted her instantly enraged her. Ji Yao was in a flimsy dress, her hair in disarray, and her forehead covered in fine sweat. Looking haggard and exhausted, she lay on the bed. Apparently, she had suffered inhumane torture. Are you insane? Jishio gasped for breath and looked at Mu Bing with a bewildered expression. Jishio, get out here right now. Mu Bing roared angrily and couldn't bear to look at Guyao any longer. Fearing that she might accidentally hurt Guyao, who had no cultivation, she turned around and left the Falling Maple Palace after speaking and stood in the small courtyard. Are you out of your mind? Jishio strolled into the small courtyard with his hands behind his back, looking at the expressionless Mu Bing as if she were a lunatic. Oh, you think you're invincible just because you've reached the first realm of the life, Earth stage? Do you know the saying there are always people better than you, and there is always a sky beyond the sky? Mu Bing gritted her teeth and spoke coldly. After that, she stretched out her fair hand and tore off the necklace around her neck. Clang! Two blazing golden glints shone in Mu Bing's beautiful eyes. Her cultivation level began to soar. The 8th realm of Qi refining, the 9th realm of Qi refining, the 1st realm of the life, Earth stage. In just a few short breaths, her cultivation level had directly risen from the 7th realm of Qi refining to the 1st realm of the life, Earth stage. So, she had been hiding her cultivation before. Jishio raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he was a bit surprised at the moment, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, before her rebirth, Mu Bing was once a magnificent immortal emperor, renowned throughout the 9 heavens with unparalleled talent. It was normal for her to reach the 1st realm of the life, Earth stage at the tender age of 7. Today, I will surely not let you go. Mu Bing stared coldly at Jishio, her eyes shining with brilliant golden light, looking as if an immortal emperor had descended to the mortal world. What a fool to come to me on her own. That I can't be blamed for this. A playful smile curled up at the corner of Jishio's mouth. He was currently penniless and in desperate need of heavenly fate essence. And then Mu Bing showed up. How considerate of her. At the Falling Moon Palace, Mu Chio suddenly opened her eyes. With her delicate eyebrows tightly knitted, she stared in the direction of the Falling Maple Palace and murmured in shock. Binger has lifted the seal. What is this little girl up to? Is she really going to kill her future husband with her own hands? This won't do. Absolutely not. With that, she turned around and vanished into thin air. The night was thick, and the moonlight was bright. In front of the Falling Maple Palace, Mu Bing's eyes shone with brilliant golden light, dressed in a white robe and standing with her hands behind her back. She exuded an extremely powerful aura at this moment, as if an unparalleled female emperor had arrived in person. Jishio, come and fight me. Mu Bing locked her beautiful eyes on Jishio, and her voice was as cold as eternal ice. She knew that she couldn't kill Jishio no matter what in the G Mansion today. However, since Jishio had bullied Guyao, she at least had to beat him to a half-crippled state to get some revenge. Jishio shook his head and chuckled softly. Without saying a word, he just silently looked at Mu Bing. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Mu Bing stomped her foot hard on the floor, and in an instant, like a flash of aurora, she appeared in front of Jishio. Boom. She threw a jade-like fist, and a terrifying sonic boom echoed in the air. Demon's presence. Activate. Jishio remained calm and instantly activated the first killing stage of the demon god's spiritual bone. In an instant, 2 bright red, bianhua, bloomed deep in his eyes. The flowers were in full bloom, and the demonic flames soared. Too slow. Ji Xiao slowly uttered 2 words, and at the same time, he was a bit surprised at the changes happening to himself. After activating the demon's presence, he could clearly see Mu Bing's attack trajectory, the landing point of her attacks, and even predict her next attack method. Even in a short moment, more than 10 ways to defeat Mu Bing popped up in his mind. After activating the demon's presence, his combat ability and his ability to sense danger had increased dozens of times. Clang. Mu Bing punched through Ji Xiao's figure. Her punch missed, and after image, Mu Bing frowned at in her understanding. A cultivator at the first realm of the life, Earth stage should never have such terrifying speed. What? Surprised, Ji Xiao's playful voice rang out. Mu Bing suddenly turned around and found that Ji Xiao had somehow appeared behind her. She gritted her teeth and stared coldly at Ji Xiao in front of her, then spat out a sentence harshly. Ji Xiao, you really deserve to die. After saying that, Mu Bing's figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Ji Xiao. Boom, boom. She launched a relentless attack on Ji Xiao. Her offensive was powerful and extremely fast, so fast that her afterimages filled the void. However, Ji Xiao could easily and perfectly dodge each of her attacks. It was as if she had no secrets from Ji Xiao, and he could foresee and see through every one of her moves in advance. How is this possible? Mu Bing became more and more shocked as she fought. She had launched dozens of attacks, but she hadn't even touched the corner of Ji Xiao's clothes. Logically speaking, since they were at the same cultivation level, there shouldn't be such a huge gap. Why is it impossible? Ji Xiao looked at Mu Bing playfully. It had to be admitted that Mu Bing's combat power was indeed formidable. Without exaggeration, her combat power far exceeded that of a cultivator at the first realm of the life, Earth stage. She could even defeat a cultivator at the 3rd or even the 5th realm of the life, Earth stage, as easily as playing a game. However, after activating the demon's presence, he was even stronger than her. Extreme ice, annihilation. Mu Bing's eyes shone with cold light, and her hands rapidly formed seals. She definitely wouldn't hold back any longer. She was determined to see what Ji Xiao's limit was now. The ice light was dazzling. The elements between heaven and earth vibrated wildly. With a soft shout, Mu Bing pointed her finger at Ji Xiao. Clang, clang. More than 100 sharp ice shards cut through the void like falling meteors and stabbed towards Ji Xiao. It's over. The corner of Ji Xiao's mouth curled up slightly. The demon's presence was running at full power. The blazing demonic flames instantly drifted out of his eyes. The true energy in his body was like a raging fire, burning wildly as if it had been completely ignited. Every step he took left a fiery footprint behind him. At this moment, he truly looked like a demon god descending to the mortal world. At this rate, his true energy would be completely exhausted in at most 10 seconds. However, 10 seconds was more than enough. Ji Xiao took a deep breath, then stomped hard on the ground and shot out like a cannonball. With a cold shout, Ji Xiao punched out, leaving a blazing trail in the air. At this moment, even the air was filled with the smell of charred. Boom. In an instant, all the ice shards shattered. Ice chips filled the sky. An invisible ripple spread out in the void. Is this all you've got? Ji Xiao leaned forward and came before Mu Bing, speaking calmly. You? Mu Bing's eyes trembled violently as she looked at Ji Xiao, who was so close. She never expected that Ji Xiao had become so powerful. Before she could finish her words, Ji Xiao's finger touched her forehead. The devouring immortal and demon skill surged with mysterious power, and glimmers of light bloomed. Clang. In an instant, all her meridians were sealed. At this moment, Mu Bing lost control of her body and couldn't move at all under the suppression of Ji Xiao's mysterious power. If Ji Xiao wished, he could end Mu Bing's life the next second. However, Ji Xiao didn't do so. After all, Mu Bing's master was his great Aunt Mu Qiu. If he killed Mu Bing now, the Ji family would surely break with the Ice God Palace. Currently, he still needed the deterrence of the Ice God Palace against the Beixiao royal family. So killing Mu Bing at this time was utterly meaningless. Moreover, it would even push himself and the Ji family into an abyss. Besides, he still needed to use Mu Bing to obtain the heavenly destiny essence from time to time. Just like, now, a slight smile curved Ji Xiao's lips. You, what do you want to do? A sense of foreboding arose in Mu Bing's heart. Flying dragon cloud, probing hand. Ji Xiao murmured in his heart. Immediately afterwards, divine light bloomed from his palm as he ransacked Mu Bing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing 500 heavenly destiny essences. Mu Bing let out a scream and angrily shouted, Ji Xiao, how dare you be so presumptuous? She never expected that Ji Xiao would be even more presumptuous than when they first met. She wanted to fight him, but unfortunately she couldn't move at all. There are still 5 seconds. Ji Xiao ignored Mu Bing. He launched a crazy attack on Mu Bing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for stealing 300 Heavenly Destiny Essences. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 800 Heavenly Destiny Essences. Ding. Congratulations to the host for stealing 200 Heavenly Destiny Essences. Ding. Congratulations to the host for stealing a Heavenly Nourishing Pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for stealing a Purple Cloud Soft Armor. Huh. Wait. It seemed that he had stolen something strange. Jisho scratched his head. At this moment, the demon, descending state ended. His true essence was completely depleted. A feeling of weakness. Jisho's legs went soft, and he plopped down on the ground. Just then, an angry voice rang out. Jibushio, what are you doing? As the voice faded, he looked up and saw his mother, Linru, had come to the small courtyard of Luofeng Palace. She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at him angrily. Mother, please listen to my explanation. Jisho raised his hand and shouted. You, boy, what explanation? Linru pointed at the purple cloud soft armor in Jisho's hand and roared angrily. Hearing this, Jisho glanced at the fragrant purple soft armor in his hand and was momentarily stunned. Jisho was at a loss for words. The facts were right in front of him. Any more explanations would seem like excuses that he himself didn't expect that he could steal Mu Bing's protective soft armor with the flying dragon cloud. Probing hand. Today, I'll beat your buttocks to pieces. Linru took a quick step forward, grabbed Jisho's ear without saying a word, and dragged him into Luofeng Palace. When Linru entered Luofeng Palace, she witnessed an even more shocking scene. On her son's bed, there was actually a young girl lying there. This young girl was Gu Yao. Ah, a roar like that of a tigress resounded. Ji Bushio, I won't let you off today, Jishio. Mu Bing stood there stunned. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Her white teeth tightly bit her rosy lips. Her icy eyes trembled violently. She had intended to get some revenge for Gu Yao, but the result was cruel. She even lost the purple cloud soft armor, the protective sacred object of the Ice God Palace. The cold night wind blew, and Mu Bing couldn't help but shiver. Scoundrel, Jishio, how dare you? Mu Bing's pretty face was flushed. She tightly clenched her jade hands, and her whole body trembled with anger. Outside Luofeng Palace, Mu Chio and Grandma Mu Hua stood together, looking into the distance. In the current situation, if these two young people didn't get married, it would probably be impossible to resolve the matter. Grandma Mu Hua said helplessly. Indeed. Mu Chio nodded. She fully agreed with Mu Hua's view. After saying that, she looked into Luofeng Palace. After a long while, she sighed and said, this young man is truly extraordinary. Not only is he at the first level of the Earth of Fate realm at a young age, but he also has the combat power of at least the 8th level of the Earth of Fate realm. It seems that this marriage was truly a wise choice. Hee. Hearing this, Mu Hua couldn't help but chuckle and said, Senior sister, you always have such a unique perspective on things. Inside Luofeng Palace, Gu Yao slightly lowered her eyelids and didn't dare to say a word. Jisho sat on the bed pitifully, looking at Linru and whispering, Mother, you really misunderstood me. I really didn't do anything. Humph. Linru snorted. By now, she naturally knew that her son and Gu Yao hadn't done anything improper. Jisho had simply helped Gu Yao reshape her meridians. Moreover, upon careful reflection, she had been too hasty just now. Regarding Gu Yao's matter, I won't pursue it. But what about Mu Bing? I have to say, you really are something. Linru angrily questioned. It was just an accident. Jisho helplessly spread his hands. His original intention was just to steal a little heavenly destiny essence to replenish his energy. But who would have thought? He actually stole Mu Bing's purple cloud soft armor. All right, don't explain so much to me. I'll deal with you later. After saying that, Linru stretched out her hand to Jisho and commanded, give it to me. What? Jisho was full of questions. You boy. Linru stepped forward and tapped Jisho's head, saying with a look of disappointment, Bing Bing's purple cloud soft armor. Could it be that you're reluctant to part with it? Impossible. Jisho shook his head vigorously and then quickly handed the purple cloud soft armor to Linru. Humph. Linru snorted, took the purple cloud soft armor, gave Jisho a fierce glare, and then turned away. Bang. After the palace gate closed, Jisho let out a long sigh and then looked at Gu Yao and said, do you believe me when I say it was an accident? Hearing this, Gu Yao was stunned for a moment. She blushed slightly and nodded. Yes, I believe you. After all, it's possible that His Highness the Crown Prince is curious about some new things. Alas. Hearing this, Jisho couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Indeed, if I were you, I wouldn't believe it either. However, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, Jisho shook his head and then took out a heavenly nourishing pill that he had stolen from Mu Bing from his storage ring. Here, eat it. Mu Bing was stunned for a moment as she looked at the mysterious pill that resembled a longan and softly asked, what is this? Hearing this, Jisho casually replied, This is the heavenly nourishing pill. It can help you recover the true blood you burned before. Gu Yao nodded, and then took the heavenly nourishing pill. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. The heavenly nourishing pill is a unique and top-grade spiritual pill of the Ice God Palace, with the extraordinary effect of nourishing blood and beautifying the face. So, did he do all this for that heavenly nourishing pill, and also for me? For a moment, Gu Yao was in a daze. Then Ji Xiu glanced at her and said seriously, "This is just the beginning. From now on, I'll forge your meridians once a month. Each time, it will be excruciatingly painful. You must be prepared." "Oh," Gu Yao responded softly, staring at the Tianyang pill in her hand. Her eyes grew increasingly unfocused. She knew Ji Xiu had her best interests at heart. She could endure the pain of reshaping her meridians, but she felt she couldn't bear the weight of this Tianyang pill. "All right, the night is deep. Take a bath, change your clothes, and rest." Ji Xiu stood up and stretched his extremely exhausted body. Then, he directly jumped into the steaming hot spring behind the screen. "Your Highness, the young prince. You'd better return this Tianyang pill to Miss Mu Bing. I'm not worthy of it." If that's the case, Ji Xiu thought, why did you make Mother so angry and cause Miss Mu Bing to misunderstand? Gu Yao finally blurted out her innermost thoughts, biting her red lips. She instinctively felt she didn't deserve such a precious thing. "Eat it." Ji Xiu frowned and said firmly, "or get out." He thought to himself that he didn't care what others thought. Anyway, he had made a fortune today. In just 10 seconds, he had earned 1,800 heavenly destiny essences and a Tianyang pill from Mu Bing. Did it really matter if he explained or not? Moreover, Mother had probably calmed down. As for Mu Bing, he didn't care how that woman thought. What he cared about was Gu Yao's future. What was a single Tianyang pill? "I understand." Gu Yao nodded. Then, she bent down to pick up the clothes Ji Xiu had casually discarded on the ground. Staring at Ji Xiu's figure behind the screen, she murmured absent-mindedly, "You're still so young, yet you already know how to scold people." In the Luowei Palace of the Ji Mansion, Mu Bing sat alone on a stone bench in the courtyard. Her face is cold as I see. Mu Chiu looked at her disciple and couldn't help but shake his head and smiled gently. "Binger, are you still angry?" Hearing this, Mu Bing turned her head to look at Mu Chiu. After a long silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "Master, Ji Xiu has insulted me so much. Can you bear it?" "Well," Mu Chiu nodded thoughtfully and then replied seriously, "I can bear it, Master." "You?" Mu Bing was at a loss for words, so angry that her chest felt tight. Seeing this, Mu Chiu stepped forward gently, stroking Mu Bing's silver hair, and comforted her. However, that Ji Xiu really shouldn't have done that. After you two get married, you must teach him a good lesson. If you don't teach him, do you want someone else to do it? Hearing this, Mu Bing almost gritted her silver teeth to pieces, but finally she forced herself to swallow her anger. She knew this wasn't the time to confront Ji Xiu head on. At present, the most important thing for her was time. She needed time to grow stronger and wait for a perfect opportunity. Thinking of this, Mu Bing calmed her mind and turned the storage ring on her jade hand. After careful consideration and calculating the time, she thought, on the wedding night. Everything will be fine on the wedding night. By then, she would have enough strength to annihilate the demonic Ji Xiu. Humph, Mu Bing thought. You'll pay with your life for today's humiliation. Having said that, Mu Bing nodded and unconsciously looked down at the storage ring on her hand. At this moment, she suddenly frowned and seemed to remember something. Ji Xiu had stolen a soul-killing nail from her before. What about just now? She quickly checked her storage ring. A moment later, Mu Bing's extremely beautiful face was full of indignation, and her jade hand tightened into a fist. She gritted her teeth and cursed in her heart. "My Tianyang pill. Ji Xiu, you really deserve to die. Shameless thief. You should die 10,000 times. It's not enough." In the imperial garden of the Kyoto Palace, Emperor Long Tian, wearing a black dragon robe, stared at the fish in the flower pond with a profound look in his eyes and casually asked, "How's the matter going?" Hearing this, Yu Huatian, the chief eunuch of the Western factory, bowed slightly and replied in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, Shen Feng, the young master of the red dress sect, spent a high price of 100 million to hire a top assassin in the human world to come to Kyoto. It is said that this assassin once silently and successfully assassinated 3 monarch-level powerhouses and ranks 10th on the current assassin list. In addition, Shen Feng has also taken out the Sacred Fire Order. Shen Wuhui, one of the 3 bishops of the red dress sect, is on his way to Kyoto. He will arrive in Kyoto at the latest by tomorrow night. Good, very good. Emperor Long Tian turned his head towards the direction of the Ji mansion and sneered sinisterly. Tomorrow night, I'll wait for the Ji family to fall into chaos. As night fell on the second day, the engagement banquet of Ji Xiu and Mu Bing was set at the Xian Pavilion. As the premier banquet hall of the G Mansion, the Xian Pavilion was extremely luxurious. Golden and resplendent stone pillars were coiled with dragon carvings. Red carpets covered the palace, and the crystal clear decorations were dazzling with precious jewels. When Ji Xiu, an elder Wei, arrived at the entrance of the Xian Pavilion, his mother, Lin Ru, had been waiting in front of the hall for a long time. "Stinky boy, today is a big day for our Ji family. Don't disgrace our family. If you cause any more trouble, I won't forgive you," Lin Ru warned in a low voice. "Mother, I understand," Ji Xiu replied helplessly. However, he didn't really take it to heart. After all, this was just an engagement, not a wedding. "Mother, you go in first. I have something to say to Elder Wei." Ji Xiu sent Lin Ru away. Then, he looked at Elder Wei seriously and said, "Elder Wei, I'm counting on you tonight. You mustn't let Shen Nanfeng leave Kyoto." Hearing this, Elder Wei nodded. Then, as if he remembered something, he said softly, "It's easy to kill Shen Nanfeng. However, Your Highness, according to the intelligence I've obtained, Shen Nanfeng has used the Sacred Fire Order. Shen Wuhui, one of the 3 bishops of the Red Dress sect, will arrive in Kyoto tonight. Shen Wuhui has a powerful cultivation at the peak of the monarch rank. I'm ashamed to say that I'm no match for him." Ji Xiu smiled mysteriously and said, "Elder Wei, you just need to ensure Shen Nanfeng's fate. As for the bishop of the Red Dress sect, you don't have to worry about him." Elder Wei was stunned. Then, Ji Xiu explained in a low voice, "Think about it. If we can get this intelligence, do you think the Ice God Palace won't? Palace Master Mu Qiu won't let him step into Kyoto." "I see." Elder Wei suddenly understood. He looked at Ji Xiu in surprise and asked, "Your Highness, it seems you've planned all this." Ji Xiu chuckled and didn't deny it. In fact, as early as in the Dark Arena, he had noticed something was wrong with Shen Nanfeng. Since Shen Nanfeng was willing to spend an astronomical price of 80 million to buy Gu Yao and Gu Jian, it meant that Shen Nanfeng, like himself, must know the value of Gu Yao and Gu Jian. At least, he knew the value of Gu Jian. If so, he definitely couldn't let Shen Nanfeng leave Kyoto, or there would be endless troubles. That's why he deliberately insulted the Red Dress sect and slapped Shen Nanfeng in the face, seemingly extremely arrogantly. All these were to force him into a corner, as expected, just as Ji Xiu had predicted. Shen Nanfeng couldn't swallow this humiliation. After leaving the arena, he immediately raised funds and spent a sky-high price to hire a top assassin in the human world. Even, the Holy Fire Order was mobilized. And Shen Wuhui, one of the 3 cardinals of the Red Robe cult, was invited to rush to the capital, and all this just played into Ji Xiu's hands. Tonight, this young master not only wants Shen Nanfeng to stay in the capital, he also wants the big shots in the capital to reign in their thoughts from today on. Our Ji family is not someone that anyone can provoke. A cold glint flashed in Ji Xiu's eyes. With this thought in mind, he bid farewell to Elder Wei and turned to enter the Xian Pavilion. Inside the Xian Pavilion, all the elders of the Ji family had gathered. Grandmother Mu Hua, Grandfather Ji Nu, Father Ji Xiao, and Mother Lin Ru. Of course, there was also great Aunt Mu Qiu, the number 1 in the Ice God Palace, and Mu Bing. "Xiu'er is here. Let the engagement banquet begin," Mu Hua said with a smile. After saying that, she walked to Ji Xiu's side and handed him a black jade tiger tallied on it. A large character Ji was extremely eye-catching. Is this dragon, patterned black gold?" Ji Xiu was a bit shocked. Dragon, patterned black gold was one of the 3 top celestial metals on the mainland, alongside heavenly tribulation gold and phoenix blood red gold. A top-grade treasure. Little guy. You've got some knowledge. Our Ji family's tiger tally is made of dragon, patterned black gold. In the future, when you succeed to the position of the head of the Ji family and command a million-strong army of iron floating pagodas, you can't do without the Ji family tiger tally. So that's how it is. Ji Xiu nodded. When he held the Ji family tiger tally, a warm current instantly spread through his limbs and bones. Later, you give the tiger tally to Mu Bing. Mu Hua reminded him. Oh, Ji Xiu replied. Undoubtedly, the engagement banquet was about exchanging the most important tokens between the Ji family and the Ice God Palace. The token of the Ji family was the Ji family tiger tally that could command a million-strong army of iron floating pagodas. What about the Ice God Palace, Master? Are we really going to give the Ice God Jade of the Ice God Palace to Ji Xiu? Mu Bing asked, frowning. This is the rule. Mu Qiu replied seriously. What kind of rule is this? Mu Bing whispered in protest. Watch your tongue. Mu Qiu glared at Mu Bing and then said, after your wedding, when Ji Xiu returns the Ice God Jade, you can inherit the Ice God Palace. You return the Ji family tiger tally to Ji Xiu so that he can inherit the Ji family. This is the rule. Sigh. Mu Bing sighed and nodded helplessly. Go. Binger. Mu Qiu patted Mu Bing on the back. At the same time, grandmother Mu Hua also whispered in Ji Xiu's ear, "Go, show her. Don't disappoint your grandmother." Oh, Ji Xiu nodded and thought. This was the so-called marriage alliance that if he didn't marry Mu Bing in the future, he couldn't mobilize the Ji family's million-strong Black Iron Army. And if Mu Bing didn't marry him in the future, she couldn't become the master of the Ice God Palace. It seems. For this marriage alliance, grandmother Mu Hua and Great and Mu Qiu really exhausted their minds. Ji Xiu sighed inwardly. Then, he walked to the center of the Xian Pavilion. Mu Bing, holding the Ice God Jade, also came in front of Ji Xiu. "Here, take it." Ji Xiu handed the tiger tally to Mu Bing. Here, Mu Bing also expressionlessly handed the Ice God Jade to Ji Xiu. When the two took their respective tokens, everyone present showed satisfied smiles. Grandmother Mu Hua and Great and Mu Qiu exchanged a smile. And there was a look of relief in their eyes. The most important ceremony was completed. The engagement was successful. The banquet began. Naturally, Ji Xiu and Mu Bing sat together. "Thief, return what you stole from me." Mu Bing whispered a warning to Ji Xiu. "Didn't I return your belly band? What else do you want?" Ji Xiu replied calmly. "You?" Mu Bing was speechless. She didn't expect Ji Xiu to be so shameless. Huff. Mu Bing took a deep breath, glared at Ji Xiu fiercely, and whispered, "Did I say the belly band? I'm talking about the soul, devouring nail, and the heavenly nourishing pill." Ji Xiu turned to look at Mu Bing's extremely beautiful and flawless face. Looking puzzled. "Never heard of it, don't know. Have more dishes." After saying that, Ji Xiu considerately put a mouthful of food into Mu Bing's bowl. Shameless. Mu Bing felt a tightness in her chest when she saw Ji Xiu's refusal to admit. After a long silence, she continued, "Fine, if you want them, you can have them, but I want Gu Yao. Gu Yao can give the heavenly nourishing pill to Ji Xiu. She can even ignore the soul, devouring nail. But she must never let Ji Xiu get involved with Gu Yao." "Sure." Hearing this, Ji Xiu seriously nodded at Mu Bing. How could he not know that Mu Bing had always wanted Gu Yao? And she had just been making a feigned retreat to advance. "You agree?" Mu Bing looked at Ji Xiu in surprise. "Agree. Of course I agree. As long as Gu Yao herself agrees, I have no objections." Ji Xiu looked calm. As if Mu Bing's request was nothing serious. Really, Mu Bing's beautiful eyes lit up. Her scheme had succeeded. The corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up. She had deliberately asked Ji Xiu for the soul, devouring nail, and the heavenly nourishing pill before. Then she asked for Gu Yao as a compromise. She thought that Gu Yao was just Ji Xiu's maid now, and since Ji Xiu had taken so many good things from her, he wouldn't be so stingy as to keep a maid. Hiki. Ji Xiu smiled slightly. Then he leaned forward and whispered affectionately in her ear, "Really? Naturally, really." After saying that, he activated the flying dragon cloud, probing hand. At this time, Ji Xiu's hand had quietly landed on Mu Bing's waist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing 200 destiny essences. Just then, a cold voice sounded in Ji Xiu's ear. "Ji Xiu, you don't want your hand anymore, do you?" Hearing this, Ji Xiu shrugged and withdrew his hand, thinking at the same time, 200 is better than nothing. Husband, look how well matched they are. Lin Ru looked at Ji Xiu and Mu Bing with a motherly smile. "Yes, they are truly a match made in heaven." Ji Xiu nodded in approval. "This boy Ji Xiu, he really is my grandson. Talented. He is truly talented, just like me." Ji Nu also looked satisfied. "Junior sister, I'll be back soon." Mu Qiu put down her cup, looked at the bright moon, and spoke softly. "Be careful." Mu Hua nodded. She naturally knew what Mu Qiu was going to do. "Don't worry." Mu Qiu smiled faintly the moment she walked out of the Xian Pavilion. A terrifying light of killing intent flashed in her eyes. The night was deep, and the moon was bright. In a very luxurious mansion in the southern part of the capital. My lord, the person has arrived. The protector of the red robe cult spoke softly. As his voice faded, a figure in a black cloak landed in the courtyard. The thousand-faced Jura, Mr. Baiyi. Shen Feng frowned and whispered, "It's me." Baiyi said coldly. He slightly raised his head. The moonlight fell on his pale, corpse-like face, making it extremely eerie. His eyes were dull, showing no emotional fluctuations, only endless stillness. "Tonight, your target. It is Ji Xiu, the young heir of the Ji family. Is there any problem?" Shen Feng asked in a low voice. No problem. Baiyi replied concisely. He was merely a young heir of a warlord family. It posed no difficulty for him. As for the consequences after killing someone, he wasn't afraid at all, because standing behind him was the world, the #1 assassin organization on the Tianshan continent. "Good, very good. Since everything was ready, let's set off." Shanae Feng took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the G mansion in the capital city. My lord, the bishop hasn't arrived yet. Should we wait for him? The protector of the red-robed sect gently reminded. No need. The bishop will directly meet us at the G mansion. I've made all the arrangements. Shanae Feng smiled faintly. You know, he had made full preparations today. So be it. Upon hearing this, the protector of the red-robed sect couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the bishop of their red-robed sect couldn't come, it would mean certain death for them to force their way into the G mansion. Go. Set off. Shanae Feng waved his hand. A dozen figures in red robes followed behind him, and just then, a voice as cold as 1,000-year-old mysterious eyes sounded. Don't waste your efforts. Tonight, you won't be able to go anywhere. As the voice faded, bang, the mansion gate opened. The cold wind blew in, making everyone present shiver involuntarily. Everyone looked up and saw an old man in black standing at the mansion gate. He was of medium height and had an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who wouldn't attract a second look in a crowd. However, from the moment he appeared, the air temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. Who are you? The old guard beside Ji Xiao? Shanae Feng recognized the identity of Guard Lao. It's me. Guard Lao replied coldly. Just in time. Let's start with you today, Mr. Bai Yi. This old guy is yours. Once you succeed, I'll give you an additional 30 million. You've killed a lord-level powerhouse before, Shanae Feng said confidently. After saying that, he turned to look at Bai Yi, the thousand-faced Azura beside him, and his expression suddenly froze. Mr. Bai Yi. What's wrong with you? Shanae Feng opened his mouth slightly, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Bai Yi, who ranked 10th on the assassin list and was known as the thousand-faced Azura, was now trembling all over, shaking like a sieve. His pair of eyes that were as lifeless as a dead fish and had no emotion at all were now trembling violently, looking at the old man in black in front of the door. He seemed to have seen a devil. Even his previously steady breathing had become extremely disordered. He was like a child who had done something wrong outside and was caught by his parents. How could it be you? Bai Yi swallowed hard and said in a daze, long time no see. Stabai. Guard Lao greeted Bai Yi expressionlessly. Stabai? Shanae Feng was stunned. The protector behind him was also shocked. Who on earth was this person who could call the thousand-faced Azura Bai? It's been a long time, Bai Yi replied tremblingly. Looking at Guard Lao's calm eyes, he couldn't help but take a half-step back. A feeling called fear spread from his heart to his whole body. Once again, a series of terrifying memories flooded into his mind. For a moment, the only thought in his mind was to escape. The farther, the better. You're not thinking of running away, are you? Don't you care about the reputation of the world and the dignity of an assassin? How did I teach you back then? Guard Lao asked with great interest. His hands behind his back, as the former chief instructor of the world. He could tell what Bai Yi was thinking at a glance. After saying this, sweat dripped down Bai Yi's forehead, and Shen Nanfeng suddenly woke up. The old man in black beside Ji Xiu was not an ordinary lord-level powerhouse. He was a super big shot in the assassin world, the chief instructor of the world. It was he who had created a group of fearless killing machines in the world. Instructor, you're joking. As your student, Bai Yi won't act against his superior. Since you're here, Bai Yi will leave right away. Tonight, just pretend you didn't see your student, Bai Yi said tremblingly. Upon hearing this, Guard Lao shook his head with a look of pity and said to himself, what a pity. After all these years in the world, you still haven't become a real assassin. If it were your senior brothers and sisters, they wouldn't talk about respecting their master when they met me, because they understand that killing me is the best way to respect their master. After saying that, he turned around and closed the mansion gate. Bang! When the gate closed, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Under the moonlight, Guard Lao walked towards Shen Nanfeng and his group step by step with his hands behind his back. Kill! Shen Nanfeng roared. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative. A dozen powerful members of the red-robed sect behind him stepped into the air and rushed towards Guard Lao. But the next second, puff, puff, the sound of spurting blood rang out. A bloodstain appeared on the necks of the dozen powerful members of the red-robed sect. Dozens of heads flew up, and blood spurted out from the necks more than 10 feet high. Under the moonlight, no one saw how Guard Lao had made his move. Instructor, don't push people too far. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and roared in a deep voice. After saying that, he pretended to attack but actually turned around and fled. In front of his former instructor, he had no desire to fight at all, because he knew exactly how terrifying the person in front of him was. Clang, a thick shadow covered him. Puff, a withered and old palm penetrated his chest without warning. Puff, Bai Yi suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and the light of life in his eyes dimmed when Guard Lao pulled out his hand. A string of blood splashed, His body suddenly turned cold and then fell from the air. A lord, level assassin, a ruthless person ranked 10th on the assassin list, killed in one move. Don't come near me. I'm the young master of the red-robed sect. If you kill me, the red-robed sect will surely make you pay in blood. Shen Feng looked at guard Lao in horror. His legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. Alas, I've heard words like yours tens of thousands of times in my life. Guard Lao shook his head, reached out his hand, and pressed it on Shen Nanfeng's head. Crack! The sound of a broken neck rang out. Shen Nanfeng's head was actually twisted off by Guard Lao. After doing all this, Guard Lao didn't even look at the corpses all over the ground and casually threw the head on the ground. He lifted his feet and left the red-robed sect's mansion. And the most terrifying thing was, from the time he entered to the time he left, it took less than a minute. Although the blood flowed like a river, not a single drop of blood stained his clothes. Your Highness, you should be satisfied now. Guard Lao looked towards the G mansion and smiled faintly. At the same time. Outside the capital city, an old man in a sacred red robe was looking at the white-clothed woman in front of him in horror. Ice God Palace, Palace Mistress Mu Qiu. Shen Wuhui said in a trembling voice, looking at Mu Qiu fearfully. Do you know who Ji Xiu is? Mu Qiu asked expressionlessly. The young heir of the Ji family. Shen Wuhui replied stutteringly. And? Mu Qiu arched her delicate eyebrows slightly. I don't know. Shen Wuhui shook his head. Of course, he knew the relationship between Ji Xiu and Mu Qiu. However, at this moment, he would never admit it even if he were killed. Do you want to kill him? Mu Qiu asked again. I'll leave right away. Shen Wuhui replied hastily. This seat will see you off. Mu Qiu's tone was calm. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Wuhui's face changed drastically. He knew that Mu Qiu had the intention to kill. Without saying a word, he frantically formed seals with both hands. Clang. An esoteric and strange teleportation formation appeared beneath his feet, and the next second, boom. A terrifying aura, like a slumbering dragon, awoke from Mu Qiu's body. At this moment, all the cultivators in the entire capital city trembled under this aura. This was the aura of the saint rank, which stood above all beings. Clang. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped suddenly. Streams of frost instantly froze the teleportation formation. Palace Master Mu Qiu, spare my life. I guarantee that I'll never set foot in Beixia's capital city again. Shen Wuhui pleaded loudly. In front of a saint rank powerhouse. He didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. It wasn't his fault, for there was a saying on the Tianshan continent, below the saint rank, all are ants, since they were ants. How could they go against fate? It's too late. Mu Qiu shook her head and flicked her finger. Clang, a peerless sword light flashed across the void, extremely bright and splashing thousands of feet. The night in the entire capital city was as bright as day under this sword light. Like the frost's arrival, Shen Wuhui's body instantly turned into ice shards under this sword light. That night, it rained between heaven and earth. A heavy rain heralded the fall of a powerhouse at the peak of the monarch rank. The entire capital city fell silent in this continuous light rain. Mu Qiu turned her head and looked in the direction of the G mansion in the capital city. She murmured to herself. In this way, it should buy a lot of time for Binger and that young man. I hope they won't disappoint this seed in the future. In the capital city, the rain was still falling. All the important figures in the entire capital city trembled in this rain. In the imperial garden of the palace, Emperor Long Tian stared at the distant horizon with a trembling gaze. After a long while, he exclaimed in horror, "It's her. She actually came to the capital city." Yes, the eunuch Yuhua Dian of the Western Factory trembled as he said, apart from the one from the Ice God Palace. Who else would dare to attack the Archbishop of the Red Robe sect? Your Majesty, please forgive my sin. It was my negligence that I failed to notice Mu Qiu's arrival in the capital city. Forget it. Long Tian waved his hand and said with great trepidation, she is a saint-rank powerhouse, not to mention the capital city. Even in my imperial palace, if she wants to come, what can you do? Hearing this, Yuhua Dian finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Long Tian didn't blame him, it would be fine. To be honest, a saint-rank powerhouse like Mu Qiu was not someone he could provoke. Where is Shen Feng? Didn't he spend 100 million to hire killers from the mortal world? How's the situation? Long Tian then asked. Hearing this, Yu Huayan's face changed. He responded in a low voice with great trepidation. Dead. All dead. They didn't even step out of the mansion before they were all killed. Even Shen Nanfeng's head was brutally twisted off. Alas, Long Tian let out a long sigh and gritted his teeth unwillingly. He said, it seems that after tonight, this young heir of the Ji family has truly become the most untouchable taboo figure in the capital city. That's right. Yu Huatian nodded in agreement. The previous palace master of the Ice God Palace had personally taken action. Who in the capital city would dare to have thoughts about Jishio? At this time, he leaned over and asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, what should we do next? After a long silence, Long Tian slowly asked, Has the national teacher returned to the palace? Hearing this, Yu Huayan's face changed drastically. When he heard the words national teacher, there was even a trace of deep fear in his eyes. Your Majesty, the national teacher has already returned to the palace. Good. Long Tian nodded heavily and said, Let's go. Head to the Divine Strategy Palace. In the Divine Strategy Palace of the Imperial Palace, on the Sweet Dew platform. One could overlook the entire capital city from here. A woman in a long black dress embroidered with phoenix patterns stood on the Sweet Dew platform. Beneath her feet was the entire capital city. The moonlight fell gracefully on her extremely cold and charming peerless face, making her look extremely enchanting. Master. Palace Master Mu Qiu took action, and the Archbishop of the Red Robe sect, Shen Wei, fell. The former chief instructor of the mortal world, Wei Qin, killed everyone in the Red Robe sect in the capital city, including the young master of the Red Robe sect, Shen Feng, and his former student, the Thousand-Faced Jurabai. The young girl Xianyin suppressed the shock in her heart and spoke in a deep voice. And then, the mysterious woman asked casually, And also, father is coming, Xianyin said in a low voice. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Tian and Yu Huatian had already arrived on the Sweet Dew platform, and Long Tian stared at the tall and beautiful figure under the moon, his eyes full of infatuation and admiration. Seeing this, Xianyin couldn't help but shake her head. Her father had been infatuated with her master for a long time. Unfortunately, the king has affection, but the goddess has no heart. National teacher, I'm here. Long Tian's voice was deep and restrained, obviously suppressing the restless emotions in his heart. Greetings to your majesty, the mysterious woman said calmly. Although her words were respectful, her body didn't move at all. Even in front of the king of Beixia, she didn't show the slightest intention of bowing or kneeling. National teacher, you should know about the matter, right? Long Tian took a deep breath and said, I know. And then, the mysterious woman slightly turned to the side. Under the moonlight, her profile was perfect to the extreme. Her cold eyes, like those on the top of a snow-covered mountain, quietly stared at Long Tian. I need you to take action. Long Tian stated his purpose. The mysterious woman shook her head with a smile and said, This seat hasn't reached the saint rank. How can I take action? Hearing this, Long Tian's face changed. He stepped forward and said anxiously, Don't you even have a way? Is your majesty afraid? The mysterious woman arched her delicate eyebrows. Hearing this, the eunuch Yu Huatian of the Western Factory's face changed drastically. If someone else dared to say such words in front of Long Tian, they would probably be dead by now. However, the woman in front of him was an exception. At this time, Long Tian was silent for a long time. Then he said with complex emotions, Afraid? How can I not be afraid? If a great emperor emerges from the Ji family in the future, you should know the consequences. Yes, the mysterious woman nodded. She gently tapped the railing with her jade hand. Since it's so, then leave that young heir of the Ji family to this seat. Do you have a way? Long Tian asked in surprise. It takes time. The mysterious woman only said 4 words. Hearing this, Long Tian's face changed drastically. He stared at the woman in shock and said, You're going to reach the saint rank. The mysterious woman let out a soft laugh and didn't deny it. She waved her hand at Long Tian. Your majesty, please go back. This seat won't see you off. Fine. Long Tian nodded. He took one last lingering look at the mysterious woman before turning around and leaving. However, no one could detect that a fleeting glimmer of extremely veiled greed flashed across his eyes the moment he turned. After Long Tian left, the young girl Xianyin looked at the mysterious woman with a face full of surprise and exclaimed, Master, are you about to reach the saint level? The mysterious woman slightly parted her red lips, nodded, and uttered only 4 words, just a hair's breadth away. Hiss. Xianyin gasped and said, As expected of you. Then, when you reach the saint level, will you really take action against Jishio? By the way, aren't you quite optimistic about Jishio? If I remember correctly, a few days ago in the Dark Colosseum, your master even told Luo Yuzhu to deal with Jishio. At that time, she was so excited as if she was going to recruit Jishio under her command. That scene is still vivid in my memory. The smile on the mysterious woman's extremely cold and charming face grew broader. She replied with great interest, Your father is the emperor of Beixia. I am the national advisor. He is the ruler. I am the subject. Can a subject still defy the imperial order? True. Xianyin nodded. Although she felt that this was not her master's usual character. There was nothing wrong with these words. At the same time, She also felt sorry for Jishio. If her master reached the saint level, even Mu Chio might not be able to protect Jishio. It seemed that this fellow didn't have much time left. Xianyin murmured softly to herself. That night, the rain had stopped, while all the bigwigs in the capital were still trembling in fear because of the slaughter that night. Jishio had returned to his Luofeng palace and was soaking comfortably in the steaming hot bath. Young prince, Old Wei is back. He asked me to tell you that all the members of the Red Robe cult in the capital have been killed. Gu Yao stood outside the screen and relayed the message. Got it. Jishio's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. With Old Wei taking action tonight, there could be no other outcome. As for the bishop of the Red Robe cult, he should have returned to the netherworld by now. Jishio smiled faintly. With Mu Bing's master, the most legendary former palace master of the Ice God Palace, taking action, not to mention the bishop of the Red Robe cult. Even the Pope, the leader of the Red Robe cult, would have to kneel. Ji Yao, did you take that Tianyang pill? Jishio suddenly looked at the slender figure outside the screen and asked. Yes. It had excellent effects. Thank you, young prince, Gu Yao replied softly. Jishio nodded upon hearing this. He thought to himself that the Tianyang pill truly lived up to its reputation as a sacred medicine of the Ice God Palace. Just one Tianyang pill had helped Gu Yao recover at least 50% of her burned true blood in just one day. It was a pity that it wasn't enough. Thinking of this, Jishio opened the system mall that he carefully selected and finally spent 500 destiny essences to buy a 2-star pill called Huadawa Secret Pill. Huadawa Secret Pill, a secret medicine of the divine Dr. Hua Ta. With the extraordinary effects of treating hidden injuries and nourishing blood and beautifying the appearance, the effect lasts for 3 years. Take this. After taking this pill, within 3 years, the true blood you burned before should return to its peak state. Jishio stepped out of the bath, put on his clothes, and placed the Huadawa secret pill in Gu Yao's hand. Thank you, young prince. Gu Yao took the pill and stared blankly at Jishio, who was smiling. Why are you looking at me like that? Jishio found it quite amusing. Young prince, no one has ever treated me so well. Why are you so kind to me? Gu Yao stared blankly at Jishio and asked. Her family was massacred when she was very young. She and her younger brother Gu Jian were sold into the Dark Colosseum to survive. They had to kill continuously. One could say that she had witnessed the dark side of the world since childhood. Years of experience had taught her that no one in the world would show kindness to you for no reason, unless you were of use to them. But in fact, she, an almost half-wasted descendant of the Spirit Clan, had no use value at all. Such a useless person like her, yet Jishio treated her extremely well. For a moment, she was very confused. Ji Yao, you think too little of yourself. You deserve the best treatment. Jishio replied casually. He wasn't lying. When he read the novel before, he also liked Gu Yao very much. Who wouldn't like an invincible empress of peerless elegance? And who wouldn't want to experience the process of nurturing an empress? Young prince, you're joking again. Gu Yao forced a bitter smile. She knew that Jishio was probably joking, but at this moment, her heart was truly filled with warmth, whether it was true or false. She had already decided to stay by Jishio's side. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Jishio, come out. Hearing this, Jishio raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured to himself, why is this woman here? He pushed open the palace door. There, Mu Bing was standing in the small courtyard in a white dress. Her extremely beautiful face was full of coldness, but when she saw Gu Yao beside Jishio, her expression softened. Greetings to Miss Mu Bing. Gu Yao lowered her head and saluted. Seeing this, Mu Bing took a deep breath and looked at Jishio very seriously, asking, at the engagement banquet, are the words you said still valid? Of course. Jishio nodded and smiled. Good. Mu Bing stepped forward, took Gu Yao's hand, and asked softly, Gu Yao, come back to the Ice God Palace with me tomorrow. From now on, I'll protect you. No one will dare to bully you. Hearing this, Gu Yao was taken aback. She looked up at Mu Bing's earnest eyes and then shook her head, replying, thank you for your kindness, Miss Mu Bing. I'm truly flattered, but I still want to stay by the young prince's side. So, I'd better not. Why? Mu Bing's extremely beautiful face was full of puzzlement. Ji Yao, what's so good about this guy that you want to stay by his side? He'll only bully you. Hee. Jishio didn't say much upon hearing this. He just quietly looked at Gu Yao. No. Gu Yao quietly withdrew her hand from Mu Bing's grasp, her tone firm. Are you really not going to reconsider? Mu Bing asked again. No. Gu Yao shook her head and said, Miss Mu Bing, it's a long way back to the Ice God Palace. Please take good care of yourself. Hearing this, Mu Bing's pretty face changed. She knew that Gu Yao had made her decision. No matter what else she said, it would be useless. After a long silence, she let out a deep sigh and then looked at Gu Yao seriously, saying, Okay, you also take good care of yourself. From now on, we'll keep in touch. If he bullies you, tell me. I'll never forgive him. At this, Mu Bing couldn't help but glare at Jishio fiercely. Obviously, she was warning Jishio not to do anything stupid. But Jishio's nonchalant attitude made her grind her teeth in anger. Okay. Gu Yao also smiled. Although she didn't know why Mu Bing valued her so much, she could feel Mu Bing's kindness. She just still wanted to stay in the capital. Take care. Mu Bing stepped forward and gently embraced Gu Yao. Then, she took 2 steps back. She took out the tiger talisman of the Ji family and waved it in front of Jishio's eyes. Then, with a sneering look on her face, she looked at Jishio and said, "When you come of age, I will marry you. Honestly speaking, I'm really looking forward to our wedding day." Jishio also laughed. How could he fail to understand the implied meaning behind Mu Bing's words? The wedding day would be the day when Mu Bing would end things with him. She would use every means at her disposal to bring about his demise. What a coincidence. I'm also eagerly anticipating that day. Jishio looked intently into Mu Bing's beautiful eyes and gave her the most resolute response. Good, Jishio. I hope you remember your words today. Mu Bing let out a soft laugh. Then she turned around and left. Watching Mu Bing's retreating figure, Jishio pondered for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he led Gu Yao to the secluded courtyard of the Ji mansion. This was where Elder Wei lived. Under the moonlight, a slender figure was sweating profusely in the courtyard, practicing a complex sword technique with an iron sword. When he saw Jishio and Gu Yao, he immediately stepped forward to pay his respects. Greetings, young master of the Ji family. Jiu Jian looked at Jishio with full devotion. For him, Jishio had given him a chance at a new life. Well, Elder Wei was his teacher, while Jishio was his master. Go ahead. Go and see if your younger brother has improved his skills. Jishio gave Gu Yao a gentle smile. Thank you, young master of the Ji family. Gu Yao nodded vigorously. She pulled Gu Jian and started sparring in the small courtyard. Clang, clang, the clash of weapons sparked bright flames. The 2 figures dancing with swords under the moon were extremely pleasing to the eye. At this time, an old figure appeared beside Xiu. Is the young master of the Ji family satisfied? Elder Wei asked with a smile. Not bad. However, how long will it take for Gu Jian to become a true assassin? Jishio asked casually. He has astonishing talent and possesses the supreme bone. But it will still take at least 3 years. Elder Wei replied seriously. 3 years. That's within my expectations. Jishio nodded. The young master of the Ji family must have some plan in mind. Elder Wei said with a smile that he knew that Jishio's purchase of the Gu siblings at an exorbitant price was just the first step. Yes. Next, I hope to establish an organization that integrates intelligence, assassination, and military strategy. Jishio looked intently at Elder Wei with burning eyes. Similar to the Western Factory, Elder Wei was a bit surprised. Yes, but not entirely. The Western Factory is only an organization within the Northern Xia dynasty. And the organization I want to create is aimed at the entire Tianshan continent. Jishio's gaze was extremely determined. The young master of the Ji family really has great ambitions, but you should know that this won't be easy. Elder Wei took a deep breath and reminded him. Jishio smiled and said, I never do things that are easy. Hearing this, Elder Wei looked at Jishio with even more admiration in his eyes. I don't have much time left. So, I'll need Elder Wei's full support in the future. Jishio sighed meaningfully. Understood. Elder Wei nodded solemnly. He knew that although the Ji family was currently safe, the future was uncertain. Taking precautions was the best strategy, and naturally, he would do his utmost to assist Jishio. May I ask, what does the young master of the Ji family want to name this organization? Elder Wei asked curiously. Hearing this, Jishio was silent for a moment. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. How about calling it Military Intelligence Section 6? The next day, at dusk, Mu Bing left, she and her master. Mu Qiu left the Ji mansion and headed back to the Ice God Palace. Jishio sat in the small courtyard of the falling Maple Palace, squinting his eyes as he watched the 2 figures gradually fading away in the setting sun. The next time we meet, it will be our wedding day. That day will be the day to decide life and death. Mu Bing knew her own identity. Having been reborn, she would surely never stop until she achieved her goal. Just like in the novel, fortunately, he still had time to become as powerful as possible. Young master of the Ji family. When will the plan to establish the Military Intelligence Section 6 be put into action? Elder Wei whispered beside Xiu. This moment, he was already eager to start. Right now, this instant. Jishio replied without a moment's hesitation. Having said that, he took out a black gold card from his storage ring and gave it to Elder Wei. There are still 30 million gold coins in here. Use this as the start. Up capital for the Military Intelligence Section 6. Hearing this, Elder Wei nodded vigorously. 30 million gold coins was a huge sum for any newly established organization. Back then, the start up capital of the mortal world was only 30 million. So, this sum of money was more than enough to establish the Military Intelligence Section 6. Young master of the G family. What should we do as the first step for the Military Intelligence Section 6? Elder Wei asked curiously. It's very simple. Recruit talents. Train assassins. Most importantly, we need to start building our own intelligence network throughout the Northern Xia dynasty. Ji Xiu smiled. He had long since come up with the idea for the Military Intelligence Section 6. Firstly, recruiting talents. As the main villain who had transmigrated into the book, he naturally knew which peerless geniuses were down on their luck in the early stage, but would rise up later. What he had to do was to recruit these geniuses under his command and make them work for him, just like Gu Yao and Gu Jin now. Secondly, training assassins. That he needed a group of assassins who were completely loyal to him to remove some obstacles for him. After all, he couldn't do everything himself. It would be great to have a group of assassins hidden in the dark to do things for him. Thirdly, establishing an intelligence network. This was especially important. At all times, intelligence was of utmost importance. With accurate intelligence, one could be invincible and even predict the future through a series of clues and information. Understood. I'll get ready right away. In at least 3 years and at most 5 years. This old servant will definitely let the young master of the G family see the results, Elder Wei said with determination. Having said that, he turned around confidently and left to make preparations for establishing the Military Intelligence Section 6. Good, Ji Xiu nodded. Now that the plan for the Military Intelligence Section 6 had started, his own cultivation plan should also commence. Within 5 years, I want to reach the star, gathering realm. Ji Xiu took a deep breath, and a glimmer of light shone in his clear, spring-like eyes. Establishing the Military Intelligence Section 6 was important. Improving his own cultivation was even more crucial. After all, in the Tianxin continent, only strength was the absolute truth. Under the setting sun, Ji Xiu's small figure was stretched long by the setting sun. Ji Yao walked out of the falling maple palace. Seeing Ji Xiu standing with his hands behind his back in the setting sun, she couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. An inexplicable thought arose in her heart. In the future, the entire Northern Xia dynasty will be in the palm of our young master of the Ji family's hand. Time flew by. 5 years passed in a flash. It was midsummer. The bright moonlight spilled down generously on the falling maple palace. Ji Xiu was sitting cross-legged on the palace bed, eyes closed, breathing steadily, with a lean physique. Although his face still looked a bit childish, his temperament had become even more ethereal and otherworldly. The last step. Light up the life star. Ji Xiu clasped his hands together and began to burn his true essence, sprinting with all his might towards the star, gathering realm. Crack. When a shattering sound rang out, the barrier between the life, earth realm and the star, gathering realm crumbled. Ji Xiu's aura underwent an earth, shattering change. At this very moment, the level of his true essence also achieved a qualitative sublimation. Meanwhile, an extremely resplendent star slowly ascended above his cultivation life, earth, the star, gathering realm. I've reached it. Ji Xiu suddenly opened his eyes, and the resplendent starlight spilled out from his eye sockets. He raised his hand and gently clenched his fist, and could sense how powerful and wonderful the star, gathering, level power flowing between his fingers was. Whoosh! Ji Xiu slowly exhaled a puff of turbid air. 5 years of hard work had finally not been in vain. He had finally accomplished the goal in his plan and reached the star, gathering realm. You know, even in the entire Tianxin continent, those at the star, gathering realm were considered high-level experts. As his thoughts whirled, a clear system voice came into his ears at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the star, gathering realm. You were rewarded with 3,000 points of heavenly destiny essence. Hearing this, Ji Xiu wasted no time in opening the system panel. Name: Ji Xiu. Identity: the Crown Prince of the Northern Xia dynasty. Founded organization: Military Intelligence Section 6. Cultivation: first stage of the star, gathering realm. Bloodline constitution: divine heart and demon bone. The demon's presence has been successfully activated. Divine forbidden: 100,000 points of heavenly destiny essence. Immortal embers: 1,000,000 points of heavenly destiny essence. Cultivation techniques: the Devouring Immortal and Demon technique, already cultivated to the 3rd stage. The Flying Dragon's Cloud, Probing Hand, advanced. Weapons: the Great Luo Sword Embryo, the Ghost Flute Ching. Heavenly Destiny Essence, 14,800 points. Fate level: red, a narrow escape from death. System Mall, opened. Mission System, opened. Warehouse, a soul, slaying nail. The three parts of the soul, capturing trilogy, the soul, requiem melody. The soul, robbing melody, the soul, summoning melody, the ice god's jade, the token of the ice god palace's master. System prompt. More information can be expanded. Not bad. In 5 years, he had accumulated 14,800 points of heavenly destiny essence. His fate level had changed from black to red. From near death to a narrow escape from death. Wasn't this a kind of progress? Additionally, since he had reached the star-gathering realm, he could try to cultivate the soul, requiem melody of the soul, capturing trilogy. He could also use the ghost flute Ching. The soul, requiem melody could control the deceased cultivators to fight. This was truly a good thing. Thinking of this, the smile on Jisho's face grew broader. The soul, requiem melody could control the deceased cultivators to fight. Being able to master this power was very crucial for him. Just as Jisho's thoughts were swirling, a tall and graceful figure quietly walked into the falling maple palace. Under the bright moon, she was dressed in snow, white clothes, and her long dress dragged on the ground. Her slender waist was so delicate that it seemed one could hold it with one hand. Her long hair, like a waterfall, cascaded down to her perky buttocks. Her originally extremely beautiful and peerless face had shed a bit of its childishness and added a touch of charm. Although it was just a wisp, it was enough to be captivating, especially her pair of eyes, which were like starlight and also like the vast sea. With a gentle smile, she could enchant the world's vanity. She was Gu Yao, the 18-year-old Gu Yao. At this moment, she was no longer the young girl who had just entered Ji's mansion 5 years ago. She had completely transformed into a peerless goddess famous in the capital city, whose beauty could make the nation fall. She was known as one of the 4 great goddesses of the northern Xia, along with Luo Yuzhu, the chief of the Dark Colosseum, Mu Xianin, the princess of the northern Xia royal family, and Chuli, the crown princess of the northern Xia royal family. Jiyu Yao. She slightly pursed her red lips and softly spoke as she paid respects to the young crown prince. Oh, why have you come? A playful smile curled up on Jisho's lips as he pretended not to know. Your Highness, the young crown prince clearly knows. It's that time again. Gu Yao folded her arms across her chest, leaned against the door, and looked at Jisho with a relaxed expression and a smile in her eyes. Right? It's that time again. Jisho nodded and then said, then what are we waiting for? You know the rules. Yes. Gu Yao gave Jisho a bright smile, turned around to close the palace door, sat in front of Jisho, and began to slowly adjust her breathing. Hiss. Jisho couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he saw Gu Yao in front of him. Are you ready? Yes. Gu Yao let out a soft murmur. Then, she slightly turned her body. Her profile under the moon was extremely perfect, biting her red lips and looking at Jisho with a dazed look in her eyes. She weakly said, Your Highness the young crown prince. You can start now? Okay. Jisho nodded. Then he activated the Devouring Immortal and Demon technique. Clang. A faint glow flickered. Tiny sparks burst out from Jisho's fingertips. Ah. Gu Yao let out a muffled groan, and her extremely beautiful face suddenly turned deathly pale. It wasn't the first time she had her meridians tempered, but every time, the pain almost drove her to the brink of collapse. However, to Jisho's relief, she managed to persevere every time. That was also why Gu Yao's body had recovered so quickly. How are you? Can you still hold on? Jisho softly asked. Yes, Your Highness the young crown prince. Please continue. I can still bear it. Gu Yao murmured with her white teeth biting her red lips. Okay, it'll be over soon. Jisho shook his head and increased the power of the Devouring Immortal and Demon technique once again. Gu Yao frowned slightly opened her fragrant mouth, and let out a muffled groan. As always, she forced herself to endure. 10 minutes later, the tempering was over. Jiyu Yao's body trembled slightly, and she slumped softly on the palace bed. Her long hair was scattered in front of her forehead. Her beautiful eyes looked at Jisho in a daze. Biting her floral lips, she said nothing. Why are you looking at me like that? Jisho scratched his head. Looking utterly confused, he wondered what was wrong with Gu Yao. Hee. Gu Yao let out a bright smile. Looking at Jisho with great interest, she said, Your Highness the young crown prince. This servant has suddenly thought of something. I wonder if I should say it or not. Hearing this, Jisho helplessly spread his hands and said, Just say it. Well, Gu Yao sized Jisho up and down, and then said meaningfully, I've suddenly discovered that over the years, Your Highness the young crown prince's skills have truly become more and more proficient. Jisho was slightly stunned when he heard this. Jiyu Yao wasn't wrong. He had tempered Gu Yao's meridians many times over the years, and his skills had indeed become more and more proficient. However, it was just for better meridian, Tempering. Yes, it's more proficient. So what? Ji Shou looked at Gu Yao with a hint of amusement. Well, Gu Yao thought for a moment. Her rose, like red lips slightly parted, and she whispered extremely mysteriously, so, I can't say it now. Your Highness the Crown Prince will understand in the future. Ji Shou disdainfully curled his lips and said, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. It doesn't matter. Hee hee. Gu Yao let out a soft laugh. Her beautiful eyes looked at Ji Shou, and the smile in them gradually deepened. What a strange woman. Ji Shou shrugged his shoulders and didn't take Gu Yao's words seriously at all. He stretched his body and then got into the fragrant quilt. Waving his hand at Gu Yao, he said, withdraw. This crown prince is tired. Having said that, Ji Shou closed his eyes wearily. He had broken through to the star, gathering realm tonight, and then helped Gu Yao temper her meridians. He was truly exhausted to the extreme. Thank you for your hard work, my young crown prince, Ji Yao murmured softly. The next day, when Ji Shou opened his eyes, Gu Yao was no longer by his side. However, when he smelled the fragrance of breakfast, he knew that Gu Yao had prepared morning tea and refreshments for him. After dressing up, he walked out of Luofeng Palace and indeed saw a peerlessly beautiful woman standing in the small courtyard. Young prince, it's time for breakfast. Gu Yao turned around, looking at Ji Shou with a gentle smile. Very well. Ji Shou nodded. At this moment, looking at the bright and charming young girl brewing tea for him. He couldn't help feeling a bit dazed. 5 years ago, Gu Yao agreed to be his maid. In these 5 years, she not only took extremely good care of him but also single-handedly transformed military intelligence Section 6 into a mysterious force on par with the Western Factory. Without exaggeration, Gu Yao's talent was truly astonishing. While he was in a trance, Gu Yao had already presented a cup of brewed flower tea in front of him and reported methodically and seriously. Young prince, all 8 underground forces of the Northern Xia dynasty have submitted. Now, only the 10 Blades Legion, the underground force in the capital secretly supported by the Western Factory and the Northern Xia royal family, remains. With the help of Military Intelligence Section 6, the young son of the Murong family, the second wealthiest family in the Northern Xia dynasty, has ascended to the position of family head. He is our puppet family head. Military Intelligence Section 6 has recorded all the scandals of the 108 high-ranking officials in the Northern Xia dynasty. Your Highness can access them at any time. Ji Shou nodded. In 5 years, Military Intelligence Section 6 had achieved remarkable results and become the real master in the darkness of Northern Xia. It had taken control of the 8 underground forces of the Northern Xia dynasty, recorded the scandals of 108 high-ranking officials, and instigated the young son of the second wealthiest family to ascend to the family head position, making the once prestigious second wealthiest family in Northern Xia a private treasury for Military Intelligence Section 6. These were just the tip of the iceberg of what Military Intelligence Section 6 had accomplished in the past 5 years. Now, in the eyes of many important figures in Northern Xia, Military Intelligence Section 6 was on the same level as the Western Factory, which had the royal privilege. In fact, in the eyes of some, it was even more terrifying than the Western Factory. You've worked hard these years. Ji Shou gave Gu Yao a gentle smile. Ji Yao truly deserved the first credit for the growth of Military Intelligence Section 6. It's nothing. Gu Yao shook her head and said softly, as long as your Highness is satisfied, it's all worthwhile. Just when the atmosphere was extremely pleasant, a tall and imposing young man walked into Luofeng Palace. I pay my respects to your Highness, the young prince. Ji Shou raised his eyebrows upon seeing the visitor and casually responded with a grunt. Ji Xian, the son of Ji Wuji, 18 years old, at the 6th realm of the Earth of Fate, position, Sergeant, Major of the Iron Pagoda Army. A close friend of Crown Prince Long Yuan. His father, Ji Wuji, had become the deputy commander of the Iron Pagoda Army over the years. Both father and son were undercover agents placed by the Northern Xia royal family and the Ji family. Bits of information flashed through Ji Shou's mind, with a slight curl of his lips. He looked at Ji Xian playfully and asked, "Oh, isn't this the sergeant, Major? Why do you have the time to visit my Luofeng Palace today?" Hearing this, Ji Xian smiled slightly and replied respectfully, "Your Highness, I've just been transferred back to the capital. Now, I'm the guard captain of the Ji family military mansion. So, I've come specifically to pay my respects to your Highness. That I hope your Highness will take care of me in the future." As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously fell on Gu Yao. At that moment, seeing the one he admired, his heart skipped a beat, and he unconsciously swallowed. His eyes were filled with obsession, inexpressible ardor, and greed. "All right, I got it. You may leave." Ji Shou waved his hand, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Yes, hearing this, Ji Xian withdrew his gaze reluctantly and turned to leave. That a clown, Ji Xiu sneered. How could he not see Ji Xian's intentions? Perhaps Ji Xian had started to have feelings for Gu Yao since he first saw her 3 years ago. If it were someone else, Ji Xiu would have long since had him eliminated. However, Ji Xian was still useful to him, so he had let him live until now. Hee. Seeing this, Gu Yao let out a soft laugh and said, "If your highness is unhappy, next time we meet, how about I gouge out his eyes?" Good idea. Ji Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly, and the playfulness and mockery in his eyes became even more intense. The Ji Wuji father-son pair were just his toys. He could crush them at any time. However, he had to squeeze out the last bit of value from them before doing so. Otherwise, it would be a great pity. Just then, the sound, transmitting jade on Gu Yao's waist, flickered gently. After hearing the news from Military Intelligence Section 6, her pretty face changed abruptly. Then, looking at Ji Xiu seriously, she said, "Your Highness, the latest intelligence. Someone in the Northern Xia Palace has achieved the Saint Realm." Also, Ji Xian's transfer order also came from the Northern Xia Palace. Hearing this, Ji Xiu frowned. Combining the two pieces of intelligence, he smelled a hint of an impending storm. Just as Ji Xiu was lost in thought, a clear system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. The system prompts that the sign and location has been refreshed. Sign and location. The Imperial Mausoleum on the back hill of the Northern Xia Palace. Isn't it just the right time for the sign and location to be refreshed? The Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum. This is the forbidden area of the Northern Xia royal family. Ji Xiu couldn't help rubbing his temples. For the past 8 years, he had deliberately avoided contact with the Northern Xia royal family in order to have more time to develop. However, now the sign and location had been directly refreshed to the royal forbidden area. So he had to make a decision. Should he give up the sign in reward or take a risk? Ji Xiu took a deep breath, thought for about 2 seconds, and then looked at Gu Yao seriously and said, "Next, I'll go to the Northern Xia Palace." What? Hearing this, Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu in surprise and then shook her head firmly, saying, "No, Your Highness, you can't go. The waters in the Northern Xia Palace are too deep. If you go there, isn't it like a lamb walking into the tiger's den?" Hee. Hearing this, Ji Xiu let out a soft laugh and said, "Don't worry, I naturally have my plan, now that he has reached the first realm of star convergence. He has an extra life, saving trump card. That is the soul, devouring nail stolen from the female Mu Bing. The soul, devouring nail can run amok among those below the saint realm. So, theoretically, as long as he doesn't encounter a saint realm expert, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Sneak into the palace, sign in, and leave." Ji Xiu stroked his chin and thought it was feasible. Although the Northern Xia Palace is dangerous, as long as he goes in and out quickly and quietly without alerting the important figures inside, there should be no problem. Alas. Looking at Ji Xiu, who had made up his mind, Gu Yao couldn't help letting out a long sigh. She asked worriedly, "Your Highness, if you're going to sneak into the palace, what preparations does Military Intelligence Section 6 need to make?" Ji Xiu thought for a while and then shook his head, saying, "You don't need to make any preparations. However, I do need to make some good preparations before going." After saying that, Ji Xiu turned around and returned to Luofeng Palace. He opened the system mall and locked onto the column of body movement martial arts. 3,000 lightning steps, 1,000 heavenly mandate points phantom soaring, 2,000 heavenly mandate essences demons 8 steps, 3,000 heavenly mandate essences star gods shattered shadow, 4,000 heavenly mandate essences the secret of the character Xing among the 9 secrets, 20,000 heavenly mandate essences Ji Xiu carefully selected among the numerous body movement martial arts. Finally, he chose the star god Shattered Shadow, which was the most cost-effective and most suitable for himself. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully purchased the martial art Star God's Shattered Shadow by spending 4,000 heavenly mandate essences. Star God's Shattered Shadow, the extraordinary body movement martial art of the ancient star gods. When cultivated to the extreme, it can reverse time and space. That Ji Xiu casually glanced at the introduction of Star God's Shattered Shadow. Then he began to practice this extraordinary body movement martial art. 6 hours later, a clear system prompt sound rang. Ding. The system prompts that the host has reached the introductory level of Star God's Shattered Shadow. Hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, stretched himself, and murmured to himself, "Although I've just started, fortunately, the Star God's Shattered Shadow is of extremely high level. So it should suffice." After saying that, Ji Xiu got up and walked out of Luofeng Palace. Looking up at the bright moon outside the window, he whispered softly, "It's late at night. It's the right time to enter the palace now." At this time, Gu Yao walked over, looking at Ji Xiu with a look of resentment on her face. She asked, "Must you really go?" "Yes." Ji Xiu turned to Gu Yao and smiled, saying, "I must go." Hearing this, Gu Yao slightly lowered her eyelids and softly said, "I understand that I've already ordered the Military Intelligence Section 6 to make preparations. If there's an accident, we'll fight them to the death." Although Ji Xiu had previously told her not to make any preparations, she was still worried and thus gave the order on her own initiative for the Military Intelligence Section 6 to stand by. "Don't worry." Ji Xiu looked at the dejected Gu Yao with a bit of amusement. Although his star god's shattered shadow was only at the introductory level, he knew that this was a body movement martial art that only true gods were qualified to practice. He had great confidence in himself that he would not be detected by anyone during this infiltration into the palace. After saying that, under Gu Yao's worried gaze, Ji Xiu transformed into starlight and disappeared on the spot. He headed north all the way, aiming for the palace. Soon, Ji Xiu arrived at the magnificent palace gate. This time, he could already sense hundreds of hidden auras in the palace. The Beixiao Palace harbors many talents. The Emperor's secret guards. The 8. Sided Storm. The top 10 Beixiao generals. All are here. From now on, he mustn't make a single wrong step. Ji Xiu took a deep breath. Then, starlight filled his eyes. Clang. In an instant, his figure turned into shattered stars and disappeared on the spot. A streak of starlight flashed across the deep night sky of the palace without attracting the attention of any powerful warriors. Ji Xiu successfully entered the palace. Then, based on the intelligence provided by the Military Intelligence Section 6, he rushed all the way to the back mountain of the palace. There was the location of the Beixiao Imperial Mausoleum. The back mountain of the palace was a huge mountain range. This mountain range was shrouded in thick clouds, looking mysterious and eerie. Breaking into the mountain range and moving forward all the way. Finally, Ji Xiu saw a huge mausoleum in a deep bamboo forest in the depths of the mountain range. Two giant dragonstone statues in front of the mausoleum were extremely majestic. Presumably, this was the Beixiao Imperial Mausoleum. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and whispered to himself. However, immediately, he frowned suddenly and looked at the tomb door of the mausoleum. At this time, he was shocked to find that the tomb door was actually open. Had someone already gone in? Ji Xiu's heart suddenly raced. He didn't know whether this person was an enemy or a friend. However, he still decided to go for the check-in first. Walking into the Imperial Mausoleum, a corridor filled with long, burning lamps came into view. Ji Xiu walked forward along the corridor. He found that the temperature of the air gradually increased as he went deeper into the mausoleum. However, even so, he didn't take a single step back. Finally, he came to the depths of the mausoleum. This was in front of an underground palace, which was also the place where he was supposed to check in. System check in, Ji Xiu murmured in his heart. Ding. Check in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 5-star reward, the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. This check in reward was actually a strange fire. Ji Xiu was a bit surprised. The Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire was born deep in the earth. It took 100 years to take shape and 1,000 years to form a lotus. Its power was incredibly unpredictable. The well-known Flame Emperor in the vast world also possessed one. It was indeed a good reward. Ji Xiu smiled slightly. It was already quite good to have obtained a strange fire today. Just as he was about to leave, the scorching wind blowing from the underground palace made him stop in his tracks. Could there be a strange fire sealed in this Beixiao Imperial Mausoleum? Thinking of this, Ji Xiu held his breath and carefully activated Star God's shattered shadow, then turned around and sneaked into the underground palace. If there really was a strange fire in the underground palace, it would be a pity not to take it. The underground palace was very large. There were countless terracotta warriors and horses displayed inside, and there was an altar in the depths of the underground palace. On the altar, there was a pure, white lotus flower, and in the center of the flower, there was a strange fire that emitted an extremely evil aura. The whole body of the fire was crimson and was slowly pulsating like a heart. Although this strange fire was sealed by the altar, one could still sense the scorching temperature. One could even faintly hear the roars and howls of evil spirits from hell. Sure enough, it was a strange fire. And it was no ordinary strange fire. The power of this strange fire definitely far exceeded that of the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Ji Xiu's heart suddenly beat faster. However, he didn't make any move. Because there were still two people standing in front of the altar. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The man was wearing a white long robe, with silver hair and silver beard. He looked like an otherworldly immortal. His old and wrinkled face showed that he had lived for many years. The woman was wearing a gorgeous black phoenix long dress. The dress wrapped around her hot and extremely charming body. Her long black hair was coiled up high, showing indescribable grace and nobility. It was a pity that she wore a veil and her face couldn't be seen clearly. They seemed to be in a stand-off. It was worth mentioning that compared with their auras, Jishio's aura was as tiny and pitiful as an ant. Fortunately, his hiding technique, Star God's Shattered Shadow, was of true God-leveled, so it allowed him to perfectly hide in a corner of this underground palace mausoleum without being discovered by these two powerful figures. Saint-rank powerhouses, more than one. Jishio frowned. If there were two saint-rank powerhouses in the Beixia dynasty, then the situation would not be so favorable for him from now on. Just then, an old voice sounded, "Woman, go back. The Beixia Imperial Mausoleum is not a place for you to come." The old man in white looked at the woman with a very calm look and spoke in a very cold tone. "Hihihaha." The woman let out a soft laugh, which was extremely charming. With her hands behind her back, she looked at the old man with a playful look in her beautiful eyes and provocatively said, "Old fellow, what if I don't leave?" Hearing this, Jishio stroked his chin and slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. So, these two are not on the same side. This is getting interesting. For a moment, he became extremely alert. "Woman, I've given you a chance. If you don't leave now, you'll bear the consequences yourself." The old man in white, with his hands behind his back, coldly issued a final ultimatum to the mysterious woman. "Give me the strange fire. I'll leave on my own. How about it?" The mysterious woman slightly parted her crimson lips. Her voice was calm, yet as pleasant as pearls dropping onto a jade plate. "Hee." The old man in white shook his head and chuckled. His eyes blazing, he looked at the mysterious woman and said, "Since that's the case, you shall remain in this imperial mausoleum forever." After saying that, he stretched out his withered palm and gently snapped his fingers. Clang! Countless runes ablaze with crimson flames instantly appeared on the ground of the underground palace, the barrier of the imperial mausoleum. "It seems you're truly afraid that I'll raise your Beixia Imperial Mausoleum to the ground." Hee. The mysterious woman let out a soft laugh and struck first. She stretched out her slender jade hand, pointing straight at the old man in white's head, causing the space to distort instantly. Courting death, the old man in white roared. His old eyes emitted a terrifying gleam. He counter-attacked with a palm strike, colliding with the woman's attack. Boom! The terrifying energy fluctuations made the void tremble. However, in the end, all the energy ripples were absorbed by the crimson flame runes in the underground palace. Humph. A junior who has just entered the Saint Realm dares to cause trouble in the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum? Do you really think you're invincible in the world? The old man in white looked at the mysterious woman with disdain. "Old codger, you talk too much." The mysterious woman attacked again, throwing a punch with an air of dominance. Boom, boom. The old man in white and the mysterious woman clashed hundreds of times. Their speeds were so fast that even Jishio could only see two indistinct, blurry figures. As they fought, divine light spurted thousands of feet. Killing intent filled the sky, and Saint Realm energy overflowed. One could hardly imagine the catastrophic consequences if there were no barrier in the Imperial Mausoleum. The entire Imperial Mausoleum, no, the entire Imperial Mausoleum mountain range would turn into a wasteland. Clang, clang, the two fought more and more crazily. The old man in white drew a long bronze halberd from the void. He brandished the halberd like an invincible god of war. The terrifying killing aura could make the stars fall. The mysterious woman, on the other hand, held a magnificent ice sword. She was like a celestial sword immortal from the 9 heavens, looking down upon all the heroes in the world, as if she were the only immortal in this world. Kill. The old man in white and the mysterious woman fought to the peak, beginning a peerless battle. The halberd and the ice sword in their hands clashed, bursting out with brilliant light as their sharp edges met. Clang clang, the metal vibrated. The black halberd and the ice, glowing sword collided thousands of times in an instant. Moreover, it was the tip of the halberd against the tip of the sword, with the speed reaching the extreme. This was a real Saint Realm battle. The light in an instant shone through the Imperial Mausoleum, making all the stars in the night sky dim. "Old codger, die, slay the immortals." The mysterious woman's beautiful eyes emitted celestial light, and time and space stood still. She turned her wrist, and the ice sword swept out. Clang. A peerlessly dazzling sword beam suddenly swept out. The moment the sword beam appeared, all the crimson flame runes in the underground palace shattered. At the same time, a vision of immortal falls appeared in the void. This sword seemed to bring about a peerless massacre. "I'll fight you to the death." The old man in white's face changed drastically. The power of this sword far exceeded his expectations. He activated a spell with his left hand to unlock the seal of the strange fire. And with his right hand, he fully unleashed the power of the long halberd, breaking through the sky against the sword beam. Boom! The sword beam swept across. The void cracked. The bronze halberd suddenly shattered. 100. Zhang abyss crack opened on the ground of the underground palace, but the old man in white stood firmly in front of the altar. How is it possible? The mysterious woman frowned slightly. That sword just now could slay those in the saint realm, but the old man was completely unharmed. It's the strange fire. Ji Xiao, who was hiding aside, suddenly realized. Woman, die. The old man in white stretched out his palm. And a strange fire sputtering black gas and burning with crimson flames hovered in his palm. The terrifying temperature, the strange aura, and the dreadful energy splashed out in an instant. Kill. The old man in white roared and punched out with the strange fire in his hand. The mysterious woman's face changed drastically. She attacked with a palm strike. Boom. The terrifying power rippled and splashed in the void. The entire Imperial Mausoleum mountain range shook violently. Countless spider web like cracks opened on the ground. And the void shattered. In the center of the battlefield, the old man in white was sent flying 100 zhang. Puff. The mysterious woman also spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her cold and beautiful face under the veil turned a little pale. In the air, wisps of floating flames turned into black gas and suddenly drilled into the woman's body. Damn it! The mysterious woman cursed under her breath and turned to leave, with a few strange flashes of her body. She suddenly disappeared from the old man in white's sight. Seeing this, the old man in white had no intention of chasing. After the mysterious woman left, he quickly resealed the strange fire in his hand in the altar. After doing all this, his body swayed. He vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and collapsed weakly beside the altar. No, I still can't control it. It truly deserves to be the third ranked pure world demonic flame among the strange fires in the world. The old man in white wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself fearfully. At this moment, although he had used the strange fire to force the mysterious woman back, he had also been severely injured by the backlash. The pure world demonic flame, ranked third among the strange fires in the world. This is quite interesting. Ji Xiao murmured in his heart. At this moment, looking at the strange fire that was emitting black smoke and glowing with crimson light, sealed in the altar, his eyes were full of wonder. If he remembered correctly, this pure world demonic lotus was the strange fire of the great villainess Shinji. In the original novel, Shinji had used this strange fire to directly massacre 8 million cultivators of an immortal dynasty. Just then, a figure slowly walked into the Imperial Mausoleum. It was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a black dragon robe. He was handsome, but his face was gloomy. Long Tian, the Emperor of Beixia. Ji Xiao, who was hiding in the shadow, was shocked when he saw the person coming. Grand Elder, how is it? Long Tian bowed slightly in front of the old man in white. As you wish. She has been injured by the pure world demonic flame. In at most 7 days. The demonic poison will attack her heart. She will suffer the pain of 10,000 worms gnawing at her bones, and her cultivation will drop below the saint realm. By then, you can do whatever you want to her. The old man in white said weakly. Hearing this, Long Tian couldn't stop smiling. He bowed deeply to the old man in white and said with a smile, "Thank you, Grand Elder, for your help. You must sit at the main table at my wedding ceremony with the national advisor." Cough, cough, cough. The old man in white coughed up a mouthful of blood. He glanced at Long Tian, said nothing more, and just waved his hand and said, "Go." Okay. Long Tian nodded heavily and then turned to leave. This is a scheme. Long Tian wants to marry the national advisor of Beixia, so he set a trap for her. Ji Xiao stroked his chin and murmured silently in his heart. Regarding the national advisor of Beixia, the information obtained by the military intelligence department was that she was extremely mysterious. Her name, gender, cultivation level, appearance, and origin were all impossible to find out. The only thing they could find out was that this national advisor of Beixia had extraordinary abilities. Moreover, Emperor Long Tian treated the national advisor of Beixia extremely well. So this national advisor was truly second only to the emperor in the Beixia dynasty. But looking at what happened today, it turns out that this old guy Long Tian is lusting after that girl's body. What a despicable emperor. Ji Xiao looked full of contempt. At the same time, a new thought emerged in his mind. The enemy of one's enemy is one's friend. If he could draw this national advisor of Beixia to his side, wouldn't it be wonderful? But the problem is, where will the injured national advisor of Beixia go? Will she flee from the capital? Ji Xiao shook his head. He didn't think so at all. After serious contemplation, he murmured to himself in his heart, if she is unaware that today is a trap, then she should return to the Divine Strategy Palace. Moreover, she is so severely injured. Even if she intends to escape from the Imperial Palace, it's likely she won't be able to do so. His train of thought halted here. Immediately, Jishio activated the star god's fragmented shadow and transformed into a streak of starlight, silently leaving the Imperial Mausoleum and heading towards the Divine Strategy Palace. As for the Pure World Demon Flame, ranked third on the different fire list. Anyway, he was determined to obtain it. However, before that, he needed to make adequate preparations and a perfect plan to acquire this super different fire that even Saint rank powerhouses found difficult to control. The moonlight was bright, and the night breeze was slightly cooled as Jishio stood under a crabapple tree, quietly observing the dark and lightless palace chamber in front of him and whispering, "The Divine Strategy Palace." She should have returned. Having said that, Jishio swayed and transformed into a streak of starlight, stealthily sneaking into the palace chamber. The national teacher's palace chamber was extremely luxurious. As soon as he entered, he saw a luxurious imperial bed. At the same time, he sensed a bone, chilling cold here, as if standing on the peak of a snow-covered mountain. There's no one on the bed. Jishio shivered, and then walked further inside. At this time, a magnificent screen depicting the rising moon over the sea and the shining stars in the blue sky came into view. Behind the screen, ice air was rising, and there was an extremely charming and graceful figure that seemed to be taking a bath. She really did come back, Jishio whispered in the shadow. And at the same time, his heart suddenly started to beat faster. Just then, a magnetic and alluring voice of a mature woman came from behind the screen. "Who is it? How audacious to dare to break into the Divine Strategy Palace without permission?" Whoosh! Jishio took a deep breath and said, "I'm Jishio from the G family. I pay my respects to the national teacher." After his words fell, the woman seemed quite surprised. Then, her tone suddenly turned cold. "The young heir of the G family? Hee ha ha ha. Jishio, you were so audacious, breaking into the Divine Strategy Palace without permission. Do you know what the crime is?" Hearing this, Jishio's expression remained unchanged, and he calmly replied, "Probably the same crime as breaking into the Imperial Mausoleum. What does the national teacher think?" When these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire palace chamber suddenly froze. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All that remained were Jishio's heartbeat and the slightly disordered breathing sound of the woman behind the screen. After a long silence, splash, there was a sound of splashing water. The woman suddenly stood up from the bathtub. She casually wrapped a thin black robe around her and walked out from behind the screen. At this moment, by the moonlight shining into the palace chamber through the window, Jishio caught a glimpse of the true appearance of this extremely mysterious national teacher of Beixiao for the first time. She had exquisitely beautiful willow leaf eyebrows, with a touch of heroism in her nobility. Her pair of beautiful eyes were as deep as if they contained the stars and the sea, yet also carried the bone, chilling cold of the eternal ice on a snow-covered mountain. Her delicate and upturned nose was extremely noble and elegant, coupled with her lips as moist as the rose petals after rain. Her appearance truly had a stunning beauty that could make one hold their breath. "This woman is even 3 points more beautiful than Gu Yao, the future empress of my family." Jishio was stunned for 3 seconds. But soon his expression returned to calm. "It's very late. Your Highness, the young heir, doesn't stay well in the G family's military mansion. Instead, you come to my Divine Strategy Palace to talk nonsense. You really have good taste." The national teacher of Beixiao stared at Jishio coldly with her beautiful eyes and spoke mockingly with a slight parting of her red lips. Hee. Hearing this, Jishio shook his head and chuckled in reply. "Yes, it's getting late. Your Excellency, the national teacher, doesn't stay well in the Divine Strategy Palace. Instead, you go to the Beixiao Imperial Mausoleum for a stroll and then come back to take a bath. You really have good taste." Hearing this, the fair face of the national teacher of Beixiao suddenly turned cold. There was a blazing killing intent in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Jishio. "It seems, not only me but also you, the young heir, were in the Imperial Mausoleum tonight." "That's right." Jishio nodded. He knew that this cold and charming national teacher had already developed a killing intent towards him. However, this was all expected. Who asked him to discover her secret? "I see." The national teacher of Beixiao looked at the straightforward Jishio, raising her willow leaf eyebrows slightly. She gently tapped her delicate chin with her jade hand, looking at Jishio playfully and saying, "Let me sort this out. Since you already know that I'm the one who broke into the Imperial Mausoleum, you neither go to the Emperor nor your elders in the G family's military mansion. Instead, you come here on your own initiative. So, are you looking for death?" Hearing this, Jishio shrugged and replied without any concealment, "The royal family of Beixiao is my enemy. Why should I go to the Emperor? And I'm the heir of the G family's military mansion. It's enough for me to stand here, Why should I go to my family elders? After hearing these words, the national teacher of Beixia was silent for a moment. Then, her gaze towards Jishio became more serious. You see things clearly. Since that's the case, state your purpose. Alliance. Jishio slowly uttered 2 words. He could assert that the national teacher of Beixia and the emperor of Beixia each had their own ulterior motives. Since that was the case, stating his stance first, and then pulling the national teacher of Beixia to his side was the best strategy. With her help, he would have a great chance of cutting off Long Tian's head with a single sword. Alliance. The national teacher of Beixia was silent for 3 seconds upon hearing this, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Hee ha ha ha. Jishio, what makes you think you can form an alliance with me? Just because you're the young heir of the Ji family? Hearing this, Jishio shook his head, and then said, just because now I'm your only lifesaver. Really? The national teacher of Beixia crossed her arms in front of her chest, and looked at Jishio with a mocking smile. You? Jishio said mockingly. Don't you really think you can still sit firmly in the position of the national teacher? Don't you really think Long Tian doesn't know about your big move in the Imperial Mausoleum today? If you still think so, then you're really stupid. What do you mean? The fair face of the national teacher of Beixia changed slightly, logically speaking. She had made full preparations for this trip to the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum and should not have exposed her identity. However, Jishio's words made her couldn't help but suspect. After all, there were many doubts about this matter. The tomb guards in the Imperial Mausoleum really seemed to know she was coming in advance. That was why they prepared different fires in advance to defend against her. Just as her train of thought reached here, dozens of aura of the monarch rank appeared outside the Divine Strategy Palace. The Emperor's secret guards, the 8 Wind and Rain, the top 10 generals of Beixia, the Emperor Long Tian also came outside the Divine Strategy Palace. Look, I told you so, right? Jishio spread his hands towards the national teacher of Beixia. Shut up. The national teacher of Beixia glared at Jishio fiercely. At this time, the Emperor Long Tian stood outside the Divine Strategy Palace with his hands behind his back, and said coldly, National teacher, it's me. Hearing this, the national teacher of Beixia responded coldly, It's getting late. What's the matter, Your Majesty? Hearing this, Long Tian curled his lips into a playful arc and then said, I've known the national teacher for many years. I believe the national teacher understands my intentions. I think the relationship between the national teacher and me shouldn't just be a relationship between a monarch and a subject. Why now? I think our relationship should take a step further. Upon hearing this, the national preceptor of Beixia, Nan Lingyue, slightly frowned. Grinding her silver teeth, she coldly inquired, Your Majesty, might I ask what this means? Simple. Outside the palace gate, Long Tian's smile gradually widened. Stretching leisurely, he said in a most contented manner. Although the relationship between the monarch and his subject is amicable, a marital bond would be even more perfect. National preceptor, I wish for you to become my imperial concubine. In the future, I hope to rule the world hand in hand with you. What do you think? Ridiculous. Taking advantage of my vulnerability. Hearing this, Nan Lingyue's fair complexion instantly paled, and she trembled with rage. If she hadn't been injured that night, if she were at her full strength, she would surely have made Long Tian pay a bloody price. However, in her severely wounded state, she was unable to do so. Meanwhile, Jishio stood by, resting his hands behind his head, looking on with a gleeful air as if watching a good show. Outside the Divine Strategy Palace, seeing no response from the inner chamber, Long Tian let out a soft laugh and said, Nan Lingyue, in 7 days, I hope you'll give me a satisfactory answer. If you don't consent, then I'll be greatly disappointed. With that, Long Tian turned away without a backward glance and led a group of powerful warriors away. Inside the Divine Strategy Palace, upon hearing this blatant threat, Nan Lingyue felt a surge of blood in her chest. And a touch of bright, tragic blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Jishio shivered and stared blankly at the national preceptor. At that moment, his clear eyes were filled with blankness and complexity. Nan Lingyue. This name. It seemed somewhat familiar. Jishio murmured to himself. If he remembered correctly, the ultimate villainess in the novel, the Divine Witch, was named Nan Lingyue. Goodness me, the national preceptor of Beixia is actually the Divine Witch. Nan Lingyue. Jishio took a deep breath. His heart was a jumble of emotions, yet he was also overjoyed. The Divine Witch, Nan Lingyue, the great villain of the epic after 10,000 years. She was an unparalleled being on the same level as himself. In the future, she would establish the Celestial Heaven, the first dark organization in the 9 heavens. She and her organization would create an unprecedented dark upheaval. Jishio remembered that during that dark upheaval, she single handedly breached 3,000 astral realms. The blood of billions of cultivators stained the 9 heavens. That day, the heavens and earth wept blood. She suppressed the 4 divine realms of the 9 heavens into seclusion for 1,000 years. That day was known as the Twilight of the Gods. She massacred an ancient imperial dynasty, with blood spreading for 30,000 li and poison lingering for 3,000 years. She wiped out an ancient forbidden zone and used the skull of the master of the supreme forbidden zone as a wine cup. She was the most cold-blooded and bloodthirsty villainess in the novel. The demon god Ji Xiu and the divine witch Nan Lingwei. 10,000 years later, they would be regarded as a catastrophe for the immortals and a nightmare for the gods by billions of cultivators in the 9 heavens. Ji Xiu had thought he wouldn't meet the legendary divine witch Nan Lingwei for a long time. However, he never expected to meet her in such a way. Well, it had to be said. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The immortal Emperor Mu Bing had been reborn. Why should he have to face both present and future enemies? So, it didn't seem excessive for him to form an alliance with a great villainess. Did it? Just as Ji Xiu's thoughts were churning and his expression constantly changing, Nan Lingwei turned sideways, glanced coldly at Ji Xiu who was staring blankly at her, and scolded, "Have you stared your fill?" Hearing this, Ji Xiu snapped back to reality. He silently looked at Nan Lingwei, whose fair face was deathly pale and lips were blood-stained in the moonlight. Then he took a deep breath to calm his agitated mind and said earnestly, "Yes, I've stared my fill. But now, you should realize this is a scheme. You covet his different fire, and he lusts after your body. You went to the Imperial Mausoleum, and he came to force a marriage. It was all pre-calculated by him." "Humph," Nan Lingwei snorted. "You needn't interfere in this matter. Once I've recovered from my injuries, no one can force me. Does Long Tian dream of having me marry him?" "It's a futile dream. As you wish." Ji Xiu smiled faintly and then turned to walk out of the Divine Strategy Palace. He knew he was already half successful at this point. All he needed to do next was give the divine witch Nan Lingwei some time to experience the demonic poison power of the 3rd ranked pure world demon flame on the different fire list. Then, naturally, she would come to him, and by that time, he would be in control. Oh, right, a friendly reminder. From tonight on, you'll be in excruciating pain, and it'll only get worse. If you can't bear it, you can still come to me. I'll give you one last chance. Ji Xiu turned and smiled at Nan Lingwei. Legend had it that cultivators poisoned by the pure world demon flame would suffer worse than death. Perhaps she could still barely suppress it with her saint rank cultivation for now. But at most in 3 days, she wouldn't be able to hold it back. After 7 days, her cultivation would drop below the saint realm. This was why Long Tian had given Nan Lingwei 7 days to consider. Currently, in the entire Beixia Imperial Dynasty, apart from himself, who possessed the demon art of devouring immortals, no one could help her. Ji Xiu, are you looking down on me? A mere demonic poison can't do anything to me. Nan Lingwei gritted her teeth and whispered as she watched Ji Xiu's back. As long as you're happy. Ji Xiu waved his hand, said no more to Nan Lingwei, and left the Divine Strategy Palace. Nan Lingwei's time was running out. He was eager to see how long this woman could maintain her stubbornness. As soon as Ji Xiu returned to the maple, falling palace in the Ji Mansion, he saw Gu Yao pacing back and forth under the maple tree. "Your Highness, the young heir, you're finally back." The moment Gu Yao saw Ji Xiu, the worry between her brows vanished instantly. Throughout the entire night, she had been constantly worried about Ji Xiu. Fortunately, he had returned safely. Only then did the stone in her heart finally settle. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Ji Xiu looked at Gu Yao with a smile. "Your Highness clearly knows that if you don't come back, I can't sleep." Ji Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled like stars as she stared intently at Ji Xiu. "Shaw." Ji Xiu shook his head, thinking that this woman was spouting nonsense again. With that, he walked directly into the inner chamber. The night wasn't over yet. He needed to make some preparations for Nan Lingwei and for the 3rd ranked pure world demon flame on the different fire list. "Your Highness, did you get what you wanted at the palace tonight?" Gu Yao followed Ji Xiu and asked curiously. The corner of Ji Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, and he said softly, "I've obtained what I should. And I'll also get what I shouldn't have missed. Moreover, this young heir even found a pleasant surprise." "What pleasant surprise?" Gu Yao asked in a low voice. "Well," Ji Xiu thought for a moment and then smiled mysteriously. "A woman." Hearing this, Gu Yao stood still on the spot. Biting her rosy lips, she looked at Ji Xiu discontentedly and whispered, "Your Highness, the young heir. You've gone bad. Going to the palace late at night. Just for a woman." Ji Xiu was taken aback. Looking at Gu Yao amusingly, he thought, was this woman's train of thought too erratic? He had clearly said he'd found a pleasant surprise. Yet, she made it sound as if he driven by lust, had gone to the palace specifically to find a woman late at night. Your Highness, won't you explain? What kind of woman could be called a pleasant surprise by you? Seeing that Ji Xiu remained silent, Gu Yao persisted and continued to ask that a very dangerous, extremely beautiful, and wicked woman. After dropping these words, Ji Xiu sat on the imperial bed and slowly closed his eyes. Hearing this, Gu Yao stood there in a daze for a long time. She supported her delicate chin with her fair hand, and her peerlessly beautiful face was full of confusion and uneasiness. It's very dangerous. A very beautiful yet wicked woman. Could she be the legendary Princess Mu Xianyin of the Northern Xia dynasty? Her train of thought stopped here. Ji Yao's heart was instantly filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Well, to put it simply, she was extremely annoyed. Of course, at this moment, Ji Xiu had no intention of explaining all this to Gu Yao. He opened the system mall and without hesitation spent a large sum of money to purchase 2 cultivation techniques. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3,000 heavenly destiny essences and successfully purchasing the burning art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3,000 heavenly destiny essences and successfully purchasing the profound skill Buddha's Fury Lotus. Success. A glimmer of light shone in Ji Xiu's eyes. Now, he already possessed a strange fire. The Azure Lotus Earthheart Fire. The next thing to do was to successfully refine this Azure Lotus Earthheart Fire. Although his immortal, devouring demon art could also devour and refine strange fires. Even devouring and refining the Azure Lotus Earthheart Fire would be a sure thing. It seemed that there was no need for the burning art at all. However, this was not the case. This was because he had considered seizing the Pure World Demon Flame, which ranked 3rd on the current list of strange fires in the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum, so purchasing the burning art was an absolutely essential preparation. You should know that the Pure World Demon Flame contains extraordinary power. Even a saint, rank powerhouse would find it extremely difficult to control and even more difficult to refine. According to general common sense, for a divine object of heaven and earth that even saint, rank powerhouses cannot control, it would be even more of a wild dream for a mere cultivator at the star-gathering realm. But Ji Xiu was different. With the immortal, devouring demon art and the burning art, he could carry out the whole process of devouring and refining. He had a high probability of obtaining this terrifying pure world demon flame. So spending these 3,000 heavenly destiny essences was definitely worth it. As for the Buddha's Fury Lotus, it was the famous divine skill created by the most well-known Yin Emperor in the myriad worlds. With a strange fire in hand, there was no enemy that couldn't be defeated. Spending these 3,000 heavenly destiny essences on it was also very worthwhile. Well, then he had to practice these 2 cultivation techniques as soon as possible. And then wait for Nan Lingwei to come to him. Ji Xiu gave a faint smile. He calmed his mind. The cultivation began. 3 days passed in a hurry. In front of the Imperial Flower Pond in the Northern Xia Palace. Emperor Long Tian was looking at the lotus flowers in the pond with a beaming face. These 3 days, he had been in an extremely good mood, and the smile on his face had never faded. Just wait for another 4 days. After 4 days, Nan Lingwei would become his woman. Ha ha ha. Long Tian threw his head back and laughed heartily. Seeing His Majesty so happy, Yu Huatian, the chief eunuch of the Western Factory, echoed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. May good fortune befall Your Majesty. After 4 days, Your Majesty can take the national teacher into the harem." Good. Excellent. Long Tian took a deep breath, and the smile on his face became even broader. His gaze couldn't help but turn in the direction of the Divine Strategy Palace. At this time, his pair of majestic eyes were full of greed and desire. He had been coveting Nan Lingwei for a long time. Since he first saw Nan Lingwei 8 years ago, he had sworn to marry her. Now that his wish was finally about to come true, how could he not be happy? Your Majesty, although this is a great thing. However, the national teacher is a saint, rank powerhouse. If she is unwilling, Your Majesty still has to guard against the possibility of her going to extremes. Yu Huatian gently reminded. Humph, just wait for another 4 days. Nan Lingwei's cultivation will drop from the saint rank by then. She will have to marry whether she wants to or not. If she would rather die than marry, then even if I have to force myself on her, I will take her. Going to extremes, she has no chance. Once I seize her Yuan, I will break through to the saint rank in one fell swoop. That will be the time when I truly rule the world. Long Tian snorted coldly, his face full of violence and tyranny. So be it. Since that's the case, then this subordinate would like to offer his early congratulations to Your Majesty. Yu Huatian nodded heavily. The cultivation technique that Emperor Long Tian practiced was the top-level technique of the Northern Xia royal family, the Royal Sun Saint art. This technique could use female cultivators as cauldrons to seize their yuan-yin for cultivation breakthroughs. The higher the cultivation of the female cultivator, the greater the benefit to him. The yuan-yin of a saint rank woman was enough to allow Long Tian, who was at the peak of the monarch rank, to step into the saint realm. This was also one of the reasons why Long Tian had regarded Nan Lingwei as a priceless treasure over the years. He had set his eyes on Nan Lingwei long ago. The moon was exquisitely beautiful, and the cicadas were chirping continuously. In the Divine Strategy Palace, behind the magnificent screen engraved with the rising moon over the sea was an ice pool. The ice pool was as cold as an ice prison. Yet it never froze. It was a midsummer night at this time, but the temperature in the bedroom was as bone, chillingly cold as if one was standing on top of a snow-capped mountain. With a biting cold air, the surface of the pool was covered with various kinds of gorgeous ice lotuses. A graceful and extremely beautiful body was faintly visible in the hazy icy mist. Outside the palace window, a gentle breeze blew in, causing the water to ripple slightly. The swaying water light and the crystal, clear ice glint reflected the half of the fair leg that emerged from the water, making it look as smooth and delicate as jade. All the ice lotuses in the pool paled in comparison. Crack. The palace door was pushed open. A tall woman in a black dress walked into the bedroom of the Divine Strategy Palace. Her face was extremely beautiful, yet cold. She exuded an aura of sacredness that was inviolable. Just one glance at her would make people feel extremely ashamed of themselves, and she was Princess Mu Xianin of the Northern Xia dynasty, who was as famous as Gu Yao. Master, after 4 days, are you really going to marry father? Mu Xuanin's voice trembled slightly. She walked behind the screen and looked at Nan Lingwei bathing in the ice pool, her face full of emotion. After her words fell, Nan Lingwei didn't respond at this moment. She was extremely weak. Her cold and peerlessly beautiful face was as pale as death and full of pain. Master, if you are not willing, this disciple will go to father right now to plead for mercy. If father insists on this disciple will fight to the death to protect you and get you out of the capital. Mu Xianin tightly clenched her fair hand, and her voice was very firm. She had long known that her father, Long Tian, had feelings for her master, but she didn't expect that her father would calculate against her master and then shamelessly force her into marriage. This move had made her anger and resentment towards her father reach the peak. You should know that her mother was forced to marry Long Tian back then and finally died of melancholy. That was why she took her mother's surname, Mu, instead of Long. By now, she absolutely didn't want to see her master end up as miserably as her mother. Xianin, Long Tian has made all the preparations. There's no need for you to do these useless things. Nan Lingwei slowly opened her eyes and looked at Mu Xianin with a calm gaze. But this disciple can't just watch your life be ruined by father. Are you really willing to marry father? Mu Xianin asked in great confusion. Hearing this, Nan Lingwei frowned angrily, and her silver teeth were almost grinding. She replied in an extremely disdainful and cold tone. Marry Long Tian. What is he? What kind of status does he have? Is he even worthy? After her words fell, the moonlight also shone down. It could be seen that there was an unprecedentedly terrifying killing intent and boundless anger surging in Nan Lingwei's beautiful eyes. Then what should we do? Your injuries are so serious. There are only 4 days left. There's no time left. Mu Xianin bit her red lips and said anxiously. Well, Nan Lingwei slightly lowered her eyelids and was silent for a long time. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision. She turned to look at Mu Xianin and said in a somewhat weak voice, Xianin, go to the Ji family military mansion. Tell Ji Xiao. His proposal is accepted by me. Summon him immediately to the Divine Strategy Palace to see me. What? Mu Xianin was momentarily taken aback. If she heard correctly, her master was asking her to go to the Ji family military mansion to find Ji Xiao. Could that fellow truly assist her master? Mu Xianin stared at Nan Lingwei in utter disbelief. I'm not certain. Nan Lingwei replied with a shake of her head, her beautiful eyes filled with an overwhelming complexity. Over the past 3 days, she had exhausted every means at her disposal to expunge the demonic poison from her body. However, all she had gained was excruciating pain that felt as if her heart was being burned and her bones were being devoured. At present, she could only submerge herself in the Millennium Ice Pool to barely suppress the outburst of the demonic poison and maintain her saint rank cultivation, that if she continued in this state, the consequences would be dire once her cultivation dropped below the saint rank. Therefore, she was now left with only 2 options. Firstly, while her cultivation was still at the saint rank, she could fight her way out of the palace and flee the capital. Secondly, she could go to the Ji family military mansion and seek Ji Xiao's help. She was unsure whether Ji Xiao could truly save her, but for now, placing her trust in him seemed to be the best course of action. Only if Ji Xiu failed to rescue her would she resort to fighting through the palace and escaping the capital. Very well, the disciple responded, nodding firmly before turning away. After Mu Xianin left, a stream of blood trickled from Nan Lingyue's lips. Intense agony engulfed her body, yet she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Admittedly, she was on the verge of collapse. In the falling maple palace of the Ji family military mansion, Ji Xiu sat quietly cross-legged on the palace bed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the alien fire, the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The blazing art has successfully evolved. Hearing the system's prompt, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. Then, he raised his finger to summon the alien fire. Whoosh! A cluster of inky, blue flames soared into the air, instantly raising the temperature in the falling maple palace. In the blazing flames, even the void seemed to distort slightly. The Azure Lotus Earth Core fire. Finally, I've refined it successfully. Ji Xiu let out a relieved smile. With his 9-star Divine Heart Dao Bone Constitution and Divine level comprehension, practicing the blazing art was relatively easy for him. The only perilous part was refining the alien fire. Now that the refinement was complete and the blazing art had evolved, it was undoubtedly the most perfect outcome. As for the unique divine skill of the Flame Emperor, the Buddha's Fury Lotus, in essence, it was a secret technique for fusing alien fires, and Ji Xiu had already mastered it. All he needed now was to obtain the third-ranked Pure World Demon Flame on the alien fire list to perform it flawlessly. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman in a black dress with a tall and graceful figure landed in front of the palace gate. She looked at Gu Yao, who was leisurely sipping tea under a maple tree outside the falling maple palace, and said, "Miss Gu Yao, please announce my arrival." The princess wished to see Ji Xiu. Hearing this, Gu Yao put down her teacup, stood up, and walked forward to examine the woman carefully. Then she smiled and said, "Princess Xianin, are you really that infatuated with our young master? It's only been 3 days, and you're already like someone who hasn't seen their lover for an eternity. Our young master is still young and can't handle such affairs. Please behave yourself." Mu Xianin was utterly bewildered. What on earth was this nonsense coming from Ji Xiu's people? "Gu Yao, what are you babbling about?" Mu Xianin frowned, her voice laced with strong dissatisfaction. Gu Yao gave a soft laugh. She scrutinized Mu Xianin intently, then nodded and said, "Upon closer inspection, you are indeed a beautiful yet dangerous woman. However, even so, you're still unworthy of our young master. You." Mu Xianin was fuming with anger. How could she, the princess of the Northern Xia dynasty, be unworthy of Ji Xiu, the young master of the Ji family? Just then, the palace gate opened. Ji Xiu slowly stepped out of the falling maple palace. He addressed Gu Yao in a calm tone. "Yao, don't be rude." Humph. Gu Yao let out a soft snort, looking at Ji Xiu with a wronged expression and muttering, "Young master always bullies me." Although she said so, she was actually overjoyed inside. This was the first time Ji Xiu had called her Yao. Ji Xiu let out a soft chuckle and shook his head at Gu Yao, indicating that this was a serious matter. Then he shifted his gaze to Mu Xianin and deliberately asked, "It's getting late. May I ask what business the princess has with me?" Hearing this, Mu Xianin scrutinized Ji Xiu seriously and said, "Please come with me to the Divine Strategy Palace. Young master, my master wishes to see you. It's extremely urgent. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly as he had expected. Nan Lingyue would come to him within, at most, 3 days. It seemed that she could no longer hold on. Ji Xiu mused silently in his heart. Then, with a solemn expression, he turned and took Gu Yao's hand, whispering, "Gu Yao, listen carefully. I'm going to the palace again. Next, recall Elder Wei and Gu Jian. It's time for them to return to the capital. Over the past 5 years, Elder Wei had first sent Gu Jian to the most perilous 100,000 great mountains in the Northern Xia dynasty for 2 years of training, and then to the northern border for another 3 years. Now, Gu Jian was in charge of the most elite killers in the entire Military Intelligence Division 6, and was the director of the Military Intelligence Division 5. Considering the unpredictable situation ahead, Ji Xiu decided to recall his sharpest weapon. "Yes, I understand." Gu Yao nodded. As smart as she was, she naturally knew the significance of Ji Xiu's decision. It meant that the war between the Ji family and the Northern Xia royal family had officially begun. "I'm leaving." Ji Xiu nodded to Gu Yao. "Young master, be careful." Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu seriously and said earnestly, "Don't worry." Ji Xiu smiled gently. Then he and Mu Xianin headed towards the Northern Xia palace. During their journey to the palace, Ji Xiu and Mu Xianin remained silent. It was not until they reached the palace gate and exchanged a glance that they no exact elegant replacement here. Just keep the idea. used their movement techniques to sneak into the palace. The moon was bright, and the stars were twinkling. In front of the Divine Strategy Palace, the crabapple blossoms were in full bloom, and the cicadas were chirping. Ji Xiao, you're aware of the severity of my master's injury, aren't you? Mu Xianyin suddenly stopped and stared at Ji Xiao. It's not an injury. It's poison, demonic poison, Ji Xiao replied indifferently. And you also know how my master was poisoned and how terrifying this poison is, right? Mu Xianyin continued. So what? Ji Xiao frowned, looking at Mu Xianyin in bewilderment. He had no idea what this woman was trying to say. Then, can you really save my master? Mu Xianyin frowned, looking at Ji Xiao with suspicion. Her master was poisoned by the demonic poison of the pure world demon flame. Even her master couldn't solve this problem. How could a mere Ji Xiao do it? She was worried that Ji Xiao might take advantage of the treatment to harm her master. Hearing this, Ji Xiao didn't bother to explain to Mu Xianyin and instead sneered rudely. Stupid woman, you. Mu Xianyin was left speechless, looking at Ji Xiao in utter disbelief. No one had ever dared to scold her like this since she was a child. Ji Xiao was the first one. What are you staring at? Stand guard outside the palace. You're not allowed to enter without my permission. Ji Xiao glared at Mu Xianyin and then walked towards the Divine Strategy Palace without looking back. Ji Xiao, best you do what you ought to. Otherwise, this princess shall never forgive you. Mu Xianyin gritted her silver teeth and warned in a low voice. Hearing this, Ji Xiao turned his head and looked at Mu Xianyin, teasingly saying, Your Highness the Princess, your words pose no threat to me. So, you'd better save your breath. Having said that, Ji Xiao turned around and walked straight into the Divine Strategy Palace without looking back. Bang! The moment the palace gate closed. Humph! Mu Xianyin gave a soft snort and said, Truly a glib-tongued fellow. Inside the Divine Strategy Palace, the cold was bone, chilling, as if one were standing on top of a snow-capped mountain. Behind the magnificent screen engraved with the scene of the moon rises above the sea, a peerlessly enchanting figure could be faintly seen. You've come. A cold, magnetic, and charming voice of a mature woman echoed in the bedroom. Yeah, Ji Xiao locked his gaze on the figure behind the screen and gave a soft grunt. Can you really cure this poison? Nanling Yue's voice was somewhat weak. Why not give it a try? Ji Xiao responded with a gentle smile. Fine, as you wish. Hearing this, Ji Xiao stepped forward and walked behind the screen. What came into view was a huge ice pool that a graceful and beautiful body loomed in the icy, misty air. Ji Xiao composed himself and walked in slowly. At a glance, he saw Nanling Yue lying face up on the water. A few water droplets dripped from her cold and peerless pretty face, making her skin shine like pearls. How do you plan to cure this poison? Nanling Yue turned her head, looked seriously at Ji Xiao with her beautiful eyes, and parted her red lips to ask. Well, Ji Xiao thought for a while and didn't say much to Nanling Yue. Instead, he leaped directly into the ice pool. Splash! The water in the ice pool splashed everywhere. Nanling Yue's expression suddenly froze. Ji Xiao's action really took her by surprise. Just then, Ji Xiao had reached Nanling Yue's front. The distance between the two was very close. They could even hear each other's breathing. The two looked into each other's eyes. Nanling Yue slightly parted her red lips. She seriously sighed. Sometimes, I think you really don't seem like a young man. She had never seen such clear eyes like autumn mountain springs. At the same time, these eyes carried a cold wakefulness that seemed to be able to cut through the long night. So she really thought Ji Xiao had a maturity that didn't match his age and a strange feeling of being out of place in this world. Ji Xiao shook his head and smiled faintly. Without any explanation, he directly told the national teacher of Beixia, Nanling Yue, close your eyes. I'll save you. The devouring immortal and demon skill could devour the sky, the earth, and everything in the world to turn them into nourishment for oneself. Although he had only cultivated it to the 3rd level, it should be no problem to devour the demonic poison of the world, purifying demon flame. Nanling Yue slightly parted her red lips and slowly closed her eyes. Now she could only choose to believe Ji Xiao. Seeing this, Ji Xiao looked at Nanling Yue's breathtakingly cold and beautiful face and composed himself again. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and murmured in his heart, Devouring Immortal and Demon Skill, activate. Having said that, he stretched out his finger and directly touched Nanling Yue's forehead. Nanling Yue suddenly opened her eyes. She was extremely surprised to find the demonic poison in her body was actually dissipating at a strange and rapid speed. For a moment, an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. This little fellow is really amazing. With this thought, she slowly closed her eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the world, purifying demon poison. Your cultivation has increased by 100 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the world, purifying demon poison. Your cultivation has increased by 200 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the world, purifying demon poison. Your cultivation has increased by 300 points. At this moment, feeling the rapid and multiple-fold increase of the true essence in his body. Jishio only had one thought in his mind. So comfortable, truly comfortable. In 3 minutes, promoted 3 realms. Is this the power of the world, purifying demon poison? Jishio was overjoyed in his heart. In just 3 minutes, his cultivation had risen from the first stage of the star, gathering realm, to the 4th stage. You should know that this was the result after the devouring immortal and demon skill purified the world, purifying demon poison 100 times to meet the absorption conditions. It was hard to imagine what kind of qualitative change his cultivation would undergo if he refined the world, purifying demon lotus, which ranked 3rd on the different fire list. It's done. All of Nanlingyue's world, purifying demon poison, had been completely devoured. With this thought, Jishio withdrew his finger from Nanlingyue's forehead and stepped back simply. For a moment, the two looked into each other's eyes. Somehow, the atmosphere fell into a slightly awkward silence. Cough, cough, cough. Jishio coughed twice. Looking at Nanlingyue, who was looking at him playfully, he said, "The demonic poison has been solved." "Look, this young master didn't lie to you, did he? Hee." Hearing this, Nanlingyue slightly parted her red lips. Without saying a word, she stared directly at Jishio for a long time, as if she wanted to see through Jishio completely. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jishio frowned. He thought that this woman, Nanlingyue, might be up to some bad tricks. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tense up all over. If Nanlingyue went back on her word, the next plan would be troublesome. Nanlingyue stretched out her jade finger and poked Jishio's forehead, asking in a teasing tone, unexpectedly, "You little fellow have quite a lot of skills." Hee. Jishio gave a soft smile and didn't respond to Nanlingyue. The matter of the devouring immortal and demon skill couldn't be known by this woman. Nanlingyue lightly raised her willow eyebrows, and the playful smile on her cold and peerless pretty face became even stronger. Obviously, she had become extremely curious about Jishio. She was a saint-level powerhouse. How could she not sense that Jishio's cultivation had continuously risen 3 small realms in just 3 minutes? Obviously, Jishio had incorporated the world, purifying demon poison in her body into himself to improve his cultivation so quickly. Just 3 minutes was equivalent to 3 years of Jishio's hard cultivation. In her knowledge, there was no cultivation method in this world that could achieve this to some extent. Jishio had broken her perception of cultivation, so for a moment, her curiosity about Jishio reached its peak. What kind of strange power did Jishio possess, and what was the mysterious cultivation method for his cultivation? Of course, although she really wanted to find out, she also knew that it wasn't the right time. So, she withdrew her gaze, looked at Jishio with a smiling face, and asked, "All right, let's hear it. Since we are allies now, what do you want me to do for you?" Hearing this, Jishio stretched out a finger and then replied, "It's very simple. I only have one request. Moreover, you definitely won't refuse this request." Nanlingyue lightly raised her willow eyebrows and casually said, "Oh, then tell me." Whoosh. Jishio took a deep breath and then uttered 2 words. "Assassinate the emperor." As the voice fell, the entire bedroom of the Divine Strategy Palace fell into a brief silence. When Nanlingyue heard Jishio's request, she wasn't surprised. Instead, she thought it was within her expectation. But she didn't respond to Jishio immediately. She gently tapped the edge of the pool with her jade hand, as if she was thinking. Seeing this, Jishio wasn't in a hurry. He just looked at Nanlingyue. Now Nanlingyue and Emperor Long Tian of Beixia had already fallen out. Even if he didn't make this request, with Nanlingyue's character, she would make Long Tian pay the price for his previous forced marriage proposal. Therefore, he never worried that Nanlingyue would reject him. After a long while, Nanlingyue raised her head, suppressed her smile, and calmly stared at Jishio, saying, "Even if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't spare Long Tian. If that's your only request, it's redundant." Having said that, she got up and left the ice pool. As expected, a glint flashed deep in Jishio's eyes. Everything was within his plan. Killing someone with a borrowed knife. Leaving himself free from any cause, effect, this was truly the best strategy. Just then, a clear system prompt sounded in his ear. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a system bounty mission. Bounty mission, assassinate the emperor. Mission requirement, assassinate Long Tian, the emperor of Beixia. Mission reward, 100,000 heavenly mandate points." Hearing this, Ji Xiu was momentarily stunned. A system bounty mission with a reward of 100,000 heavenly mandate points. 100,000 heavenly mandate points. It was enough to unlock the second slaughter realm, the god, sealing forbidden zone. Ji Xiu took a deep breath. He never expected the bounty mission to be issued at this time. Moreover, the reward was an astronomical figure he had never seen before. However, the problem was, the consequences of killing Long Tian, the emperor of Beixia, would be extremely severe. Behind the Beixia royal family stood a colossus. The National Protecting Sect. The National Protecting Sect was the foundation of the Beixia dynasty for thousands of years. The Grand Emperor of Beixia, the Supreme Emperor of Beixia, and the Grand Elders of Beixia. All these top-tier powerhouses of the Beixia royal family who had long since abdicated were in the National Protecting Sect. One could say that the National Protecting Sect protected the entire Beixia royal family. Or rather, the National Protecting Sect was the Beixia royal family. This colossus would emerge to quell all chaos when the Beixia dynasty perished or the emperor fell. He originally planned to use Nan Linghui to kill Long Tian, killing someone with a borrowed knife. In this way, the consequences would not affect him or the Ji family. All the consequences would be borne by Nan Linghui. But if he were to kill Long Tian himself, he would have to face the wrath of the National Protecting Sect. If so, it would be rather troublesome. Ji Xiu couldn't help but rub his temples, since the bounty mission had been issued. He couldn't miss the reward of 100,000 heavenly mandate points. There was only one chance. So, even if he had to face the National Protecting Sect, he wouldn't hesitate. With this thought in mind, whoosh, Ji Xiu took a deep breath and then got up to leave the ice pool. At this time, Ji Xiu and Nan Linghui stood side by side in front of the window. And quite tacitly, neither of them spoke. The moonlight bathed their solemn faces. Both of them knew how severe the consequences of assassinating Long Tian would be. After a long time, Ji Xiu and Nan Linghui quite tacitly spoke in unison. Long Tian must die. Long Tian had to die. After their words fell, they glanced at each other and saw the thick killing intent in each other's eyes. I'll kill Long Tian. Don't worry, Nan Linghui said seriously. Hearing this, Ji Xiu asked in a low voice, when do you plan to act? The night before the wedding. Nan Linghui didn't hide it. She didn't want to wait until the wedding night to act. It would be an insult to her. I understand. Ji Xiu nodded. This time, he also began to calculate in his heart on the night before the wedding, Nan Linghui would take action. How could he kill Long Tian with his own hands without incurring any cause-effect? Moreover, as the Emperor of Beixia, Long Tian was extremely powerful. As far as he knew, Long Tian had reached the peak of the monarch realm. This made it even more difficult, seemingly an absolutely impossible task. But maybe it wasn't entirely impossible. Suddenly, Ji Xiu thought of something, and his eyes brightened. It was very late when he left the Divine Strategy Palace. After Ji Xiu returned to his own palace, he was too tired to say much to Gu Yao and just fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already late at night the next day. He got up and walked out of the palace. Ji Xiu saw two familiar figures quietly standing in the small courtyard of Luofeng Palace. An old man in black, with graying hair and an ordinary appearance, but his old eyes concealed a sea of corpses and blood. A young man in black, only 15 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the life, earth realm. He stood upright like a sharp killing sword. His eyes held a bloodthirsty ferocity and coldness like that of a wild beast. It was only when he saw Ji Xiu that his eyes gradually softened and became gentle. Elder Wei, Gu Jian. Ji Xiu smiled and called out the names of these two old acquaintances. Greetings, young master. Elder Wei bowed to Ji Xiu with a gentle smile, and Gu Jian knelt down in front of Ji Xiu with a thud and performed a grand salute. Gu Jian, greetings, young master. At this moment, all the bloodthirsty and coldness in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only gratitude and piety. Hee. Gu Yao beside him couldn't help but sigh with a smile as she looked at her younger brother. Now, Gu Jian was almost a different person from 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Gu Jian was timid and cowardly. Now, Gu Jian was decisive in killing and had become a qualified killer. He not only avenged their parents, but also became the sharpest killing sword in Ji Xiu's hand. At this moment, she was very proud of her younger brother, because her younger brother was no longer the cowardly boy who needed to hide behind her. All right, get up. Ji Xiu stepped forward and helped Gu Jian up. Then he sized him up and praised him with satisfaction. In 5 years, you've reached the 3rd stage of the life, Earth Realm. Not bad. Very good indeed. I'm very satisfied with you now. Thank you for your praise. Young master, Gu Jian gritted his teeth and nodded heavily, his eyes slightly red. After 5 years, he finally got Ji Xiu's recognition. At this moment, he felt that all the hardships and blood he had shed over the years were worth it. In these 5 years, he had been to the most dangerous 10,000 mountains and grew up in battles with countless ferocious demons. He had also been to the border of Beixia and experienced life and death battles with numerous cultivators before finally becoming a qualified warrior. Finally, with the help of Ji Xiu and Elder Wei, he wiped out the group of forces that massacred his family and at last avenged his great hatred. Now, he only wanted to stand beside Ji Xiu and his sister Gu Yao. He wanted to fulfill his original promise that he wanted to become the sharpest sword in Ji Xiu's hand and kill all enemies for Ji Xiu. This seemed to have become his only wish and the meaning of his life now. Young master, this lad is truly excellent. In these 5 years, no matter how badly he was injured, he never complained. No matter how difficult the tasks he was assigned were, he always completed them wholeheartedly. In 5 years, the swords this lad has broken have exceeded 100. Now, this lad is the most satisfactory disciple I've ever had. Your judgment is really good. Elder Wei patted Gu Jian's shoulder with a beaming smile. 5 years ago, he was still doubting whether Gu Jian could endure his devil-like training. But later, he found his worry was completely unnecessary. In his opinion, Gu Jian had an unyielding fighting spirit and strong perseverance. Even if Gu Jian didn't have the supreme bone, he would still become a powerful warrior. Ji Xiu smiled faintly, then immediately opened the system mall. He generously spent 600 heavenly mandate points to buy a famous sword. Here, I hope this sword will accompany you in the future to slay all enemies. Ji Xiu presented the newly purchased famous sword into Gu Jian's hand. After taking the sword, as soon as Gu Jian grasped the hilt, he immediately sensed the powerful and malevolent aura of the sword in his hand. In just an instant, he fell madly in love with this sword. Undoubtedly, it was the most powerful sword he had ever seen and the one that suited him the best. For a moment, his eyes turned red as he bowed deeply to Ji Xiu and said firmly, "Thank you, Your Highness, the young prince, for bestowing the sword. In the future, I will surely not disappoint you." Ji Xiu nodded with a smile that he had never doubted Gu Jian in this regard. "Your Highness, the young prince, I wonder what this sword is called. This old servant seems to be seeing it for the first time." Old Wei exclaimed involuntarily while looking at the Yuan Hong in Gu Jian's hand. "Yuan Hong," Ji Xiu replied solemnly. Hearing this, Old Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath and sighed with deep emotion. Muttering to himself, "Yuan Hong, what a magnificent sword. It truly is an excellent sword." "All right," Ji Xiu waved his hand and said, "Let's get down to business. Tomorrow night, I have a task for you." Hearing this, the expressions of Gu Jian and Old Wei instantly became solemn, and they both fixed their gazes on Ji Xiu. "Tomorrow night, Long Tian will die," Ji Xiu said calmly and directly. After his words fell, Gu Yao, Gu Jian, and Old Wei, all three of them stood there stunned. "Tomorrow night, Long Tian, the Emperor of Beixia, will die. Your Highness, the young prince, what do we need to do?" Gu Jian didn't ask many questions. He wholeheartedly trusted Ji Xiu. Since Ji Xiu said Long Tian would die, then this Emperor of Beixia would surely perish, so he only cared about the task Ji Xiu assigned to him. Tomorrow night, all the powerful warriors in the imperial palace of the capital will be fully occupied. Old Wei, you will act as the commander-in-chief to take charge of the overall situation in the capital. Gu Jian, I want you to lead your Military Intelligence Division 5 to annihilate the 10 Blades Legion, the most powerful underground force in the capital. Finally, Gu Yao, you will take over all the underground forces in the capital. This is our best opportunity at present. We must not let it slip away." Ji Xiu said calmly. The Military Intelligence Division 6 has already gained control of the 8 major underground forces in the Beixia dynasty. Now, only the 10 Blades Legion in the capital, which is supported by the Eastern Depot, remains unsubdued. However, since the assassination of the emperor is already a foregone conclusion tomorrow night, then it is only right to take advantage of the chaos in the capital to gain control of the most powerful underground force in the capital. If they successfully gain control of the 10 Blades Legion, then from now on, all the underground forces in the entire Beixia dynasty will be in their hands. Understood? Old Wei and Gu Jian both nodded solemnly. Your Highness, the young prince, if we go to gain control of the underground forces in the capital, then what about you? Gu Yao asked curiously. Ji Xiu let out a soft laugh. His eyes filled with meaning as he looked in the direction of the Beixia Imperial Palace and murmured, Tomorrow night, I'm going to the Imperial Palace, Gu Yao. Old Wei, as expected of our young prince. Hearing this, Ji Xiu shook his head with a smile and didn't offer much explanation. He just looked at the moon in the sky and murmured to himself, It's time to put an end to this. Time passed quickly. The night of the next day soon arrived. The capital was as bustling as ever tonight, showing no sign of anything unusual. However, the Beixiao Imperial Palace was extremely quiet. In the Beixiao Emperor's palace, the Hall of the Imperial Dragon was brightly lit and exuded an air of extreme grandeur. 9 long, burning lamps were burning brightly in the main hall. Inside the inner hall, Emperor Long Tian paced back and forth with a gloomy and extremely uneasy expression on his face. After a moment, he stopped and looked at Yu Huatian, the chief eunuch of the Eastern Depot, and asked in a low voice, "Last night, did Princess Xianin really take the young master of the Ji family into the Divine Strategy Palace?" Hearing this, Yu Huatian nodded and replied, "Your Majesty, last night. Princess Xianin took Ji Xiu into the Divine Strategy Palace at the midnight hour. Moreover, Ji Xiu didn't leave the Divine Strategy Palace until 2 hours later." Hearing this, Long Tian's eyebrows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character Chuan. Something's not right. This situation is fishy. His eyes were fixed on Yu Huatian, and his voice was very low. "Your Majesty, are you worried that the National Master is seeking an alliance with the Ji family?" Yu Huatian asked sinisterly. "No. Nan Lingwei won't form an alliance with the Ji family, and the Ji family won't casually form an alliance with Nan Lingwei either. Moreover, even if they were to form an alliance, Nan Lingwei wouldn't approach Ji Xiu, the young master of the Ji family. That kid is only 8 years old. He can't represent the Ji family." Long Tian's thoughts were very clear. If it wasn't an alliance, then what could it be? Yu Huatian was very puzzled. "I don't know. But there's someone who does." Long Tian's face was, and a cold glint flashed in his eagle-like eyes. He said coldly, "Yu Huatian, go. Summon Xianin here. I'd like to see what they're up to. And if the plan goes smoothly, Nan Lingwei should have fallen from the Saint Realm by now. Tonight, I want Nan Lingwei to become my woman, to avoid any further complications." "Yes." Hearing this, Yu Huatian didn't say a word and turned around to go to the Divine Strategy Palace to summon Princess Mu Xianin. But just at this moment, the palace door opened. A beautiful figure in a simple white dress walked into the palace. With a pure and elegant temperament and an extremely beautiful face, it was Princess Mu Xianin of Beixiao. "Your Highness, the princess." Yu Huatian was shocked when he saw the person. He didn't expect Mu Xianin to come on her own initiative. "Eunuch Yu, are you surprised to see this princess?" Mu Xianin looked at Yu Huatian expressionlessly and asked. "Hiki." Yu Huatian shook his head with a smile and replied, "Not really. Your Highness has come just in time. His Majesty is waiting for you." "Humph." Hearing this, Mu Xianin gave a cold snort, didn't even glance at Yu Huatian, and walked straight into the inner hall. She bowed slightly to Long Tian and said, "Father, your daughter has come." "You." Looking at Mu Xianin, who had come uninvited, Long Tian had a bad feeling in his heart. But he still forced a smile and said in a kind and gentle tone, "Xianin, you've come just in time. I was just thinking about you, and here you are. Maybe this is the telepathy between father and daughter." "Hiki." Mu Xianin gave a cold laugh and then said, "Father, if you have something to say, just say it directly." "Fine." Long Tian put on a smiling face and asked straightforwardly, "Xianin, I heard that you took the young master of the Ji family back to the Divine Strategy Palace last night. Tell me, why was that?" Hearing this, Mu Xianin was silent for a moment and then said, "Father, Master doesn't want to marry you. So she asked your daughter to find Ji Xiu." "Oh, really?" Long Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, and a dangerously cold light flashed in his eyes. He curled the corner of his mouth and asked playfully, "So, does your master think that Ji Xiu and the Ji family's military mansion can help her?" Hearing this, Mu Xianin shook her head and replied, "This is Master's matter. Your daughter isn't very clear about it. I see." Long Tian nodded and then asked calmly, "Xianin, I've heard that your master is seriously injured, and her cultivation has fallen from the Saint Realm. You know about this matter?" Hearing these words, Mu Xianin's eyes indeed grew icier. She was no fool and naturally could discern that Long Tian was still using her to pry into information about her master. She fell silent for a moment, then lowered her head and asked, "Father, Master doesn't want to marry you. Can you please let her go?" "Humph." Hearing this, Long Tian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, enraged, he glared at Mu Xianin and barked harshly, "Rascal, do you know what you're saying? I need no interference from you in my affairs, Father." Mu Xianin suddenly raised her head, gritted her silver teeth, and said word by word, "Daughter just doesn't wish to see Master end up like mother. I implore Father to think twice. Rebellious girl." Long Tian was so enraged that he felt his heart pounding. He whipped around and slapped Mu Xianin hard across the delicate face. Slap? Blood trickled from the corner of Mu Xuannin's mouth. This moment, her beautiful eyes fixed on Long Tian were filled with a sense of utter desolation. Just then, that slap from Long Tian shattered the last shred of affection she had for him. "Get out! I don't want to see you." Long Tian's voice was cold and stern. "Father, you will die tonight." Mu Xianning stared at Long Tian expressionlessly and spoke. After uttering these words, 2 streams of clear tears welled up in her eyes. Yet, she also felt a sense of liberation and an unprecedented ease and joy. Just as her voice faded, boom, a thunderous noise resounded. The Imperial Dragon Palace shook violently. The entire Beixiao Palace was ablaze with flames shooting into the sky. The sounds of clashing weapons, the splattering of blood, and the shrill screams echoed throughout the heavens. What on earth have you done?" Long Tian's eyes widened in shock. A foreboding sense of extreme unease crept over him. He. Mu Xianning let out a bitter laugh and said, "Father, since you're so eager to know, why don't you go out and take a look for yourself?" Hearing this, Long Tian glared at Mu Xianning fiercely, then flicked his sleeve and hastened out of the Imperial Dragon Palace. What greeted his eyes left him utterly astounded. The vast palace was in complete chaos. Blood was everywhere, and battles raged on all sides. The roars and screams seemed never-ending. This was no longer the usually majestic palace. It had become a veritable battlefield of blood. At this moment, Yu Huatian, the chief eunuch of the Western factories, with a grim expression on his face, approached Long Tian and reported, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Guards have rebelled. Half of your secret guards have also defected. The Assassin Guild has dispatched over 100 killers who are running amok in the palace. Moreover, 4 of our Beixia's top 10 generals have fallen." Scoundrels! Scoundrels! Long Tian trembled with rage. He turned to glare at Mu Xianning and growled through gritted teeth. "Mu Xianning, you vile woman, you're just like your mother, a worthless slut deserving of death." Ha ha ha. Mu Xianning burst into laughter. Looking at Long Tian's furious state, she laughed from the bottom of her heart. "If we're talking about vileness, how could mother and I compare to you? Don't you know how despicable you are? Over the years, how many women have you ruined? How many women have you taken into the harem as cauldrons and then discarded them like trash, letting them die? To tell you the truth, among your 3,000 concubines, 2,800 wish for your death. Rebellious girl." Long Tian roared angrily. At this moment, his fingernails dug deep into his palms, and drops of blood fell to the ground. "Tonight, once I quell this rebellion, you and your accomplices, as well as those vile women involved in tonight's insurrection, I will dig out your hearts, sever your limbs, and reduce your bones to ashes one by one." Long Tian glared at Mu Xianning and growled menacingly, looking like a wounded beast. "With just you?" Mu Xianning looked at Long Tian disdainfully. Why you Huatian? Immediately dig out this vile woman's heart, then turn her into a human stick. Long Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he issued the cold and ruthless order. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed in the sky. Tap, 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 tap. It was the sound of high heels hitting the ground. A woman, dressed in a long black dress embroidered with phoenix patterns, with her hands behind her back, walked towards the Imperial Dragon Palace step by step. Behind her lay a trail of corpses. These were all powerful warriors who had died at her hands, and thick blood had spilled across the ground. She stepped on the moonlight and waded through the blood, and the clear moonlight shone on her cold and peerless face, making her look like a divine maiden from the ages. The moment she appeared, everything in the world seemed to fade into the background for her, with her cold and beautiful eyes fixed on Long Tian. Her red lips slightly parted, and a cold smile on her face. She said, "Long Tian, your life? I'll take it." The palace was in chaos. The capital city was in turmoil. Tens of millions of commoners and cultivators in the capital all shivered and looked in the direction of the palace. No one had expected such a thing to happen to the palace tonight. Logically speaking, when something went wrong in the palace, the Tai Futu army stationed in the barracks outside the capital should have rushed into the palace to suppress the rebellion immediately. However, the Tai Futu army of the Ji family showed no sign of mobilizing. Not only the Tai Futu army, even the powerful figures of various forces in the capital remained inactive. The Beixiao Royal Academy, the Beixiao Investigation Bureau, the 6 ministries of the Beixiao capital, the Beixiao Royal Guards, the Dragon Protection Villa, the Prison Suppression Department, the Supreme Court, and a large number of other forces directly under the imperial power all made no move. The powerful figures in the capital seemed to have gone blind and deaf, turning a blind eye to the rebellion in the Beixiao Palace. Their silent demeanor left all the cultivators and commoners in the capital utterly astounded. In the Ji mansion in the capital, Ji Xiao sat in the falling maple palace, smiling as he looked at his grandmother, Mu Hua, and brewed a cup of fragrant tea for her. Kid, tell me, how on earth did you get the forces in the capital to obey you? Mu Hua looked at Ji Xiao with an amused expression. That it's quite simple. My military intelligence section has collected the secrets of 108 powerful figures in the capital over the past few years. Ji Xiao replied with a smile. That's not enough. Mu Hua shook her head. Although the secrets of the powerful figures in the capital were quite damaging, they were definitely not enough to make those figures stand on the same side as the Ji family at this time. Of course it's not enough, but what if I tell them that Long Tian will die tonight, and that he will die at the hands of a saint-level powerhouse? Besides, I didn't ask them to kill Long Tian. I just told them to stand by and protect their own lives tonight. Since that's the case, what reason do they have to interfere in this matter? Ji Xiao said with a smile. Playing the tiger's power, Mu Hua nodded thoughtfully that if that was the case, then there was no problem. Each of the major forces in the capital had extremely powerful figures in charge. However, the problem was that none of these figures had reached the saint level. And all the cultivators on the continent knew the saying, below the saint level, all are ants. Tell me, how did you get in touch with the national teacher of Beixia? Mu Hua pinched Ji Xiao's cheek and asked. The national teacher of Beixia was one of the most amazing and terrifying people she had ever met. She never expected that her precious grandson would be on the same side as the national teacher of Beixia. This really surprised her. Well, about a week ago, Ji Xiao didn't hide the truth and told her. Hiss, Mu Hua gasped and said, You're quite bold. Kid, you're just lucky. Ji Xiao shrugged. If Nan Lingwe hadn't been injured and Long Tian hadn't forced the marriage. Indeed, he wouldn't have had any connection with Nan Lingwe for quite a while. One last question. If Long Tian dies and the Protectorate sect blames us, what will you do? Mu Hua stared intently at Ji Xiao and pointed out the most crucial question incisively. Grandma, Ji Xiao spread his hands, looking innocent. What does it matter to me, Ji Xiao, that the Northern Xia National Preceptor killed Long Tian? We're just like most people in the capital, unable to provide timely rescue. What do you think? You little fox, your mind is getting more and more meticulous, Mu Hua scolded with a smile, then stroked Ji Xiao's head and gently instructed, It's getting late, but go to rest early. After tonight, there will be a huge upheaval in the capital. No, in the entire Northern Xia dynasty. Regarding this, our Ji family also needs to make full preparations. With that, she turned around contentedly and left Luofeng Palace. Apparently, her grandson had considered all the issues, so she naturally didn't need to ask more as for what Ji Xiao would do next. She naturally didn't need to inquire. She just needed to choose to believe. As for the Protectorate sect, she had to admit that Ji Xiao had handled it brilliantly. With this move tonight, Ji Xiao had tied all the forces and bigwigs in the capital to the same boat. Even if the Protectorate sect had unparalleled abilities, they couldn't find any fault with the Ji family. After all, everyone was just a bystander. Who was cleaner or more noble than whom? Even a saint-ranked powerhouse had intervened. What could their Ji family do? All right, Ji Xiao sent off his grandma Mu Hua and then sat back on the stone bench to drink tea. At this time, 3 figures appeared beside him. Your Highness, the young Marquis. When shall we act? Old Wei asked in a low voice. Act now. Ji Xiao waved his hand. Now that Nan Lingwe has appeared, we can be sure that the powerhouses in the palace must be stretched thin. This is the best time for the Military Intelligence Division 6 to take over the underground forces in the capital at one go. Yes. Hearing this, Gu Jian turned around and disappeared into streaks of afterimages in Luofeng Palace. It was worth noting that a large number of dark shadows followed behind him. These people were all top-notch assassins from the Military Intelligence Division 5. If these assassins had trained on the northern Xia border with Gu Jian for many years and were the elite of the elite. Old Wei, you go too. You'll be in charge of the overall situation tonight. Ji Xiao casually gave the order. Yes. Old Wei nodded and quietly disappeared into the night. Your Highness, the young Marquis. It seems that the 10-Blade Legion is finished. Gu Yao said with a smile. Hee. Ji Xiao also smiled faintly. If all the elites of the Military Intelligence Division 5 were deployed, plus Old Wei in charge of the situation, without the backing of the Western Factory and the Northern Xia royal family, the 10-Blade Legion, the #1 underground force in the capital, really couldn't hold out. Your Highness, the young Marquis. When will you enter the palace? Gu Yao asked worriedly. Soon. Ji Xiao looked in the direction of the Northern Xia palace. The flames of determination flickered in his clear eyes as he murmured in a low voice. He was still waiting for an opportunity. Not long after, when an old figure appeared above the palace in the aura of a saint. Rank powerhouse swept across the entire capital and even the whole world. Jishio suddenly stood up and said to Gu Yao, "It's time." With that, he used the star god shattering shadow technique and turned into specks of starlight, leaving Luophone Palace. He headed straight for the northern Xia Palace. Watching Jishio's receding figure, Gu Yao bit her red lips and murmured softly with a worried face, "My young Marquis, you must be careful." Meanwhile, when Jishio was secretly sneaking towards the northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum using the star god shattering shadow technique, outside the Imperial Dragon Hall in the northern Xia Palace, Nanlingwe stood with her hands behind her back. The cold wind blew her skirt, making it flutter. She stared coldly at the old man in linen clothes standing on the Imperial Dragon Hall and sneered. "Old thing, we meet again. How have you been?" Her cold and magnetic voice of a mature and charming woman resounded through the sky. A terrifying saint. Rank pressure descended, and all the cultivators present turned pale. In front of Nanlingwe and this mysterious old man, there was no doubt that they were just a group of the most humble and vulnerable ants, as long as the two big shots snapped their fingers. They would all vanish into thin air in an instant. "National Preceptor, you've gone too far." The old man in linen clothes shook his head at Nanlingwe, looking at the corpses all over the ground. "Gone too far?" A mocking arc appeared on Nanlingwe's lips. She looked at the old man in linen clothes with great interest and coldly questioned, "What exactly is going too far? If I hadn't regained my saint rank cultivation, my current fate would probably be as miserable as that of the Emperor's 3,000 concubines, so what right do you have to say that I've gone too far?" Sighing, the old man in linen clothes then looked at Nanlingwe firmly and said slowly, "Regardless of the reason, Long Tian didn't succeed, did he? Moreover, the National Preceptor has killed quite a few people tonight. Why not call it quits?" "Humph." Nanlingwe shook her head and chuckled. The mocking look on her cold and peerlessly beautiful face became even stronger. She gently parted her red lips and said coldly, "Call it quits. All right, I'll call it quits after I kill Long Tian. How about that?" As soon as her words fell, the old man in linen clothes face instantly turned extremely ugly. "Nanlingwe, you're being presumptuous, trying to assassinate the Emperor in the northern Xia Palace. Do you really think you're invincible in the world?" Nanlingwe lowered her head and chuckled. The mockery on her cold and unparalleledly beautiful face became even more intense. "Invincible in the world? Not really, but it won't be a problem to kill you, old thing." With that, she reached out her hand and drew a strange looking long sword that emitted a world-shocking red light from the void. The moment the sword appeared, the temperature of the whole world suddenly dropped by 10 degrees. The wispy and terrifying killing aura made everyone present shiver. "Kill." Nanlingwe gently parted her red lips, stepped on the broken void, and soared into the air. With the bright moon on her back, she pointed her sword straight at Long Tian. "Grand Elder, save me." Long Tian's pupils constricted sharply as he loudly called for help from the old man in linen clothes. The pressure and killing intent of the saint rank powerhouse forced him to put aside his dignity. "Your Majesty, go first. Go to the Imperial Mausoleum and activate the teleportation array. Summon the saint rank powerhouses of our protectorate sect to the capital." The old man in linen clothes came in front of Long Tian and whispered a reminder, then pushed Long Tian behind him. He could sense that Nanlingwe's strength and cultivation were more terrifying than the first time they fought. The first time, he barely repelled Nanlingwe by unsealing the pure world demon flame. But today, without the pure world demon flame to rely on, he was afraid he couldn't stop Nanlingwe for long. So, asking Long Tian to seek help from the protectorate sect was the only way to break tonight's deadly situation. With that, he took out a large bronze halberd. His body emitted a cyan holy light as he flew up to fight against Nanlingwe. Boom, boom, above the high sky, a saint rank battle broke out. The terrifying energy fluctuations continuously caused sounds like muffled thunder. Hundreds of spider web like cracks appeared on the ground of the northern Xia Palace. All the cultivators present turned pale and frantically retreated. After all, this was a saint rank battle. Just the aftershocks of the battle could seriously injure or even kill them. In a shadow of the northern Xia Imperial Palace, Jishio stared at the two saint rank powerhouses standing in the sky with a hint of trepidation. Up there in the firmament, the crimson light and the cyan light each occupied half of the celestial dome. Even the serene and bright moon was splashed with two shocking halos. Boom! Another thunderous sound, like a muffled drum, resounded in his ears that Jishio shivered involuntarily as he gazed at the two saint rank powerhouses in the sky and murmured softly in his heart, Below the saint rank, all are but ants. This saying is truly spot on. After saying that, he shook his head, forcibly suppressing the agitation in his heart, and scanned the palace with his eyes, trying to find the trace of Long Tian. Tonight, Long Tian was his top priority. He mustn't let Long Tian survive this night. Just then, he noticed that Long Tian, under the protection of Yu Huatian, was fleeing in the direction of the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum. Damn it, there was an additional presence of Yu Huatian, the director of the Western Factory. Ji Xiu frowned tightly. At present, he had a soul, slaying nail in his hand, capable of killing all powerhouses below the saint rank. However, one soul, slaying nail could only kill one person. If he killed Long Tian, then he wouldn't be able to deal with Yu Huatian. As his mind raced, thinking about how to escape from Yu Huatian after assassinating the emperor, suddenly, he saw a familiar figure stealthily following Long Tian and Yu Huatian towards the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum. It was the personal disciple of Nan Lingwei, the princess of Northern Xia, Mu Xianin. A glint of light flashed in Ji Xiu's eyes that if he remembered correctly, Mu Xianin also harbored deep-seated hatred towards Long Tian. Apparently, Mu Xianin was surely the backup plan arranged by Nan Lingwei. This was getting interesting. A faint smile played on Ji Xiu's lips as he immediately activated the Star God's Shattered Shadow and headed towards the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum. Deep inside the underground palace of the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum, on an altar engraved with ancient runes, an extremely strange and demonic fire was blazing with dazzling crimson light, and wisps of black gas were rising from it. This strange fire was the third-ranked pure world demon flame on the strange fire list. Rumbling, the door of the underground palace opened. Long Tian and Yu Huatian stumbled in, looking extremely disheveled. When they saw this strange fire, they finally calmed down and heaved a long sigh of relief. "Your Majesty, this time, it was really close," Yu Huatian exclaimed with a lingering fear. The coercion and pursuit of a saint-rank powerhouse were simply too terrifying for him. Damn it. Nan Lingwei was really a crazy woman. Long Tian cursed under his breath with a gloomy face that he never expected that Nan Lingwei would directly storm the palace to take his life, without considering any consequences. Indeed, this woman was truly the craziest and most incomprehensible one he had ever seen in his life. Yu Huatian took a deep breath. At this moment, just thinking about Nan Lingwei's cold eyes made him shiver involuntarily. This woman had no fear of imperial power and didn't care about the consequences of her actions at all. In short, Nan Lingwei was a fearless lunatic. So what if she was crazy? Once the grandmasters of the nation protecting sect arrived, how much of a stir could she cause? By then, I'll grind her to powder and turn Mu Xianin, that rebellious daughter, into a human stick. Long Tian spoke with a chilling tone. Sigh. Hearing this, Yu Huatian sighed and said, "Your Majesty, start the formation quickly. Notify the Grand Supreme Elder of the nation, protecting sect, as soon as possible." That crazy woman Nan Lingwei is too insane. I'm afraid the Grand Elder won't be able to hold on. Makes sense. Long Tian nodded and then walked towards an ancient formation behind the altar. The formation was not large, but high. Grade runes of Northern Xia were engraved around it. This was a teleportation formation that led directly to the most mysterious nation, protecting sect of Northern Xia. Once the teleportation formation was activated, the grandmasters of the nation, protecting sect would enter the Imperial Mausoleum within the time it took to burn an incense stick. Just as he was about to form hand seals to activate the teleportation formation, a clear voice rang out in the underground palace. "Father, today there must be an end between you and me." Hearing this voice, Long Tian and Yu Huatian suddenly turned their heads towards the outside of the underground palace. Then they saw Mu Xianin slowly walking into the underground palace. "Rebellious daughter, you're really asking for death." Long Tian's face turned completely black. He wondered who had given Mu Xianin, a cultivator at the Star-Gathering Realm, the guts and courage to chase them alone. "Hee-ha-ha." Mu Xianin burst into laughter, looking at Long Tian as if he were a fool and softly saying, "The Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum, the pure world demon flame, the teleportation formation, all of these are under Master's control. Today, not only can you not kill me, but you might also meet your end here." As her voice faded, Long Tian's face suddenly changed. While Yu Huatian's face also became extremely ugly. If all of this was within the crazy woman Nan Lingwei's expectations, then it was no wonder that Mu Xianin dared to chase them to the Imperial Mausoleum alone without a care. "You, what do you mean?" Long Tian asked with a trembling voice. "Hee." Mu Xianin let out a soft laugh. Looking at Long Tian's terrified face, she felt a surge of pleasure in her heart. Then, she took out a crystal bottle from her storage ring. The crystal bottle was crystal clear, and a drop of crimson, gold blood was floating inside. This is... Yu Huatian stared blankly at the blood in the bottle. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face changed drastically, and he took 3 steps back abruptly. Saint. Rank blood essence. Long Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Below the saint rank, all are but ants. This saying was widely recognized by hundreds of millions of cultivators on the continent. And a single drop of saint rank blood essence was equivalent to a full, powered strike from a saint realm powerhouse. This was Mu Xuaning's reliance, the backup plan given to her by Nan Linghua. Father. Mu Xianing looked at Long Tian coldly and said, since you've recognized it, then die. After saying that, Mu Xianing threw the crystal bottle out with a fierce look on her face. Crack. The crystal bottle shattered in the air. The single drop of crimson, gold blood suddenly exploded. The aura of the saint rank instantly swept across the void. Clang. Clang. The dazzling crimson, gold light bloomed in the underground palace. The terrifying power of the saint rank brought up 100 zhong, high light storm. At this time, more than 100 mysterious runes blazing with flames suddenly lit up on the ground of the underground palace. Ziz. The sound of the runes burning was very similar to the sound of boiling water. If it weren't for these runes absorbing most of the saint rank energy in the underground palace, this imperial mausoleum might have been flattened in an instant. But even so, a lot of saint rank energy still overflowed like water waves. Boom, boom. Wherever the invisible energy ripples past, several hundred-meter high mountains outside the imperial mausoleum exploded in an instant. More than 100 ancient trees were directly broken in half. After a moment, when the saint rank energy was exhausted and the smoke in the imperial mausoleum dissipated, Yu Huatian was seen lying on the ground. His body charred black, his meridians were completely shattered, his bones had turned to dust, and only a blood-stained human skin was left spread on the ground. The once mighty director of the Western Factory was now truly dead. It's over. It's finally over. Mu Xianing tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and murmured silently. Just then, a tall figure appeared in front of her. Xianing, father can't bear to see you die. Hearing this voice, Mu Xianing suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Long Tian in disbelief. At this moment, Long Tian was covered in wounds, his hair was disheveled, and his face was extremely pale. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth from time to time. Although he was seriously injured, he had still managed to survive with great difficulty. How is it possible? Mu Xuaning's beautiful eyes were filled with a stunned expression. Do you think only you have saint rank blood essence? Do you think only your master is a saint rank powerhouse? Have you forgotten? Your grandfather is also a saint rank powerhouse. Long Tian bared his teeth and grinned sinisterly. Right? He also has a drop of saint rank essence blood. This drop of saint rank essence blood belongs to the previous emperor of the Northern Xia dynasty. The current Grand Emperor of the Northern Xia.it was left to him to save his life when the Grand Emperor achieved sanctification. Although a great deal of the saint power in this drop of essence blood has dissipated over the years, it is still enough to keep him alive. Scoundrel! I'll fight you. Mu Xianing coldly rebuked a light like star, gathering shone in her beautiful eyes. She drew out a silver long sword and stabbed directly at Long Tian's heart. Long Tian sneered coldly and flicked his finger. Crack. The long sword shattered into hundreds of pieces. Immediately afterwards, Long Tian reached out his hand, penetrated the void, and directly grabbed Mu Xuaning's neck that he coldly asked. Xianing, what else do you have to say? Humph. Mu Xianing gritted her silver teeth, and her beautiful eyes were full of stubbornness. Long Tian, if you have the guts, kill me. Then I can go to accompany my mother. At this moment, she was a bit despairing. After all, she was just a cultivator who had just broken through to the star-gathering realm. How could she be a match for Long Tian, who had the cultivation at the peak of the monarch rank? Hearing this, the corner of Long Tian's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Mu Xuaning's cold and beautiful face with great interest and slowly said, Xianing, killing you would be too easy on you. But I have to say, you've really grown up, and you're getting more and more like your mother. Get out. You're not qualified to mention my mother. Mu Xianing glared at Long Tian fiercely and rebuked him harshly. Fine. If you say not to mention her, then I won't. But I really miss your mother. How about you take your mother's place? Long Tian smiled wickedly, and his eyes looking at Mu Xianing were full of lust. You beast. Mu Xuaning's delicate body trembled. She thought Long Tian would kill her, but she never expected that Long Tian would be so inhumane. Ha ha ha. Struggle as much as you want next. You can also scream, but I won't stop. Long Tian became more and more excited as he spoke, and just then a clear applause rang out in the deep underground palace. Pa 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 pa. Hearing this sound, Long Tian's face changed suddenly. At this moment, there was actually another person in the underground palace besides him and Mu Xianin. Who is it? Long Tian let go of the hand that was holding Mu Xuanin's neck and looked around warily. Just then a cold and somewhat childish voice sounded. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Your Majesty the Emperor, this young master of the family knew you were shameless, but I really didn't expect you to be this shameless. TSK TSK TSK, aren't you really afraid of being struck by lightning? After the voice fell, a thin figure walked out from the shadow of a corner in the underground palace. Jixio? Mu Xianin looked at the person coming. For some reason, a strange sense of security welled up in her heart. The young master of the Ji family, Jixio. Long Tian frowned and looked at Jixio, speaking coldly. Your Majesty the Emperor. It's our first meeting. How do you do? Jixio waved to Long Tian as a greeting. Good, very good. It seems that I've reaped quite a lot today. If you had stayed in the Ji mansion and not come out, I might really have had no way to deal with you. But today, since you dared to break into the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum, it's up to me. If you die in the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum, presumably the Ice God Palace will have nothing to say. Long Tian bared his teeth and grinned sinisterly, then suddenly took a step forward. Boom. The terrifying aura of the peak of the monarch, rank erupted. Invisible energy ripples spread in the void, and the temperature suddenly soared. Behind him, a blazing sun slowly rose. This was a manifestation of his fully activating the Imperial Sun Saint art. Heh. The corner of Jixio's mouth twitched slightly. Without any fear, he said with great interest, Your Majesty, is it really going to be like this? Having said that, he slowly spread out his palm. At this time, a black iron nail appeared in his hand. The iron nail was simple and unadorned, with nothing worthy of praise. But the moment Long Tian saw this iron nail, a chill ran straight from his spine to his forehead. For a moment, a fear from the depths of his soul spread throughout his body. What is this? Long Tian stared at Jixio with a trembling gaze, his teeth chattering. He could sense that the black iron nail in Jixio's hand had an indescribable and terrifying power. The feeling of being cold all over made a bad premonition well up in his heart. Guess. The killing intent in Jixio's clear eyes bloomed. He directly activated the power of the star, gathering realm to urge the soul, devouring nail, and pointed it at Long Tian. Zheng. The black iron nail turned into a tiny, deep, colored ray as thin as a thumb and shot out instantly. The moment the ray appeared, even space trembled. You. Long Tian only said one word before his voice suddenly stopped. That deep, colored ray passed across his neck at an extremely strange and completely unreasonable speed. He didn't even have time to react. He just felt a chill on his neck. Subconsciously, he reached out to touch it, and blood instantly soaked through his fingers. Die. Jixio spat out two words indifferently. Puff. Long Tian's head was directly thrown high into the air. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, splashing up 4 or 5 meters high. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the bounty mission of assassinating the Emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the bounty mission of assassinating the Emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 destiny essences as the mission reward. Listening to the system prompts in his ear, the string that had been in Jixio's heart finally relaxed. Subconsciously, he opened the system panel. Name. Jixio. Age, 8 years old. Identity. The young master of the Northern Xia dynasty. Founded organization. Military Intelligence Division 6. Cultivation. The 4th stage of the star. Gathering realm. Bloodline constitution. Divine heart and devil bone. The devil's arrival has been successfully activated. Conditions for divine forbidden awakening. 100,000 destiny essences. Conditions for immortal ashes awakening. 1 million destiny essences. Cultivation techniques. Devouring Immortal and Devil technique has been cultivated to the 3rd stage. Flying Dragon Exploring Cloud Hand. Advanced. Star God Shattering Shadow Beginner. Weapons. Great Luo Sword Embryo. Ghost Flute Ching. Destiny essences. 104. 800 points. Fate level. Red. Narrow escape from death. System mall. Opened. Task system. Opened. Warehouse. Soul. Capturing Trilogy Requiem. Soul. Robbing Overture. Spirit. Summoning Overture. Ice God Jade. The token of the Ice God Palace Master. System prompt. More information can be expanded. Finally, I've earned 100,000 destiny essences. The divine forbidden can finally be awakened. Jixio let out a long sigh, and his mood was extremely excited at the moment. Immediately afterwards, without saying a word, he directly started to awaken the second killing, related realm, the divine forbidden, which he had been coveting for a long time. Ding. The system prompts that awakening the second killing, related realm, divine forbidden, requires consuming 100,000 destiny essences. Please confirm again. Host. Activate. Jisho didn't hesitate at all. The divine forbidden is a forbidden realm that only ancient great emperors could reach in the sky, covering universe, in this fantasy world. He could directly awaken it with 100,000 destiny essences. It was simply amazing. With this thought in mind, Zheng, a chaotic divine light, flashed across his eyes. Jisho felt that his body had become extremely light and agile. In this instant, his soul seemed to be on top of the 9 heavens, and also seemed to be above the heavens. At the same time, an extremely wonderful perception welled up in his heart unconsciously. All the prosperity in this world is but a passing cloud. At the end of the world, at the end of time, in the long course of history, there will ultimately only be an invincible person left. Jisho closed his eyes and murmured softly as if in a dream that a blazing and dazzling chaotic celestial radiance bloomed around him, and tiny drops of celestial rain drifted down at this moment. He truly had the air of a celestial being descending to the mortal world, and the ultimate might of an ancient great emperor emanated from his small body. This fellow, what on earth had happened? Could it be that he had entered the legendary state of enlightenment where man and nature are united? Mu Xianyin stared blankly at Jisho, who had his back to her and was bathed in the light rain, exuding boundless might, and murmured in shock, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the second killing realm of the bloodline, the God's Forbidden Realm. God's Forbidden Realm, the taboo of the gods. The body and soul break through the shackles of the heavenly Tao and undergo a taboo qualitative change. It is a battle realm that only ancient great emperors and legend are qualified to enter. The system prompt. The consumption is extremely astonishing. Please be cautious when opening it. Host. Phew. The opening is successful." Jisho slowly opened his eyes. The peerless chaotic light in his eyes had disappeared. Instead, there was ecstasy from the bottom of his heart. Just then, Jisho felt a burning gaze behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Mu Xianyin, who was staring at him blankly with a dazed look in her eyes. "Hey, have you stared enough? Your Highness the Princess," Jisho joked with Mu Xianyin in an amusing way. Mu Xianyin suddenly came to her senses and found that she had lost her composure. She quickly averted her gaze and pretended to be casual as she casually asked, "Jisho, what just happened to you?" Hee. Jisho let out a soft laugh and then lied, "I just fell into a state of enlightenment." Sure enough, Mu Xianyin gasped sharply. She looked at Jisho again with a very complicated expression and sighed softly. "Jisho, you, fellow, are truly too amazing." She knew that in this world, being able to enter the state of enlightenment where man and nature are united brought endless benefits to the path of cultivation. For example, her master, Nan Lingyue, had entered the state of enlightenment where man and nature are united 3 times. That was precisely why her master had reached the saint rank cultivation level at the age of 27. Hearing this, Jisho spread his hands and looked at Mu Xianyin with great interest and replied, "Your Highness the Princess. Don't look at this young master so affectionately. I might misunderstand." Mu Xianyin spat lightly. Then, with a complicated mood, she looked at the headless corpse of Long Tian in the underground palace and said, "Today, thank you. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. I owe you one." "Higi, owe me one." Jisho raised his eyebrows slightly and said playfully, "Then this young master will remember. Today, Princess Mu Xianyin owes this young master one. In the future, this young master will demand it back double." "Okay." Mu Xianyin nodded very seriously. Seeing this, Jisho smiled helplessly and then turned his gaze to the ancient altar deep in the underground palace. On the altar, there bloomed a pure, white lotus. Its white petals were as if crystal, clear, looking almost dreamy. It seemed that just one glance could make a person fall into eternal obsession. However, in the heart of the lotus, there was a strange and demonic fire dyed with crimson flames and steaming with wisps of black air. The pure world demon flame. Today, it's this young master's second major goal. Jisho's face was extremely solemn and his eyes were extremely serious. This strange fire, ranked 3rd on the strange fire list, had extreme beauty and also contained extreme destruction. It was extremely dangerous, not to mention a small cultivator at the star, gathering realm like him, even a saint, rank cultivator would be in danger of perishing if not careful. The demon skill of devouring immortals, the burning art, should be able to take it down, right? Jisho took a deep breath and then walked step by step towards the pure world demon flame. This fellow, what is he up to? Mu Xianyin frowned as she watched Jisho walking step by step towards the pure world demon flame. Sure enough, so beautiful. Ji Xiu walked in front of the altar and stared at the strange fire floating in the heart of the pure White Lotus. His eyes were full of admiration and determination. Phew. Ji Xiu took a deep breath to suppress the complicated emotions in his heart. Then he reached out his hand to pick up the pure White Lotus on the altar. At that moment, a scorching temperature rushed towards him. But even so, he didn't feel the extremely terrifying destructive power of the pure world demon flame. Perhaps it was because of this accompanying lotus. So, that's why he couldn't feel the destructive power of the pure world demon flame. Ji Xiu couldn't help but swallow hard as he sorted out the reason. Thanks to this accompanying lotus. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the qualification to approach the strange fire. Ji Xiu. You're crazy. If you still want your life, put it down. Mu Xuaning's voice trembled slightly as she spoke to remind him. But at this moment, looking at Ji Xiu, she had already realized something. Ji Xiu didn't seem to be fooling around. This fellow seemed to really want to subdue this strange fire. But, what a joke. This pure world demon flame was ranked 3rd on the strange fire list. It contained the extraordinary power to destroy the heavens and the earth. How could a small cultivator at the star-gathering realm even think of getting his hands on it? Even her master had almost been destroyed by this strange fire, although Mu Xuaning's voice resounded through the underground palace. But Ji Xiu seemed not to hear it. His eyes were fixed firmly on the strange and demonic fire on the lotus the whole time. This was the only chance. If he waited for Nan Lingyue to come to the underground palace, this pure world demon flame would probably be taken away by her. She was at the saint rank. I can't compete with her. Ji Xiu's mind was very clear at the moment. He really wanted to take the strange fire back to the Ji mansion and gather all the power of the Ji family, or wait until his cultivation was stronger before trying to subdue this strange fire. But now, time didn't allow it, and Nan Lingyue definitely wouldn't agree. So, there was only one choice left. Just as his thoughts reached here, a look of determination flashed across Ji Xiu's eyes. He tremblingly raised his left hand and slowly lifted the pure White Lotus in his hand. Then, gritting his teeth, like a person drinking wine, he tilted his head back and swallowed the fire seed in the heart of the lotus in one gulp, with the same time. The demon skill of devouring immortals was fully activated. The burning art was fully activated. Boom. The moment Ji Xiu swallowed the fire seed, the power of destruction erupted violently. The terrible temperature also soared dozens of times instantly. Invisible energy ripples surged out. Crack, crack. The ground of the underground palace of the Northern Xiao Imperial Mausoleum trembled violently, and cracks like cobwebs appeared on the walls. Seeing this scene, Mu Xuaning's face changed drastically. Without saying a word, she turned around and left. Hiss, hiss. The sound of the fire burning the air accompanied by the rising mist was like the prelude to a volcanic eruption. The moment the countless runes protecting the underground palace turned into ashes. Clang. 1,000, zhang. High crimson fire pillar shot up into the sky with Ji Xiu at the center. Boom, boom. The huge underground palace of the Northern Xiao Imperial Mausoleum turned into ashes in an instant. The sky, reaching fire pillar connected the heaven and the earth, looking extremely spectacular. On a mountain peak in the distance of the Imperial Mausoleum mountain range, Mu Xuaning looked at the crimson fire pillar connecting the heaven and the earth. Cold sweat had soaked through her back. She swallowed hard and stammered in a daze. Madman. He's really a crazy man who doesn't care about his life. The brilliant crimson flames erupted in the night sky. The terrifying waves of fire swept across the sky in an instant. In an instant, the temperature of the whole world rose. In the capital city, thousands of people stared blankly at the waves of fire sweeping across the night sky, their throats constantly gulping. Even though they were very far away, the scorching waves of fire still made countless people sweat profusely, as if they were in the hot summer. That's the Imperial Mausoleum mountain range. What on earth has happened? What level of power is this? The monarch rank, the saint rank, or the power of the legendary realm? It can only be a strange fire. Only a strange fire has such terrible destructive power. Oh my goodness, it's actually the power of a legendary strange fire that can destroy the heavens and the earth. This is too terrifying. In the city of Kyoto, both cultivators and commoners felt a profound sense of helplessness in the fiery waves that swept across heaven and earth. Not only them, but also numerous bigwigs in Kyoto were utterly astounded. They all groaned inwardly. It's over. Truly, it was over. The events of this night had escalated beyond control in the eastern district of Kyoto City. The 10-mile-long street was littered with corpses. The blood had dyed the entire street. Gu Jian, dressed in black and carrying yuan hung on his back, was extremely cold and aloof. Behind him stood over 100 black-clothed assassins, all of whom were elite killers from the 5th Military Intelligence Department, just as Ji Xiu had planned. Gu Jian led the 5th Military Intelligence Department to slaughter the entire Tin Blades Legion located in the eastern district of Kyoto this night. At this moment, Gu Yao beside him stared blankly at the fiery waves that engulfed the sky and murmured softly, "Your Highness, the young heir, did you do this? Please, you must return safely." Hearing this, Gu Jian sheathed Yuan Hong, turned around, and confidently consoled Gu Yao, saying, "Sister, don't worry. His Highness, the young heir, can turn clouds with a flip of his hand and bring rain with a wave of his sleeve. I dare say that all the events of this night are within his control." After that, an old man in black slowly stepped forward. It was Old Wei. Frowning, Old Wei stared in the direction of the Beixiao Imperial Palace and murmured softly, "I hope so. I hope that tonight's events are truly within His Highness the young heir's control." At the Ji family military mansion in Kyoto, Lin Ru covered her mouth and stared at the pillar of fire that almost connected heaven and earth in the direction of the Kyoto Imperial City. Her voice trembling, she asked, "Mother, did Xiao really go to the palace tonight?" "Yes," Mu Huan nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ru couldn't help but let out a scream. She became unsteady on her feet and murmured in a hoarse voice, "In the Beixiao Imperial Palace tonight, a battle among saints. The eruption of the purifying demon flame. Things are getting out of hand. This won't do." "Alas," Mu Hua let out a long sigh and said, Don't worry. This lad will definitely return safely." Although she said so, in fact, she wasn't confident at all. Moreover, she felt self-blame because she had given her tacit approval to Ji Xiu's action tonight. Even though the plan was almost flawless, she still felt that she should have accompanied Ji Xiu to the palace. But now, it was too late to regret. In the Beixiao Imperial Palace, all 10 great generals of Beixiao had fallen. In front of the Imperial Dragon Hall, the ground was littered with corpses and severed limbs. This night, the palace seemed to have been caught in a rain of blood. The extremely thick smell of blood in the air was extremely nauseating. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Beixiao royal family, with an arm severed, knelt on one knee in front of Nan Lingyue. His whole body was stained with blood. His battle halberd was broken. His life source was damaged. There were over 100 sword wounds all over his body, and blood was constantly gushing from the wounds. A grandmaster at the saintly level was about to return to the stars. The old man in hemp clothes looked desolately in the direction of the Beixiao Imperial Mausoleum with a scattered look in his eyes and laughed bitterly. Long Tian is dead. The Imperial Mausoleum is destroyed. Hee-hee-ha. I, the guardian of the Beixiao Royal Mausoleum, am truly incompetent. Cough, 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 cough. After saying that, his body shook violently, and he suddenly coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Do you have anything else to say? Nan Lingyue stood with her hands behind her back, looking down at the old man in hemp clothes. This moment, she was extremely irritated, because she didn't know what had happened at the Beixiao Imperial Mausoleum that had caused the purifying demon flame to erupt. This was not a good thing for her. The old man in hemp clothes only said one word, and his voice suddenly stopped. Puff. Nan Lingyue's sharp sword had already pierced through the old man in hemp clothes' chest. "You wanted to say, but I don't want to listen anymore." After saying that, Nan Lingyue pulled out her sword, bringing out a long trail of blood. Then, her figure flashed, and she disappeared in front of the Imperial Dragon Hall. On the mountains of the Beixiao Imperial Mausoleum, Mu Xianyin stared blankly at the 1,000-zhang pillar of fire that almost connected heaven and earth. When a gentle breeze blew, Nan Lingyue's figure stepped out of the void and appeared in front of her. "Xianyin, what on earth happened?" Nan Lingyue frowned and asked sharply. Mu Xianyin saw the familiar figure in front of her as if she had seen a lifesaver. She stood up, grabbed the corner of Nan Lingyue's clothes, and stammered, "Master, Long Tian was killed by Ji Xiu." "Then what?" Nan Lingyue frowned and pressed on. "Then, Ji Xiu swallowed the purifying demon flame in one gulp," Mu Xianyin replied with a trembling voice. "What?" Hearing this, Nan Lingyue's cold and peerless face suddenly changed. Her beautiful eyes suddenly looked towards the center of the eruption of the strange fire. There, flames soared into the sky, and the fiery waves spread across heaven and earth in a ripple-like pattern. Extremely spectacular. With the explosion as the center, all living beings within that range had suffered a devastating blow. It could be said that half of the Imperial Mausoleum mountain range had been affected and turned into a scorched wasteland. With such power, not to mention a mere cultivator at the star-gathering stage, even a saint-level cultivator or even a cultivator at the legendary realm would have perished. But soon, as the fiery waves gradually dissipated, a slender figure appeared in Nan Lingyue's sight. This little fellow was actually still alive. Nan Lingyue widened her eyes in disbelief and murmured hoarsely, After saying that, her figure suddenly flashed, turning into an aurora, and she crossed the void and instantly arrived in front of GXIU.AT. This moment, all of Jisho's clothes had turned to ashes. He was lying on the ground extremely weakly. His whole body was as red as a hot iron, with countless cracks on his skin and blood all over his body. He had turned into a blood man. But even though he was so severely injured, he still had a faint vital sign. It was worth mentioning that in Jisho's hand, he still tightly held that pure white lotus flower, and the root of the pure white lotus flower had actually tightly wrapped around his left wrist. Jisho, you swallowed the purifying demon flame. Nanlingwei gritted her teeth and asked in great surprise and unwillingness. It hurts. It hurts so much. Jisho hoarsely spoke with his last bit of consciousness. Nonsense, Nanlingwei said coldly, her extremely cold and beautiful face as hard as ice. She never expected that Jisho would simply and rudely devour the purifying demon flame that she wanted. Moreover, he was complaining about the pain to her. Was he acting coquettishly? Borrow me your mystic pond, will you? I'd be extremely grateful, Jisho said tremblingly, barely enduring the great pain of his meridians being burned and his skin cracking. Then, his consciousness sank into darkness. It had to be said that his act of forcibly devouring the purifying demon flame just now was indeed a risky move. The moment of devouring, his meridians and bones should have turned to ashes, but because of the accompanying lotus flower in his hand, his life was saved, coupled with the miraculous power of the technique of devouring immortals and demons and the burning art. He had actually successfully entered the system process of devouring the purifying demon flame. At this moment, although he was in a coma, the technique of devouring immortals and demons and the burning art were still operating autonomously. Once the process of devouring the strange fire started, it would never stop. If it stopped, then the purifying demon flame would erupt again. Simply put, now Jisho either succeeded or perished. Ding, congratulations, host. The process of devouring the purifying demon flame has reached one. You little scoundrel. Looking at Jisho, who had fainted at her feet, Nanlingwei couldn't help but feel a tightness in her chest, although she really wanted to slap Jisho to death at this moment. After hesitating for a long time, she still picked up Jisho and headed in the direction of the Divine Strategy Palace. Remember, Jisho, this time, you owe me. In the future, I will make you pay me back tenfold. The bright moon hung high in the sky. It was already the depth of night, and none could find slumber this night. The magnates of various major forces in the Kyoto were all sitting or standing restlessly, gazing in the direction of the imperial palace. The battle among saints had ceased. The otherworldly fire that had swept across heaven and earth gradually subsided. Was this night, then, coming to an end? If so, what was the outcome? This was related to their future fortunes. However, even though they were extremely anxious, none of them dared to send spies into the imperial palace to find out, for Jisho had given them an order. If they did not want to die, they were not allowed to step into the imperial palace before dawn. Inside the Divine Strategy Palace, Nanlingwei stood with her arms folded across her chest, looking down at Jisho with a cold and stern expression. Jisho was soaking in an ice pool, extremely weak. The moonlight shone through the window onto her peerlessly beautiful face, making her look even more frigidly charming. Master, Mu Xianyin exclaimed with a tone full of disbelief. Jisho actually survived. How could this be possible? The pure world demon flame ranks third on the list of otherworldly fires, and yet Jisho swallowed it forcefully and still managed to stay alive. For a moment, she felt as if her mind was in a complete muddle. Humph. Nanlingwei let out a disdainful snort. If it were anyone else, they would surely be dead beyond salvation, but this fellow seems to be somewhat different. What do you mean? Mu Xianyin shook her head, indicating that she did not understand. Nanlingwei also shook her head and did not offer any explanation. Instead, her gaze became more and more lost as she stared at the flower lotus twined around Jisho's left hand. What secrets did this young lad actually possess? Why did the companion flower lotus of the pure world demon flame actively protect him? Moreover, it even seemed to show signs of recognizing him as its master. Truly incredible. At this point in her thoughts, she just couldn't figure it out. Just then, Jisho coughed 3 times. Cough, cough, cough. His consciousness gradually roused from slumber. The intense pain all over his body made him groan involuntarily. Ah, just then, a mocking voice rang in his ears. What a remarkable young heir of the Ji family. You've truly played a brilliant game. Tonight, I massacred the imperial palace, yet you've become the final victor. Hearing this, Jisho slowly opened his eyes. Then he saw Nanlingwei and Mu Xianyin standing by the ice pool at a glance. He said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Jisho forced a weak smile and spoke. He knew that he could never evade Nanlingwe. So it was better to play dumb at this moment. Humph. Nanlingwe let out another disdainful snort. You young scoundrel, do you really want me to spell it out for you? After tonight, the news that I massacred the North Xia Imperial Palace will spread across the entire continent. The matter of Long Tion's death in the Imperial Mausoleum will most likely be blamed on me. The North Xia Protector sect will surely go all out against me, and you, Ji Xiu, will emerge unscathed. You'll remain untouched by all the storms. What a shrewd calculation indeed. Is that so? Ji Xiu looked utterly innocent, with an air of complete ignorance that left Mu Xianin dumbfounded. Seeing this, Nanlingwe let out a cold laugh, and then changed the subject that, of course, these are of little consequence, since I dared to massacre the Imperial Palace. I can naturally bear the consequences, but you actually took my otherworldly fire. Do you really think I won't kill you? If I kill you, I can still take the otherworldly fire. Ah, hearing this, Ji Xiu suddenly raised his head and stared intently at Nanlingwe. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. You wouldn't have let me live until now. And you should know that since I've started devouring the pure world demon flame, I'm now half master of it. Once you kill me, the otherworldly fire will go out of control and erupt again, and this time, the pure world demon flame will erupt with all its might. Hearing this, Nanlingwe glared fiercely at Ji Xiu, and then fell silent for a long time. She had come to the North Xia dynasty as the national advisor in order to obtain the pure world demon flame, which ranked third on the list of otherworldly fires. Now, all her 8. Your efforts had benefited Ji Xiu. How could she accept this? But she also knew that Ji Xiu, who was now burdened with the pure world demon flame, was like a ticking time bomb. If she really killed Ji Xiu, the otherworldly fire would go out of control, and the consequences would be catastrophic. She might not die, but she would be severely injured. And there was a high probability that she would return empty-handed. Most importantly, she couldn't face the pursuit of the North Xia Protector sect while being severely injured. So this young lad had planned everything from the very beginning. As Nanlingwe's thoughts paused here, a cold glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. She coldly commanded Mu Xianin, go out. Mu Xianin was stunned for a moment, not understanding what her master meant. Get out. Nanlingwe roared sternly. Hearing this, Mu Xianin's delicate body trembled. She knew that her master was truly enraged. So she quickly stepped behind the screen and left, giving Ji Xiu a look that seemed to say good luck. National advisor, since things have come to this pass, let's just discuss the matter objectively. Whatever you want, as long as you ask, and as long as I have it. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and said to Nanlingwe sincerely. Since things had reached this point, continued cooperation was the best way out. That he believed that Nanlingwe would weigh the pros and cons carefully. Just as he finished speaking, splash, water splashed everywhere as Nanlingwe slowly stepped into the 1,000-year black pool. The splashing water, with its glistening ripples, landed on her cold and charming face, making her look even more breathtakingly beautiful. What are you going to do? Ji Xiu looked at Nanlingwe, who had come in front of him with a frosty expression, feeling rather bewildered. Could it be that Nanlingwe really wanted to throw caution to the wind and kill him right here in the Divine Strategy Palace? Nanlingwe slightly parted her red lips. She held Ji Xiu's left hand and lifted it up. Under the moonlight, a pure, white flower wreath had unexpectedly appeared on Ji Xiu's left wrist. The wreath had 9 lotus petals, each petal emitting a faint fluorescent light, from which an endless vitality radiated. What is this? Ji Xiu was stunned. The companion flower lotus. It has indeed recognized you as its master. After Nanlingwe said this, a glow that Ji Xiu couldn't understand shone in her beautiful eyes. What do you mean? Ji Xiu stared blankly and asked. Since that's the case, I don't mind giving you the pure world demon flame. However, Nanlingwe stopped here and did not continue, but her strange and intense gaze made Ji Xiu's scalp tingle. However, what? Ji Xiu asked, somewhat dazed. However, you, Ji Xiu, from now on, you'll be mine. Nanlingwe slightly pursed her red lips, and her beautiful eyes looked at Ji Xiu as if he were a precious treasure belonging solely to her, shining brightly. What do you mean? Ji Xiu still didn't understand. What did it mean that he would belong to her? Nanlingwe, from now on? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Nanlingwe stretched out her jade hand and gently tapped Ji Xiu's forehead. Clang! As the demonic light flashed, the strange feeling of the combination of ice and fire made Ji Xiu's whole body tremble. What had this woman done? The moonlight was like gentle water. Nanlingwe took one last look at Ji Xiu and then left. And before she left, she said something that really puzzled Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu, from now on, you'll be mine. By that time, The things you owe this seat. This seat will make you pay back 10 times over. At this moment, Jishio stared at Nan Lingyue's back in shock and murmured, Nan Lingyue, this crazy woman, what on earth does she want to do? What does it mean that I'll be hers in the future? A series of questions flashed through his mind, this time. Jishio, who was deep in thought, didn't notice that a light purple full moon mark flashed across his forehead where Nan Lingyue had pointed with her jade finger after a night of wind and rain. A bright moon hung high in the sky above the night sky. On the viewing platform of the Shin's palace, Nan Lingyue was wrapped in a long black robe. The cold moonlight shone on her peerlessly beautiful face, making her look extremely cold and gorgeous. At this moment, with no emotions in her beautiful eyes, she looked down at the extremely prosperous city below with thousands of bright lights, her red lips slightly parted. Xianyin, it's time to leave. Hearing this, Mu Xianyin nodded and asked worriedly, Master, where shall we go next? Shall we go to the Great Qin Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire? Today we massacred the palace, and Long Tian is dead. The protector sect of the Northern Xia dynasty will never let us go. So, only these two great empires have the sufficient power to shelter us now. Humph, not going to either. Nan Lingyue replied with a soft snort, in the Great Qin Empire. Emperor Shi has great ambition and extremely strong means. There's nothing this seat has that he wants to in the Divine Phoenix Empire. The Primordial Phoenix Lord has extremely deep schemes and is extremely adaptable. This seat will never trust him. But Mu Xianyin hesitated, then shook her head and said in great confusion, Under heaven, all is the king's land. We can't stay in the Northern Xia dynasty, and we can't go to the Great Qin or the Divine Phoenix either. Where can we go now? Hearing this, Nan Lingyue slightly parted her red lips and let out a soft laugh. Xianyin, in the Nine Heavens continent, there are 3 top-level imperial dynasties. We can't stay or go there. The 7 top-level cultivation sects won't offer us the slightest help. So now, there's only one choice. Huh? Mu Xianyin was utterly confused upon hearing this. She shook her head and said, Master, Xianyin doesn't understand. At this point, what other choice do we have? Silly girl. Nan Lingyue gently stroked Mu Xianyin's hair and said, Praying for shelter, entrusting one's life to others is ultimately the most lamentable choice. In this world, only by protecting oneself and having power oneself is the best strategy, to tell you the truth. Next, this seat will establish a cultivation sect exclusive to me, Nan Lingyue. In the future, this seat will make this sect stand at the apex of the 9 Heavens continent. Even the 3 imperial dynasties and the 7 cultivation families will only be able to look up to it. Hearing these words, Mu Xianyin was both shocked and excited. Her master, Nan Lingyue, was the most amazing woman in the world. She had thought more than once that if her master were to establish a sect, this sect would surely shake the entire continent, so she would never doubt the truth of Nan Lingyue's words. And at this moment, she suddenly thought of a question and said with a bitter smile, Master, now the protector sect of the Northern Xia dynasty will spare no effort to hunt us down. Where can we establish a sect? And who would dare to join our sect? Hearing this, Nan Lingyue's smile on her pretty face grew wider. Wherever they dare not go, this seat will build the sect there. What do you think of the Demon God Mountain, one of the 9 forbidden areas of the continent? As for who would dare to join us, it's even easier. This seat will take in those who are at the end of their ropes. This seat will take in those who are not tolerated by the 3 imperial dynasties and the 7 cultivation families. Now, isn't it the world of the righteous path? Well, this seat will establish the world's #1 demonic sect and be an enemy of these self-proclaimed righteous forces. So what? Hearing this, Mu Xianyin was momentarily too shocked to speak, and her heart suddenly started beating several times faster. It's of course possible to build the sect on the Demon God Mountain. The mass graves on the Demon God Mountain are extremely eerie. Even Saint Realm powerhouses dare not enter, but she wasn't worried at all because few people knew that her master had come from the Demon God Mountain. Since that's the case, then what's the problem with building the sect on the Demon God Mountain? What really shocked her was her master's ambition. Now the entire 9 Heavens continent belongs to the 3 top-level imperial dynasties in the 7 cultivation families. If her master established the world's #1 demonic sect, it would be equivalent to going against all the righteous forces in the world. But perhaps precisely because of this, all the demonic cultivators hidden in the darkness of the 9 Heavens continent would flock here. And not only demonic cultivators, even the spiritual cultivators whose clans had been exterminated and who were now prey, and the heretic cultivators not tolerated by the righteous path would go completely crazy. The sect they established would grow and expand in the shortest possible time and become a super giant on the 9 Heavens continent. Master, What shall we name our future sect? Mu Xinin stared at Nan Lingwei with bright, shiny eyes, feeling both nervous and excited at the moment. But as her master said, now this was their only way out. Nan Lingwei thought for a while and then said, "How about calling it the Peerless Heaven?" Mu Xinin thought to herself, Peerless Heaven, the highest sky above the 9 heavens, truly worthy of her master, just as she was still in shock and excitement over Nan Lingyue's idea. A gorgeous purple firelight lit up in the night sky. The firelight exploded, and a full moon mark rose at the end of the sky. This mark was exactly the same as the one that had flashed across Ji Xiu's forehead before. And this mark was the demonic mark exclusive to Nan Lingwei. Master. It's time for us to go. Sister Yuzhu has sent a signal. Presumably, they've all withdrawn from the capital. Mu Xinin said softly. Good, let's set off. Nan Lingyue nodded. Having said that, she looked back at the direction of the Shin's palace again. This time, she slightly pursed her red lips, gave a charming smile, and whispered, Little guy, see you in the future. You must grow up well. Don't let this seat down. When you come of age, hee. Having said that, she took Mu Xinin and disappeared into the night. Inside the Shin's palace, Ji Xiu looked at the system panel and couldn't help but let out a small sigh of relief. The progress of devouring the purifying world demonic flame had reached 3 at the system prompt. When the devouring progress reaches 15, the host can summon and use the purifying world demonic flame. Nan Lingwei had left. Today's matter had finally come to an end. Ji Xiu endured the excruciating pain all over his body and climbed out of the Millennium Black Pool, although there had been a slight episode. Overall, the plan had been successful. Long Tian is dead. The reward of 100,000 destiny essences has been obtained. The divine prohibition has been opened, and the purifying world demonic flame has also been obtained. It's just a matter of time before he successfully devours it. This is truly seeking wealth in the midst of danger. Ji Xiu murmured in relief. This time, he raised his hand and saw the 9-petal lotus on his wrist. The system's introduction couldn't help but appear in his mind. Purifying World Lotus, the companion lotus of the Purifying World Demonic Flame, which contains ineffable and extremely mysterious life force status. It has now recognized its master. Master, Ji Xiu, Purifying World Lotus. Ji Xiu stared at the 9-petaled pure, white lotus on his wrist in silence for a long while. Although he still had no idea what use it had, he knew that this lotus had truly saved his life. It possessed a life force beyond his comprehension. Therefore, it was always right to keep it close to him and wear it on his hand. Well, forget it. He'd study it later. He wondered how Gu Yao and Gu Jian were faring at the moment. After saying that, Ji Xiu, adhering to the principle of not wasting, first stored the 1,000-year ice pond left by Nan Lingyue into his storage ring. Then, dragging his weary body, he activated the star god's shattered shadow and left the divine strategy palace. The night was short. The sky over the capital city was already tinged with the faint light of dawn. The entire mansion of the Ji family army was eerily silent. Lin Ru and Mu Hua hadn't slept the whole night. Mother, Lin Ru said, we really can't wait any longer. Daybreak is approaching, and Xiu'er hasn't come back yet. I'm going to the palace. If anything happens to Xiu'er, I'll make all those who were involved tonight pay with their lives. Lin Ru's eyes were bloodshot, and her tone was filled with cold fury. All along, she had presented herself as the gentle mistress of the Ji family, but Ji Xiu was her very life, and she had reached her limit of patience if something really happened to Ji Xiu. She was ready to fight to the death. Ruer, Mu Hua said, listen to me. Wait a little longer. Mu Hua shook her head. Although she was also extremely anxious, she knew that this was precisely the time when one mustn't be hasty. Still wait. I really can't bear to wait any longer. Lin Ru's voice trembled. After saying that, she was about to mobilize the troops. She intended to personally lead the Iron Floating Pagoda army to break into the palace to search for Ji Xiu. Just then, a surprised voice came from outside the main hall. The young heir has returned home. Hearing this, Lin Ru's delicate body trembled, and without a word, she rushed outside. Mu Hua also slowly let out a sigh of relief. When Lin Ru saw Ji Xiu who had returned home, she suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Ji Xiu's ear indignantly, and asked, You rascal! Where on earth have you been? What were you doing? You're going to give your mother a heart attack. Ji Xiu, feeling his mother's warm embrace, laughed sincerely and coquettishly said, Mother, hug. You. Hearing this, Lin Ru glared at Ji Xiu fiercely, but still hugged her precious son tightly. She intended to scold him, but looking at his bruised body and the pale, weak little face, she felt a pang of heartache. You child. You're always like this. Why do you always make your mother worry? If something happens to you, your father and grandfather on the border will be heartbroken. Won't they? If something happens to you, how can your mother go on living? Mother, I was wrong. Ji Xiu buried his head in Lin Ru's arms and said meekly, all right, don't ever make your mother worry like this again. Lin Ru held the well-behaved Ji Xiu, and her tone gradually softened. At this point, what had happened last night was no longer important. What mattered was that her precious son, Ji Xiu, had returned home safely. Now, no one could lay a finger on her son. This time, Ji Xiu exchanged a glance with his grandmother, Mu Hua, who was beaming with joy, although the two of them didn't say a word. Mu Hua knew that her grandson had accomplished a great feat this night. At this moment, the tense string in her heart relaxed. She proudly murmured to herself, my grandson. The future holds great promise. After being lectured by Lin Ru for quite a while, Ji Xiu was finally allowed to return to the Falling Maple Palace. As soon as he entered the palace, Gu Yao came up to him. At this moment, Gu Yao was wearing a white dress that trailed on the ground. There was a relieved smile on her peerlessly beautiful face. She bit her red lips tightly with her white teeth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with mist as she looked at Ji Xiu. What's wrong? Ji Xiu asked softly. Young heir, you've finally returned. I thought you were going to abandon me, Gu Yao said, her voice trembling with a hint of sobs. Hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, saying, don't worry, it won't happen. Hearing this, Gu Yao nodded vigorously, deeply touched. Then, without saying a word, she stepped forward 2 steps, opened her arms, and hugged Ji Xiu. This moment, Ji Xiu suddenly felt his vision go dark, and his head sank into something soft and fragrant. It was very fragrant, very soft, and also very suffocating. Sister, let go of the young heir. Gu Jian was alarmed and quickly spoke up to stop her. Miss Gu Yao, you mustn't. The young heir is still injured. Elder Wei was also both amused and helpless. Hearing this, Gu Yao suddenly came to her senses. She quickly let go of Ji Xiu and took 2 steps back. With a blushing face, she said in a low voice, sorry, I lost my composure. Phew. Ji Xiu regained his sight. He took a deep breath, stared at Gu Yao seriously for a moment, and then said, you've really grown up. After these words fell, Gu Yao's pretty face turned even redder. But she also said proudly, as long as the young heir likes it. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Xiu coughed 3 times, then glared at Gu Yao somewhat guiltily and said, I'll deal with you later. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Gu Yao unexpectedly glared back. This girl, she's really grown up. It seems that in the future, I'll have something to do. Ji Xiu sighed with emotion, and a fire welled up in his heart. After saying that, he looked at Gu Jian seriously and asked, Elder Wei, how's the situation? Hearing this, Gu Jian stood at attention and replied seriously, reporting to the young heir. All 3 leaders of the 10 Blades Legion have fallen. All 1,200 elites in the capital city have been killed. In addition, none of the 3 chief eunuchs of the Western Factory escaped. They were all killed. Now, the entire underground force in the capital city is under our control. Very good. Extremely good. Ji Xiu didn't stint on his praise and stepped forward to pat Gu Jian on the shoulder. He knew that Gu Jian would never disappoint him. It was no easy feat to wipe out the number 1 underground force in the capital city in just 1 night. Young heir, how about on your side? Elder Wei asked curiously. Hihiha. The corner of Ji Xiu's mouth twitched. He turned around, and with a pair of extremely clear eyes, he looked in the direction of the imperial palace in the capital city and said softly, Long Tian is dead. From now on, the entire capital city will be under the control of the Ji family. In the future, even if a gold coin falls from the sky, it will bear the Ji surname. Hearing this, Elder Wei let out a long sigh and exclaimed, Finally, all the hard work has paid off. Gu Jian waved his fist excitedly and said, Great. As expected of our young heir, Gu Yao also had a beaming face. Her beautiful eyes looking at Ji Xiu were full of admiration. She gently parted her red lips and murmured, Sure enough, no matter how difficult the task is, he can always accomplish it. Looking at the excited and elated expressions on Gu Yao, Gu Jian, and Elder Wei's faces, Ji Xiu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This moment was the happiest and most relaxing one for him. Young heir, what should we do next? Gu Yao inquired softly. The Northern Xia Emperor, Long Tian, has perished. This is indeed a momentous event. The Northern Xia Guardian sect will undoubtedly pursue the matter to the very end. Therefore, the actions we take next are of utmost importance. She had already devised several plans, yet the final decision rested with Ji Xiu. Yaoer, Ji Xiu responded with a contemplative smile. You and Gu Jian shall take the intelligence of the military to deliver a bowl of noodles to the prominent figures of the capital. Then, observe as they consume it bite by bite. Deliver noodles? Gu Jian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by this peculiar task. However, Gu Yao quickly grasped the implication and playfully asked, "May I inquire, Your Highness, is it longevity noodles?" "Indeed, it is, without a doubt, longevity noodles," Ji Xiu confirmed with a nod, his expression lighthearted. "And if they refuse to eat?" Wei Lao's tone was chilling, his gaze glinting with a murderous intent. "Refuse?" Ji Xiu chuckled. "If they do not partake, I shall send their entire family on their journey, neatly arranged. Many have already met their demise today. I do not mind adding one more, or an entire family." His demeanor remained relaxed, yet he had faith that the influential figures of the capital would indeed consume the offering. Particularly in light of the previous night's tumult, which had escalated significantly, the elite of the capital had already bound themselves tightly to the Ji family. None could afford to abandon ship, lest they face dire consequences. "Understood," Gu Yao nodded, signaling to Gu Jian. The operatives of the military intelligence promptly sprang into action as the night turned to dawn. The Northern Xia Royal Academy, the Northern Xia Inspection Institute, the 6 ministries of Northern Xia, the Northern Xia Imperial Guards, the Hulong Mountain Manor, the Town Prison Department, and the Supreme Court of the capital all received a bowl of noodles, a bowl of longevity noodles. The initial reaction of the capital's elites was one of silence, swiftly followed by the realization of a stark truth. The Northern Xia Emperor, Long Tian, had died. The Northern Xia Imperial tomb lay in ruins. The Northern Xia dynasty was in chaos. Now, everyone was in the same boat. No one could disembark. The longevity noodles served as both a gift from Ji Xiu and a choice between life and death. As the dignitaries comprehended this, various voices erupted throughout the capital, filled with indignation, mockery, resentment, and reflection. Ji Xiu, what audacity! Is this a threat or a warning? The young master Ji Xiu truly possesses a bold spirit. Such a mischievous rascal, at such a tender age, you are remarkably audacious. Well then, my lord, will you partake? Of course, why would I not? Do you imply that I have a choice? Alas, indeed, we are all in the same boat now. Whether we eat or not, we must partake. Ji Xiu, you have indeed realized your ambitions for the Northern Xia dynasty. With that, the leaders of the various factions began to consume the longevity noodles delivered by the military intelligence. After finishing their meal, they set down their chopsticks, gazing silently at the sky above the capital. The heavens over the capital had irrevocably changed. They understood that this year would be one for the annals of history. In this year, the Northern Xia Emperor, Long Tian, had died, shocking the world. The Guardian sect was furious. The Northern Xia Crown Prince, Long Yuan, ascended the throne, and the Crown Princess, Chuli, became the Empress of Northern Xia. A saintly figure from the Guardian sect emerged to hunt down Nan Lingyue, vowing to reclaim the pure world demon flame. Meanwhile, Nan Lingyue established the first demonic sect of the 9 Heavens continent. The supremacy of heaven, atop the Tianma mountain, the entire 9 Heavens continent was in upheaval. This year, Mu Bing left the Ice God Palace and ventured alone into the continent's forbidden realm, the Ice Abyss. Embarking on her own path to celestial emperor inheritance, she always remembered her engagement to Ji Xiu and had devised a bold plan concerning him. In a grand city of the Divine Phoenix Empire, a downcast young nobleman became engaged to the Long Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. For the first time, he met his slumbering, millennia-old beautiful master in the family's rear mountain and began his journey of cultivation. Yet, no one knew that this fallen young nobleman aspired to stand atop the 9 Heavens. This year, the first emperor of the Qin Empire commenced his conquest of the world, seeking immortality, yearning to become a celestial being. The Long Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire awakened her Divine Phoenix bloodline, hailed as the reincarnation of the Heavenly Phoenix, destined to be the future empress of the continent. The 7 foremost cultivation sects of the continent also selected their holy sons and daughters to begin their sect's inheritance. It was also this year that Ji Xiu, the young master of the Ji family, became the true uncrowned king of the Northern Xia dynasty. Time sped by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the Ji family's South military estate within the falling maple palace of the Northern Xia dynasty, leaves of crimson fell like rain. A young man sat quietly beneath a grand maple tree. Immersed in his cultivation, clad in an elegant white brocade robe, he possessed an unparalleled beauty that was truly breathtaking. His eyes were tightly shut, and his long black hair flowed in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura He was none other than Ji Xiao, the young master of the Ji family, now 18 years of age. Ding! Congratulations, host. The flying dragon cloud exploring hand has reached the subtle level. Ding! Congratulations, host. The star god shattered shadow has reached the subtle level. Ding! Congratulations, host. The lullaby of souls has reached the subtle level. Ding! Congratulations, host. The soul-snatching melody has reached the beginner level. Ding! Congratulations, host. The devouring immortal demon art has reached the fourth realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. The progress of the pure world demon flames devouring has reached 15. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has reached the sovereign stage, third realm. As he listened to the series of notifications echoing in his ears, Ji Xiao slowly opened his eyes. In his obsidian-like gaze lay a piercing clarity that could shatter the long night. Habitually, he accessed the system panel. Name: Ji Xiao. Age: 18 years. Identity: Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty, founder of the Military Intelligence. Founded organization: Military Intelligence. Cultivation level: Sovereign stage, third realm. Bloodline: Physique: Divine Heart. Demon Bone. Demon Descent successfully activated. Divine Seal successfully activated. Celestial Ash Awakening Condition: 1 million. Destiny Essence. Cultivation techniques: Devouring Immortal Demon Art reached the fourth realm. Flying Dragon Cloud Exploring Hand subtle level. Star God Shattered Shadow subtle level. Lullaby of Souls subtle level. Soul Snatching Melody beginner level. Burning Decision subtle level. Buddha's Wrath Lotus subtle level. Possessed Extraordinary Fire. Azure Lotus Heart Fire. Pure World Demon Flame Devouring Progress 15. Weapon: Devouring Sword Embryo. Ghost Flute Chin Ching. Destiny Essence 28,800 points. Fate level: Red 9 lives 1 death. System store: Open Quest System. Open Warehouse. Soul Consuming Trilogy. Lullaby of Souls. Soul Snatching Melody. Spirit Summoning Melody. Ice God Jade. Token of the Ice God Palace Master. Pure World Flower Lotus System Prompt: More information can be expanded. Ji Xiao glanced over the system panel, then exhaled softly, murmuring, 10 years have passed. The results of his cultivation were, at the very least, satisfactory. In these brief 10 years, he had maintained a pace of 1 realm per year, elevating his cultivation to the sovereign stage. Third realm. This speed of advancement might appear terrifying to outsiders. However, for Ji Xiao, it felt rather slow, as it was far from remarkable. Only he was aware that he had not deliberately pursued cultivation over the past decade. Instead, he had devoted himself to devouring the pure world demon flame and mending the injuries and sequelae from forcibly absorbing the flame at the age of 8. It was only now that he had fully repaired the injuries from that time, bringing his condition to its peak. As for his cultivation level, that was merely a byproduct of the additional effects from devouring the pure world demon flame. Nonetheless, over these 10 years, he had achieved a qualitative enhancement in all the techniques he practiced. Consequently, he felt that the results of his decade of cultivation were, indeed, commendable. With a snap of his fingers, a cluster of crimson flames, tinged with black smoke, danced at his fingertips. A surge of destructive power radiated outward in an instant. Observing the extraordinary fire at his fingertip and the faintly distorted space surrounding him, Ji Xiao could not help but smile slightly, murmuring, 10 years have passed. Though he could finally wield the power of the pure world demon flame, he could only harness 15% of its strength for now. Even so, he was confident that he could slaughter opponents of the sovereign stage, and, should he activate the divine seal, he could contend with those of the saint realm. Scarcely had the voice fallen when a white figure landed soundlessly in the falling maple palace. Immediately thereafter, a laugh as tinkling as a silver bell resounded in the small courtyard. Congratulations, young prince. You can finally wield the pure world demon flame. Hearing this familiar voice, Ji Xiao couldn't help but smile faintly and look towards the white figure. She boasted a peerlessly beautiful and exotic appearance, with an extremely pure and refined air. Her beautiful eyes, fixed on Ji Xiao, seemed to be ablaze with myriad stars. Her curves were exquisitely defined, and her figure was so enchanting that it was almost impossible to tear one's eyes away. She was none other than Ji Xiao's personal maid, Gu Yao, who was 28 years old. Now she had shed the greenness of the past and transformed into an otherworldly goddess combining purity and enchantment. Vixen, Ji Xiao muttered helplessly to himself. Then he opened his mouth and asked, Yao, tell me, what has happened recently? Now Gu Yao was in full charge of the Military Intelligence Division 6, generally speaking, if it wasn't a major event, Gu Yao could handle it on her own. Gu Yao smiled, gracefully gliding towards Ji Xiao and whispering, "Actually, it's nothing much. There's just a major event that has occurred on the Nine Heavens continent recently. Even the Heavens Mystery Pavilion has been alerted." Oh, Ji Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly as Gu Yao said, even the Heavens Mystery Pavilion had been alerted, then it must be an event that affected the entire continent. What news? Tell me about it. Ji Xiao stood up and stared intently at Gu Yao. Well, Gu Yao propped her chin with her fair hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she excitedly asked Ji Xiao, "Your Highness, have you heard of Emperor Wu Zhou Dufu?" "Yes," Ji Xiao nodded. What a joke. Of course, he had heard of Zhou Dufu. He was the first martial artist of self-cultivation to become an Emperor Wu in the 3,000 years of the Nine Heavens continent. He had single-handedly suppressed the 3 top imperial dynasties and the 7 cultivation sects on the Nine Heavens continent, leaving them powerless. Even after 1,000 years, his legend still circulated on the Nine Heavens continent. He had ventured into the forbidden zones of life, sealed demons and devils, and his might had shaken the world. On Peach Blossom Mountain, he had debated with the master and expounded on an equal township. In the capital of the Great Qin Empire, he had narrowly defeated the first emperor and brought about a prosperous and peaceful era. At the dragon's lair in the North Sea, he had casually beheaded a dragon, extracted its bones, and forged a dragon blade, helping the human race become the dominant force on the continent. In front of the Thunder Sound Temple, he had brandished a Zen staff and killed a false Buddha. Since when the light of the Buddhist path had been free of and had been able to save all sentient beings, 1,000 years ago, he had successfully achieved the path, broken into the great emperor realm, and entered the forbidden zones of life. After that, there had been no news of him. Some said that Zhou Dufu was dead, having died in the forbidden zones of life. Some said that he had become an immortal, breaking through the void and ascending to the celestial world above the 9 heavens. Others said that he had fallen into demonhood and become an immortal existence in the forbidden zones of life. In short, there were many different accounts in the world, but indeed, from that day on, Zhou Dufu and the great emperor's technique he had created, the 2-cut saber art, had disappeared from the world. "So he's back?" Ji Xiao asked in surprise. "No." Gu Yao shook her head and replied, "He's dead. He died in the forbidden zones of life. However, his tomb has emerged." "I see." Ji Xiao nodded and said with a sigh, "The emergence of the great emperor's tomb that I presume the whole continent has gone crazy. After all, no one wouldn't want to obtain the taboo great emperor's technique, the 2-cut saber art, of that Emperor Wu who once dominated the entire continent." "Indeed." Gu Yao shrugged helplessly and then said, "As of today, the holy sons and holy daughters of the 7 cultivation sects on the continent, namely the Ice God Palace, the Holy Sect, the Buddhist Sect, the Mysterious Heaven Sword Gate, the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, the Red Dress Cult, and the Heavenly Strategy Army Mansion, have all entered the mortal world." Hearing this, Ji Xiao calmly continued to ask, "What about the 2 top imperial dynasties, the Great Qin Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire? Have they not taken action?" "No." Gu Yao shook her head and said earnestly, "The latest news is that the 2nd prince of the Great Qin Empire and the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire have also entered the mortal world. Your Highness, I have to say, a great era has arrived." Hearing this, Ji Xiao couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Holy sons, holy daughters, princes, and princesses, that it's truly a great era. But haven't we been preparing for this for 10 years? "Yes, that's right." Gu Yao also smiled. Now the Military Intelligence Division 6 was no longer what it used to be. It had become the most influential special intelligence agency on the 9 heavens continent. Whether it was the 3 top imperial dynasties or the 7 top cultivation sects, there were people from the Military Intelligence Division 6 within them. Without exaggeration, almost the entire continent was now under the surveillance of the Military Intelligence Division 6. As long as their young prince was willing, a single word from him could throw the entire 9 heavens continent into chaos. "Your Highness, what should we do next? Shouldn't we also get a share of the pie?" Gu Yao stood beside Ji Xiao and whispered, "The best cultivation is to enter the mortal world. Now is the best opportunity." Ji Xiao smiled slightly and then casually asked, "Where's Zhou Dufu's tomb? Which forbidden zone of life is it in?" "Well," hearing this, Gu Yao pursed her lips into a mischievous smile. Her beautiful eyes looked at Ji Xiao teasingly as she replied, "The Demon Heavenly Mountain." "The Demon Heavenly Mountain." Ji Xiao was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly froze as if he remembered correctly. That woman was on the demon heavenly mountain. Moreover, that woman had founded the #1 demonic sect on the 9 heavens continent. The peerless heavenly sect. Now Nan Lingwei had become the infamous Saint Queen of the demonic sect on the 9 heavens continent. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the charming laugh of that woman before she left 10 years ago. Little fellow, see you in the future. You must grow up well. Don't disappoint this one. When you come of age, recalling that woman's words again, Ji Xiu couldn't help but shiver, just as she had said back then. He was now an adult, so what did that woman want to do to him? What's wrong? Are you scared, Your Highness? Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu, whose expression was a bit stiff, and teased. Scared? What's there to be scared of? Can that woman eat me up? Ji Xiu replied disdainfully. However, despite his words, there was a faint sense of foreboding in his heart. Really? Perhaps. That Saint Queen just wants to eat you up, Your Highness. Or perhaps there might be more women who want to eat you up besides the Saint Queen. Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu with a beaming smile, her beautiful eyes full of charm. Nonsense. Ji Xiu pinched Gu Yao's delicate cheek amusingly, thinking that his future empress was becoming bolder and bolder. Humph. Seeing Ji Xiu avoiding her gaze again, Gu Yao couldn't help but ask dejectedly, Your Highness, are you a sage? You. Ji Xiu helplessly reached out and poked Gu Yao's forehead. How could he not understand the meaning behind Gu Yao's words? Of course, he was not a sage. How could he not have improper thoughts when facing such a charming and peerless beauty every day? But Gu Yao had the bloodline of the Spirit Clan, and her bloodline power had not fully awakened. You know, for those with the Spirit Clan bloodline, the awakening of the bloodline was a major event. If he were to take advantage of Gu Yao's body like this, it would do more harm than good to Gu Yao's future cultivation path. He still wanted to see Gu Yao become the unparalleled empress who dominated the world. Gu Yu was being childish, but he must hold himself back. Moreover, there would be plenty of time in the future, right, Your Highness? Sometimes, you're really annoying. Gu Yu sighed, her beautiful eyes full of gloom. She had put it so bluntly. Yet Ji Xiu remained unmoved. How much more did she, a woman, have to do? Alas, seeing Gu Yao so dejected, Ji Xiu couldn't help but sigh. After a long silence, Ji Xiu suddenly reached out both hands to hold Gu Yao's face. His gaze was firmly fixed on the extremely exquisite and peerlessly beautiful face before him, and his heart couldn't help but burn with passion. His gaze shifted downward, looking at the slightly moist and alluring red lips like a rose after the rain. Perhaps it wasn't necessary to be so sensible. Thinking of this, Ji Xiu let out a long breath and then boldly kissed her directly at MUA. Oh! Gu Yao let out a surprised cry and was instantly stunned. This sudden kiss from Ji Xiu left her mind blank. She didn't know what had come over Ji Xiu. Just now, he had seemed to keep people at arm's length. Now, she was rather flattered. For a moment, various thoughts flashed through her mind. Was His Highness the Prince touched by her? Or was he just pitying her? Of course, no matter what. She thought this kiss was extremely sweet. It was the kind of sweetness that made one feel as if they had fallen into a honey jar from the very bottom of their heart. After the kiss, Ji Xiu released Gu Yao and looked at her with a smile on his face. Ji Yao's full chest heaved violently. She slightly lowered her eyelids and didn't dare to look into Ji Xiu's eyes. Her pretty face was covered with a rosy blush, and she bit her red lips and didn't dare to say a word. You're just good at talking. Weren't you quite eloquent just now? Why can't you say a single word now? Ji Xiu said good, humoredly as he looked at Gu Yao, who was acting like a young girl. It's not. It's just that it was too sudden. Hadn't had time to prepare. Your Highness the Prince, you're being too excessive, Gu Yao retorted in a low voice. Was it really that excessive? Ji Xiu looked at Gu Yao with a smile. No, if Your Highness the Prince wishes. Even if it's a bit more excessive, it's okay. After Gu Yao said this, her extremely pretty face blushed even more. Hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but smile that he didn't expect that Gu Yao, who would become the empress of the Spirit Clan in the future, had such a side. Somehow, he felt quite a sense of accomplishment. When your cultivation reaches the Lord rank, this prince can be even more excessive. After Ji Xiu said this, the smile on his face became even broader. If Gu Yao's cultivation reached the Lord rank, then the blood power of her Spirit Clan would fully awaken. Why then, when facing Gu Yao, he didn't want to be a saint. Naturally, he would be as excessive as possible. Your Highness the Prince. Is this true? Gu Yao stared blankly at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes and asked. After saying this, she couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart, since a long time ago. Her heart had belonged to Ji Xiu that if she could take their relationship a step further, she would have nothing else to ask for. True. This prince always keeps his word. Ji Xiu nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Yao also smiled. Currently, she was at the 9th realm of Star Gathering. She was only one step away from reaching the Lord rank. For her, this wasn't difficult. Just as the two were looking at each other affectionately. Whoosh! A figure in black leaped into the falling maple palace. The person who came was an old man, and his whole body was filled with an uncontrollable and icy killing aura. Elder Wei. What's the matter? Ji Xiu frowned and asked as he looked at the old man's solemn expression. He knew that Elder Wei could remain calm in the face of everything. His current murderous look must mean that something major had happened. I report to your highness the prince that Ji Yujian has gone missing. Elder Wei replied with a slightly trembling voice. What? Hearing this, Ji Xiu suddenly stood up, and a cold glint flashed across his clear eyes. Gu Yao's pretty face beside him also instantly turned as cold as frost. What on earth had happened? Ji Xiu asked sharply. Ji Yujian was his right-hand man and the director of Military Intelligence Section 5. In the past 10 years, Gu Jian had become his sharpest sword, and no matter what task he assigned, Gu Jian could complete it perfectly, and such a situation had never occurred before. Your Highness the Prince. The specific situation is still unknown, but what can be confirmed is the Yuan Hong sword that you bestowed upon Gu Jian back then. It's broken. Elder Wei tried his best to keep his voice calm. But Gu Jian was his favorite disciple. Why now? Gu Jian was missing and his life or death was unknown. How could he possibly remain calm? Moreover, Gu Jian had the supreme bone that if he fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, then the outcome was imaginable. Put it bluntly, death would be the easiest outcome. Immediately inform Military Intelligence Section 1 to investigate for this prince, within the territory of Beixia. Who dares to lay a hand on someone from my Ji family? Who kidnapped Gu Jian? Who broke the Yuan Hong sword? Ji Xiu spoke extremely coldly. Military Intelligence Section 1 was in charge of intelligence and had extensive connections, not to mention within the territory of Beixia. Even what happened across the entire 9 Heavens continent could be investigated clearly. Yes, Gu Yao nodded heavily, and then turned around and left the falling maple palace. Soon, within the time it took to burn an incense stick, Gu Yao brought back a piece of news. Your Highness the Prince, Military Intelligence Section 1 has sent back news. There were 2 great figures present at the place where my younger brother went missing. Who? Ji Xiu asked expressionlessly. The Emperor of Beixia, Long Yuan, the Crown Princess of Beixia, Chu Li, Gu Yao said through gritted teeth. Ha. Hearing this, Ji Xiu let out a cold laugh and spoke in an extremely chilling tone. The Emperor of Beixia? He has a lot of nerve. 10 years have passed. It seems he still hasn't found his proper place. Fine. Let's go to the Beixia Imperial Palace together. Yes, Your Highness the Prince. In the Imperial Dragon Hall of the Beixia Imperial Palace, a young man in a black dragon robe was half reclined on the imperial throne. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a handsome face, and a pair of extremely gloomy and deep eyes. But the whole person exuded the lofty imperial majesty, and he was the former crown prince of Beixia, now the Emperor Long Yuan of Beixia. At this moment, Long Yuan was discussing the state affairs of Beixia with all the civil and military officials in the court. The entire Imperial Dragon Hall was very lively. Your Majesty, the tomb of Emperor Zhou Dufu has appeared in the Demon Heaven Mountain. This event has shocked the entire 9 Heavens continent. That's right. The second prince of the Great Qin Empire and the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, these 2 extremely noble figures have both personally entered the mortal world. Moreover, the sons and daughters of God from the Ice God Palace, the Holy Sect, the Buddhist sect, the mysterious Heaven Sword sect, the 10,000 Poison Valley, the Red Dress Cult, and the Heavenly Strategy Military Mansion have also emerged. Your Majesty, the great era has arrived. Should our Beixia Empire also send out powerful warriors to get a share of the spoils? Yes, Zhou Dufu was an imperial-level powerhouse who had dominated an era. His great emperors too. Cut saber technique must not fall into the hands of other empires and sects. Well said, Prime Minister. You're also reasonable. Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, what the general says makes perfect sense. Listening to the words of all the civil and military officials in the court, Long Yuan was a bit in a daze, and his mind didn't seem to be on the court meeting at all. Of course he knew that the tomb of Emperor Zhou Dufu had appeared. Naturally, he also knew that the sons and daughters of God from the top forces on the continent had emerged one after another. How didn't he want to send out the powerful warriors of the Beixia dynasty to get a share of the spoils? As for the great emperors too, cut saber technique that had once suppressed an era, he wanted it even more. However, at present, compared with the tomb of Emperor Zhou the Tyrant, There is a more pressing concern for him, or rather, a person that it's true that he has reigned as the Emperor of Beixia for a decade. Yet, all along, the shadow of that young master from the G military mansion has constantly loomed over him. In these 10 years, a single word from that young master carried more weight than 10 imperial edicts of his. As long as that young master remained in the capital, he, the Emperor of Beixia, could only keep his head down. Although he was an emperor, he inexplicably felt a sense of pent-up frustration as if he were subordinate to someone. And he had endured this feeling for a full decade. Emperor's tomb, perhaps. This is an excellent opportunity for me. A cold glint flashed across Long Yuan's eyes. Whoosh. Long Yuan let out a long breath to suppress the helpless and irritable feeling in his heart. After a brief moment of thought, he lifted his eyes, looked at the court officials, and spoke in a solemn voice. We in Beixia must not miss out on the inheritance of Emperor Zhou the Tyrant. But, my lords, do we have a candidate to compete for the Emperor's inheritance? The 7 great cultivation sects are sending their talented holy sons and daughters. The second prince of the great Qin Empire has unfathomable cultivation. The eldest princess of the divine Phoenix Empire is even the reincarnation of the heavenly Phoenix. Who can we in the Beixia dynasty send to compete with these prodigies? After his words fell, the entire Imperial Dragon Hall fell into a moment of silence. 10 years ago, during the palace upheaval, all 10 great generals of Beixia perished. The powerful warriors of the Beixia dynasty either died or were injured, and they still hadn't fully recovered. If they really had to choose, they could only barely select from the Beixia Royal Academy. However, the Beixia Royal Academy ultimately couldn't match the profound heritage of the 7 great cultivation sections. The promising disciples in the academy were simply not on the same level as the holy sons and daughters of the 7 great cultivation sections. Given this situation, how could they compete for the emperor's inheritance? For a moment, the court officials in the Imperial Dragon Hall all thought of a young master. If it were him, perhaps he could suppress these prodigies on the continent. Inevitably, one of the officials murmured a sigh. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a chill down his back. Ice, cold gazes from all corners of the Imperial Dragon Hall locked onto him, as if they wanted to execute him by slow slicing. Immediately, the official realized his mistake and quickly shut his mouth, looking as panicked as a cicada in winter, as if he had accidentally mentioned a great taboo. The name of that young master. It wasn't something anyone could mention, and his actions weren't something anyone could interfere with. Not even an imperial edict. Not even the Emperor of Beixia sitting on the throne in the Imperial Dragon Hall. A bunch of old foxes. Long Yuan looked at the court officials who suddenly fell silent, and his face turned rather grim. This situation had occurred more than once during his 10-year reign. For all other matters, they were easy to discuss, but whenever the topic of that young master came up, no one dared to say a single word. That was precisely why he truly wanted that young master to leave the capital. Only when that young master left the capital would he have a chance to turn the situation around, and only then could his plan be carried out smoothly. Whoosh! Long Yuan took a deep breath, and then said, My lords, I actually have a candidate. In our Beixia, there is someone who has the capital to compete with the prodigies of various forces. Ji Xiu, the heir of the Ji family from the Ji military mansion. What do you all think? After his words, the atmosphere in the Imperial Dragon Hall suddenly froze. Then, the large palace became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and it grew even more silent. All the court officials lowered their heads and remained silent. Of course, they knew how powerful the heir of the Ji family was, but before the heir himself made a decision, they didn't want to say a single word. After all, that bowl of longevity noodles 10 years ago had firmly tied them to the same boat as the heir. Just then, a clear voice sounded outside the Imperial Dragon Hall. This heir thinks what the emperor said is quite right. Hearing this voice, Long Yuan's body trembled, and his hand unconsciously tightened. All the court officials turned around. Then, they saw a tall and straight young man slowly walking into the Imperial Dragon Hall. He was incredibly handsome. With a pair of jet black eyes as clear as autumn mountain springs, dressed in a suit of snow-white clothes, he had an otherworldly aura that was extremely eye-catching. The moment he appeared, numerous exclamations rang out in the hall. Heir Ji Xiu, why is he here? What on earth is this guy up to this time? Oh, I still remember the last time the heir entered the palace. And the Beixia dynasty was turned upside down. Don't tell me he wants to do it again. Ji Xiu ignored the whispers around him and slowly stood in the center of the Imperial Dragon Hall. The emperor is quite right. The imperial method of Emperor Zhou the Tyrant must not fall into the hands of other forces. If it has to fall, it can only be in the hands of our Beixia dynasty. Ji Xiu stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Emperor Long Yuan of Beixia with a playful expression, and speaking casually, Ji Xiao. Emperor Long Yuan of Beixia looked at Ji Xiao, and his Adam's apple involuntarily rolled. His body, which was half reclined on the dragon throne, couldn't help but straighten up. This was the first time he had seen this extremely young master. 10 years ago, when he ascended the throne, Ji Xiao didn't come. In these 10 years, Ji Xiao had never attended court and rarely showed up. However, it had to be admitted that Ji Xiao's shadow had always loomed over him. And today, he finally saw the legendary heir at that moment. He felt that the shadow over him had become even thicker. Whoosh! Long Yuan took a deep breath to calm himself down. He put on a solemn look and said, "So it's Heir Ji Xiao. It seems you also agree with me. The imperial method of Emperor Zhou the Tyrant must not fall into the hands of other forces, since that's the case. Are you willing to lead an expedition to the demon-suppressing mountain for our Beixia dynasty?" "Willing. Of course, I'm willing," Ji Xiao replied with a smile. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of the imperial method and the two-blade sword art of Emperor Zhou the Tyrant, because he really needed a powerful imperial method as a trump card right now. However, he was not doing it for the Beixia dynasty, but for himself. Good, very good. Since that's the case, my lords, do you have any objections? Long Yuan smiled and looked at the court officials in the hall. No, of course not. If Heir Ji Xiao is willing, it will surely be a blessing for our Beixia. That's right. As long as Heir Ji Xiao takes action. The prodigies on the continent are just like floating clouds. The existence of green leaves is just to set off the charm of the red flower. Fortunately, this red flower has bloomed in our Beixia dynasty. Lord Li said it well. Minister Zhao is also quite right. What does the Prime Minister think? Good, very good. Long Yuan rolled his eyes involuntarily as he watched the situation change so quickly and listened to the flattering words of the court officials. However, he also secretly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Since Ji Xiao was willing, it was undoubtedly the best outcome. Since that's the case, when does Heir Ji Xiao plan to set off? Long Yuan looked at Ji Xiao with a beaming smile and casually asked without showing any emotion. Not yet, not in a hurry. Before that, this heir has something to ask the emperor. Ji Xiao looked at Long Yuan and calmly said, "Ask, you can ask whatever you want." Long Yuan nodded. "May I ask, Your Majesty, where have you imprisoned Gu Jian, my subordinate? Is he still alive?" At this point, Ji Xiao's eyes suddenly became sharp and cold. One could see two flames of demonic energy flickering deep in his eyes. As the voice fell, the lively atmosphere in the Royal Dragon Hall instantly froze. The prominent figures of the Northern Xia dynasty trembled, all sensing the looming storm that Ji Jian. They also knew that the leader of the assassins who had delivered the longevity noodles to them back then was Gu Jian. Over the past decade, they had often heard of a name, the Blood Azura. In these 10 years, Gu Jian had become the sharpest sword in Ji Xiao's hand. Anyone who dared to obstruct Ji Xiao's path had perished. That was how he had earned the title of the Blood Azura. His Majesty the Emperor really had a short memory. After 10 years, he still hadn't found his proper place. He actually dared to move against Ji Xiao's right-hand man. He was truly asking for trouble. At this moment, the prominent figures all shook their heads, and Long Yuan frowned as he looked at Ji Xiao. He finally understood why Ji Xiao had come to the Royal Dragon Hall. He had come to demand an explanation. All of a sudden, a surge of anger welled up in his heart. He was the Emperor of Northern Xia, yet he was being questioned by Ji Xiao in front of all the civil and military officials of the court. On what grounds? Ji Xiao, what do you mean? Do you think it was me who arrested your man? Long Yuan's voice suddenly turned icy cold, exuding imperial might. I thought I had made myself clear. May I ask, has your Majesty gone deaf? Ji Xiao stared at Long Yuan expressionlessly and taunted him without restraint. Good. Good for you, Ji Xiao. Long Yuan's teeth were nearly clenched to pieces, but he still held back the anger in his heart. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and then tried his best to remain calm as he said, Prince Ji Xiao, I have no idea what you're talking about. Ji Jian. I didn't arrest him. Maybe you should ask someone else. Oh, Ji Xiao let out a cold laugh and then turned around to look at the prominent figures of Northern Xia and asked, His Majesty says he didn't arrest him. What about you? My lords, was it you? As the voice fell, the faces of the present prominent figures of Northern Xia twitched. When Ji Xiao's gaze swept over them, these once arrogant prominent figures all shook their heads with bitter smiles and cast their most pious looks at Ji Xiao. Are you kidding? Even if they were given 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on the people of the Military Intelligence Division 6. Moreover, they were all in the same boat. Hee hee. Seeing this, Ji Xiao couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, and then said to Long Yuan, Your Majesty, See that my lords here also didn't arrest him. Humph. Long Yuan let out a cold snort and said, Then may I ask Prince Jishio, on what basis do you think it was me who did it? Well, Jishio thought for a moment and then said, Your Majesty, did you visit Snow Moon City a few days ago? According to the intelligence of the Military Intelligence Division 6, Snow Moon City is where Gu Jian went missing. The fragments of Yuan Hong were also found in Snow Moon City. Yes, Long Yuan responded boldly. Then his expression faltered. He had indeed secretly visited Snow Moon City a few days ago. This was because Snow Moon City was the hometown of the queen, but he really hadn't laid a hand on Gu Jian. His plan was far more elaborate than that. He wouldn't do something as hasty as that. Noticing the fleeting look of stupefaction and confusion on Long Yuan's face, Jishio couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that it really wasn't Long Yuan. So, could it be Chu Li, the queen of Northern Xia? A cold glint flashed across Jishio's eyes. Did she do it? At this time, Long Yuan's mind also cleared up. After a few seconds of silence, Long Yuan waved his hand imperceptibly and said, Prince Jishio, rest assured, I'll give you an answer to this matter. If there's nothing else, you may leave the court. Hee. Hearing this, Jishio let out a cold laugh and said, Your Majesty, no need. This prince, will naturally go and ask Her Majesty the Queen about this matter in person. Bastard. Long Yuan's face changed, and anger welled up in his heart. He immediately slapped the table and stood up, pointing at Jishio and scolding angrily. Jishio, you're being insolent. Are you kidding? Jishio was going to bypass him, the emperor, and question his queen. If this got out, would he, the emperor, still have any face left? Your Majesty, calm down. Your Majesty, your imperial body is precious. The prominent figures in the Royal Dragon Hall all spoke up. Bastards. They are truly a bunch of scoundrels. Long Yuan was so angry that his face turned red. Looking at Long Yuan on the verge of a fit of rage, the mockery in Jishio's eyes grew even more intense. Then he said casually, Your Majesty, calm down. I'll rescue my own men. I won't trouble Your Majesty. Additionally, I've prepared a gift for Your Majesty. Please accept it. Yaoer, come in. Having said that, a peerless beauty in white clothes led a reindeer and slowly walked into the Royal Dragon Hall. The prominent figures of Northern Xia, including Long Yuan, all knew who this white-clothed woman was. Gu Yao. She was recognized as the queen of the underground forces in the capital and even throughout Northern Xia. She was also Jishio's spokesperson. Over the past 10 years, while Jishio had been in seclusion, it was she who had been manipulating the situation in Northern Xia. Prince Jishio, what does it mean for Miss Yao to bring a reindeer to the Royal Dragon Hall? What on earth is he up to? The prominent figures of Northern Xia were a bit confused. Your Majesty, this is a Fergana horse that I, this prince, have searched high and low to find for you. Please accept it. Jishio said with a smile. The voice fell. Everyone present was stunned. What was beside Gu Yao was clearly a reindeer. One could buy one for half a gold coin. Yet Jishio said it was a Fergana horse and that he had searched high and low to find it. Prince Jishio, are you making fun of me? Long Yuan's face darkened, and he was half angry and half amused. He thought Jishio really took him for a fool. Heh. Hearing this, Jishio sneered disdainfully and said, Your Majesty, this is clearly a Fergana horse. Please take a closer look. Having said that, he imperceptibly scanned the prominent figures of Northern Xia standing in the Royal Dragon Hall with a confused look on their faces, and then asked with a smile, My lords, what do you think? As the voice fell, these powerful figures in Northern Xia immediately understood what Jishio meant. Then one by one, they began to support Jishio and seriously said, Your Majesty, this is indeed a Fergana horse. Well, that's right. It's probably worth 10 million gold coins. 10 million? Too little. I think His Highness the Prince's Fergana horse is worth at least 30 million. What 30 million? At least 100 million. All of a sudden, the officials from the Northern Xia Royal Academy, the Northern Xia Investigation Bureau, the 6 ministries of the Northern Xia capital, the Northern Xia Imperial Guards, the Dragon Protecting Manor, the Prison Suppression Department, the Supreme Court, and all the major forces in the capital all stood on Jishio's side and described an ordinary reindeer as a priceless Fergana horse. Seeing this lively scene, the smile on Jishio's face gradually broadened. He said with a smile, Your Majesty, you see, this is indeed a Fergana horse, right? Having said that, Jishio turned around and led Gu Yao towards the outside of the Royal Dragon Hall. Bastard. Long Yuan roared. He looked at the reindeer in the royal dragon hall, and then at the powerful figures of northern Xia who were echoing Jishio. All of a sudden, his vision blurred, and his chest felt tight. Then, unable to hold back, a rush of blood surged up. Long Yuan suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned deathly pale that he raised his trembling hand and pointed at Jishio's back and said mournfully, "Good. Well, you Jishio, you're deliberately confusing right and wrong. You're really something." After Jishio left, the bigwigs of various major forces in the northern Xia dynasty also left one after another in the Imperial Dragon Hall. Long Yuan stared gloomily at the tamed deer standing in the center of the hall and remained silent for a long time. After quite a while, he slowly opened his mouth and murmured extremely gloomily to himself, "Jishio, deliberately confusing right and wrong. This is not only showing off to me, it's also a reminder for me to know my place. Good. Jishio, the humiliation I suffered today will surely be repaid tenfold in the future." Having said that, he immediately got up and left the Imperial Dragon Hall. He was going to find someone who could help him turn the tide. Since he ascended the throne, he had understood a truth. In this world, it's not that having a crown means having power. Instead, it's having power that gives one a crown. The Weiyang Palace. It was a riot of colors, point one after another. The vermilion flowers were in full bloom under the setting sun, looking extremely charming. This was the residence of the Queen of the Northern Xia.It was also the forbidden area in the Northern Xia Palace now, after Long Yuan arrived at the Weiyang Palace. He didn't enter the palace directly but stood quietly outside it. His rather restrained appearance made it seem as if he was not the emperor of the Northern Xia, and the one inside the Weiyang Palace was the real emperor. However, even so, he didn't have any complaints and patiently waited with a willing look on his face. At this time, there was a clanging sound. The door of the Weiyang Palace opened. Two beautiful figures slowly walked out. Under the setting sun, these two girls. One was wearing a snow-white dress, with bright eyes and white teeth, and had a double ponytail. There were two sweet dimples on her extremely pretty face. She carried a scabbard on her back, looking like an extremely sweet little lowly swordsman. The other was wearing a black dress. The tight, fitting black dress outlined her hot figure. She was extremely beautiful, but her eyes were extremely cold. She held a sword in her hand, looking like a dangerous and mature sister-type swordsman. Long Yuan bowed and greeted the two girls. Long Yuan smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, what brings you to the Weiyang Palace today?" The black-dressed mature sister with the sword in her hand slightly parted her red lips and got straight to the point. "Sister, you're so stupid. Our young lady is the queen. Naturally, His Majesty came to the Weiyang Palace to see our young lady. Otherwise, do you think he came to see you?" The sweet lowly smiled sweetly and was very considerate. "Miss Shui is right. I'm here to see the queen today." Long Yuan nodded with a smile. "It's a pity. Our young lady won't see any guests today. Even if it's your Majesty, she won't see you either." Miss Shui shook her head. Her smile remained as sweet as ever, but her tone changed extremely quickly. "No, I must see the queen today. I have something important to ask her." Long Yuan shook his head firmly. "Your Majesty, please go back. Our young lady is not feeling well and is not suitable to see guests today." Miss Yu also said coldly, with an air of coldness that kept people at arm's length in every word. Hearing this, Long Yuan frowned slightly. The gentle smile on his face disappeared. Then he cold-faced and shouted directly at the Weiyang Palace, "Queen, are you there? I want to see you. Now, immediately." Seeing Long Yuan like this, the smile on Miss Shui's face also disappeared. She glared at Long Yuan fiercely. She really looked so cute yet fierce. Miss Yu's face became even colder. Her ice-cold appearance seemed to be able to freeze the setting sun in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the two of them very tacitly scolded Long Yuan coldly together. "Your Majesty, please behave yourself." After the words fell, two auras at the star-gathering realm soared into the sky. The terrifying killing intent made the air in the Weiyang Palace freeze instantly. "What? Are the two ladies going to attack me?" Long Yuan looked at the two girls with a mocking smile on his face. These two girls were the queen's personal maids and had special identities in the Snow Moon City. That's why he had shown some respect before. But now it seemed that his respect was unnecessary. Just then, an extremely pleasant and magnetic voice sounded in the Weiyang Palace. "Shui, don't be rude." Hearing this voice, Miss Shui and Miss Yu both restrained their auras and then stepped aside. "Your Majesty, Chu Li is not feeling well today. Please tell me what you want outside the palace." Hearing this, Long Yuan hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. and then said, "Queen, I saw Ji Xiu today." After the words fell, the atmosphere in the Weiyang Palace was silent for a long time. After a moment, Zhou voice came from inside the palace. "I know. So what?" "Humph." Long Yuan snorted and said, "So, did you really capture Ji Xiu's man?" "Blood Azura, Gu Jian, it was me." Chu Li didn't hide it at all. Hearing this, a surge of anger welled up in Long Yuan's heart. He clenched his teeth and questioned, "Why? Queen, why did you provoke Ji Xiu at this time? Do you know that you've messed up my plan? Do you know that Ji Xiu is after you now?" "You." "Enough." Long Yuan didn't finish speaking when he was coldly interrupted by Chu Li. Then, Chu Li said coldly, "Your Majesty, your plan has nothing to do with me. If Ji Xiu wants to come to me to ask for an account, let him come. Your Majesty is afraid of him, but I'm not. Moreover, I have my own way to deal with him. If your Majesty has nothing else, please go back." Hearing these words, Long Yuan was silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Fine, I'll just wait to see the Queen's peerless means. Finally, I'll remind you one more time that Ji Xiu is far more complicated than you think." Having said that, Long Yuan flicked his sleeves and left. If Chu Li really had a way to deal with Ji Xiu, he had nothing more to say. Coincidentally, he was also happy to watch the fight from the sidelines. He was also happy to see Ji Xiu go against the young lady of the famous Snow Moon City, the first city that shook the 9 heavens, after Long Yuan left. A peerless beauty slowly walked out of the Weiyang Palace. She was wearing a bright golden long dress and a purple crystal crown that a luxurious ribbon was tied around her extremely slender waist. She exuded indescribable nobility and majesty all over. Under the setting sun, although her beautiful face was not made up, she was still incredibly beautiful. Her lips were like cherry petals, and her eyes were like cold stars. Even the best painters in the world couldn't depict even a fraction of her charm. Just standing there, she could make the world's splendor pale. Miss Shui and Miss Yu were also beautiful. But standing beside her, they instantly seemed dull, and she was naturally the queen. "Chu Li, Miss, I've also heard that brat Ji Xiu deliberately confused right and wrong in the Imperial Dragon Hall today. He was so imposing. It's normal for Long Yuan to be panicked." Miss Shui whispered to Chu Li. "Miss, what should we do now?" "Ji Xiu has his eyes on us," Miss Yu asked in a low voice. "Well," hearing this, Chu Li supported her chin with her jade hand, and then murmured softly, "Ji Xiu, the young master of the Ji family. He caused a sensation in the 9 heavens continent when he was born." The scenes of the 4 great immortals appeared simultaneously. At the age of 3, he slapped the young master of the Red Robe sect. At the age of 8, he established MI6 and participated in the rebellion of the Northern Xia royal family. He is presumably entangled with Nan Lingyue, the holy queen of the demon sect. At 18 this year, his cultivation and strength are unfathomably profound. He is now the true uncrowned king of Northern Xia. Behind him stands the Ice God Palace, the #1 cultivation clan on the 9 heavens continent. Excellent, splendid. If such a remarkable figure were to be recruited under my command, then when I succeed to the Snow Moon City in the future, there will be no hindrance at all. Hearing their young lady's words, Miss Shui and Miss Yu were momentarily stunned. "Miss, true as it may be, but that's Ji Xiu we're talking about. How could he possibly become one of us?" "Hee." Chu Li gave a faint smile. Then she casually plucked a scarlet and eerie flower from the flower pond in the Weiyang Palace, held it in front of the 2 girls and said, "Swear, one must be willing to sacrifice to gain. Which of you can sacrifice yourself to win over Ji Xiu for me?" "Ah." Miss Shui and Miss Yu trembled violently at the sight of the scarlet flower. It seemed as if they had thought of something, and a blush instantly crept up from their necks to their ears. "Miss, you mean, use the love flower to deal with Ji Xiu? Will it work?" Miss Shui looked at Chu Li in disbelief. Hee. Hearing this, a faint smile flitted across Chu Li's peerlessly beautiful face. Then she looked at Miss Yu and asked, "Yue, tell me, what is the meaning of the love flower?" Miss Yu lowered her eyelids slightly, biting her red lips with her white teeth, and softly replied, "Love flower. One day of its bloom. Is better than 300 nights in the bridal chamber." Exactly. That's right. Chu Li's beautiful eyes were filled with eagerness. She gazed in the direction of the Ji mansion and softly said, "Among the billions of poisons in the world, only the love poison is the most deadly. I really want to see the arrogant Prince Ji Xiu infected with the love flower, forever trapped in the net of love, and forever under my control." Having said that, she turned to look at Miss Shui and Miss Yu, and then said, "So, which of you 2 will go?" "Miss Shui." "Miss Yu." In the Ji family military mansion in the capital, Luofeng Palace, Ji Xiao was standing there in a daze, holding a scroll in his hand. This scroll contained the intelligence about Chu Li provided by MI6. At this time, Gu Yao beside him personally poured a cup of green tea for Ji Xiao and softly said, "Your Highness the Prince, what do you think? Isn't this Empress of our Northern Xia dynasty extraordinary?" Yair thinks it's no exaggeration to say that she is the most dissipated person in the Northern Xia dynasty. Ji Xiao shook his head and let out a soft laugh. He placed the scroll on the stone table and said meaningfully, "The most dissipated person in Northern Xia? I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case." Why not? Hearing this, Gu Yao picked up the scroll with a smile and read aloud. Chu Li, the princess of the Snow Moon City. The first extraterrestrial city in the 9 heavens. Her father is the Sword Immortal of the Snow Moon, Chu Wanjun. She came to the Northern Xia dynasty with Chu Wanjun to gain experience when she was 3 years old. When she was 5, she set fire to the palace of the Grand Empress Dowager of Northern X I at AT7. She broke the leg of the eldest son of the Grand Marshal of the Northern Xia army. At 9, she scratched the face of the little princess of the Nangong family, a powerful financial group in Northern X I at AT13. She sneaked into the imperial mausoleum and plucked the beard of the old tomb keeper. Since then, she has earned the reputation of being the most dissipated person in the capital. Whenever she goes out on the street, the 100-mile-long street in the capital will be empty. Whether it's the princes and princesses or the bigwigs in the capital, no one dares to provoke her in the slightest. Your Highness the Prince, if Chu Li isn't the most dissipated person in Northern Xia, then who in the entire capital could be? Hearing this, Ji Xiao smiled as he sipped a cup of tea. Then he looked at Gu Yao meaningfully and said, judging solely from the intelligence, Chu Li is indeed the most dissipated person in Northern Xia. She deserves the title. But have you ever wondered why there is so little intelligence about her after the age of 13? Even the information our MI6 can find is just common, known trivialities. Hearing this, Gu Yao frowned. She looked at the last piece of information at the end of the scroll in her hand and read, Chu Li.at16. She was betrothed to the then Crown Prince Long Yuan. Since then, she has become the Crown Princess of the Northern Xia dynasty. And then, the intelligence stopped. Sure enough, there has been no more information about Chu Li after she turned 16. Your Highness the Prince, why is this? Well, a faint smile curved Ji Xiao's lips as he said, it's very simple. Naturally, she has hidden herself, and hidden very deeply, so deeply that even our MI6 can't find any intelligence about her after the age of 16. Hearing this, Gu Yao was suddenly stunned. She said in disbelief, Your Highness the Prince, now, the influence of our MI6 spans the entire 9 heavens continent. Even if she is the princess of the Snow Moon City, she can't escape our surveillance. She might be able to hide, but she definitely can't hide so thoroughly that our MI6 can't find a single valuable piece of intelligence about her. What on earth is going on? Hearing this, Ji Xiao smiled. He shook his head without explaining much, but said earnestly, she is truly a super bigwig hidden in the capital, and also one of the most talented women on the 9 heavens continent. Moreover, she has more than one identity. That's why she can make MI6 come up empty-handed. Hearing this, Gu Yao couldn't help looking at Ji Xiao in surprise. For many years, it was the first time she had heard Ji Xiao speak so highly of a woman. For a moment, she felt a mix of emotions, and at the same time, she was extremely curious about the Empress in the Weiyang Palace. What other identity does this woman Chu Li have? How could she have hidden from MI6 for so many years? If that's the case, this woman is truly terrifying. Gu Yao murmured to herself. Just then, she was suddenly stunned and realized something. Then she grabbed the sleeve of Ji Xiao. Her beautiful eyes reddened and said, Your Highness the Prince, if so, did my younger brother fall into her hands because he found out her identity? Otherwise, how could this have happened? Ji Xiao nodded that in his opinion, this was the only possibility left. Since that's the case, what should we do next? Gu Yao asked in a low voice, biting her silver teeth. Hee. Hearing this, Ji Xiao let out a soft laugh. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the Weiyang Palace. And he calmly said, It's very simple. Next, this prince will go and meet Chu Li in person. If Gu Jian is really in her hands, this prince naturally has a way to make her hand him over. But, Your Highness the Prince. Ji Yao hesitated for a moment and said, Regardless of what Chu Li's second identity is, she is the daughter of the Snow Moon City. Although the Snow Moon City is not among the 7 top-level forces in the world, According to the intelligence of our MI6, the Snow Moon City has a profound heritage no weaker than the 7 major cultivation clans. Are you really going to force the issue and directly confront her? Upon hearing this, Jishio let out a disdainful chuckle and said, "Rest assured, this young master knows what's in mind at Gu Jian. She must hand over whether she wants to or not." Very well, Gu Yao nodded. She had absolute confidence in GXIUD, and no matter how astonishing Chu Li was, could she outshine her young master? Since Jishio had said so, then it must be all right. Whoosh! Gu Yao took a deep breath and then softly asked, "Your Highness, the young master, when do you plan to set off?" By then, Yair will command the Military Intelligence Service to make preparations. With just her order, the entire capital city would be instantly sealed off and taken over by the Military Intelligence Service. Jishio pondered for a moment, looked up at the setting sun that had dyed the sky red, and then softly said, "Tonight, as the sun sets and the moon shines brightly, in the bustling capital city, there are thousands of bright lamps. At Gu Yao's order, the Military Intelligence Service has gone on high alert. The gears hidden in various places in the darkness are all silently turning. The entire huge capital city has been silently brought under the control of the Military Intelligence Service at Gu Yao's order. Beixia Royal Academy, Beixia Investigation Bureau, the 6 ministries of Beixia Capital, Beixia Imperial Guards, the Dragon Protecting Villa, the Prison Suppressing Department, the Supreme Court, and even the Imperial Guards of the Beixia Royal Family. All these major forces that usually hold sway in the capital now follow Gu Yao's lead at this moment. The capital does not belong to the Long family, but to the Ji family." Jishio changed into a black brocade robe and smoothly passed through the Imperial Palace all the way to the front of Weiyang Palace, as soon as he entered the palace. What came into Jishio's view were the strange and alluring flowers that had bloomed all over Weiyang Palace under the moon. These flowers seemed somewhat familiar. Jishio frowned just as he finished speaking. Before he could think further, an extremely cold voice sounded from within Weiyang Palace, breaking into Weiyang Palace late at night. "You, Your Highness, the young master, have a lot of nerve." Upon hearing this, Jishio's gaze cut through the night and landed on the charming figure in Weiyang Palace. He murmured in a low voice, "In the 9 Heavens continent, the legendary assassin organization, Luowang, the creator Chu Li, Luowang, the future legendary assassin organization in the 9 Heavens continent, and the creator of this organization is Chu Li." Jishio stared coldly at the figure in Weiyang Palace. In the original novel, Chu Li founded Luowang. The assassin organization she created has influence all over the 9 Heavens continent. Maybe now few people know about this organization because the time has not come and they haven't really exerted their full strength. But in the future, the Luowang assassin organization will surpass the current number 1 killer organization, Shijian, and become the number 1 assassin organization in the world, if he remembered correctly, in the near future. Chu Li will become the Lord of Shuiyue City, the first city in the 9 Heavens continent. Her 3 half-brothers will all die at her hands. Moreover, she will plot against the Great Qin and even attempt to assassinate the first emperor. Jishio's thoughts raced, and in an instant, he had sorted out all the information about Chu Li. Simply put, this is a ruthless, cold-blooded, and extremely ambitious and dangerous woman. Undoubtedly, Gu Jian was targeted by Chu Li because he discovered the existence of Luowang. Thinking of this, Jishio slowly let out a breath that in fact, he had always known about Chu Li's existence. But precisely because of this, he also knew that at this stage, Chu Li's primary goal was to take over as the Lord of Shuiyue City. So, he didn't take Chu Li seriously. After all, there was indeed no conflict of interest between them. She pursued her Shuiyue City, and he controlled his Beixia dynasty. They didn't interfere with each other, but now Chu Li had captured Gu Jian. And Gu Jian's whereabouts were still unknown, and his life or death was uncertain. So, he had to deal with this woman first. Now, Chu Li was his top priority. Just then, the cold and mocking voice sounded again from within Weiyang Palace. "Young Master Jishio, since you're here, why not come and sit in Weiyang Palace? This palace has heard that you misnamed a deer as a horse in the dragon riding hall today. You were so imposing. But now, why are you standing outside the palace, neither entering nor speaking? What? Are you afraid that this palace will eat you?" Jishio sneered in response and said, "Since the Empress has invited, how dare Jishio disobey?" Having said that, he lifted his foot, walked directly to the front of the bedroom, pushed open the palace door, and walked in. Inside Weiyang Palace, 9 long, burning lamps were lit, and a simple and soft carpet covered the entire bedroom. The night breeze was slightly cool, and the gentle moonlight spilled in through the window and landed on the dressing table. On the palace chair carved with an extremely luxurious divine phoenix sat a dreamy figure. She sat casually and lazily, and her long hair like a waterfall cascaded down to her perky buttocks. It seemed that she was dressing in front of the mirror. Empress Chu, Ji Xiu said with a smile. Young master of the Ji family, Ji Xiu. Chu didn't turn around. She looked at Ji Xiu's reflection in the mirror, and a faint smile curled up on her lips. Your Highness, the young master. Did you have a good time misnaming a deer as a horse in the dragon riding hall today? Not bad. Hearing this, Ji Xiu responded casually, it's far less exciting than breaking into the Empress's bedroom tonight. Humph. Chu gave a soft snort, stood up, turned around, looked at Ji Xiu, and said playfully, so, Your Highness, the young master, you also know that you're breaking into the Empress's bedroom tonight. I have to say, Ji Xiu, you have a lot of nerve. Hearing this, Ji Xiu looked at Chu directly with a mocking look on his face and replied, the Empress also has a lot of nerve. You even dared to arrest the people of my military intelligence service. We're both the same. After his words fell, Chu didn't deny it. She stared straight at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes, then pursed her red lips and said disdainfully with a smile. The military intelligence service? So what? I arrested your people. So what? What can you, Ji Xiu, do to this palace? Hearing this, Ji Xiu's clear eyes were very calm. He first sized up Chu from head to toe and then asked, Chu, I'm very curious. Who gave you the courage to say such things to this young master? Is it the Emperor of Beixia or your father, the Sword Immortal of Shuiyue City? Guess? A faint arc curled up on Chu's red lips. And she looked at Ji Xiu mockingly with her beautiful eyes. Through a few exchanges of words just now, she suddenly thought that maybe Ji Xiu wasn't as powerful as the legend said. Because Ji Xiu was too arrogant. Well, it was normal for people of Ji Xiu's age and background to be arrogant. Ji Xiu noticed the change in Chu's eyes, then shrugged his shoulders and said casually to himself, it seems it's neither. Then, probably it's Luo Wang. As his words fell, Chu's expression froze. The smile on her face suddenly solidified, and her beautiful eyes became deep and cold. You? How do you know about Luo Wang? Chu's voice suddenly turned cold. At this moment, she no longer had the calmness and arrogance from before, only the bone, chilling coldness and shock like a 1,000-year-old iceberg. She was very puzzled and didn't know how Ji Xiu had learned about the secret organization she had founded. After all, even her father didn't know about this. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu's lips curled up in a faint arc. He didn't respond to Chu, but merely stared at her quietly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Then he coldly uttered, Chu, I don't care whether you're the queen or the daughter of the Snow, Moon City Lord. Nor do I care what you aim to achieve by establishing the snare. Now, at this very moment, I, the young master, only give you one choice. Hand over Gujian. Humph, Chu snorted defiantly. Or what? Hearing this, Ji Xiu laughed. He stared directly into Chu's peerlessly beautiful face and said menacingly, or else, I, the young master, will wipe out you and the scoundrels of your snare in one fell swoop. Long Yuan can't protect you, your father can't protect you, and your snare is even less capable of protecting you. I see. Upon hearing this, Chu nodded thoughtfully and then slowly walked up to Ji Xiu. She stared blankly into Ji Xiu's eyes and replied, Ji Xiu, remember this. I, the Empress, don't need anyone's protection. I myself am the best shelter. As for who will wipe out whom, you'll soon find out about this. Having said that, she took 2 steps back, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers with a sneering look on her face. Clang! The space froze for a moment. The next second, the moonlight streaming through the window into the palace chamber turned into a strange pink hue. At this moment, Ji Xiu smelled a strange floral fragrance. This moment, it seemed as if a magnificent flower field was slowly blooming before his eyes. In fact, it was indeed the case. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the entire pond of red and strange flowers bloomed. Against the backdrop of the moonlight, they were even more charmingly pinked. This moment, Ji Xiu suddenly remembered the name of this flower, the love flower. Chu. So, this is your trump card, Ji Xiu murmured softly. In the novel, the love flower in full bloom for one day is more potent than 300 nights of honeymoon. Simply put, the love flower is non-poisonous by itself. But if a person who has been eating love flowers since childhood and is a true lover is used as a catalyst, then the love flower becomes extremely powerful, being the deadliest poison in the world with no antidote. Those who are poisoned by the love flower will be enslaved for eternity. This woman, Chu Li, she really treats me, the young master, as prey. But who is really the prey? A faint smile played on Ji Xiu's lips. Then he took out a long, pitch, black flute from his system warehouse. This flute was called Qinqing. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the love flowers were in full bloom, in the field of love flowers. The little lowly, snow girl, carrying a scabbard on her back, and the mature and charming, moon girl, holding a sharp sword, glanced at each other at this moment. They both saw the shyness and nervousness in each other's eyes. They were Chu Li's personal maids. They had been eating love flowers since childhood and had known their fate since then. In the future, maids like them would be tools for their young lady to recruit talented people from all over the world. Their future husbands would be the strongest assistants for their young lady. And now, it was their crucial moment. Ji Xiu was the fated one for one of them. Sister Moon, do you want Ji Xiu to be your husband? Snow Girl stared blankly at Moon Girl and asked I don't know. Swear, do you wanna? Moon Girl shook her head. Even though she was usually as cold as ice, she couldn't help but show timidity at this important moment. I've heard. Young Master Ji Xiu is the most outstanding person of this era. Well, Sister Moon, why don't you let Swear have him? Snow Girl bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes glistening with water as she looked at Moon Girl. Her delicate and charming face was flushed. She was very open-minded. If her future was already predetermined, then she might as well choose the most outstanding person. And Ji Xiu was truly outstanding. Okay, if you want to go, then go. Moon Girl nodded slightly with lowered eyelids. Her thoughts were the same as Snow Girl's, but Snow Girl was like her little sister, since Snow Girl had spoken up. She naturally couldn't say much. Just then, a melodious sound of a flute came from the Weiyang Palace. The sound of the flute seemed as ethereal as if it came from the heavens, and as gloomy as if it came from the 9 netherworlds. At this moment, they felt numb all over, and a very bad premonition welled up in their hearts. They wanted to rush into the Weiyang Palace immediately, but in front of the Weiyang Palace, an old figure in black clothes appeared out of nowhere. The person was Old Wei. In the capital of Beixia, the moonlight was bright. An extremely strange sound of a flute echoed over the capital. A thick and heavy black cloud covered the bright moonlight in the sky. This moment, the entire capital seemed to fall into a moment of utter darkness. The big shots in the capital, the cultivators in the capital, the common people in the capital, at this moment, they all felt a chill in their hearts. A feeling they had never experienced before welled up from the depths of their souls. Their heartbeats also rose and fell with the rhythm of the flute. For some reason, they vaguely felt as if a black hand was wantonly tugging at their souls. Oh my God, this sound of the flute must be from the 9 netherworlds. It's so terrifying. No, this sound of the flute comes from the palace. If I remember correctly, young Master Ji Xiu just entered the palace tonight, right? That's right. This sound of the flute is most likely his doing. Wait, this sound of the flute gives me a feeling so similar to the tune only existing in legends recorded in the ancient history of the 9 heavens. What tune? It is said that this tune is extremely strange. It can't be spoken of. Can't be spoken of. Inside the Weiyang Palace, Ji Xiu stood in the middle of the palace chamber, holding the Qinqing flute to his lips. His entire temperament had changed dramatically. Previously, he had an otherworldly and high-spirited air as the young master of a military family. This moment, his body was shrouded in a strange black aura, looking extremely eerie, just like the demon lord of the 9 netherworlds. When the strange melody resounded through the Weiyang Palace, listening to the strange notes echoing in her ears, Chu Li's peerlessly beautiful face instantly turned deathly pale. This time, looking at the black long flute in Ji Xiu's hand. She seemed to remember something. Her beautiful eyes became filled with fear and trepidation. She bit her silver teeth and exclaimed in disbelief, Ji Xiu, where did you get this ghost flute, Qinqing? And how could you possibly know the soul, Devouring Trilogy? She was the daughter of the Snow, Moon City Lord and had read the ancient history of the 9 heavens since childhood. So she knew that tens of thousands of years ago, a powerful figure appeared out of nowhere. That person carried a long flute and 3 tunes, manipulating the situation across the entire 9 heaven continent. In the end, this powerful figure was forced to jump into the first forbidden land of the 9 heavens, the ancient abyss of disorder. If she remembered correctly, That person was called the Demon Path Grandmaster, and his inheritance, the Ghost Flute Qinqing and the Soul Devouring Trilogy, should have been buried in the ancient abyss of disorder with him. How did Jixio obtain them? Hearing this, Jixio didn't respond to her. The extremely strange tune continued to play. Ah. Wisps of black smoke entered Chu Li's body, and the notes lingered in her ears for a long time. For a moment, her delicate body trembled violently. When a short, soft, and strange note sounded, Chu Li suddenly covered her chest, slightly parted her red lips, and her eyes were blood red. Half of her body felt as if it was placed on an iceberg so cold it pierced the bone, while the other half felt as if it was in an extremely hot furnace at the same time. She felt as if her heart was being grasped in someone's hand, her blood was flowing backwards, and she felt dizzy and disoriented. Jixio, wait a minute. Chu Li started to panic. She wanted Jixio to stop. However, Jixio seemed not to hear her words. The notes hovering in the Weiyang Palace soon merged into a sad and heart-wrenching movement. Jixio, I'll fight you to the death. Chu Li roared angrily. Clang. Suddenly, the aura of Junjia's first realm burst out. She drew a magnificent sword from her storage ring, twirled her wrist, and pointed the sword tip straight at Jixio. Rip! The sound of tearing air rang out. However, a strange thing happened. Her sword tip stopped 3 inches in front of Jixio, and the tip kept trembling, unable to advance even half an inch. What a joke! Jixio was now a powerful cultivator at the third realm of Junjia. Even without activating the demon's presence and God's forbid dance, he could easily handle Chu Li. There was absolutely no possibility for Chu Li to Jixio now. Jixio, enough! I'll tell you where Gu Jian is. Panting heavily, Chu Li looked at Jixio, which could be regarded as a compromise, because she was truly terrified. The 3 legendary melodies. One could control corpses. One could seize the souls of cultivators. One could bring the dead back to life. She really didn't want her soul to be seized and become a puppet. As her voice fell, Jixio slowly opened his eyes and gave Chu Li a cold look. But the melody continued without the slightest sign of stopping, and Chu Li understood the meaning of Jixio's look. Begging for mercy now, it was too late. Scoundrel, I will never forgive you. Chu Li's charming face turned deathly pale. Biting her red lips with her white teeth, she angrily rebuked Jixio. But soon, she felt as if 10,000 sharp knives were piercing into her heart, and then she heard the sound of her soul being pulled out of her body. For the first time, she felt what despair was for the first time. At the same time, 2 lines of clear tears welled up uncontrollably from her eyes, wetting her extremely beautiful cheeks. As the melody gradually neared its end, Chu Li's eyes gradually became unfocused and dull. Her once cold and fierce beautiful eyes had now become dull, and her jade hand drooped weakly, letting go of the sword hilt. Clang! The sword fell to the ground. The melody ended. Whoosh! Jixio put down Qinqing and let out a long breath as he looked at Chu Li, who was like a doll without a soul in front of him. Since he obtained the soul, seizing trilogy at the age of 3, he had always been looking forward to seeing its extraordinary power one day. Now, he finally got his wish. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a surging and uncontrollable heat wave surging in his body. Love, flower poison. Jixio frowned and took a deep breath involuntarily. Although he had used the soul, seizing melody to control Chu Li, he himself was also infected with the love, flower poison. However, it wasn't a big deal. As long as Chu Li, his tool, didn't plant the love seed in him, everything would be fine. As for detoxification, now that Chu Li had become his puppet, was he still afraid he couldn't get rid of the poison? Cough. Jixio coughed dryly, then put away Qinqing and walked slowly up to Chu Li and asked, "What's your name?" Hearing this, Chu Li blankly raised her head and looked at Jixio, answering, "Chu Li." Now it could be heard that her voice had no emotional fluctuations at all, like a marionette, allowing Jixio to control her at will. "Where's Gu Jian? Is he in Shuyue City?" Jixio then asked. Chu Li shook her head. "How is that possible?" Jixio frowned. "Just now." Chu Li clearly admitted it. "Why did she say she didn't know now? Didn't you capture Gu Jian?" Jixio clenched his fists and stared directly into Chu Li's eyes. "Yes, it was the master who captured him. The master took Gu Jian away from Shuyue City." Chu Li replied intermittently. "Master? Chu Li actually had a master?" Jixio was stunned and quite surprised. After all, the novel didn't mention that Chu Li had a master. Whoosh! Jixio forcibly endured the heat in his body, took a deep breath, and then said, "Chu Li, who is your master?" After a moment of silence, Chu Li woodenly raised her head, looked at Ji Xiu, and replied, "The protector of the North Xia dynasty, Yini." Hearing this answer, Ji Xiu's brows knitted into a frown like the Chinese character Chuan. Yini? Another unfamiliar name. He couldn't find any information about Yini in his memory. However, it could finally be confirmed that Gu Jian was in the hands of Chu Li's master. "Yini, Chu Li, where is your master?" Ji Xiu frowned and asked. "The master is gone too." Chu Li gently parted her red lips. It was actually Tianma Mountain. This was getting interesting. Ji Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. Now, Tianma Mountain could be said to be the place where the entire Juqian continent converged. The princes and princesses of the two top imperial dynasties, the heirs and heiresses of the 7 top cultivation sects. They were all on Tianma Mountain. The eyes of all the big shots on the entire Juqian continent were also focused on Tianma Mountain, and his original goal was also Tianma Mountain. Since that was the case, then his next goal was cleared. His thoughts stopped here. Ji Xiu found himself extremely thirsty. The love flower poison was attacking his heart. "Chu Li, love flower poison. Come and detoxify me." Staring at Chu Li with slightly red eyes, he commanded, "Things should be like this. Whoever poisoned should detoxify. Chu Li poisoned, so Chu Li should detoxify. It was reasonable." "Yes, sir." Hearing this, Chu Li came up to Ji Xiu, stretched out her jade hand to wrap around Ji Xiu's neck, and directly kissed him. During this passionate kiss, Ji Xiu only felt a bit dizzy, but for some reason, Chu Li's beautiful eyes gradually became clear, and finally returned to normal completely. Chu Li let out a scream. She suddenly pushed Ji Xiu away, and her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. The memories of just now emerged in her mind. She herself had actually taken the initiative to give Ji Xiu the answers he wanted. Moreover, she had even taken the initiative to kiss Ji Xiu. "Ji Xiu, I'm sworn enemies with you." Biting her red lips, Chu Li angrily scolded. Although her words were harsh, she also knew that Ji Xiu's strength seemed to be far above hers. She also didn't know why the 2 girls from Shuyue City, her trump cards for Ji Xiu, hadn't arrived yet. "Woman, whether it's over or not is not up to you." Ji Xiu swallowed hard and walked towards Chu Li with somewhat unsteady steps. He didn't know why Chu Li had suddenly broken free from the control of the soul-seizing melody. Maybe it was because the soul-seizing melody he had practiced was just at the beginner level, but the problem now was not this. This moment, he could sense that his reason was running wild and was out of control. "Ji Xiu, you unruly scoundrel, stop for me." Chu Li coldly shouted. As soon as her voice fell, a hand directly grabbed her fair neck, and Ji Xiu in front of her had red eyes, gasping for breath, seemingly about to lose control. Seeing such a Ji Xiu, how could she not know what was about to happen? "Ji Xiu, I am the queen of the North Xia dynasty. My father is the Sword Immortal of Shuyue. If you dare to do that to me, I will surely." Biting her red lips with her white teeth, Chu Li stared directly at Ji Xiu and angrily rebuked, but before she could finish speaking, her voice suddenly stopped, because her mouth had been firmly blocked by Ji Xiu. She stared at Ji Xiu with wide, open, beautiful eyes in great disbelief. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. How dare Ji Xiu do this? As this thought stopped, Ji Xiu and Chu Li's bodies fell backward due to inertia. At this moment, the flames spread like a prairie fire. At this moment, the moonlight was bright and clear. The love flowers outside the Weiyang Palace were in full bloom, bright and quiet. However, it had to be said that the bedroom filled with moonlight was really a bit noisy. The night was always short. When dawn came, a few gentle rays of dawn filtered through the palace window and shone into the Weiyang Palace, only to see that on the magnificent palace bed in the Weiyang Palace, the silk curtain hung down lightly, and 2 figures were vaguely leaning against each other, extremely intimate. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The soul-seizing melody of the soul-seizing trilogy has been promoted to the intermediate level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have undergone the baptism of heavenly spiritual essence. The progress of devouring the pure world demon flame has reached 17. Ding! Congratulations, host. The progress of devouring the pure world demon flame has reached 17, and your cultivation has advanced to the 4th realm of the monarch rank. Ding! Congratulations, host. After undergoing the baptism of heavenly spiritual essence, you have obtained 10,000 points of heavenly mandate essence. Listening to the series of system prompts echoing in his mind, Ji Xiu slowly roused from his slumber. He endured the overwhelming fatigue in his body and slowly sat up. In just one night, The requiem of tribulation advanced. The progress of devouring the pure world demon flame increased by 2, and his cultivation reached the 4th realm of the monarch rank. This was truly unexpected. Thinking of this, Jishio couldn't help scratching his head that he really hadn't anticipated such a result at this moment. He couldn't help but cast a glance at the woman lying beside him at present. Chu-Li seemed to still be lost in dreams, and there were 2 clear trails of tears on her peerlessly beautiful face. Sighing deeply, Jishio murmured to himself, last night, this woman had truly shot herself in the foot. However, her heavenly spiritual saint physique was truly remarkable. In the novel, Chu-Li, the founder of the spider web, possessed an extremely special and powerful constitution, the heavenly spiritual saint physique. This physique boasted extraordinary talent. If fully developed, one could harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and even mobilize the power of the primordial source of the universe. The most remarkable aspect was that those with the heavenly spiritual saint physique could transfer the energy of the primordial source of the universe to others, just like what had happened last night. Therefore, marrying a woman with the heavenly spiritual saint physique was the dream and supreme glory of all cultivators in the 9 heavens. However, Jishio had no intention of marrying such a ruthless woman. After all, who could guarantee that she wouldn't stab him in the back when they were sharing the same bed? Nevertheless, it had to be admitted that if he could control and possess her, the benefits would be boundless. But the question was how to control her. This woman had the heavenly spiritual saint physique and an incredibly powerful spiritual soul. However, his requiem of tribulation had only reached an intermediate level. It was currently impossible to control her for all eternity. Given this woman's personality, she might even come to him of her own accord. Jishio squinted at Chu-Li's exquisite face, and his train of thought came to a halt here. At this moment, Chu-Li's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes in that instant. As she stared at the ceiling, the memories of last night came flooding back into her mind like a tidal wave. Ah! Chu-Li let out a shrill scream and suddenly sat up. Immediately, she saw Jishio sitting beside her, calmly gazing at her. Last night, you and I. You. How dare you? Chu-Li bit her red lips and questioned Jishio. She was the daughter of the Snow Moon City Lord. Since childhood, all men had to bow and scrape before her, even when she was married to Emperor Long Yuan of the Northern Xia dynasty by her father's order. Long Yuan didn't dare to act presumptuously in her presence, let alone have any physical contact with her. But now, Jishio had not only climbed into her bed, but also taken her virginity. For a moment, she felt both aggrieved and enraged. Her eyes were red with fury as she glared at Jishio, clenching her silver teeth, and her entire delicate body trembled. If possible, she would have loved to kill Jishio with a single sword right then and there. But unfortunately, after last night, she had already recognized the gap in cultivation, strength, and foundation. Reason told her that if she dared to attack Jishio now, there would be only one outcome: death. Your Majesty, the Empress, you planted the love flowers, and they bloomed because of you. Now you're asking this young master how I dared? Hee. Well, this young master also wants to ask you, why shouldn't I dare? Jishio looked at Chu-Li with a mocking smile and retorted, You being unreasonable, blasphemous. Chu-Li ground her silver teeth and angrily scolded. Unfortunately, due to her noble upbringing, the swear words she knew were limited. To be honest, they had no real effect on Jishio. Hearing this, Jishio looked at Chu-Li helplessly and retorted, Fine, even if I'm blasphemous, so what? What can you do about it? At this moment, there was no better response than using Chu-Li's own words from last night. Scoundrel. Chu-Li was so angry that her delicate body trembled. She had never met such a brazen person before. Oh. Hearing this, Jishio casually smiled, then got up nonchalantly and dressed himself with his back turned to Chu-Li. Then he turned around and calmly said to Chu-Li, Your Majesty, the Empress, you have to admit that you can't kill me. Moreover, the spider web you created is far inferior to my Military Intelligence Division 6. Finally, it's only natural that you should bear the consequences of your own actions, isn't it? Having said that, Jishio turned around and left, looking like a man who would deny everything after having his way. Wait, Chu-Li said coldly, parting her red lips slightly, and finally stopped Jishio. Hearing this, a smile of triumph spread across Jishio's lips, and he stopped in his tracks. He had been waiting for this very moment that he knew Chu-Li well. This woman's lifelong dream was to defeat her 3 elder brothers and become the Snow Moon City Lord. Now that she couldn't kill him, she would naturally want to negotiate with him and seek his help. That Jishio You just going to leave like this? Chu Li asked coldly. Otherwise, Ji Xiu turned around, looking utterly confused as he stared at Chu Li. Scoundrel, you did that to me. Now you want to leave? What do you take me for? Chu Li crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked coldly. There was no trace of emotion on her peerlessly beautiful face, which was as cold as ice. What? Do you want this young master to take responsibility for you? Chu Li, don't forget, you're the empress now. Ji Xiu replied casually. He was quite curious to know what conditions Chu Li would propose next. Last night. You should know that you're the first man I've ever had. Chu Li stared directly into Ji Xiu's eyes, and her tone softened inexplicably. I know. But as I said before, so what? Ji Xiu shook his head and asked out of course. He knew he was Chu Li's first man. A man like Long Yuan was someone that the proud Chu Li wouldn't even spare a glance for, let alone allow him to touch her clothes. So, now I want you to give me a helping hand. Chu Li took a deep breath and seriously stared at Ji Xiu. On what grounds? Just because of our one-night stand? Ji Xiu looked at Chu Li with a mocking smile. You. Hearing this, Chu Li was rendered speechless, and her full chest heaved violently. She was so angry that she felt a tightness in her chest. But then Ji Xiu changed the subject and deliberately feigned ignorance, saying, Since your majesty, the empress has spoken, then tell me, what do you want? Sighing deeply, Chu Li slowly said, Snow Moon City. I want you to help me ascend to the position of the Snow Moon City Lord. Nodding, Ji Xiu then asked, and then, what benefits will this young master get for helping you become the Snow Moon City Lord? Hearing this, Chu Li thought for a moment, and then said, the spider web. I can hand the spider web over to you. Ji Xiu let out a soft laugh, shook his head, and said, Sorry, this young master already has the Military Intelligence Division 6. I'm not interested in the spider web you founded. Having said that, Ji Xiu turned around and was about to leave. Wait, Chu Li suddenly called out, stopping Ji Xiu in his tracks. Then she took a deep breath as if making a decision. She stared blankly at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes, and then parted her red lips and said, Apart from the spider web, and here I am. If you can help me obtain Snow Moon City. Until then, everything I have is yours. This was all the leverage Chu Li could offer Ji Xiu. She had thought it through clearly. By this point, it was difficult to reverse the situation. She also admitted that she couldn't control Ji Xiu. Since that was the case, she might as well settle for the next best thing and simply draw Ji Xiu into her camp. The two of them would cooperate, support each other, and meet their respective needs. Hearing this, Ji Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly and thought to himself, She's hooked. In fact, what he had been waiting for was exactly this sentence from Chu Li. He knew Chu Li too well. He knew that a woman as extremely intelligent as her would never let go of an excellent opportunity and help her. How about it? Ji Xiu, will you help or not? Chu Li stared intently at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes. Well, Ji Xiu seriously pondered for a moment and then spoke up. If that's the case, then it's quite a good proposal. Within 3 years, I'll help you see Snow Moon City. And for these 3 years, you, Chu Li, will be mine. 3 years. Hearing this, Chu Li couldn't help but tremble all over. In her plan, even if she joined hands with Ji Xiu, it would take at least 5 to 10 years. But Ji Xiu said 3 years. Is this true? Chu Li stared blankly at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes. Naturally, it's true. Ji Xiu smiled faintly. Chu Li was 25 years old this year, if he remembered correctly. 3 years later, at the age of 28, Chu Li would be able to kill her brother and seize the city by her own strength and become one of the most powerful women in the 9 heavens. The problem was, Chu Li herself didn't know this. This was Ji Xiu's advantage. And for these 3 years, both Chu Li and her spider web would be under his control, at his mercy. One might well ask, where in the world could there be such a good thing? If you can really help me get Snow Moon City within 3 years, I, Chu Li, will be yours for the next 3 years. I'll follow your orders. Do with me as you please. Chu Li bit her red lips and solemnly promised. When she came to the last sentence, her voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She couldn't even believe that such bold and daring words could come out of her mouth. Very good. Excellent. Hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled faintly at Chu Li. That he knew that his plan had succeeded. Both the spider web and Chu Li were his. Pleasure doing business. Ji Xiu walked to the bedside and extended his hand towards Chu Li. Pleasure doing business. Chu Li slightly lowered her eyelids and finally held Ji Xiu's hand. Ji Xiu let out a soft laugh, withdrew his hand, and then turned around and walked out of the Imperial Chamber. Bang! When he pushed open the door of the Imperial Chamber, what came into view were the 2 young ladies from Snow Moon City. Frozen in place by Elder Wei with his true energy, Ji Xiu, What did you do to our young lady? Miss Yu bit her rosy lips, her beautiful eyes red with hatred as she stared at Ji Xiao and questioned him. That sharp look in her eyes seemed as if only by hacking Ji Xiao into 1,000 pieces could she quell her hatred. Ji Xiao, you lecher. Do you know that our young lady is not only the queen of North Xia, but also the princess of Snow Moon City? How dare you humiliate our young lady last night? The humiliation of today, our Snow Moon City will never forget and will surely repay you tenfold in the future. Miss Xue opened her mouth to scold angrily, trembling with rage all over. Hearing this, Ji Xiao looked at the two young ladies from Snow Moon City with the amused expression and wasn't angry. He knew that last night, these two loyal maids must have wanted to rush to Weiyang Palace to help their young lady Chu Li at the first moment. But unfortunately, they were no match for Elder Wei, who specialized in controlling the situation. As a result, they were suppressed in place by Elder Wei with a wave of his hand for the whole night. Moreover, it was highly likely that they had also personally heard the whole process of his intimacy with Chu Li last night. One could imagine that such an experience must have been more painful than death for these two loyal young ladies from Snow Moon City. So, no wonder the two young ladies today were eager to kill him. Whether to kill me or repay the debt, we'll talk about it later. Now I'm really curious about which of you two young ladies chose this young master last night. Ji Xiao looked at this combination of a cute young girl and a mature and elegant lady with a playful attitude and asked. Obviously, these two were the trump cards that Chu Li had planned to use to subdue him last night. He was also very curious about which of the two sisters, the mature and the cute one, wanted him more. Hearing this, Miss Yu's pretty face changed. She gritted her silver teeth and remained silent. Although she had given Ji Xiao to her sister Miss Xue last night, in her heart, she had also chosen Ji Xiao. For a moment, she only felt extremely ashamed. Nonsense. Who would choose you, this lecher? I'd rather die than choose you. Only a pig would choose you. You dared to bully our young lady. From now on, I'll be at odds with you. Miss Xue bit her rosy lips and scolded Ji Xiao angrily. At this moment, she completely forgot the pitiful look of her last night, tearfully begging Miss Yu to give Ji Xiao to her. But despite what she said, there was still an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in her heart. Oh, it seems that both of you young ladies have a great preference for this young master. Ji Xiao shook his head with a smile and then nodded to Elder Wei, receiving the order. Elder Wei waved his hand and directly released the seals on the two young ladies from Snow Moon City. This time, the two young ladies from Snow Moon City glanced at each other and were about to fight with Ji Xiao. But then they heard a cold voice coming from Weiyang Palace. Dashwerer, young master Ji Xiao is my guest. Don't be rude. If he wants to leave, don't stop him. Hearing their young lady's order, the two young ladies from Snow Moon City were both stunned in place. What was going on? Let's go. Elder Wei. Ji Xiao smiled helplessly and then left Weiyang Palace with Elder Wei. As soon as Ji Xiao left, the two young ladies from Snow Moon City rushed into Weiyang Palace. And Chu Li had already put on that red golden long dress again and was standing silently in front of the mirror. This time, she had regained her former coldness and nobility. Such a lofty, noble, and extremely beautiful appearance was completely different from last night. Miss, did Ji Xiao bully you last night? Miss Xue asked in a low voice. Xue. Hearing this, Miss Yu quickly tugged at Miss Xue's skirt, signaling her to shut up. They had heard everything clearly last night. Why did they need to ask again? Wouldn't bringing it up at this time just make their young lady be humiliated again? Sure enough, as soon as Miss Xue's question came out, Chu Li's expression suddenly turned cold. She turned around, glared at the two young ladies from Snow Moon City with her beautiful eyes, and opened her red lips slightly to scold coldly. Get out. All of you, get out of my palace. Miss Xue's delicate body trembled. She looked at Miss Yu very aggrievedly, and Miss Yu bowed to Chu Li and then quickly led Miss Xue out of Weiyang Palace. Sister Yu, did Xue say something wrong? Outside Weiyang Palace, Miss Xue looked at Miss Yu very aggrievedly with teary eyes and asked, You're so stupid. Hearing this, Miss Yu couldn't help but poke Miss Xue's forehead with her jade finger in frustration. She thought that her younger sister was good in every aspect, but just not very smart. Just then, Long Yuan came. With his hands behind his back, he walked into the courtyard of Weiyang Palace with a smiling face and said, Your Majesty, how's the situation? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a voice as cold as 1,000-year-old black ice. Get out too. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan stood stock still on the spot. Then, as if lost in thought, he murmured to himself, Damn it, it seems Ji Xiao won last night. As expected, This fellow is still extremely difficult to deal with. Even the young lady of Shuiyue City couldn't subdue him. The two young ladies of Shuiyue regarded Long Yuan as if he were a pitiful creature. They thought to themselves, Ji Xiu didn't just win. He utterly trounced his opponent. It was said that as luo as Ji Xiu returned to Luofeng Palace in Ji Mansion, Gu Yao rushed to greet him. Your Highness, the young master, she inquired. How did it go? Is my younger brother in the hands of the queen? No, Ji Xiu shook his head, then asked, Yaoer, according to the intelligence of our Military Intelligence Division 6. Is there a person named Yin Fei in the North Xia's protector sect? Yin Fei? Gu Yao frowned, then shook her head. Our Military Intelligence Division 6 has information on all 10 saint-level masters of the protector sect. But we've never heard of Yin Fei. If that's the case. Ji Xiu heaved a deep sigh. Then we're in trouble. Last night, Chu Li, the soul robber, couldn't have lied. Yet, our Military Intelligence Division 6 has no information on this woman. Even more terrifying is that there's no plot or information about her in the novel in my memory. So, the question is, who on earth is this mysterious Yin Fei? If we really want to figure this out and rescue Gu Jian, I'll have to go to Tianma Mountain myself, Ji Xiu muttered to himself. After that, he looked at Gu Yao and asked, Yaoer, how's the situation at Tianma Mountain now? Have the heirs of all the top forces on the Nine Heavens continent arrived? Hearing this, Gu Yao immediately replied, Your Highness, the young master, 3 days ago, Mu Lanxin, the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace, Mo Lingfeng, the holy son of the holy sect, Xianzong, the Buddhist son of the Buddhist sect, Zhao Wuji, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Poison Valley, Li Wangsheng, the young master of the Tian Sum military mansion, Shun Jinxin, the holy maiden of the Red Dress sect, Ying Ling, the second prince of the Great Qin dynasty, and Feng Huang, the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, all arrived at Tianma Mountain. Ji Xiu nodded. He knew that the top cultivation sects and dynasties on the Nine Heavens continent would never miss the inheritance of Emperor Wu. Zhou Dufu, they would surely be the first ones there to as for the independent cultivators on the Nine Heavens continent. They'd probably not even get a drop of the soup following behind. Your Highness, the young master, I have to say that Tianma Mountain is incredibly bustling now. Even the current #1 demonic sect on the Nine Heavens continent, the Peerless Heaven, has joined the battle for Emperor Wu's inheritance. Now, Mu Xianyin, the holy maiden of the demonic sect, is leading a group of powerful demonic sect members to cause chaos everywhere, which has forced these proud sons and daughters of the righteous path to form an alliance. Now, it's rumored outside that the competition for Emperor Wu's inheritance has gradually evolved into a battle between the righteous and the demonic. Tianma Mountain has descended into chaos, and the situation is gradually getting out of control. Gu Yao reported to Ji Xiu with a somewhat helpless tone. Apparently, even she hadn't expected this, that a battle between the righteous and the demonic. This is getting interesting. Ji Xiu arched his eyebrows slightly. At the same time, the image of a North Xia princess from 10 years ago emerged in his mind. She was wearing a black dress, looking cold, noble, and extremely beautiful. The contrast between a noble princess and a demonic woman who was at odds with the entire righteous path on the Nine Heavens and causing chaos was quite striking. By the way, Your Highness, the young master, Gu Yao seemed to remember something and then seriously added, there's another person at Tianma Mountain that you need to pay special attention to. He's the dark horse in this battle between the righteous and the evil. He's also the fiancé of Feng Huang, the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. His name is Yi Xian. Hearing this name, Ji Xiu's expression froze. Here he comes. Finally, he's here, the male protagonist of the novel. Yi Xian has finally made his appearance. A cruel arc curled up at the corner of Ji Xiu's mouth. After all these years, the male protagonist of the novel has finally grown up, since he's the great villain. He naturally can't let the fated male protagonist go. After all, when the leeks are ripe, it's time to harvest them. In addition, there are many mysteries at Tianma Mountain waiting for Ji Xiu to solve one by one. Is Gu Jian still alive? Who is this mysterious woman, Yin Fei, who doesn't exist in the novel's plot? Also, since he has reached adulthood, the wedding date set 10 years ago is approaching. Will his fiancée, Mu Bing, who entered the ice abyss determined to kill him, come out? Will she come for him? Of course, what does Nan Lingyue, the former North Xia national teacher and now the holy queen of the demonic sect, want to do to him? For a moment, a myriad of emotions welled up in his heart. Forget it. Whether it's Mu Bing or Nan Lingyue, no matter what you want to do, this young master will accompany you to the end. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and looked towards the distant north. That was the direction of Tianma Mountain. In the depths of his eyes, two clusters of flames were slowly rising to this moment. He was truly interested in this cruel and perilous fantasy world. Only power is the eternal truth. As Gu Yao watched Ji Xiu standing in the morning glow, looking into the distance, ready to compete with the heroes. She was momentarily in a daze, but then she couldn't help but smile, a smile so beautiful that it was beyond description. She knew that her young master, who had been in seclusion in the capital for 10 years, was finally going to enter the world. She also knew that those proud sons and daughters of heaven, who were regarded as gods by the cultivators on the 9 heavens continent thousands of miles away, were in for a tough time, because the person in front of her, once he emerged, he would be invincible. Time passed quickly. When the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, Ji Xiu walked out of his bedroom in a moon-white brocade robe. He had made all the preparations to go to Tianma Mountain yesterday. Old Wei would go with him to take control of the situation. Ji Yao would stay in the capital to handle the intelligence and support from the rear. Although she really wanted to go to Tianma Mountain with Ji Xiu, she knew that she had a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. She was in charge of the entire Military Intelligence Division 6. And she couldn't leave the capital unless it was absolutely necessary. Your Highness, the young master, she whispered, holding the corner of Ji Xiu's robe. Be extremely careful when you go to Tianma Mountain. Be especially careful of that woman. She wasn't worried about the holy sons and maidens of the top cultivation sects on the 9 heavens continent. The only person she was worried about was Nan Lingwei, the current holy queen of the demonic sect. She still remembered that since 10 years ago, that holy queen had always coveted her young master. Maybe this time, if her young master wasn't careful when he went to Tianma Mountain, he might be devoured by that holy queen. Yaoer, don't worry, Ji Xiu said with a smile, shaking his head and then reaching out to ruffle Gu Yao's soft hair. He understood Gu Yao's concerns, but he was no longer the 8-year-old child he was 10 years ago. Even against a saint-level expert, he had the strength to fight. He believed that with his own strength, Nan Lingwei wouldn't be able to do whatever she wanted to him. At this moment, the voices of his mother, Lin Ru, and his grandmother, Mu Hua, came from outside Luofeng Palace. The queen is here. Why aren't you coming out to greet her? Hearing this, Ji Xiu frowned. He wondered why Chu Li, this woman, would come here. As his thoughts raced, Lin Ru, Mu Hua, Chu Li, and the 2 young ladies of Shuyue walked into Luofeng Palace. Xiu, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pay your respects to the queen. Mu Hua patted Ji Xiu on the back with a slightly amused look. Ji Xiu nodded politely to Chu Li and said, I pay my respects to your majesty. The queen. Xiu, the queen heard that you're setting off for Tianma Mountain today and came here especially to see you off. Look, His Majesty the Emperor values you so much that he even sent the queen to see you off in person. Lin Ru came to Ji Xiu's side and explained softly. I see. Ji Xiu said, then I'd like to thank His Majesty the Emperor first, and also thank your Majesty. The queen. Ji Xiu affectedly assumed a constrained demeanor before speaking. Hearing this, Chu Li slightly parted her red lips. Then, with her hands behind her back, she approached Ji Xiu and said, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, there's no need to be so overly polite. No. Ji Xiu shook his head and responded seriously and earnestly. You are the Empress. I am your subject. Such etiquette is but a due courtesy. Really. Chu Li arched her willow-like eyebrows. Then, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, she took 2 more steps towards Ji Xiu. At this moment, she was extremely close to Ji Xiu, so close that they could even feel each other's breath. Ji Xiu, now you know I am the Empress. But, I remember. That night, you were not like this. Chu Li leaned slightly and whispered beside Ji Xiu's ear as if in a dream. After saying that, without waiting for Ji Xiu's reply, she then extended her fair hand and began to tidily arrange Ji Xiu's collar herself. As she carefully arranged it, she secretly sent a voice transmission. This time, you shall go to the heavenly demon mountain. I'll let Shuer accompany you. All the forces of my Luo Wang there are under her control. How about it? Am I true to my word? Additionally, I've heard that Long Yuan will initiate a mysterious plan after you leave. But don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him for you. After Chu Li finished speaking, she stepped back 2 steps and then, with a sweet smile on her face, addressed Lin Ru and Mu Hua, who were already in a daze. Since that's the case, I shall take my leave first. Here, I wish your Highness, the Crown Prince, an auspicious start to your journey. Having said this, without waiting for Lin Ru and Mu Hua's responses, Chu Li left Luofeng Palace with Miss Yu directly. All that was left behind was a sweet young lass, Miss Shuer, who was standing there with a sword scabbard on her back. her head down and looking a bit fidgety. This, Lin Ru and Mu Hua exchanged a glance. They could clearly see the astonishment in each other's eyes. At this moment, they shared a common thought. It seems that Her Majesty the Empress has taken a fancy to our young Master Ji. Elder Wei, what on earth does Chu Li mean? How dare she act so wantonly in the Ji mansion? Gu Yao said indignantly to Elder Wei. If it weren't for Lin Ru and Mu Hua being present just now, she would never have allowed Chu Li to get even a step closer to Ji Xiao. Elder Wei. Seeing Elder Wei's silent and somewhat awkward look, Gu Yao suddenly seemed to recall something and then asked, Elder Wei, did something happen between them? Hearing this, Elder Wei shook his head and softly replied, Miss Gu Yao, stop asking. I have no idea either. Really? Gu Yao arched her willow-like eyebrows, showing her disbelief. A woman's intuition told her that there must be something between Chu Li and her crown prince. After a simple farewell, Ji Xiao set off on his journey to the heavenly demon mountain with Elder Wei and Miss Shui, watching the backs of Ji Xiao and his entourage gradually fade into the distance. Gu Yao stood there alone for a long time. After a long while, she gently pursed her red lips and whispered to herself, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you may not know yet. Yair is only a little short of reaching the monarch rank. When you return, Yair will give herself to you, and before that, Yair will also guard the Ji family for you. After saying that, she turned around and left. The moment she turned around, she no longer had the coy and girlish demeanor she had in front of Ji Xiao. Now, she had regained the decisive and cold-blooded appearance she had as the underground queen of the Northern Xia dynasty over the years. In the Ji family military mansion, Lin Ru paced back and forth restlessly. Mother, do you think Her Majesty the Empress has taken a fancy to our young Master Ji? I've inquired. Emperor Long Yuan didn't send the Empress to see him off. After saying that, she increasingly felt that something was amiss. You, calm down. Even if the Empress has some thoughts about our precious young Master Ji, so what? If our young Master Ji isn't willing, can she force herself on him? Mu Hua looked at Lin Ru with a half-amused expression. However, despite her words, she actually also thought that the Empress Chu Li was a bit too intimate with Ji Xiao, but she didn't believe that there was anything going on between Chu Li and Ji Xiao. No, absolutely not. Even if young Master Ji is willing, I won't agree. This woman, Chu Li, has a too complicated background. Moreover, she's already the Empress of the Northern Xia, and it's neither proper nor justifiable. She can't compare to Mu Bing. Lin Ru shook her head, indicating her refusal. After saying that, as if recalling something, she quickly asked Mu Hua, Mother, isn't that lass, Mu Bing, in seclusion at the ice abyss for cultivation? How about it? Is she coming back? Well, hearing this, Mu Hua smiled and said, You, just rest assured. 3 days ago, senior sister sent me a voice transmission. She said that Mu Bing will soon emerge from seclusion. Really soon. Meanwhile, a huge black profound boat was speeding across the border towards the heavenly demon mountain in the northern region at an extremely high speed. On the viewing platform of the Northern Xia Palace, Emperor Long Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance with a cold expression. Your Majesty, Ji Xiao has left the Northern Xia border. A tall young man in black iron armor reported behind him. Good, excellent. The opportunity has finally arrived. Long Yuan heaved a long sigh. He had been the emperor of the Northern Xia, second only to the highest power. For 10 years. Now, he had finally waited for the day when Ji Xiao left the capital. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the young man, asking, Ji Xian, now we can initiate our plan. Yes, Ji Xian nodded heavily and replied, Your Majesty, I'll now send a voice transmission in your name to the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, inviting them to the capital to discuss a major matter together. After saying that, he turned around and left. Long Yuan looked at the northern sky and gloomily laughed. Ji Xiao, once my plan succeeds, I'll personally witness the downfall of you and your Ji family. After saying that, he solemnly turned around and left the viewing platform. What he didn't know was that at the very moment he finished speaking with Ji Xian, Chu Li in the Weiyang Palace received the news. Long Yuan, inviting the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the crown prince of the Great Qin to the capital. What on earth is he up to? Hearing this news, Chu Li couldn't help but frown. Before, she knew that Long Yuan had a plan regarding Ji Xiao and the Ji family, but she didn't know that this plan was actually involved with the princes of two top-tier dynasties. For a moment, she keenly sensed the approaching storm. Yuer, now convey my order. Activate our Luo Wang forces in the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Great Qin Empire. Let them keep a close eye on the movements of Feng Mian. the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and Ding Shou, the crown prince of the Great Qin. If there's any sign of unrest, report it to me immediately. Chu Li gave an order to Miss Yu. Yes. Miss Yu nodded and turned away. On this day, the extensive intelligence network that Chu Li had arranged in the two top-tier dynasties was officially activated. Countless elite members and high-ranking figures of the Luo Wang moved in accordance with the order. High up in the boundless sky, a black profound boat was speeding through the air. Ji Xiu sat on the boat, closing his eyes to recuperate. However, Elder Wei seemed rather fidgety. Your Highness, the Crown Prince Gu Jian has been missing for nearly a month. The words "do you think he might" trailed off. Elder Wei shook his head and didn't continue to this moment. As Gu Jian's master, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. Instead of responding to Elder Wei, he cast his gaze upon the young girl huddled in the corner of the mysterious boat. This time, Miss Shui felt Ji Xiu's gaze and couldn't help shivering all over. Biting her rosy lips and glaring at Ji Xiu, she said, Ji Xiu, what on earth do you want? Hee. Ji Xiu smiled and shook his head, then asked, Miss Shui, have you ever seen Gu Jian? Or have you ever seen your young lady's master? Yin Fei? No. Miss Shui shook her head. She always knew that her young lady had a master, but she had never seen her. She also knew that Ji Xiu's subordinates had fallen into the hands of her young lady's master, which was why Ji Xiu had come to her young lady, but she really knew nothing. I see. Ji Xiu nodded. To be honest, he wasn't surprised. If that mysterious woman, Yin Fei, couldn't even be traced by the Military Intelligence Division 6 and didn't even appear in the novel's plot, then what could this silly girl possibly know? However, it didn't matter. They were about to reach Tianmo Mountain. By then, he would see exactly what background this Yin Fei had. Ji Xiu, I also want to ask you a question. Miss Shui looked at Ji Xiu angrily and spoke. Ask. Ji Xiu nodded. What on earth is going on between you and my young lady? Why, after you bullied my young lady, she still helps you so much? She not only sent me to your side, but even told me to activate the Luo Net forces in the northern region to assist you. Well, what gives you the right? Miss Shui clenched her rosy lips with her white teeth and asked rather indignantly. She had been pondering this question all the way, but she still couldn't find an answer. Well, Ji Xiu thought for a moment after hearing this and then replied. If I said, it's because your young lady will be my woman for the next 3 years, would you believe it? No. Miss Shui subconsciously shook her head. She knew best what kind of person her young lady was. She was the noblest princess of Shuiyue City and a peerless divine beauty. How could Ji Xiu possibly conquer her young lady? But when she thought about all the abnormal behaviors of her young lady towards Ji Xiu, she was no longer so certain. Could it be? Could my young lady really have fallen in love with this guy? Could it be that night? Miss Shui suddenly jumped up at this thought and stared intently at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes. If that was the case, wouldn't Ji Xiu also become her master? Hee. Ji Xiu seemed to have sensed Miss Shui's thoughts and then joked, Shuier, since your young lady is already mine, then I, the young prince, should also be your master now, right? So, during this trip to Tianmo Mountain, if you dare to be perfunctory, I, the young prince, will punish you severely. Understood. Hearing this, Miss Shui's pretty face blushed instantly, looking at Ji Xiu's teasing eyes. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. This time, a ridiculous thought welled up in her heart. Was this bad guy going to bully her just like he bullied her young lady that night? Thinking of this, she couldn't help covering her mouth and no longer dared to look into Ji Xiu's eyes. Child. Ji Xiu couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling when he saw this. Boom! With a violent tremor of the mysterious boat, Elder Wei suddenly stood up, took a deep breath while looking ahead at the boundless, towering, and dark cloud-covered mountain range in front of the boat. Ji Xiu also slowly stood up. With a solemn look on his face, he looked at the continuous black mountains in front of him and softly said, in the Jiuqian continent, it's a forbidden area of life. Tianmo Mountain, we're here. In the novel, Tianmo Mountain was a place where all sorts of great mysteries converged, each containing great terrors, the tombs of the gods, the mass graves, the cursed land, the divine tree forest, the gathering place of all demons, the peerless heaven, the sacrificial site, the yellow spring hall, the strange border, the tower reaching to the sky. Every one of these places was the most dangerous restricted area in Tianmo Mountain. According to the intelligence from the Military Intelligence Division 6, Zhou Dufu's Emperor Wu's tomb was in Zhouyuan, an endless snowfield behind the divine tree forest. Tianmo Mountain, the divine tree forest, the pure and holy snowflakes were floating down from the endless snowfield behind the forest. Deep in the divine tree forest, there stood a huge ancient tree that reached towards the sky. Its maple, red leaves were spotless and extremely sacred. Little bits of stardust fluttered down with the falling snow. As if they were from the heavens above, under the ancient tree, there stood a stone tablet with two big characters written on it, Zhou. In front of the stone tablet, there sat a woman. She was wearing a black long dress with a delicate bright moon printed on it. As the camera zoomed in, it could be seen that her facial features were extremely delicate, coupled with her fair and tender skin like mutton fat jade. She was extremely eye-catching. Between her painted eyebrows, there was the noble and magnificent air of the former royal family of Beixia, but at this moment, there was also a bit more cold-blooded killing intent. And she was, of course, the former princess of Beixia and now the holy maiden of the #1 demonic sect in the Jotian continent, Mu Xianyin. It was worth mentioning that, under the ancient tree, Mu Xianyin was not alone. There were more than 100 slightly exhausted demonic sect experts standing beside her. Since the Peerless Heaven joined the battle, they had been in a fierce fight with the experts from the 7 cultivation sects and the 2 top imperial dynasties. Both sides had suffered losses. It was just that the Peerless Heaven of the demonic sect had suffered much more. However, everyone in the Peerless Heaven knew that Tianma Mountain was their territory. If the righteous cultivators came, they would kill them. Even if they died, they would drive them all out of Tianma Mountain. Report to the Holy Maiden, Lord Blood, Robe died at the hands of Mulanxin. The Holy Maiden of the Ice God Palace, Lord Ghost, Art was pierced through the heart by Mo Lingfeng, the heir of the Holy Sect. Lord Nine Nether also lost to Xianzong, the Buddhist disciple of the Buddhist sect. His life or death is unknown. 300 disciples of our Peerless Heaven were poisoned by Zhao Wuji, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Poison Valley. And all perished. Li Washing of the Tiansu Army Mansion, Shen Jianxin, the Holy Maiden of the Red Dress sect, Ying Ling, the second young master of the Great Qin dynasty, and Feng Huang, the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, have all entered the Divine Tree Forest. In a few days, they will arrive here. A woman in a black robe reported the battle situation to Mu Xianyin with a solemn expression. Mu Xianyin nodded after hearing this. But there was no change in expression on her pretty face. Holy Maiden, what should we do now? Should we ask the Holy Queen to step in? Or ask Lord Poison Emperor, Luo Yuzhu, who is guarding the Peerless Heaven, for help? The black-robed woman asked in a low-voiced, "No need. Master is currently entangled by a woman. She can't spare any time for us. As for Sister Yuzhu, she has her own things to do. She can't help us either." Mu Xianyin shook her head. But, if this goes on, the Divine Tree Forest will surely fall. If these righteous prodigies pass through the Divine Tree Forest, they will be considered to have entered Zhouyuan. Your Highness, Emperor Wuzhou Dufu is buried in Zhouyuan. The black-robed woman said earnestly. Don't worry. Master has her own plan, Mu Xianyin said calmly. May I ask, Holy Maiden, what plan does the Holy Queen have? The experts of the Peerless Heaven's eyes lit up when they heard Mu Xianyin's words, and they all stood up and asked. He. Mu Xianyin smiled and softly said, Master said, there will be someone coming. As long as he comes, everything will be all right. Who is it? How powerful is he? Can he defeat these monstrous prodigies of the righteous path? The powerful demons of the demon sect all cast their gazes upon Mu Xianyin, their eyes brimming with hopeful glimmers. Hearing this, Mu Xianyin recalled the little figure from 10 years ago. Unconsciously, she gently pursed her rosy lips as if immersed in memories. After a long while, she shook her head and spoke. He was just a child back then. Who knows about him now? As for who he is, you all should know. After all, he is a prominent figure in our boundless heaven. Hearing this, the powerful demons of the boundless heaven looked at each other in bewilderment. In their minds, they really couldn't think of such a person, and just then, the black-robed woman beside Mu Xianyin seemed to think of someone and suddenly trembled. She exclaimed in surprise. Holy Maiden, could it be that Saint Monarch of our boundless heaven who hasn't shown up for 10 years? Exactly. Mu Xianyin slightly curled her lips, giving an affirmative reply to the powerful demons of the demon sect. After saying that, she turned to look at the distant sky and murmured softly, Indeed, he is the Saint Monarch of boundless heaven, since the moment when the Master founded boundless heaven 10 years ago. He has been the Saint Monarch of boundless heaven. That person who only exists in legends is coming. When this news spread, in an instant, over 100 powerful demons of the demon sect in front of Mu Xianyin all stood up solemnly. Since the day they joined boundless heaven, they had known that there was a prominent figure in their demon sect who could stand on equal footing with the Saint Queen. However, that prominent figure had never shown up for a full 10 years. and no one in boundless heaven had ever seen the person in person. Perhaps, precisely because of this, that person had accidentally become the most mysterious yet most legendary figure in boundless heaven. Moreover, with the deliberate exaggeration and deification by the disciples of the Nine, Heaven's demon sect, now all the cultivators in the entire Nine, Heaven's continent know that besides the Saint Queen, there is also a Saint Monarch in boundless heaven. According to the continental legend, the Saint Monarch has extraordinary means. Once he takes action, he can suppress the righteous forces of the Nine Heavens so that they can't even lift their heads. Oh my goodness! Is it true that the Saint Monarch of our boundless heaven is really coming? I didn't hear wrong, did I? What the Holy Maiden said must be true. How could it be false? I've heard that the Saint Queen loved the Saint Monarch but couldn't have him and kept forcing him, which forced the Saint Monarch into seclusion for 10 years. May I ask, is this true? Nonsense. Of course it's false. The Saint Monarch is the husband of the Saint Queen. How could the Saint Queen love him but not get him? Right. The Saint Monarch and the Saint Queen are a loving couple. They established boundless heaven hand in hand. So, there's no such thing as unrequited love, that it's just a rumor. Makes sense. Makes sense. Moreover, I've also heard that the Saint Monarch is the reincarnation of an ancient demon god. With a wave of his hand, he can destroy an entire imperial dynasty. Well, I, too, have heard that the Saint Monarch of our boundless heaven has extremely extraordinary demonic means and can pluck the stars with his hand. Ha ha! When the Saint Monarch arrives, I'd like to see if these high and mighty righteous prodigies can still act so arrogantly. Looking at the excited expressions of the powerful demons of boundless heaven and listening to their wild words, Mu Xianyin only felt dizzy. That guy has extraordinary demonic means. He established boundless heaven with her master. That guy can destroy an imperial dynasty with a wave of his hand and pluck the stars with one hand. That guy has even become the husband of her master and is in love with her master? What on earth is all this? Where did these rumors come from? They're getting more and more outrageous. Mu Xuanyin's pretty face twitched, and she unconsciously raised her hand to rub her forehead. She knew that the Saint Monarch had been deified in the entire boundless heaven, but she didn't expect it to be spread so exaggeratedly. However, she didn't refute the rumors. After all, at this time, these rumors weren't a bad thing. After all, just a name could boost the morale of the powerful demons of her boundless heaven. How could this be a bad thing? Just then, from the north of the Divinewood Forest, a cold voice sounded. "So you demonic scumbags are all hiding here. Run. Why don't you run anymore?" After the voice fell, a young gentleman in spotless white clothes, alone with a blood-stained long sword on his back, stepped into the depths of the Divinewood Forest. The moment he appeared, even the wind became as piercing as a sharp sword. Mo Lingfeng, the holy son of the holy sect. Mu Xuanyin's expression became even more solemn when she saw the person coming. She knew that this holy son had extremely high cultivation. He was already stepped into the monarch realm. Even Shui Yi, a powerful demon at the peak of the star-gathering realm with great potential in boundless heaven, had fallen into his hands. While her thoughts were swirling, the sound of horses' hooves rang out. A graceful young gentleman in white clothes, riding a white horse, led 18 powerful men and slowly entered the scene. He carried a magnificent dragon, spear on his back, with a gentle smile on his lips and extremely handsome features. Dressed in bright clothes and riding a spirited horse, he was full of vigor and vitality. When he rode into the Divinewood Forest on his horse, he didn't even give Mu Xianyin and the others a single glance. It was as if he didn't put all the powerful demons present in his eyes at all. He was so arrogantly overbearing. "Brother Lingfeng, you actually arrived at the Divinewood Forest one step ahead of me. You truly live up to being the holy son of the holy sect. I'm really ashamed of myself." The young gentleman in white nodded and praised Mo Lingfeng. "That you're joking, young master." Hearing this, Mo Lingfeng coldly nodded slightly towards the young gentleman in white. Under the ancient tree, Mu Xianyin looked at the overbearing young gentleman in white. Unconsciously, she tightened her jade hand a little. She gritted her silver teeth and whispered to herself, "The young master of the Heavenly Strategy Military Mansion. Li Wangsheng." He and Mo Lingfeng, the holy son of the holy sect, are known as the peerless twin prodigies on the Nine Heavens continent. They really live up to their reputations. They came so quickly. Just as this thought crossed her mind, clang, clang, several sounds of breaking through the air came from the sky. 4 auroras tore through the sky like shooting stars and descended upon the Divinewood Forest at lightning speed. Xianzong, the Buddhist son of the Buddhist sect, wore a cassock and held a string of Buddhist beads. There was a red cinnabar mark on his forehead, and his eyes glowed with the light of Buddha, which was awe-inspiring. Mulanxin, the holy maiden of the ice god palace, wore a holy moon colored dress and held the frost, cold sword of the ice god palace. Bringing with her gusts of snow, she was colder than the sword. Zhao Wuji, the young master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, wore black clothes and stood with his hands behind his back. There were wisps of black air on his body, which was extremely strange. Shun Jinxin, the holy maiden of the red dress sect, wore a red dress and a ghost face mask. Her long hair fluttered, and there was a captivating and charming light in her eyes under the bronze ghost face mask. They're here. Sure enough, they've all come. Mu Xianin took a deep breath, and a trace of despair welled up in her heart. Now, except for the holy son of the Xiantian sword gate who had fallen into her hands at the beginning of the battle between the righteous and the demonic. The holy sons and holy maidens of the 7 top cultivation families on the continent had all arrived. These 6 in front of her were the pinnacles of the younger generation in the world. Each of them was no weaker than her, and some were even much stronger. For a moment, she felt extremely pressured. This time, an image emerged in her mind. What would he do if it were him? Mu Xianin bit her red lips with her white teeth and murmured to herself. With this thought, she shook her head, stood up, and stepped forward. Her beautiful eyes scanned the 6 prodigies present. Then she coldly said, "Everyone, behind the Divine Wood Forest is the forbidden area of our boundless heaven, so please stop here." He, Li Wangxing sneered and said, "Mu Xianin, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're on the verge of death. And yet you still delude yourself into thinking that you can stop me from entering the Zhouyuan. Kill me. Just try it." Mu Xianin snorted lightly and said. After saying that, her true energy rioted throughout her body. Clang! 9 brilliant starlights descended around her, in an instant. The aura of the 9th realm of star gathering swept across the entire Divine Wood Forest. Ba, Princess Xianin, you can't stop us today. Please don't create unnecessary killings in vain. Retreat now. Xianzong, the chief of the Buddhist sect, spoke in an extremely calm tone. Upon hearing this, Li Wangxing couldn't sit still anymore. He turned his head and coldly rebuked Xianzong. "Shut up, you bald donkey. Do you know how many people of my Tiansu military mansion were killed by these demonic cultivators of the Wushang heaven, and now you actually want to let them go? May I ask, have you lost your mind?" Indeed. By the side, Mo Lingfeng also nodded and coldly uttered, 3 days ago, the 7 sword attendants of this holy sun died at the hands of Mu Xianin and these demonic cultivators under her. This holy sun will never let them leave. So, Xianzong, you'd better shut up. A charming laugh resounded. Shun Jinxin, the holy maiden of the red dress cult, stepped forward, looked at Li Wangxing and Mo Lingfeng, and mockingly said, "Truly worthy of being the peerless prodigies on the continent. You two are as close as if you were the same pair of trousers. However, you two can only bully an honest person like younger brother Xianzong. After all, if someone dares to talk to this holy maiden like this holy maiden will surely cut off his tongue." Humph. Hearing this, Li Wangxing let out a soft snort and said, "Shun Jinxin, you have quite a big mouth. If you really have the ability, then come and give it a try. This young master is waiting for you." "Try?" Shun Jinxin chuckled and said, "Your Highness, the young master. You're not this holy maiden's type. A man like you, this holy maiden doesn't take a fancy to. Stop pining after me, rascal." Li Wangxing roared angrily. Shun Jinxin's words made him feel as if he had punched into cotton. Extremely powerless, and at this moment, Shun Jinxin then changed the subject. "Although this holy maiden doesn't take a fancy to you, but perhaps Sister Lan Xian of the Ice God Palace would be willing to have a try with you." Presumptuous. Hearing this, Mo Lingfeng's eyes suddenly turned sharp, as if he would tear Shun Jinxin to pieces the next second. Yo, the holy sun is getting anxious. Young master of the valley, do you think there's a story between holy sun Mo and holy maiden Mu? Shun Jinxin turned her head and asked Zhao Wuji, the young master of the 10,000 Poison Valley. "Your words are quite true, holy maiden. The relationship between these two is probably not simple." Zhao Wuji crossed his arms and took over Shun Jinxin's words in a sarcastic tone. "That's enough. What are you all doing? Now we're all in the same boat. Entering the Zhou Garden and obtaining the inheritance of Emperor Wu is our goal. Why do you have to target each other like this?" Mu Lanxin, the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace, frowned and coldly rebuked Shun Jinxin and Zhao Wuji. Sister Lan Xian, this elder sister has heard that the women in the Ice God Palace are all chaste and ascetic holy maidens. But you, this little sister, why are you getting so anxious as soon as this elder sister mentions your brother Lingfeng? It seems that not all the women in the Ice God Palace are as chaste and ascetic as the rumors say. Shun Jinxin shook her head and chuckled mockingly, her beautiful eyes behind the ghost face mask looking at Mu Lanxin playfully. Shun Jinxin, you've gone too far. Hearing this, Mu Lanxin's pretty face turned cold as she coldly rebuked. It didn't matter what Shun Jinxin said about her, but she must not insult her sect, right? Weren't you and your brother Lingfeng childhood sweethearts with a baby engagement before you joined the Ice God Palace? Shin Jianxin casually said, those are all in the past. Don't mention it again. All the disciples of my Ice God Palace are chaste and ascetic and have already cut off worldly ties if you keep spouting nonsense. I won't spare you. Mu Lanxin's voice was cold and clear as she issued a warning. What a claim of cutting off worldly ties. But even if, as you say, all the disciples of your Ice God Palace have cut off worldly ties, what about your little aunt? This holy maiden has heard that your little aunt, Mu Bing, and young Master Ji Xiu of the Ji family are engaged, looking at this, in your Ice God Palace. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. From top to bottom, you're all duplicitous and wanton people who can't live without men. Shun Jinxin mercilessly mocked Mu Lanxin. Shun Jinxin, you're asking for death. Mu Lanxin was so angry that her delicate body trembled. She tightly grasped the hilt of her sword, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Clang! The frost sword was unsheathed, and the sword light shone brightly. Mu Lanxin held the frost sword, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Shun Jinxin. Mu Lanxin also knew about the engagement between Mu Bing and Ji Xiu, and she didn't understand it either. She once asked her master, and her master told her that her Aunt Mu Bing was different from them and didn't need to abide by the rules of the Ice God Palace. But there was no need for her to explain this to Shun Jinxin. She only knew one thing. Those who insult her sect shall die. In a secluded corner of the Divinewood Forest, Ji Xiu looked at the chaotic scene at the end of the Divinewood Forest and couldn't help but find it a bit funny. Moreover, he didn't expect that in the end, his and Mu Bing's matter would be brought up. Your Highness, the young master, it seems that the top cultivation sects of the Nine Heavens are not monolithic. Elder Wei looked at the 6 high-ranking holy sons and holy maidens deep in the Divinewood Forest with a sneering face and mocked. Of course, although they are the 7 great cultivation sects, but after thousands of years of inheritance, who can really tolerate each other? Which family doesn't have any grudges with another? Ji Xiu said quite casually. Yes, now the Holy Sect and the Tiansu military mansion are on the same side. The Red Dress Cult and the 10,000 Poison Valley are also on the same side. The Ice God Palace, the Buddhist sect, and the weakest Xiantian Sword Gate are all fighting on their own. So, it's quite normal for such a situation to occur when these people meet. Shui Girl curled her lips, looking as if she had expected it. It's a bit interesting. A slight smile curled Ji Xiu's lips. Now, among the holy sons and holy maidens of the 7 top cultivation sects on the Nine Heavens continent, except for the holy son of the Xiantian Sword Gate who was killed by Mu Xianin, the rest have all arrived. Moreover, according to the intelligence from the Military Intelligence Division 6, a big figure from the Wushang Heaven is likely to descend. The intelligence says that this big figure is the holy monarch of the Wushang Heaven. The holy monarch, the holy queen. He can be on an equal footing with that woman, Nan Lingyue. That person. Well, he must be extraordinary. Ji Xiu thought thoughtfully. Your Highness, the young master, it's a bit strange. The eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the second prince of the Great Qin Dynasty haven't arrived yet. According to the intelligence, they should have already entered the Divinewood Forest. Elder Wei frowned and reminded. Not only them. Ji Xiu shook his head. Besides Phoenix and Ying Ling, the male protagonist of the novel, Yi Xian hasn't appeared either. Of course, there's also the extremely mysterious Yan Fei and the holy monarch of the Wushang Heaven. Your Highness, the young master, what should we do now? Elder Wei asked in a low voice. Don't be in a hurry. Let's just wait and see first. Ji Xiu shook his head. From beginning to end, he never put these prodigies, who were regarded as gods by the young cultivators on the Nine Heavens continent. In his eyes, what he really cared about was not these people. Yan Fei, Yi Xian, and Gu Jian, who had been missing for nearly a month. These were the people he cared about. Of course, it would be even better if he could take a look at the holy monarch of the Wushang Heaven and the great emperor's Dharma. The 2, break knife art, which abducted Emperor Zhou Dufu. Now, at the end of the Divinewood Forest, Shun Jinxin, the holy maiden of the Red Dress Cult, and Mu Lanxin, the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace. were at odds with each other and in direct confrontation. Zhao Wuji, the young master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, stared at Mo Lingfeng, the holy son of the holy sect, and Li Wangsheng, the young master of the Tian Su military mansion, with a playful look on his face. Xianzong, the chief of the Buddhist sect, shook his head and sighed on the side. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire Divine Wood Forest became a bit delicate. Sister Lan Exine, are you getting anxious? Want to kill your elder sister with one sword strike? But can you really do it? Shun Jinshin provocatively stared at Mu Lanxin. What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes. Li Wangxing coldly addressed Zhao Wuji. I'm looking at a person. He looks like a dog. Zhao Wuji retorted with a sneering face, tilting his head. You. Upon hearing this, Li Wangxing was rendered speechless, and his anger welled up. Just then, Mo Lingfeng shook his head at him and said, Your Highness, the heir. Let it go. After saying that, under the gazes of all the outstanding talents, he walked alone towards Mu Xianin slowly. Mu Xianin, come and accept your death. Humph. Mu Xianin snorted disdainfully. Come and give it a try. After saying that, two killing moons emerged deep in her beautiful eyes at the same time. She raised her hand and drew out a long sword with wisps of purple electric arcs from the void. Quite interesting. But then what? Mo Lingfeng sneered, and his cold eyes firmly locked onto Mu Xianin. This moment, the atmosphere fell silent for a second. Clang. Mu Xianin and Mo Lingfeng moved almost simultaneously. They each displayed wonderful footwork, accelerating to the extreme, and transformed into two auroras that collided with each other. Clang, clang. In the void, sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of weapons colliding resounded through the sky. Yu Xuanin's swordsmanship was incredibly strange and unpredictable, and her sword's speed reached the extreme. The purple sword light bloomed like fireworks. Mo Lingfeng's sword momentum was like a mountain, and his sword chi was like a dragon. The sky was filled with countless cyan sword shadows, terrifying to the extreme. Clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, when their figures passed by each other, the two actually stabbed each other with over 100 sword strikes, and it was an unparalleled duel with the sword tips facing each other. Puff. A long string of blood splashed into the AI. Mo Lingfeng stood steadily in place. There was a deep, bloody sword wound on his left arm that was visible to the bone, and he glanced slightly at the wound. And his expression didn't change at all. Only the look in his eyes when he looked at Mu Xianin became even colder and more intimidating, truly worthy of being the holy maiden of the demon sect. You really do have something. It's a pity that it ends here. Heh. Mu Xianin sneered. There was also a sword wound on her shoulder, and the blood soaked through her clothes and dripped onto the ground drop by drop along her arm. Such a lot of nonsense. After these words fell, Mo Lingfeng's expression turned completely cold. Kill. Without any extra words, both of them stomped hard on the ground. Crack. The ground cracked like a spider's web. The two flew into the air at the same time, drawing a perfect arc in the sky, and launched another unparalleled duel. This time, there was no more testing between the two, and they unleashed all their killing moves. Mu Xianin held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and the killing moons in her eyes shone. She seemed to transform into an unparalleled female sword immortal, and 100 Zhang moon glow rose under her sword. The moon glow was extremely bright, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. One sword strike was shocking to the world, courting death. Mo Lingfeng said icily that he twirled his wrist, activated the forbidden profound skill of the holy sect, and raised his hand to deliver a sword strike. With this sword strike, the sword chi transformed into a dragon, and a deafening dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Its sword momentum and sword power exceeded the extreme realm at this moment. As if it could cut through everything. Boom. The sword glow and the sword dragon violently collided in the void. In an instant, 100 Zhang true essence storm ignited between heaven and earth. The sword chi splashed everywhere, sweeping across the world, and causing countless invisible ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, hundreds of ancient divine forest trees were instantly cut in half, and the cut tree trunks were as smooth as mirrors. Clearly, the power of the sword duel between the two was extremely powerful, and its force almost exceeded the limit of the 9 realms of gathering stars. It's over. Xianzong, the chief disciple of the Buddhist sect, shook his head and murmured in a low voice. As his words fell, a figure flew backwards from the center of the storm. It was Mu Xianin. Puff. Mu Xianin flew backwards 100 zhang. When she stabilized her figure, she couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood, and her extremely beautiful face turned deathly pale. If it weren't for the black-robed woman under her who supported her, she probably wouldn't be able to stand up at this moment. On the other hand, Mo Lingfeng held his sword behind his back with one hand. Although there was a smear of blood at the corner of his mouth, he steadily walked out of the center of the storm. The outcome of the previous sword strike was already decided. He had the upper hand. He, truly worthy of being the holy son of the holy sect. Li Wangxing smiled faintly. He knew Mo Lingfeng very well. Below the monarch rank, Mo Lingfeng was almost invincible and would never be defeated. What a pity. There are also differences within the 9 realms of gathering stars. Zhao Wuji's expression was very cold. Ba, Xianzong shook his head. He could tell that Mu Xianyin no longer had the strength to fight. Fine, Sister Lanqin, let's call it off today. It seems that this sister from the demon sect can't hold on anymore. After I enter the Zhouyuan and obtain the 2-cut saber technique, I'll compete with you again. Shun Jinxin waved her hand at Mu Lanqin. They were about to enter the Zhouyuan soon. She wanted to conserve her strength to obtain the Great Emperor's 2-cut saber technique. So, she didn't want to waste her energy here with Mu Lanqin. That I'll be waiting for you. Mu Lanqin sheathed her cold sword. She also knew that the most important thing now was the 2-cut saber technique. This was not the time to have a life and death battle with Shun Jinxin. Mu Xianyin looked at the outstanding talents in front of her, and a sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart. She slightly lowered her eyelids, and her beautiful eyes were full of gloom. She lowered her head and murmured to herself, "So, I still can't do it. Master is right that I still have a long way to go compared to the top outstanding talents in the world. It seems that I still can't wait for that guy." Just then, her eyebrows glowed slightly, and a purple bright moon flashed across her forehead. This time, she keenly sensed a familiar aura. She suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the due north of the Divine Wood Forest. Mu Xianyin swallowed hard, then bit her red lips, and said somewhat aggrievedly, "Jixio, you little rascal. Since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Are you afraid to see me or afraid to see my master?" In the north corner of the Divine Wood Forest, Old Wei and Miss Shui were stunned when they heard Mu Xuanin's voice. Hearing this, Jixio shook his head helplessly and smiled. Then he walked step by step towards the end of the Divine Wood Forest. It is said that when everyone in the Divine Wood Forest heard the name blurted out by Mu Xianyin, their expressions all froze. "Your Highness, the Holy Maiden. You're talking about Jixio, the heir of the Ji family army mansion in the northern Xia, right? How could it be him? Shouldn't it be our holy lord of the boundless heaven who?" The black-robed woman stared blankly at Mu Xianyin. "Why can't it be him? The person I've been talking about has always been him." Mu Xianyin pursed her red lips slightly, and her beautiful eyes were full of confusion. "Ah, so the holy lord is actually him." Hearing this, the black-robed woman couldn't help covering her mouth. This time, she finally understood that Jixio was their holy lord of the boundless heaven. That's right, 10 years ago, since the moment when Master founded the boundless heaven, he has been our holy lord of the boundless heaven. However, he just doesn't know it yet. Mu Xianyin murmured meaningfully after her words fell. For a moment, the disciples of the demon sect of the boundless heaven looked gloomy, and their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. The good news was that their holy lord had come. The bad news was that their holy lord was a guy even younger than their holy maiden. This guy might have great talent and a good background behind him, but then again, which of these holy sons and holy maidens present was not the same? Sha, when a distinct sound of footsteps rang out. At this moment, everyone's gazes turned towards the northern corner of the Divine Wood Forest. There, a young man with a straight and imposing figure was slowly approaching. He was clad in white robes, and his countenance was peerlessly handsome. His eyes, as clear as the autumn mountain spring, yet held a cold awareness that could cut through the long night. At first glance, he was truly stunning. With his hands behind his back, he reached the depths of the Divine Wood Forest without even glancing at the 6 top talents, but instead walked directly towards Mu Xianyin. "Mu Xianyin, long time no see." Jixio looked at the woman in front of him who had shed her youthful inexperience compared to 10 years ago and become even more breathtakingly beautiful. He spoke softly. You finally deigned to show up." Mu Xianyin bit her rosy lips, and her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Jixio. "How did you know I was in the Divine Wood Forest?" Jixio asked curiously that he had originally planned to wait for the heavenly Saint Lord to appear. Unexpectedly, Mu Xianyin had directly found him. This move had slightly disrupted his plan, but it didn't really matter. Mu Xianyin slightly parted her red lips and whispered quietly, "Have you forgotten? 10 years ago, I in the Weiyang Palace. You became a person of my master. How could I not know?" Hearing this, an extremely cold and beautiful face emerged in Ji Xiu's mind. And he couldn't help but swallow hard. He thought it made sense. After all, that woman Nen Lingyue was extremely powerful, that it was highly possible that she had engraved a unique mark on him at some point. However, what do you want now? Do you want me to save you? If my memory serves me right, you still owe me one from 10 years ago, right? Ji Xiu looked at Mu Xianyin with a hint of amusement and spoke. 10 years ago, he had helped Mu Xianyin kill Emperor Long Tian. At that time, Mu Xianyin had repeatedly said that she owed him one, and that debt had remained unpaid. Of course not. There was a glint of starlight in Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes. She suddenly spoke softly to Ji Xiu with great interest. "If this holy maiden isn't mistaken, you also want the great emperor's dharma, the two-break saber technique of Zhou Dufu, right?" "Yes," Ji Xiu nodded. There was no need to hide this. The two-break saber technique of Zhou Dufu was indeed part of his plan. "Good. Then I'll tell you. The great emperor's tomb of Zhou Dufu is indeed in the Zhou Garden. Moreover, I can also tell you what the key to open the great emperor's tomb is. Do you want to know?" After Mu Xianyin finished speaking, she stared intently at Ji Xiu without blinking. "Tell me." Ji Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly, that he really didn't know that entering Zhou Dufu's tomb required a key. "It's very simple. To enter the great emperor's tomb, 9 keys are needed, and these 9 keys are the 9 fragments of Zhou Dufu's two-break saber." Mu Xianyin gently parted her red lips and whispered, "So, do you have these fragments?" Ji Xiu asked curiously. "Only one. And I obtained this one by killing the holy son of the Xiantian sword sect." Mu Xianyin spoke without any reservation that if she really had all 9 fragments, then the two-break saber technique would have long belonged to the Celestial Heaven sect. After all, the Demon Heaven Mountain was the territory of the Celestial Heaven sect. Over the past 10 years, she had had countless opportunities to enter the Zhou Garden. So, the remaining 8 fragments are in the hands of these young and prominent figures, right? Ji Xiu asked calmly. "Undoubtedly. If even the weakest holy son of the Xiantian sword sect had a fragment of the two-break saber, then the other few must also have one. That's right. After Zhou Dufu entered the life-forbidden zone and disappeared that year, the two-break saber he had placed in the South Sea to suppress the Dragon Clan also shattered into 9 pieces, and these 9 fragments fell into the hands of the top cultivation sects and imperial dynasties on the 9 Heavens continent. In other words, 6 of the remaining 8 fragments are in the pockets of these 6 righteous top talents. The other 2 are in the hands of Princess Feng Huang of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the second Prince Yingling of the Great Qin Empire." When Mu Xianyin said this, a dangerous glint flashed in her beautiful eyes as she looked at the 6 top talents. "I see." Ji Xiu nodded. After a moment of thought, he spoke seriously. "Fine, since that's the case. Then this young master will save you one more time." "Pooh." Hearing this, Mu Xianyin couldn't help but let out a soft snort, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. She thought that after 10 years of not seeing each other, Ji Xiu still spoke so directly without a hint of embarrassment, and no wonder he was nicknamed Ji Buxiu. However, on second thought, she was also very curious about how powerful Ji Xiu, who had entered the world after 10 years of seclusion, was now. While her thoughts were swirling, Ji Xiu had already stood in front of her. "The young master of the Northern Xia, Ji Xiu?" Mo Lingfeng frowned and murmured in a low voice as he looked at the young man with a straight and imposing figure in front of him. For some unknown reason, when he looked at Ji Xiu, he felt an extremely heavy feeling in his heart. It was as if he was looking at an insurmountable mountain. He shook his head, hoping it was just an illusion. Ji Xiu of the Ji family. Is he the one who was rumored to have 4 rays of immortal light upon his birth? Li Wangsheng raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes unscrupulously sized up Ji Xiu. That he had heard of Ji Xiu's name a long time ago. However, because Ji Xiu was extremely low key, there was very little information about him in the 9 heavens. So even he didn't know how powerful this young master of the Ji family was. Master Ji Xiu, this fellow Taoist, seems to have unfathomable cultivation. Xianzong, the chief disciple of the Buddhist sect, stared blankly at Ji Xiu. His keen combat perception told him that this young man in front of him was extremely dangerous. His cultivation and combat power might be far above his own. "Ji Xiu, this guy is quite interesting. It seems that he has a close relationship with the holy maiden of the demon sect. Moreover, thinking carefully, in a way, I should even thank him for my ability to become the holy maiden. Shun Jinshin stared at Ji Xiao with great interest. Many years ago, her competitor and her backer had died in the capital city that it was said that it was the doing of the previous palace master of the Ice God Palace. But she always thought it was Ji Xiao's handiwork. What? Holy maiden, are you very interested in this young master of the Ji family? Xiao Wuji beside Shun Jinshin, who was staring blankly at Ji Xiao. Joked. Of course, this holy maiden has a great interest in this guy. Shun Jinshin replied without any reservation. I see. I'm also very curious about what Ji Xiao wants to do by showing up at this moment. Could it be that he wants to protect the holy maiden of the demon sect, Mu Xianin, from our hands? If so, today might be even more interesting. Zhao Wuji let out 3 soft laughs. At this moment, his gaze towards Ji Xiao was full of playfulness that if Ji Xiao really wanted to protect Mu Xianin, he would let Ji Xiao know what true cruelty was. So, he is the fiancé of my little martial aunt. What's so great about this guy? He actually violated the rules of our Ice God Palace and forced my little martial aunt to marry him. Mu Lanqing bit her rosy lips lightly as she looked at Ji Xiao, and her pretty face was covered with a frost. Just then, Ji Xiao scanned the 6 top talents present with his eyes and then spoke with a bright smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, now this young master will give you 2 choices. First, voluntarily hand over the fragments of the 2. Break saber to this young master. Second, be buried here today. As his voice faded, the expressions of everyone present turned extremely grim. It turned out that Ji Xiao not only intended to protect Mu Xianin, but also desired to seize the fragments of the 2 broken blade from them. Regarding Ji Xiao's words, some were intrigued, some were disdainful, some were vigilant, and some even harbored murderous intent. However, a thought welled up in everyone's mind. How could there be such an audacious person in the world? It was said that Ji Xiao's arrogant words reverberated in the divine wood forest for a long time. The 6 great prodigies all fixed their cold gazes on Ji Xiao. Well, Ji Xiao, you not only dare to think such a thing, you even dare to say it out loud. This truly exceeded this young master's expectations. It has to be said that you are the most arrogant person this young master has ever met in his life. But unfortunately, in this world, people like you all have short lives. Li Wangxing stared at Ji Xiao with a chilling look in his eyes. The young master of the Heavenly Strategy Military Mansion. How could he endure such an insult? Ji Xiao, just as the young master said, this holy son really wants to know where you got the audacity to give us a choice. Do you know that arrogance comes at a price? Mo Lingfeng coldly issued a warning that he knew that Ji Xiao was powerful, perhaps having some tricks up his sleeve, but he believed himself to be even stronger. Below the monarch rank, he considered himself invincible. Above the monarch rank, if he was determined, he could even exchange one life for another. Young Master Ji Xiao, the fragments of the 2 broken blade were given to this little monk by his master. This little monk will never give them to you. Please abandon this thought, young master. The holy son of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong, also shook his head and spoke honestly. He came from the great Thunder Sound Temple with the purpose of bringing back the 2 broken blade technique to his Buddhist sect. So, how could he hand it over to Ji Xiao? Even though his intuition told him that Ji Xiao was dangerous, but who wasn't a top prodigy in the 9 Heavens continent? Even though he came from the Buddhist sect, he still had the passion and arrogance of a son of heaven. Defeat me, and the fragments of the 2 broken blade will be yours. However, if you lose, this valley master will sacrifice you and these demonic sect scoundrels behind you in a blood sacrifice. Zhao Wuji lifted his chin slightly and spoke coldly. This moment, cold and gloomy black qi was slowly floating around him. Sister Lanqing, what do you think? Do you dare to attack your little master, uncle? Shun Jinshin provoked Mu Lanqing in a teasing tone. Humph! Hearing this, Mu Lanqing let out a cold snort and said, why wouldn't I dare? Just in time. Today, I'll seek justice for my little mistress. Hi-ha! Ji Xiao shook his head as he watched the 6 prodigies unite instantly. Meanwhile, the teasing look in his eyes became even more intense. Very well. Since that's the case, come at me all at once. This young master is in a hurry. His purpose for this journey was simple: to seize the 2 broken blade technique, rescue Gu Jian, and harvest the Son of Destiny. If it weren't for the fact that these prodigies in front of him had the fragments of the 2 broken blade, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention. So, He didn't want to waste time on these prodigies and wanted to resolve the matter as quickly as possible. Come at me all at once. Do you even deserve it? Mo Lingfeng roared angrily. He transformed into a cyan aurora and suddenly charged towards Ji Xiu. Wherever he passed, a hurricane of the sword path was stirred up. Seeing this, the other prodigies were not surprised. After all, Mo Lingfeng was such a person. He was powerful and extremely arrogant, always rushing to the forefront in every battle, and now was no exception. In an instant, Mo Lingfeng reached Ji Xiu. He held a sharp sword in his hand. Cutting through the sky, the sword tip carried a long trail of light and a mountain, like sword momentum, stabbing straight at Ji Xiu's throat. Heh! Seeing this, Ji Xiu's expression remained unchanged. He merely raised a finger. Ding! A mournful sound of the sword resounded. Everyone looked up and witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. Mo Lingfeng's sword momentum was like a rainbow, and his sword speed was incredibly fast, but Ji Xiu blocked Mo Lingfeng's sword with just one finger. How is this possible? Mo Lingfeng's pupils constricted sharply. He mobilized his true energy with all his might, but his sword tip could hardly advance even half an inch. There's nothing impossible. Your sword is too slow. Ji Xiu shook his head and flicked the sword body with his finger. Dang! A huge force was transmitted from the sword body to Mo Lingfeng. Boom! He was like being hit by a 1,000-pound hammer. His body trembled violently. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and finally fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Mo Lingfeng covered his chest and suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His eyes looking at Ji Xiu were trembling violently, but in an instant, a towering anger welled up in his eyes. An arrogant person would never allow himself to fail, even though his reason told him that the opponent in front of him was much stronger than him. He would still charge forward without hesitation. Kill! Mo Lingfeng slapped the ground hard and soared into the sky. His eyes were blood red, and wisps of cyan flames were surging around him. Undoubtedly, he burned his bloodline and wanted to fight to the death with Ji Xiu. Holy Sun, let me assist you, Li Wangxing shouted coldly. He rode his steed and led 18 iron cavalry, charging mightily towards Ji Xiu. Let's go too. This guy's combat power is unfathomable. Zhao Wuji, the young valley master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, drew a large black halberd from the void and whispered a suggestion to Shin Jianqing. Don't. If you go up, you'll die. Even if you use all your trump cards, it's useless. We're simply not on the same level as this guy. Shin Jianqing shook her head with an extremely solemn tone. She stared at Ji Xiu, who was standing with his hands behind his back, calm as a secluded lake, as if she realized something. At this moment, the beautiful eyes under her mask looking at Ji Xiu were trembling slightly. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji was speechless. Although he was very dissatisfied in his heart, he finally held back his killing intent and reluctantly put away his weapon. On the other hand, Mu Lanqing didn't care about all this. She really wanted to see what Ji Xiu was capable of, so, with a cold face, she drew out the frost sword, moved her body, and ice lotuses bloomed under her feet. She transformed into a rainbow and flew towards Ji Xiu. Ba, this little monk is also going. Xianzong took a deep breath, holding a golden Buddhist staff in his left hand and a purple, gold alms bowl in his right. He emitted a brilliant Buddha light and soared into the sky. Seeing this, Ji Xiu's expression remained calm. He shook his head and said, "This young master has already said, come at me all at once. Otherwise, you really don't have the slightest chance." Villain! Mo Lingfeng roared. His eyes were blood red, and his whole body was ablaze with cyan flames. Zheng. After burning his bloodline, an unparalleled and powerful force awakened in his body. Mo Lingfeng held the sword hilt with both hands, and his eyes shone with the light of falling stars and the moon. With his red eyes fixed on Ji Xiu, he gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Humph." A sword came from the west. The light of this sword was extremely dazzling, as if it had brought down the light of the stars and the moon and cut open the two realms of yin and yang. This taboo sword strike carried an unparalleled sword momentum and slashed down. The killing power of this sword is enough, but it's still too slow. Ji Xiu shook his head and chuckled. It was seen that the demonic flames in his eyes rose for a moment. Then he raised his hand and struck a reverse palm at a certain place in the void, before Mo Lingfeng's sword arrived. His palm unexpectedly and precisely landed firmly on Mo Lingfeng's chest. Puff! Mo Lingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards like a cannonball, knocking down dozens of trees on the way, and finally collapsed powerlessly in a pile of ruins. His life or death was unknown. and his sword fell from the sky and stood upright in the ground in front of Ji Xiao. This scene stunned hundreds of powerful demonic sect members in the sky. Even Mu Xianin couldn't help covering her mouth. The beautiful eyes looking at Ji Xiao were sparkling with wonder. With a single palm strike, Ji Xiao defeated Mo Lingfeng. Then he turned his head and cast his gaze upon the others. Looking at the arrogant young talents surging from all directions, he couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. This is getting interesting. Having said that, he casually drew out the sharp sword that belonged to Mo Lingfeng and was stuck in the ground. He activated the Star God's Fragmentary Shadow technique and the Devouring Immortal Demon skill. In an instant, Ji Xiao's figure was like the light of shattered stars, hazy and elusive that Ji Xiao. Don't you dare. Li Wangxing didn't finish his words that Ji Xiao's figure flashed. He raised his hand and struck with the sword that a strikingly dazzling and shocking sword light shone. Puff! The huge head of the horse Li Wangxing was riding was directly sliced off by Ji Xiao's sword. The blood spurted up as high as 10 zhonged in the sky. Filling rain of blood, Li Wangxing leaped into the air. With great difficulty, he stabilized his figure. Suddenly, he witnessed a scene that filled him with horror. His 18 iron-clad personal guards were all sliced in half at the waist by Ji Xiao's sword in an instant. Scarlet blood splattered all over the divine wood forest. Facing Ji Xiao, this group of hardened iron-clad personal guards who had followed him for many years didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. They were slaughtered like lambs. The most terrifying thing was that even he couldn't see how Ji Xiao had made his move. All he could see at the moment were the severed limbs all over the ground in the divine wood forest. Ji Xiao stood in the sky, filling rain of blood, his eyes calmly looking at Li Wangxing. Ji Xiao, I will fight you to the death today. Li Wangxing roared. He decided not to hide his cultivation base and his top-level combat power anymore. In an instant, the aura of the monarch rank erupted from his body at the same time. He split into 10. Each of his clones was exactly the same as his original self and seemed to possess the same combat power. This was the forbidden technique of the Heavenly Strategy Military Mansion, the Heavenly Strategy 9, Tribulation Body, Monarch Rank. So that's how it is. A faint smile played on Ji Xiao's lips, and a glint of red flame flashed across his eyes. He instantly activated the demon's presence. In just a moment, he had already discerned all of Li Wangxing's attack trajectories and the location of his original self. This time, he understood that the so-called Heavenly Strategy 9 Tribulation Body was just a low-level version of the one Qi transforming into 3 pure ones. Although there were 9 clones, however, these 9 clones only had 30% of the combat power of the original self. For him, they would shatter at a single touch. Kill! Li Wangxing held the dragon spear in his hand, stomped on the void and shattered it. The dragon spear emitted a brilliant killing light. With the power of the monarch rank and his 9 illusory clones, he charged at Ji Xiao from all directions. This scene was extremely shocking. 10 terrifying killing intense penetrated the universe. Puff! The sound of blood splashing rang out. Li Wangxing's spear stopped half an inch in front of Ji Xiao. Meanwhile, blue flames, the azure lotus earth core fire, ignited on the bodies of his 9 illusory clones. He only felt a chill in his body, and his hand holding the dragon's spear trembled violently. Slightly lowering his head, he saw that the 3-inch sword tip had penetrated his body at some point. Scarlet blood gushed out from his chest like a stream. How is this possible? Li Wangxing stared blankly at Ji Xiao and spoke. Boring. Ji Xiao shook his head, then drew out the sharp sword that was inserted in Li Wangxing's chest with a reverse hand, bringing out a long trail of blood. Under the slanting dim light, the blood-stained sword in his hand looked extremely sharp and poignant at the moment. This sword was called the Hidden Killer, and it was the sword carried by Mo Lingfeng, Li Wangxing's good friend. As for why Ji Xiao used the Hidden Killer instead of his Great Luo Sword Embryo, there was actually only one reason. That is, they were not worthy. Puff! Li Wangxing vomited another mouthful of blood. The light of life in his eyes gradually dimmed, and finally he fell to the ground weakly and died this time. Looking at the fallen Li Wangxing, then at Mo Lingfeng, who was lying in the ruins, unconscious, as well as the sky, filling rain of blood and the severed limbs all over the ground. Shen Jianxin and Zhao Wuji couldn't help but feel a chill. They subconsciously took 2 steps back. Mu Lanxin and Xianzong stared blankly at Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao's strength far exceeded their expectations. Venerable monk, do you also want to kill me? Ji Xiao looked at Xianzong, the chief of the Buddhist sect, with a faint smile on his lips. "Your Highness Ji Xiao." Xianzong was too shocked to finish his words. Ji Xiao took a step and arrived in front of him, with the brilliant starlight of the fragmentary shadow following behind him. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and threw a punch. There were blue flames rising on Ji Xiao's fist, which was the azure lotus earth core fire. "Roar!" Xianzong roared. Golden Buddha light radiated from his whole body. He took a defensive stance and held the purple, gold alms bowl in front of him. Boom! Ji Xiao's fist landed on the purple, gold alms bowl. A vast force swept out, and the blue flame spread everywhere. Puff! Xianzong flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and collapsed on the ground. Coughing up blood continuously. Ji Xiao didn't stop in an instant. He arrived in front of Mu Lanxin. Before she could draw her sword, he punched her directly in the stomach. Puff! Mu Lanxin suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and kneeled on the ground weakly. Ji Xiao's punch shattered all her illusions. "How can you be so powerful?" Mu Lanxin stared at Ji Xiao in shocked this moment. Her fair hand holding the frost sword couldn't help but tremble. He severely injured Mo Lingfeng with one move and killed Li Wangsheng in an instant. And both she and Xianzong, the chief of the Buddhist sect, were like toys in front of Ji Xiao. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and experienced it personally today, she would never have believed it. At this time, Ji Xiao glanced at Mu Lanxin kneeling in front of him and Xianzong lying on the ground, coughing up blood, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Mu Lanxin, Xianzong, do you know why I don't kill you?" Hearing this, Mu Lanxin gritted her teeth and said, "Because of the young mistress." Obviously, Ji Xiao was engaged to her young mistress, who was the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace. So, Ji Xiao spared her life out of respect for her young mistress. Ji Xiao smiled, but didn't say much. The reason why he didn't kill Mu Lanxin was very simple. According to the intelligence from the Military Intelligence Division 6, Mu Lanxin and Mu Bing had an excellent relationship before Mu Bing entered seclusion. The two had been together day and night. Although there was a difference in seniority between them, they were as close as sisters. Since that was the case, a wicked idea popped up in his mind just now, to capture Mu Lanxin's soul and backstab Mu Bing. Although he didn't know if this method could kill Mu Bing, at least it was a good gift for their first encounter. "What about you, venerable monk? Do you know why I don't kill you?" Ji Xiao looked at Xianzong, the chief of the Buddhist sect, playfully and asked that "I don't know." Xianzong stared blankly at Ji Xiao and replied in a low voice, "Very simple. There is only one reason. That is, you, Xianzong, are the younger brother of the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. If I were to kill you, then how could I force your sister to show up next?" A cold smile played on Ji Xiao's lips this moment. No one knew that in the Zhou garden behind the Divine Wood Forest, on the boundless snowfield, a spear stained with the blazing phoenix flames cut through the endless sky, traversed 1,000 miles, and with unparalleled power and the sound of phoenix cries, pierced towards the Divine Wood Forest, and there was no doubt that the target of this spear was Ji Xiao. It was said that in the Divine Wood Forest, Xianzong stared at Ji Xiao in shock. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the ground. "How do you know she is my sister?" "This matter should only be known by the royal family of the Divine Phoenix Empire." "Who on earth are you?" Ji Xiao smiled, stood with his hands behind his back and coldly looked down at Xianzong and said, "Xianzong, you lost your mother at the age of 3. You entered the Great Thunder Sound Temple at the age of 7. That you became the chief of the Buddhist sect at the age of 18. You entered the mortal world at the age of 23. It's worth mentioning that the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire also lost her mother at the age of 3. She entered the royal family of the Divine Phoenix Empire at the age of 7. And since then, she has gone to the Great Thunder Sound Temple to burn incense and worship Buddha with a bunch of jasmine flowers every July 15th. As for you, Xianzong, every year on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, you would also kneel on the back mountain of the Great Thunder Sound Temple with a bunch of jasmines for a whole day. If my memory serves me right, your mother passed away on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month 20 years ago, right? Most importantly, someone told me that the emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire always calls out the name of a woman, Jasmine, in his dreams. Well, how about it? Do you still want this young master to tell you more? The matter regarding the sibling relationship between Xianzong and Feng Huang is extremely confidential. There aren't many people in the entire Nine Heavens continent who know about it. Even the intelligence collected by the Military Intelligence Division 6 about Xianzong and Feng Huang is extremely fragmented. However, Now Jishio not only controls the Military Intelligence Division 6, but also the Net of Shadows is in his hands. When Jishio pieced together numerous fragments provided by these two major intelligence forces, he finally reached a conclusion. Xianzong and Fenghuang are siblings. Hearing Jishio's words, Xianzong felt a chill run down his spine. Previously, he only thought that Jishio's cultivation and combat power were unfathomably profound. But now it seems that the forces behind Jishio are probably unimaginably powerful. Whoosh! Xianzong took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Jishio, you don't need to say any more. This humble monk has already admitted it. Fenghuang, she is indeed my elder sister." After saying that, he swallowed hard, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. As if he was recalling the painful past, this young master is very curious. Will your elder sister exchange the fragments of the broken blade for your life? A faint smile curved Jishio's lips. No, Xianzong shook his head, then looked at Jishio seriously in the eyes and said, "My elder sister is very domineering. She never makes deals. She will only kill you." As his voice faded, a terrifying sonic boom came from the distant horizon. A crimson shooting star at the end of the sky tore through the void and pierced towards the divine wood forest. That moment, Jishio frowned suddenly, and a cold and dangerous feeling instantly spread throughout his body. "Your Highness the young master, be careful." Elder Wei's pupils constricted as he saw the long spear with raging phoenix flames piercing towards Jishio from the end of the sky. He mobilized his true essence and flew towards Jishio, wanting to block this spear for him, because he could sense that the power of this spear flying from the sky was extremely great. Below the Saint Realm, it seemed to be able to kill all. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The divine spear died with phoenix flames had already reached behind Jishio. Divine Forbidden Domain. Activate. Jishio murmured as if in a dream. At that moment, time and space seemed to freeze. He only felt himself in a profound and mysterious realm, and his whole body became extremely light. At the same time, an extremely wonderful perception unconsciously welled up in his heart. Time has always passed in a hurried in the end. There will only be an invincible person at the end of time. Then, time and space thought. A blazing and dazzling chaotic holy light bloomed in Jishio's eyes. Clang! Jishio suddenly turned around and actually reached out and grabbed the phoenix flame divine spear that had reached behind him in the void. Boom! Centered around Jishio, a terrifying true essence storm swept through the entire divine wood forest. The terrifying phoenix flames splashed everywhere, and the ground of the divine wood forest cracked into spider web like fissures. All the hundreds of powerful demons from the boundless heaven sect on the field were blown dozens of feet into the air by the splashing true essence fluctuations. Not only them, but even several prodigies in the divine wood forest fell to the ground one after another in this terrifying true essence fluctuation. When the terrifying true essence storm slowly subsided, only half of the divine wood forest was in a sea of fire. At this moment, only two people could stand steadily in the divine wood forest: Jishio and Elder Wei. "Your Highness the young master, are you okay?" Elder Wei came in front of Jishio and asked with a trembling voice. "I'm fine." Jishio thrust the phoenix spear in his hand hard into the ground, then looked coldly towards the west of the Zhouyuan and slowly said, "The eldest princess of the divine phoenix empire. Fenghuang, what great divine might, from thousands of miles away, you want to take this young master's life? Isn't this a bit too wishful thinking?" As his voice fell, everyone got up one after another. For a moment, they were extremely shocked. No one had expected that the eldest princess of the divine phoenix empire had such powerful cultivation. This phoenix flame divine spear that could almost kill everyone was actually thrown from thousands of miles away. "Her power is actually far above ours," Shen Jinshin said in a very solemn tone. "Her cultivation and combat power are probably on the same level as Jishio's." Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, his eyes full of fear and unwillingness. He originally thought that they, the sons of heaven on this continent, should be on the same starting line. But first, there was Jishio, who massacred wantonly and played with them like toys in the palm of his hand. And then there was the eldest princess of the divine phoenix empire, Fenghuang, who threw a spear from thousands of miles away, and its power was enough to destroy all of them. For a moment, both he and Shun Jinshin felt a strong sense of frustration, truly worthy of being called the reincarnation of the heavenly phoenix by the cultivators in the Nine Heavens continent. In the future, the one who will become the empress of the divine phoenix empire. Mu Xianyin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sighed in a low voice. "Are you okay?" Jishio tilted his head slightly and looked at Mu Xianyin and asked, "I'm fine. It's just that my qi and blood are surging violently. Mu Shenin shook her head and replied softly. Your Highness the young master, what should we do now? Elder Wei glanced at Shun Jinxin and Zhao Wuji and asked Ji Xiu. Hearing this, Ji Xiu turned around and sized up Shun Jinxin and Zhao Wuji. Then said, Two gentlemen, take out the things that as his voice fell. Shun Jinxin hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and took out a fragment of the broken blade from his storage ring and threw it to Ji Xiu. Here, seeing that Shun Jinxin had conceded, Zhao Wuji also lowered his head and silently took out his share with a gloomy face and threw it to Ji Xiu. Young Master Ji Xiu. We've given you the things. Can we leave now? Shun Jinxin asked in a low voice. Sure, of course you can leave. You two can do as you like. Ji Xiu smiled slightly, hearing Ji Xiu's words. The tense string in Shun Jinxin's heart relaxed. Let's go. It's not easy to pick up a life from this guy today, Shun Jinxin said to Zhao Wuji. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji nodded, and a hidden vicious look flashed across his eyes. Finally, he took a meaningful look at Ji Xiu and turned around and left without saying a word. And just then, puff, the sound of blood splashing rang out. Shun Jinxin exclaimed and looked towards Zhao Wuji. At this moment, the phoenix flame spear had pierced through Zhao Wuji's chest, and half of the sharp spear tip protruded from his chest. Blood oozed from the corner of Zhao Wuji's mouth. He looked back in disbelief, and Ji Xiu was looking at him with a faint smile. You? Zhao Wuji raised his finger and pointed at Ji Xiu, but his voice suddenly stopped, and he collapsed to the ground like a mountain. Ji Xiu, what are you doing? We've already handed over the fragments of the broken blade. Why did you go back on your word? Shun Jinxin trembled as he questioned Ji Xiu. Hearing this, Ji Xiu still smiled brightly, and then replied, It's not about going back on my word. It's just that this young master suddenly remembered a sentence that young Valley Master Zhao Wuji said before. Didn't he say that he wanted to offer this young master and the demons from the Boundless Heaven sect as blood sacrifices? One shouldn't just blurt out such words casually. As his voice fell, Xianzong shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. Ji Xiu's blood thirst was far beyond his imagination, merely because of a threatening remark. He resorted to murder. How atrocious. Even Mulan Xian stood there, stunned and motionless, gazing at the man before her with a seemingly amiable smile. She couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, only one thought crossed her mind. This fellow is incredibly ruthless. However, upon seeing this scene, a smile curled up on Muxuanian's extremely beautiful face. 10 years have passed. This fellow has finally grown up. After saying that, she gave a subtle signal to the disciples of the Wushang Heaven. At this moment, the demonic cultivators of the Wushang Heaven took off their cloaks one by one. Immediately afterwards, they all knelt in front of Ji Xiu and shouted loudly, Disciples of the Wushang Heaven, greet His Holiness, the Saint King. Disciples of the Wushang Heaven, greet His Holiness, the Saint King. The resounding voices echoed throughout the Divine Wood Forest, apart from Muxuanian and the demonic cultivator disciples of the Wushang Heaven. Everyone present stood there, utterly stunned. It turns out, Ji Xiu. He is the legendary Saint King of the Wushang Heaven. Xianzong stared at the shocking scene before him with wide, open eyes and couldn't help but swallow hard. This fellow is actually the Saint King of the Wushang Heaven. Wait, legend has it that the Saint King is the husband of the Saint Queen Nanling of the Wushang Heaven. How could this be possible? Isn't Ji Xiu the fiancé of the little martial ant? Mulan Xian's beautiful eyes flickered uneasily. For a moment, she felt that her mind was in a complete muddle. That's how it is. What a Ji Xiu! What a Saint King of the Wushang Heaven! Shun Jinxin took 2 steps back. Under the bronze ghost mask, her captivating eyes finally dimmed. She thought to herself that she finally understood why Ji Xiu dared to commit mass murder in the Divine Wood Forest without considering the deterrence of the forces behind them. It turned out that Ji Xiu had already planned everything. Today, none of the sons and daughters of the top cultivation sects would be able to escape. Ji Xiu wanted to snatch the fragments of the Liangduan saber, and he would never spare their lives. At this time, she didn't know. Ji Xiu was also extremely confused on me. The Saint King of the Wushang Heaven? Ji Xiu stared blankly at the numerous demonic cultivators kneeling in front of him. He felt as if his mind had gone blank. Truly worthy of being our young master, he has been laying out this plan since 10 years ago. Elder Wei also stared at Ji Xiu with wide, open eyes and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He swore that even he didn't know about this. He believed that Gu Yao far away in the capital city wouldn't know either. The Saint King of the Wushang Heaven. This Ji Xiu, he has kept me and my young lady in the dark for so long. Miss Xue bit her red lips and murmured softly. She thought that she finally understood why Jishio dared to be so presumptuous towards her young lady, who is the daughter of the Snow, Moon City's lord. It turned out that behind Jishio was the Wushang Heaven, the #1 demonic sect in the 9 heavens, and standing behind him was the famous Saint Queen Nin Lingwei on the continent. Wait, if he is